Section 1 of The Spirit of Islam, a history of the evolution and ideals of Islam with the life of the Prophet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. سخن کز بحر گویی چه هیبرانی چه سوریانی مکان کز بحر حق جویی چه جبل کا چه جبل سا. What matters it whether the words thou utterest in prayer are Hebrew or Syrian, or whether the place in which thou seekest God is Jabal Ka or Jabal Sa? Sandi. Preface. In the following pages, I have attempted to give the history of the evolution of Islam as a world religion, of its rapid spread, and the remarkable hold it obtained over the conscience and minds of millions of people within a short space of time. The impulse it gave to the intellectual development of the human race is generally recognized, but its great work in the uplifting of humanity is either ignored or not appreciated. Nor are its rationale, its ideals, and its aspirations properly understood. It has been my endeavor in the survey of Islam to elucidate its true place in the history of religions. The review of its rationale and ideals, however feeble, may be of help to wanderers in quest of a constructive faith to steady the human mind after the strain of the recent cataclysm. It is also hoped that to those who follow the faith of Islam, it may be of assistance in the understanding and exposition of the foundations of their convictions. My outline of the life and ministry of the Prophet is based on the Siratul Rasul of Ibn Hisham, who died in 213 AH, 828 or 9 AC. Barely 200 years after the death of the Prophet, supplemented by, among other works, Ibn Ulathir's monumental history, the Chronicles of Tabari, the Insan al-Uyun of al-Halabi, commonly known as Sirat al-Halabiyya. 2 new chapters have been added in this edition, one on the Imamate, the apostolical succession, the other on the idealistic and mystical spirit in Islam. Considerable new matter has also been included in the introduction and Chapter 10, Part 2. I take this opportunity of expressing my gratitude to my esteemed friend, Professor E.G. Brown of Cambridge, one of our foremost Orientalists, for his most valuable criticisms on the last chapter, and to Mr. Muhammad Iqbal, Government of India research scholar at Cambridge, for his careful revision of the proofs and the compilation of the index. I also desire to express my acknowledgments to Mr. Abdul Qayyum Malik for transcribing for the printers the Arabic quotations for the new chapters and verifying the Quranic references, and to the publishers for their unvarying courtesy and patience over a difficult publication. The work has been carried through the press under heavy pressure of public duties, and I claim on that ground the indulgence of my readers for any mistake that may have passed uncorrected. N.B. A few words are necessary to explain the system of transliteration adopted in this work. I have tried to adhere with small modification to the system I have pursued in my previous publications. The letter th, pronounced by the Arab with a lisp like th in thin, to a non-Arab conveys a sound almost identical with s in sin, and he accordingly pronounces it as such. Nor, unless an Arabic scholar, does he perceive any difference between th and sin or sod. He pronounces them all alike. Similarly, dhal, zay, dod, pronounced by the Arab something like tad, and da convey to the non-Arab almost identical sounds. Certainly he cannot help pronouncing them identically. He also perceives no difference between ta, soft t, and ta, or between the hard aspirate ha in Ahmed, Muhammad, Mahmud, etc., and the softer used in Harun. I have therefore not attempted to differentiate these letters by dots or commas, which, however useful for purposes of translation into Arabic, Persian, Turkish, or Urdu, is only bewildering to the general reader unacquainted with the Arabic alphabet and pronunciation. I have given the words as commonly pronounced by non-Arabs. In the case of words spelt with a th in common use in India and Persia, such as hadith, masnavi, isna ashariya, etc., I have not considered it necessary to denote the Arabic pronunciation with a th. The ordinary fatha I have represented by a, pronounced as u in kat or but, excepting in such words as are now commonly written in English with an e, as Seljuk, pronounced Saljuk, Marwan, pronounced Marwan, etc. The ordinary zamma by u, pronounced like you in Pul or in Buldan. The ordinary kasra with the letter I, as in Misr. Alif with the fatha is represented by a, as in had. Alif with the zamma by you, as in Abdul Muttalib, with a kasra by I, as in Ibn Abil Jawari. Waw with a zamma by o, and sometimes by o circumflex. Although, like Kufa and several other words, the last syllables in Mahmud, Harun, and Ma'mun are spelled with a waw, to have represented them by an o or o circumflex would have conveyed a wholly wrong notion of the pronunciation, which is like u. I have therefore used u to represent waw in such words. Waw with a fatha I have represented by a u, as in Maudud. Ya with a kasra, when used in the middle of a word, I have represented by I, as in Arish, but in Amir I have kept the classical and time-honored double E. Ya with a fatha, similarly situated by AI, as in Zaid. Ya with a fatha at the beginning of a word is represented by YE, as in Yazid, with a zamma by YU, as in Yusuf. Excepting such names as are commonly known to be spelled with an ayn, as in Abd, in Abdul Malik, Abdul Rahman, Arab, Abbas, Aziz, Iraq, etc., I have used the inverted comma to denote that letter. With regard to names which have become familiar in certain garbs, I have made no alteration, such as Kaaba, Amar, Abdullah, Basra, spelled with a sod, etc. Ghain is represented by GH, but I have not attempted to differentiate between Kaf and Qaf, and made no alteration in the time-honored spelling of the Quran. The common G, the Persian Gaf, and P have no place in the Arabic alphabet, and therefore the Persian G and P are transformed in Arabic into J and K and B or PH, F, as in Atabek and Isfahan. Kha is represented by KH. The L of L, when occurring before certain letters, technically called Shamsiyya, is assimilated with them in sound, as Ash-Shams, Ad-Din, Ar-Rida, As-Salat, etc. I have used the word Muslim, M-O-S-L-E-M, in preference to Muslim, M-U-S-L-I-M, as most Europeans unacquainted with Arabic pronounce the U in Muslim as in public. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. Hey که در هیچ جا نداری جا، والعجب مانده‌ام که در هر جایی، کافر و دین هر دو در رهت پویان، وحده لا شریک له گویان. O thou who hast no place in any place, wonder-struck am I that thou art at every place. Faith and no faith are both engaged in thy search, both crying aloud, He is the one, He is the all alone. The continuity of religious progress among mankind is a subject of enthralling interest to the student of humanity. The gradual awakening of the human mind to the recognition of a personality, of a supreme will overshadowing the universe, the travails through which individuals and races have passed before they arrived at the conception of an universal soul pervading, regulating, and guiding all existence, furnish lessons of the deepest import. The process by which humanity has been lifted from the adoration of material objects to the worship of God has often been retarded. Masses of mankind and individuals have broken away from the stream of progress, have listened to the promptings of their own desires, have given way to the cravings of their own hearts. They have gone back to the worship of their passions, symbolized in the idols of their infancy. But though unheard, the voice of God has always sounded the call to truth, and when the time has arrived, His servants have risen to proclaim the duties of man to himself and to his Creator. These men have been the veritable, quote, messengers of heaven, end quote. They came among their people as the children of their time. They represented the burning aspirations of the human soul for truth, purity, and justice. Each was an embodiment of the spiritual necessities of his age. Each came to purify, to reform, to elevate a degraded race, a corrupted commonwealth. Some came as teachers of a smaller culture to influence a smaller sphere. Others came with a worldwide message, a message not confined to one race or nation, but intended for all humanity. Such was Muhammad. His mission was not to the Arabs alone. He was not sent for one age or clime, but, quote, for all mankind to the end of the world, end quote. The advent of this great teacher, whose life from the moment of his ministry is a verifiable record, was not a mere accident, an unconnected episode in the history of the world. The same causes, the same crying evils, the same earnest demand for a quote-unquote assured trust in an all-pervading power, which led to the appearance on the shores of Galilee in the reign of Augustus Caesar of a prophet whose life is a tragedy, operated with greater force in the 7th century of the Christian era. The beginning of the 7th century, as has been rightly said, was an epoch of disintegration, national, social, and religious. Its phenomena were such as have always involved a fresh form of positive faith to recall all wandering forces to the inevitable track of spiritual evolution, quote, towards the integration of personal worship, end quote. They all pointed to the necessity of a more organic revelation of divine government than that attained by Judaism or Christianity. The holy flames kindled by Zoroaster, Moses, and Jesus had been quenched in the blood of man. A corrupt Zoroastrianism, battling for centuries with a still more corrupt Christianity, had stifled the voice of humanity and converted some of the happiest portions of the globe into a veritable akeldama. Incessant war for supremacy, perpetual internecine strife, combined with the ceaseless wrangling of creeds and sects, had sucked the lifeblood out of the hearts of nations, and the people of the earth, trodden under the iron heels of a lifeless sacerdotalism, were crying to God from the misdeeds of their masters. Never in the history of the world was the need so great, the time so ripe, for the appearance of a deliverer. In order, therefore, to appreciate thoroughly the achievement of Muhammad in the moral world, it is necessary to take a rapid survey of the religious and social condition of the nations of the earth previous to and about the time of the Islamic dispensation. The high tableland of Bactria, appropriately styled by Arab geographers ul-Bilad, or Mother of Countries, is supposed to be the cradle of humanity, the original birthplace of creeds and nations. Through the faint and shadowy light which comparative ethnology throws on the infancy of mankind, we perceive groups of families congregated in this primeval home of the human race, gradually coalescing into clans and tribes, and then forced by the pressure of increasing population, issuing in successive waves to people the face of the globe. The Hamitic branch were apparently the first to leave their ancient habitations. They were followed by the Turanians, or, as they are sometimes called, the Ugro-Finnish tribes, supposed to be an offshoot of the Japhetic family. Some of them apparently proceeded northwards, and then spreading themselves in the east, founded the present Mongolian branch of the human race. Another section proceeded westward and settled in Azerbaijan, Hamadan, and Yilan, countries to the south and southwest of the Caspian, better known in ancient history as Media. A portion of these, descending afterwards into the fertile plains of Babylonia, enslaved the earlier Hamitic colonies, and in course of time, amalgamating with them, formed the Akkadian nation, the Cushites of the Jewish and Christian scriptures. This composite race created Babylon and gave birth to a form of religion which, in its higher phases, was akin to natural pantheism. In its lower phases, with its pan-demonism, its worship of the sun gods and moon gods, closely associated with the phallic cult and the sexual instinct, the sacrifice of children to Baal and Moloch, of virginity to Beltis and Ashtoreth, it marks an epoch when high material civilization was allied to gross licentiousness and cruelty was sanctioned by religion. The Semites were the next to leave the primeval home. They also, following in the footsteps of the Turanians, migrated towards the west, and apparently settled themselves in the northern part of the Mesopotamian delta. Increasing in numbers and strength, they soon overthrew the Babylonian kingdom and founded a far-reaching empire which wielded its sway over all of the neighboring states. In their seat of power between the two great rivers of Western Asia, the Assyrians at times rose to a positive monotheistic conception. Their system of celestial hierarchy furnishes indications of a distinct recognition of one supreme personality. Whilst the main body of the Semitic colony was developing itself in the upper parts of the delta, a small section had penetrated far into a district called Ur, within the boundaries of the Chaldean monarchy. The patriarch of this tribe, whose self-imposed exile and wanderings have passed into the religious legends of more than one creed, became the father of the future makers of history. Footnote: in the Arabian traditions, the father of Abraham is called Azar, which is evidently the same name as Ashur, and the beautiful idols of Azar are frequently referred to in Muslim literature. These traditions confirm the belief that Abraham was of Assyrian origin. End of footnote. The Japhetic family seems to have tarried longest in its ancient habitation. whilst the other races which had broken away from the original stock were forming empires and evolving creeds, the Japhetic branch underwent a development peculiar to itself. But the march of nations once set on foot was never to cease, actuated by that spirit of unrest which works in barbarous tribes, or influenced by the pressure of population and the scarcity of space in their old haunts for the pursuit of their pastoral avocations, tribe after tribe moved away towards the west. Among the first were the Pelasgians and the Celts. Other tribes followed, until the Aryans proper were left alone in their old haunts. One section apparently had its abode near Badakhshan, the other towards Balkh proper, where for centuries they lived almost isolated from the neighboring nations, unaffected by their wars or their movements. The light of history which has dawned on the Western races, the founders of kingdoms and civilizations, also falls upon these ancient dwellers of the earth, and reveals, though indistinctly and as though through a mist, several clans gathered together on that plateau. Just emerged from the savageness into barbarism, they are becoming alive to the sense of an universal ideality. Innumerable idealities are taking the place of the natural objects hitherto worshipped with fear and trembling. With some of them, the host of abstractions and personifications of the powers of nature are subordinated to two comprehensive principles, light and darkness. The sun, the bright harbinger of life and light, becomes the symbol of a beneficent divinity, whose power, though held in check, is eventually to conquer the opposing principle of evil and darkness. With others, the idealities which they now impress on the fetish they worshipped before merge in each other, at one time standing forth as distinct personal entities, at another time resolving themselves into a hylozoic whole. Gradually the clouds lift, and we see the tribal and clan formations giving way to monarchical institutions, agriculture taking by slow degrees the place of pastoral avocations, primitive arts being cultivated, the use of metals gaining ground, and, above all, the higher conception of a supreme personality forcing itself upon the yet unopened mind. Kayumurs, Hoshang, and the other old kings of whom Firdusi sings with such wondrous power are types of an advancing civilization. The introduction of the monarchical institutions among the Aryans proper seems to be coeval with that religious conflict between the two branches of the Aryan family, which led to the expulsion of the eastern branch from their Bactrian home. A powerful religious revolution had been inaugurated among the Western Aryans by a teacher whose name has been preserved in the literature of his religion as Sitama Zarathustra. The sharp religious conflict which resulted from this movement has left its mark in the deep imprecations heaped by the Vedic hymn singers on the enemy of their race and creed, the Dhyaradashti of the Vedas. The attitude of the Vedic hymn singers towards the Reformed faith, even more than the extraordinary coincidence in names, furnishes the strongest proof that the religious divergence was the immediate cause of the split between the two branches of the Aryans proper. In this, probably the first religious war waged among mankind, the Western dualistic clans were successful in driving their half-polytheistic, half-pantheistic brethren across the Paropamisadae. The Eastern Aryans burst into India, driving before them the earlier black races, massacring and enslaving them, treating them always as inferior beings, dasyus and sudras, slaves and serfs. The difference between the Vedic and the Zoroastrian religions was, however, purely relative. Zoroastrianism substituted for the worship of the phenomena the adoration of the cause. It converted the gods of the Vedas into demons and the Deva worshippers into infidels, whilst the Vedic hymn singer on his side called the Ahura of the Avesta an evil god, and Asura a power hostile to the gods, and heaped burning maledictions on the head of Dhyaratashti. Whilst the place and time of the early Zoroaster's birth are enwrapped in mystery, under Darius Hystaspes arose another teacher who, under the same name, revived, organized, and enlarged the basis of the ancient teachings. Retracing our steps for a moment, we see the tide of Aryan conquest in India flowing eastward and southward for centuries. The old Aryan religion which the invaders had brought from their ancient homes consisted chiefly in the worship of the Manes and the adoration of the powers of nature symbolized in visible phenomena. In the land of the five rivers, the spiritual conception developed further. We can read in the Vedas the march of progress until we arrive at the zenith of Hindu religious ideas in the Upanishads, which often in the intensity of spiritual yearning approach the highest monotheism. The Upanishads dwell not only on the immanence of God, a conception which gave birth in later times to the material pantheism of India, but also teach that the Supreme Spirit is the protector of all beings and sovereign over all creation, that he dwells in the hearts of men, and finally absorbs the individual soul in infinity, quote, as the ocean absorbs the river, end quote. When that absorption takes place, the human soul loses all consciousness of its experience in the earthly frame. But these interesting records of human progress contained within themselves unquestioned germs of spiritual decadence, which soon reversed the process of evolution. And thus, instead of observing a further uplifting, we see a progressive declension. The Upanishads make way for the Puranic cults, which again succumb to the power of the Tantric worship. The idea to which the Upanishads frequently give expression, that the Supreme Spirit manifests himself in various forms, gave rise to the conception of the avatars or incarnations. Just as in the Western pagan world, philosophy failed to satisfy the craving of the popular mind for a personal God who had dwelt among mankind and held familiar discourse with them, the theistic aspirations of the Upanishads did not appeal to the heart or touch the emotions of the masses of India. And a hero god was soon found in a member of the warrior caste, who came before long to be identified with the Supreme Spirit and to be regarded in his earthly existence as an incarnate god. The development of the Krishna cult, like that of its rival, the worship of the quote-unquote Dread Mother, illustrates forcibly not merely the religious welter which prevailed in India in the 7th century of the Christian era, but also the gulf which divided the minds of the philosophers who composed the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of Faith, from the thoughts and feelings of the populace. Footnote: a recent writer remarks that the Bhagavad Gita no doubt shows traces of theism, but this theism is blended with other and non-theistic elements. End of footnote. It is abundantly clear that long before they burst into Hindustan proper, the Aryan settlers in the Punjab, or their priests and religious teachers, made the most stringent rules to prevent the intermixture of the invaders and their descendants with the races they had conquered and enslaved in their steady and prolonged march towards the east. The touch of the latter, who were turned into the lower and servile caste, was pollution. All the religious rites peculiar to the three higher castes were strictly forbidden to them. Among all the flow and ebb of Aryan Hindu thought in the region of pantheism, The worship of the Manes had always clung to the Hindu mind as an essential part of his religious-social system. The Sudra was permitted to offer oblations to his dead ancestors, but no Brahman could officiate at the rites without incurring the heaviest penalties. If a Sudra overheard a Brahman reciting the Vedas, he was to be punished by having molten lead poured into his ears. If he happened to sit on the same bench with a Brahman, he was liable to be branded, whilst unions, legitimate or illegitimate, between the quote-unquote twice-born, as the three superior castes were called, and the Sudras were interdicted under the cruelest penalties. No legislation, however, could prevent their religious ideas and practices being influenced by the primitive beliefs. In the course of time, the divinities of the pre-Aryan tribes and races were incorporated into the Hindu pantheon, and their worship became part of the Hindu daily ritual. The amalgamations of diverse beliefs of unequal growth and varying tendencies had their inevitable result in the debasement of the complex and abstruse pantheism the philosophers were endeavoring through ages to evolve. Before the followers of Islam lifted the veil behind which India had lived enshrouded in mystery for thousands of years, she possessed no history. It is impossible to say when Vasudeva Krishna lived or to judge of his personality. There are innumerable legends which verge on the absurd and puerile, legends evidently manufactured by the priests who had become the equals, if not the superiors, of the gods, and whose interest it was to keep the minds of the vulgar fascinated and enthralled. The place which Vasudeva Krishna occupies in the Hindu pantheon is that of the incarnation of Vishnu, and as such he forms the central figure of the devotional part of the Bhagavad Gita. He is evidently a composite divinity, one of the man-gods associated with him being the gay hero who lived among the cowherds of Gokul and disported himself in the famous groves of Vrindavan with his merry companions. Footnote: Krishna is usually called the Gopala Krishna or cowherd Krishna. His female companions are called the Gopis, the milkmaids. Many a pretty legend is woven round the adventures of this hero god of the Ahirs, the cowherd caste of Upper India. Krishna had been somewhat inaptly called the Apollo of the Hindus, though it is difficult to clothe him with the poetry which generally envelops the Greek god. End of footnote. The cult of Vasudeva Krishna inculcated absolute dharma, or faith, as the key to salvation. The believer in this incarnate Vishnu, whatever his conduct in life, was assured of eternal happiness. The doctrine of perfect faith gave birth to practices and beliefs which are still current in India. As righteousness consists in the concentration of the mind in one's self as identical with the Supreme Spirit represented in Krishna, the gymnosophic ascetic practices acquired in the eyes of the people a superlative merit. To sit for years in the forest with the eyes fixed on one spot of the human body and the mind on Krishna, to stand for years on one leg, to be swung round by hooks fixed in the flesh, were acts of devotion which cured all sins. To expiate a sin or to fulfill a vow, a man might be employed to measure by the length of his body the distance from the abode of the penitent to the temple of the deity. To read the Bhagavad Gita with true faith, or to bathe in the Ganges or any holy pool, absolved every man or woman from all breaches of the moral laws. It is difficult to tell when Saktism acquired the predominant hold it now possesses on large masses of the Hindu population. The Sakti is the female half and active creative side of each Hindu deity. The Sakti, or spouse of Shiva, is the dread goddess known under various names, such as Parbati, Bhavani, Kali, Mahakali, Durga, Chamunda. The worship of this goddess, as described in the drama of Bhavabhuti, written apparently in the 7th century of the Christian era, was celebrated with human sacrifices and other revolting rites. There is nothing of the, quote, Mater Dolorosa, end quote, in the spouse of Shiva, by whatever name she is invoked or in whatever form she is worshipped. She possesses none of the attributes of human pity or sympathy with human suffering the Alexandrian worshipper associated with Isis, quote, the goddess of myriad names, end quote. This awe-inspiring, not to say awful concept of a decadent religious mind, evidently borrowed from the pre-Aryan races, who delights in human blood and revels in human misery, has few parallels in the paganism of the world. For even Cybele, the Magna Mater of the Romans, was not so merciless or took so much pleasure in inflicting pain as the Sakti of the quote-unquote god of destruction, Shiva. This deity is worshipped according to the ritual of the Tantras, which may be regarded as the Bible of Saktism. Many of the tantric hymns are imbued with considerable devotional spirit, and the invocations addressed to the goddess often appeal to her pity. But whatever mystical meaning the Tantras may possess for the philosopher, the people commonly accept the worship in its most literal sense. Footnote: there are two chief divisions of tantric worshippers, the Dakshinachari and Vamachari, or right and left-hand ritualists. The worship of the former is public and not otherwise noticeable than as addressed to other goddesses such as Lakshmi or Mahalakshini, the Sakti of Vishnu. In the left-hand worship, specially called Tantrika, the exclusive object of adoration is Kali. This worship is private and is said to be celebrated with impure practices. This particular cult has an enormous number of followers all over India and branches into various subdivisions. In the season of the Durga Puja, which is usually celebrated in the month of August, the image of Durga is carried about seated on a throne. In Upper India, she is painted as yellow of complexion. In Bengal, she is represented as absolutely black, with 4 hands, seated on a tiger. In the temple of Kalighat, from which Calcutta derives its name, dripping skulls might be seen hanging from her neck. In one of the temples at Jaipuri, the goddess may be seen with her head twisted round. The tradition is that the lady turned her face in disgust when a goat was offered to her in sacrifice instead of a human being. End of footnote. From the 2 great epics, one of which tells the story of the war between the Pandus and the Kurus, and the other, the legend of the abduction of Sita by the king of Ceylon, we can form a fairly accurate idea of the popular creeds of the time. Both represent a developed society and considerable material progress combined with great moral decadence. Thus, long before the appearance of Gautama, the founder of Buddhism, religious worship among the masses of India had sunk into mere mechanical performance of sacrifices and oblations, at which the ability of the ministering priest, without whose services their observance was not permissible, to perform the quote-unquote God-compelling rites with the appropriate incantations, rather than the conduct or piety of the worshipper, supplied the test of merit. The revolt of Gautama and of Mahavira, Mahabir, represented the natural uprise of the Hindu mind against a selfish sacerdotalism. Both deny a creative principle and the existence of a supreme intelligence governing and regulating the universe. Both affirm the eventual annihilation of individual life. Both dwell on the merit of work in bringing about this blissful consummation. But whilst Jainism has hung onto the skirts of Brahmanism and is now practically a Brahmanical sect, Buddhism struck out boldly a new path for itself. It placed karma in the forefront of its scheme of salvation, and its great teacher tried to fulfill its claims in his own life. Its conception of the destiny of man after death was quite opposed to Brahmanical doctrines, and its occult mysticism soon passed into other creeds. But in the land of its birth, after a short but glorious existence, Buddhism met with a cruel fate, and the measure of punishment that was meted out to it by a triumphant Brahmanism is depicted on the temples of southern India. It must be admitted, however, that in its pristine garb, Buddhism did not possess the attractions Hinduism offered to its votaries. It never claimed to be a positive religion, and its quote-unquote rewards and sanctions, its promise of bliss in a future existence, its penalties for failure to perform duties in this life, were too shadowy to stir the heart of the masses. It had soon to abandon its contest with the outside world, or to arrive at a compromise with the religion it had tried to supplant. And it was not long before the religion that Buddha preached had to allow its lay votaries to substitute prayer wheels for pious work, or to take to tantrism to supplement its own barren efforts. Its failure under the most favorable circumstances in the land of its nativity sealed its fate as a rousing religious system, although in some of its mystical aspects it exercised considerable influence on the philosophies of Western Asia and Egypt. On the expulsion of Buddhism from India, Brahmanism regained its supremacy. The long shadow under which it had lived whilst the religion of Buddha dominated the country had brought no improvement to its spiritual conceptions, and the lifeless formalism against which Buddha had revolted was now re-established on a stronger foundation. The lives of men and women were under the restored Brahmanical regime regulated more closely than ever by a sacrificial cult which appealed to their senses, perhaps to their emotions, rather than to their spiritual instincts. Among the masses, religious worship became a daily round of meaningless ritual. For them, quote, the chief objects of worship were the priests, the manis, and, for form's sake, the Vedic gods. End quote. Fetishism, as a part of the aboriginal belief, was never eradicated from the Indian continent by philosophical Hinduism or by practical Buddhism. It now entered into the inner life of all castes. Trees, stones, and other natural objects, along with the idols in which the family gods, the household Penates, and the ancient divinities were symbolized, shared the adoration of the populace. The great code of Manu, of which Hinduism is justly proud, and which became in later centuries the model for the legal doctrines of other Eastern races, represents a legislation for a state of society where a great advance in material civilization was combined with the absolute domination of the priestly caste and an astonishing moral decadence among the masses. Like the priest, the king was now a divinity. In the 2nd century of the Christian era, whilst Manu's code was still held in reverence and treated as the final authority, its place was taken by the commentary of Yajnavalkya, the contemplative master. To him, caste was as iron-bound as to Manu, and the Sudra as impure as in early times. Female infanticide, as among the pagan Arabs, was common. There is no record when widow burning was first introduced, but it must have been common in the 7th century of the Christian era. To the widow, death, however terrible, must have been a welcome release, for unless she was the mother of children, her lot was one of dire misery. A woman was debarred from studying the Vedas or participating in the oblations to the manis or in the sacrifices to the deities. The wife's religion was to serve her lord. Her eternal happiness depended on the strict performance of that duty. And the faithful wife, who sacrificed herself on the funeral pyre of her dead spouse, found a niche in the hearts of all the votaries of Hinduism as one of the best and noblest of her sex, and often became herself the object of worship. Whilst thinking minds saw in the puerile practices of the religion a deeper meaning, whilst their souls floated far above the ceremonialism of the creed they professed, not one philosopher or priest viewed with horror the cruel immolations of the hapless widow, usually no more than a child. Religious associations, generally composed of both sexes and not always remarkable for austerity of life, had already sprung up, and numerous celibate brotherhoods worshipping different divinities had come into existence. They invariably congregated in monasteries into which women were admitted as lay members. Among them, as among the mendicant fraternities that were established about the same time, the professed celibacy was more nominal than real, honored in its breach rather than in its observance. Large numbers of the mendicant brotherhoods lived in comfort and ease in temples and mutts. Others, like the begging friars of the Middle Ages and the vulgar cynics of the Flavian period, wandered in search of merit from the doors of the devout. Their sole recommendation to the charity of the pious consisted in their matted locks, their unkempt beard, the ochre-colored shirt that hung over their shoulders, the ash-covered naked bodies, and the inevitable beggar's gourd and staff. As the divinities loved music and dancing, a large number of dancing girls were attached to the temples who were by no means vestal, and whose services were at the disposal of the ministrants of the cult. Women occupied a very inferior position in early Hindu legislation, and Manu's extreme denunciation of the sex can be compared only to the fanatical pronouncement of the Christian saint Tertullian. Women, says Manu, have impure appetites. They show weak flexibility and bad conduct. Day and night they must be kept in subjection. End quote. As regards the Sudras, he declared, almost in the words of the Pandects, that the Creator has made them slaves, and that a man belonging to that caste, even when he is emancipated by his master, cannot be free, for bondage being natural to him, who can deliver him from it? Such, in brief, was the religious and social condition among the people of one of the most gifted sections of the Aryan race at the time when the Prophet of Islam brought his message to the world. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction continued. Let us now turn to Persia, a country which, by its proximity to the birthplace of Islam and the powerful influence it has always exercised on Mohammedan thought, not to speak of the character and tone it communicated to Judaism and Christianity, deserves our earnest attention. Consolidated into a nation and with a new spiritual development, the Western Aryans soon burst their ancient bounds and spread themselves over the regions of modern Persia and Afghanistan. They appear to have conquered or destroyed most of the Hamitic and Kushite races inhabiting those tracts, and gradually reached the confines of the Caspian, where they found the more tenacious and hardy Turanians settled in Media and Susiana. Before, however, they had succeeded in subjugating the Turanians, they themselves fell under the yoke of a foreign invader, Kushite or Assyrian, more probably the latter, under whose iron sway they remained for a considerable time. Footnote: according to the Persian tradition, Zahak ruled over Iran for over 1,000 years, and this is supposed by several scholars to represent the exact period of Assyrian domination. The rise of the Faridun would, according to this view, be synchronous with the downfall of Nineveh. End footnote. With the expulsion of the foreigners commenced that conflict between Iran and Turan, which lasted with varying fortunes for centuries and ended with the partial subjugation of the Turanians in Media and Susiana. The frequent contact of the followers of Afrasiab and Kaikawus in the field and the whole exercised a lasting effect on the Persic faith. The extreme materialism of the Turanians did not fail to degrade the yet undeveloped idealism of their Iranian rivals and neighbors, who, whilst they succeeded in superimposing themselves on the ancient settlers of Media, had partially to incorporate Turanian worship with their own, and thus, whilst in Persia Ormuzd alone was adored and Ahriman held up to execration, in Media the good and the evil principle were both adored at the altars. Naturally, the Turanian population was more inclined to worship their ancient national god than the deity of their Aryan conquerors, and in the popular worship, Ahriman or Afrasiab took precedence of Ormuzd. The Assyrian Empire had fallen before a coalition, the first of its kind known in history, of the Medes and the Babylonians, but the religion of Ashur, from its long domination over many of the parts occupied by the Aryans, left an ineffaceable mark on the conceptions of the Zoroastrians. The complex system of celestial coordination and the idea prevalent among the Assyrians of a divine hierarchy engrafted itself on Zoroastrianism. Ormuzd was henceforth worshipped as a second Ashur, and the Persian symbol of the god of light, the all-beneficent power, became a winged warrior with bow and lifted hand enclosed in the world circle. Their symbol of growth also, the tree with the candelabra branches ending upwards in the pine cone, was converted into the Persian fir cone. Before the rise of Cyrus in Farsistan and his consolidating conquests, the symbolic worship in vogue among the early emigrants and settlers became degraded among the masses into pyrolatry, or took the form of Chaldeo-Assyrian Sabaism. The city of Ashur, which had ruled Western Asia up to the confines of India for nearly 1,000 years, and almost wrested from the pharaohs the empire of Egypt, the city of the mighty Sargon and the great Sennacherib, had fallen before the combined forces of the Babylonian and the Mede, never again to raise its head among the nations of the world. Babylon, which after its early rivalry with Nineveh had been reduced to a dependency of Assyria, became again the center of Asiatic civilization. She gathered up the arts and sciences of 1,000 years of growth, and the product of, quote, interfused races and religions, temples and priesthoods, quote, and supplied the connecting link between the inorganic faith of antiquity and the modern beliefs. Assyria had, with the civilization and literature of the early Akkadians, also borrowed much of their religion. Babylon, rising into more potent grandeur from the ashes of Nineveh, centered in herself the essence of the Assyrian and Chaldean cults. Under Nebuchadnezzar, the Empire of Babylonia attained the zenith of its power. Judea fell, and the flower of the nation was carried into captivity to lament by the waters of Babylon the downfall of the kingdom of Jehovah. The mighty conqueror penetrated into Arabia and overwhelmed and nearly destroyed the Ishmaelites. He smote the Tyrians and broke the power of the Egyptian pharaoh. In spite of the maledictions heaped upon her head by the Hebrew patriot, Babylon was by no means such a hard taskmaster as Egypt. The Israelites themselves bear testimony to the generosity of their treatment. Not until the Redeemer was nigh with his mighty hosts, marching to the conquest of the doomed city, did the children of Israel raise their voice against Babylon. Then burst forth the storm of imprecations, of predictions of woe, which displayed the characteristics of the race in its pristine savagery. Quote, "By the rivers of Babylon there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. O daughter of Babylon, happy shall be he who dashes thy little ones against the stones." End quote. Psalm 137. Under Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon was undisputably the center of all existing civilizations, and the influence wielded by her priesthood did not cease with the empire of Babylonia. The mark of the Babylonian conceptions is traced in unmistakable characters in both the Judaical and Christian systems. The long exile of the Jews among the Chaldean priesthood, the influence which some of the Hebrews obtained in the court of the Babylonian king, and the unavoidable interfusion of the two peoples tended to impart a new character to later Judaism. They were carried to Babylon in a state of semi-barbarism. They returned to Zion after their long probation in the land of exile, a new people, advanced in faith and doctrine, with larger aspirations and their political vision extended. With the conquest of Babylon begins a new era in religious development. Henceforth, the religion of dualism holds the empire of Asia. The grand toleration which Cyrus extended towards the Jews naturally led to his exaltation as, quote-unquote, the Messiah, the Redeemer, quote, the anointed Savior of the world, end quote. The captivity of the Hebraic tribes and their enforced settlement near the seat of Persian domination, and their subsequent intermixture under Cyrus with the Persians, most probably gave impetus to that religious reform among the Zoroastrians which occurred during the reign of Darius Hystaspes. There was mutual action and reaction. The Israelites impressed on renovated Zoroastrianism a deep and abiding conception of a divine personality overshadowing the universe. They received from the Iranians the notion of a celestial hierarchy and the idea of duality of principles in the creation of good and evil. Henceforth, it is not the Lord who puts a lying spirit into the mouth of evildoers. Satan, like Ahriman, from this time takes a prominent part in the religious and moral history of the Hebrews. The reign of Cyrus was one of conquest, hardly of organization. The reign of Darius was one of consolidation. Stern worshipper of Ormuzd, to whom he ascribes all his victories, he endeavored to purify the faith of Zoroaster of all its foreign excrescencies, to stamp out the magism of the Medes from its stronghold, and to leave Aryan Persia the dominant power of the civilized world. Nothing, however, could arrest the process of decay. Before 100 years had gone by, Zoroastrianism had imbibed to the full the evils which it had fought against in its infancy. The scourgers of idolatry, the uncompromising iconoclasts, who in their fiery zeal had slaughtered the Egyptian Apis and overturned its shrine, soon absorbed into the worship of Ormuzd, the Semitic gods of their subject states. The old Magian element worship was revived, and Artaxerxes Mnemnon, one of the immediate successors of Darius, introduced among the Zoroastrians the worship of that androgynous Mithra, the Persian counterpart of the Chaldean Mylitta or Anitis, with its concomitant phallic cult. The development of this Mithra cult into the gorgeous worship of the beautiful sun god is one of the marvels of history. The resplendent sun, ascending over the cleft mountains, chasing the bull into its lair and with its blood atoning human sins, is a conception which has left its ineffaceable mark on one of the dominant religions of the world. This worship of Mithra was carried by the Roman legionaries from the valley of the Euphrates to the furthest corners of Europe, and in the reign of Diocletian it became the state religion of Rome. Never was the condition of woman so bad, never was she held under greater subjection, a slave to the caprice of man, than under the Mago-Zoroastrians. The laws of Manu imposed certain rules of chastity, and the stringency of primitive exogamy exercised a restraining effect upon human passions. The Persian, in the relations of the sexes, recognized no law but that of his own will. He could marry his nearest kindred and divorce his wives at his pleasure. The system of female seclusion was not confined to the Persians alone. Among the Ionic Greek, women were confined within the gynaikonitis, often kept under lock and key, and never allowed to appear in public. But the Greek gynaikonomoi were not, until later times, mutilated specimens of humanity. In Persia, the custom of employing eunuchs to guard the women prevailed from the remotest antiquity. As in Greece, concubinage was a recognized social institution, and was interwoven with the foundations of society. The Persian, however, never allowed lewdness to be incorporated with the national worship. He worshipped no Aphrodite Pandemos, nor was Zoroastrian society tainted with that quote-unquote moral pestilence, the most degrading of all vices, which was universal in Greece, which spread itself afterwards in Rome, and was not even rooted out by Christianity. With the downfall of the Achaemenian Empire ended the vitality of Zoroastrianism as a motive power in the growth of the world. The swarms of conquerors who swept like whirlwinds over the face of Persia destroyed all social and moral life. The Macedonian conquest, with the motley hordes which followed on its footsteps, the influx of all the dregs of Lesser Asia, Cilicians, Tyrians, Pamphylians, Phrygians, and various others, half Greeks, half Asians, obeying no moral law, the hasty and reckless temper of the conqueror himself, all led to the debasement of the Zoroastrian faith. The Mobeds, the representatives of the national life, were placed under the ban of persecution by the foreigner, the aim of whose life was to Hellenize Asia. Alexander's career was splendidly meteoric. Shorn of the legends which have surrounded his life and turned it into an epopee, he stands before us a man of gigantic conceptions and masterly purposes, possessed of a towering ambition, a genius which overpowered all opposition, and a personality which enabled him to mold the minds of all around him according to his own will. He was a nature full of contradictions, a disciple of Aristotle who aimed at the Hellenization of Asia, with himself as the central figure in the adoration of the world. An associate of philosophers and wise men, his life was disgraced by excesses of a revolting type. Quote, "The sack of Tyre and the enslavement of its population, the massacres and executions in India and Bactria, the homicide of Clitus, the death warrants of Philotas and the faithful Parmenio, the burning of Persepolis and the conflagration of its splendid library at the instigation of a courtesan, are acts, says an apologist and an admirer, for which no historian has found a palliation. With the conquest of Alexander and the extinction of the Achaemenian dynasty, Zoroastrianism gave way to Hellenism and the worst traditions of Chaldean civilization. The extreme partiality of the hero of many legends towards Babylon and his anxious desire to resuscitate that city and make it the center of a mightier and more complete civilization led him to discourage all creeds and faiths, all organizations, religious or political, which militated with his one great desire. Under the Seleucidae, the process of denationalization went on apace. Antiochus Epiphanes, the cruel persecutor of the worshippers of Jehovah, won for himself from them as well as the Zoroastrians the unenviable designation of Ahriman. Even the rise of the Parthian power tended to accelerate the decline and ruin of Zoroastrianism. The Seleucidae ruled on the Tigris and the Orontes. The Parthians formed for themselves a kingdom in the middle portion of the Achaemenian Empire. The Greco-Bactrian dynasties were in possession of the eastern tracts, viz. Bactria and the northern part of Afghanistan. The state religion of the Seleucidae was a mixture of Chaldeo-Hellenism. The Jews and Zoroastrians were placed under the ban and ostracized. Under the Parthians, Mazdism, though not actually extinguished, was compelled to hide itself from the gaze of the rulers. In quiet and settled parts, Zoroastrianism became mixed with the old Sabaism of the Medes and the Chaldeans. Or were kept alive in its pristine character, it was confined to the hearts of some of the priests who had taken refuge in the inaccessible recesses of their country. But with Parthia enlarged into an empire, and the Parthian sovereigns aspiring to the title of Shahanshah, persecution gave way to toleration, and Mago-Zoroastrianism again raised its head among the religions of the world. And the rise of the Sassanids gave it another spell of power. The founder of the new empire placed the Mobeds at the head of the state, last sad representatives of a dying faith. Around them clustered the hopes of a renovated religious existence under the auspices of the Sassanid dynasty. How far the brilliant aspirations of Ardeshir Babekan, Artaxerxes Longimanus, the founder of the new empire, were realized is a matter of history. The political autonomy of Persia, its national life, was restored, but the social and religious life was lost beyond the power of rulers to revive. The teachings of yore lived perhaps in books, but in the hearts of the people they were as dead as old Kushtasp or Rustam. Under the Sassanids, the Zoroastrians attained the zenith of their power. For centuries they competed with Rome for the empire of Asia. Time after time they defeated her armies, sacked her cities, carried away her Caesars into captivity, and despoiled her subjects of their accumulated riches. But the fire of Zoroastrianism as a moral factor was extinct. It burnt upon the high altars of the temples, but it had died out from the heart of the nation. The worship of the true God has given place to a Chaldeo-Magian cult, and the fierce intolerance with which Ardeshir and his successors persecuted rival creeds failed to achieve its purpose. The Persian Empire, under the later Sassanids, only rivaled in the turmoil of its sects and the licentiousness of its sovereigns, in the degeneration of its aristocracy and the overweening pride of its priesthood, the empire of the Byzantines. The kings were gods. They were absolute masters over the person and property of their subjects, who possessed no rights and were virtual serfs. The climax of depravity was reached when Mazdak, in the beginning of the 6th century of the Christian era, preached the communism with which modern Europe has now become familiar and, quote, bade all men to be partners in riches and women, just as they are in fire, water, and grass. Private property was not to exist. Each man was to enjoy or endure the good and bad lots of this world. End quote. The lawfulness of marriages with sisters and other blood relations had already been recognized by Mago Zoroastrianism. The proclamation of this extreme communism revolted the better minds even among the Persians. The successor of Zoroaster, as Mazdak styled himself, was put to death, but his doctrines had taken root, and from Persia they spread over the West. All these evils betokened a complete depravity of moral life and foreshadowed the speedy extinction of the nation in its own iniquities. This doom, though staved off for a time by the personal character of Kesra Anushirvan, became inevitable after his death. But a master had already appeared, destined to change the whole aspect of the world. 11 centuries had passed over the Jews since their return from the Babylonian captivity, and witnessed many changes in their fortunes. The series of disasters which one after another had befallen the doomed nation of Moses had culminated in the wars of Titus and Hadrian. Pagan Rome had destroyed their temple and stamped out in fire and blood their existence as a nation. Christian Constantinople persecuted them with an equally relentless fury, but the misfortunes of the past had no lessons for them in the future. Their own sufferings at the hands of ruthless persecutors had failed to teach them the value of humanity and peace. The atrocious cruelties which they committed in the cities of Egypt, of Cyprus, and Cyrene, where they dwelt in treacherous harmony with the unsuspecting natives, take away all sense of pity for their future fate. The house of Israel was a total wreck. Its members were fugitives on the face of the earth, seeking shelter far and wide, but carrying everywhere their indomitable pride, their rebellious hardness of heart, denounced and reprehended by an endless succession of prophets. The Jews, in their safe retreats in foreign lands, reenacted the scenes of past times. The nation lived in hope, but the hope was mixed with rigid, uncompromising bigotry on one hand, and a voluptuous Epicureanism on the other. Jesus had come and gone, without producing any visible effect upon them. The child of his age, he was imbued with the messianic ideas floating in the atmosphere in which he lived and moved. The book of Daniel, written during one of the greatest travails of the nation, with its hopes and aspirations, could not but make a deep impression on the mind of the teacher mourning over the sight of his stricken people. The fierce intolerance of the zealots seated in their mountain homes, the lifeless ceremonialism of the Sadducees, the half-hearted liberalism of the Pharisees, the dreamy hopefulness of the Essenes, with one hand extended towards Alexandria and the other towards Buddhistic India, the preachings and denunciations of the wild dervish, whose life became a sacrifice to the depravity of the Herodian court, all appealed to the heart of Jesus. But the eagle's talons were clutched on the heart of Judea, and its legions crushed out all hope of a violent change. The quietism of Jesus and his earnest anticipation of a kingdom of heaven, to be ushered in by the direct instrumentality of God, were the outcome of his age. Among a nation of furious and relentless bigots, he had come as the messenger of universal brotherhood and love. In the midst of a proud and exclusive race, he trod the path of humility and meekness. Kind and gentle to his immediate followers, devoted to the cause of all, he left behind him the impress of an elevated, self-denying spirit. Among the powerful, the rich, and the ruling classes, he had roused only feelings of hatred, fear, and opposition. Among the poor, the despised, the ignorant, and the oppressed, the deep compassion of the great teacher had awakened sentiments of gratitude and love. One bright sunny morning he had entered the stronghold of Jewish fanaticism, full of hope in his ministry as the promised Messiah. Before a fortnight had run out, he was sacrificed to the vested interests of his day. Amidst the legends which surround his life, so much at least is clear. Born among the poor, his preachings were addressed to the poor. Deeply versed in the rabbinical lore, his short ministry was devoted almost exclusively to the humble denizens of the countryside, the poverty-stricken peasantry, and the fishermen of Galilee. His disciples were poor, ignorant folk. In spite of their credulous natures and the vivid, not to say weird, effect exercised on their imaginations by the untimely disappearance of the Master, they never regarded him as anything more than a man. It was not until Paul adopted the creed of him whose execution he had witnessed that the idea of an incarnate God or angel was introduced into Christianity. In spite of the promise attached to the, quote, effusion of the Holy Ghost, it was found necessary, says the historian of ecclesiasticism, that there should be some one defender of the gospel, who, versed in the learned arts, might be able to combat the Jewish doctors and the pagan philosophers with their own arms. For this purpose, Jesus himself, by an extraordinary voice from heaven, had called to his service a 13th apostle, whose name was Saul, afterwards Paul, and whose acquaintance both with Jewish and Grecian learning was very considerable. End quote. The Mago-Zoroastrian believed in an angel deliverer, in the Surush, who was to appear from the east, the Buddhist in an incarnate God born of a virgin. The Alexandrian mystic inculcated the doctrine of the Logos and the Demiurge. The esoteric conceptions regarding the birth, death, and resurrection of Osiris, the idea of the Isis Ceres, the Virgin Mother, quote, holding in her arms the newborn sun god Horus, end quote, were in vogue both in Egypt and Syria. And Paul the Pharisee and the scholar was deeply imbued with these half-mystical, half-philosophical notions of his time. A visionary and enthusiast by nature, not free from physical ailments as Strauss suggests, he who had never come in actual contact with the Master was easily inclined to attach to him the attributes of a divinity, of an angel incarnate. He infused into the simple teachings of Jesus the most mysterious principles of Neo-Pythagoreanism, with its doctrine of intelligences and its notion of the triad borrowed from the Far East. The jealousy between the home and the foreign, the Judaical and the anti-Judaical party, was shown in the curious, though well-known antipathy of the two apostles, Peter and Paul. The Ebionites most probably represented the beliefs of the original companions of the Prophet of Nazareth. He had conversed with them familiarly and, quote, in all the actions of rational and animal life, end quote, had appeared to them as of the same nature as themselves. They had marked him grow from infancy to youth, and from youth to manhood. They had seen him increase in stature and wisdom. Their belief was tempered by their knowledge of him as a man. The deprivation of ideas from this original faith, through various intermediate phases like those of the Dacites, the Marcionites, the Patripassians, and various others down to the decisions of the Council of Nice in 328, forms a continuous chain. Footnote: the Dacites believed Jesus to be a pure God. The Marcionites regarded him as a being, quote, most like unto God, even his Son Jesus Christ, clothed with a certain shadowy resemblance of a body, that he might thus be visible to mortal eyes." End quote. The Patripassians believed that the Father suffered with the Son on the cross. End of footnote. The prevalent belief in aeons and emanations predisposed all classes of people, especially those who had never beheld the prophet, observed his humanity, or noted his everyday life, to accept his divinity without any question. At the time Jesus began his preaching, the Empire of Rome stretched over more than half Europe and included almost the whole of northern Africa and a large part of Western Asia. This vast area, by an accident, became in the coming centuries the seed ground of Christianity and the battlefield of contending sects. Exactly a century before the Phrygian Cybele was brought to Rome, Ptolemy Soter, the most fortunate and probably the most far-sighted of Alexander's generals, had become master of Egypt. Footnote: the worship of Cybele has a very close analogy to the cult of the famous Hindu goddess Durga, or Kali. End of footnote. With the object of fusing the Egyptians and Greeks into a homogeneous nation by the unifying bond of a common religion, he conceived the design of establishing a worship in the practice of which the two peoples would join hands. The same idea occurred to Akbar some 2,000 years later. But where the great Akbar failed, Ptolemy succeeded, for all the conditions were in his favor. The Greeks worshipped Zeus, Demeter, and Apollo or Dionysus. The Egyptians Osiris, Isis, and Horus. The Trinitarian belief was common to both. The Egyptian faith revolved round the passion and resurrection of Horus, the sun, the Greek in the passion and resurrection of Dionysus. The Greek had his Eleusinian mysteries, with all the mystic rites of initiation and communion. The Egyptian Hierophant, the mysteries of Isis, with similar rites and similar significance. To neither it mattered under what names the gods were worshipped or the rituals were conducted. So long as the main idea was maintained, they were indifferent to mere names. Thus was born the great cult of the Serapeum. Serapis took the place of Zeus among the Greeks, of Osiris among the Egyptians. Isis, who became quote-unquote the Mater Dolorosa of the votaries of the Alexandrian cult, displaced Demeter, and Horus Hippocrates absorbed the adoration hitherto rendered to Dionysus. This deity does not seem, however, to have lost his hold among the inhabitants of the seaboard of Asia Minor, and the prevailing belief that a god had lived among mankind, had suffered and died and risen again, made easy in later centuries the spread of Christianity. The worship of Isis, whose glory had overshadowed the personality of her consort, was brought to Rome, it is said some 80 years before the birth of Jesus. It seized at once the fancy both of the populace and of the cultivated classes. Its gorgeous ritual, its tonsured, clean-shaven priests, the young acolytes in white carrying lighted tapers, the solemn processions in which nothing was wanting to stimulate the emotions, the passionate grief at the suffering and death of Osiris Horus, the frenzied joy at his resurrection, the mysteries with all their mystical meanings, the initiation, above all the promise of immortality, appealed vividly to a world whose old gods were mute, and which yearned for a closer touch with the eternal problem of the universe. It is not surprising that Isis took a strong hold on the heart of the Roman people. Although the worship of Isis, quote, the bestower on the wretched the sweet affection of a mother, quote, never lost its power on their emotions, the more virile cult of Mithra, the beautiful sun god, with all its mystic rites, its doctrine of atonement, its insistence on the direct touch of its God with humanity, was held in special favor among the Roman soldiers, and wherever the legionaries were quartered, they appear to have left the memorials of their worship. To form a just estimate of the superlative and exclusive claim advanced by Christianity to enroll under her banner and to dominate the conscience of all mankind, it is necessary to bear in mind the causes that helped in the diffusion of the Galilean faith before the accession of Constantine to the throne. The promise of the second advent of Jesus, with the immediate ushering in of the quote-unquote kingdom of God, when the poor would be exalted and Lazarus would take the place of Dives in the enjoyment of heavenly gifts, created among the humble folk a wild excitement. The fervent anticipations of the immediate disciples and followers of Jesus naturally communicated themselves to the neighboring peoples, and as the missionaries of the faith multiplied, they carried this vivid belief far and wide. The religion that held forth the promise of an early adjustment of inequalities and redress of wrongs and injustice received a ready acceptance among the masses. So strong a hold did the belief in the establishment of the kingdom of God with the second advent acquire among the populace that, although the fulfillment of the promise, which was assured to take place within the lifetime of the early disciples, receded as decades went by into dim futurity, the anticipations and hopes to which it gave birth did not lose their force until the final collapse of the Crusades. After 1,000 years, first of travail and later of success, the warriors of Christianity went forth to destroy the professors of another faith in the full belief that the second coming of their Lord was nigh. Besides this, there were other causes equally potent which helped the diffusion of Christianity in the shape it assumed after the death, or, according to Ebionite and Muslim belief, the disappearance of the Master. As already observed, among all the peoples of Asia Minor, Syria, and the Mediterranean littoral, excepting the Jews, the idea of a God who had died and risen again, and of a divine Trinity was universal. It was an essential part of the Serapian cult, and with the spread of Isis worship, every part of the Roman world was permeated by the Trinitarian conception. There was no difficulty arising from sentiment or religious predilection to the acceptance of the principal doctrines of post-Jesus Christianity. The philosophers at the same time, albeit unconsciously and without the intention of helping Christianity, even without any knowledge of its tenets, furthered its cause. Their speculations with regard to the nature of God and of a life after death undermined the faith of many thinking pagans in the mysteries of Isis and Mithra, and in the rites and practices of the old cults. And yet the hold of the Alexandrian divinities and of the sun god on the hearts of the cultivated classes, who looked askance at the revolutionary doctrines of the new cult, was so strong that for nearly 3 centuries the spread of Christianity was confined to the ignorant and uneducated. Not until the Christian Church had incorporated with its theology and ecclesiastical system many dogmas borrowed from its great and fascinating rivals, and almost all their rites and ceremonialism, and practices and institutions, did it make any headway among people of culture. And when these, under the stress of religious persecution or imperial pressure, began entering the fold, they brought with them all the elements that have gone to mold modern Christianity with its multitudinous sects. Relentless persecution lasting for centuries secured, however, in the early period of its growth, a certain uniformity of faith and doctrines. Among the masses, Isis worship was transformed into Mariolatry, and Mary, the mother of Jesus, became, instead of the Egyptian goddess, quote, the haven of peace and the altar of pity, end quote. Thenceforth she was worshipped, as she still is among the Latin races, as the Madre de Dios. Asceticism was a favored institution among the votaries of the Alexandrian divinities. It was practiced by the Pythagoreans and Orphics, who had derived much of their inspiration from the Hierophants of the Gangetic Delta, among whom it was a common practice. The Christian Church adopted and sanctified this institution for both sexes. From the simple immersion used by John the Baptist, baptism under the influence of the cult of Isis grew into a mystical and cumbrous rite. Communion took the place of initiation, and even the dogma connected with the mysteries of Isis regarding the change of wine into the blood of the mourned god was absorbed into the Christian system. In the tonsured, clean-shaven, pale-clad priests, the white-robed acolytes, in the gorgeous rituals, in the form of the sacraments in the periods of the fasts and festivals of the Christian Church, looking back through the vista of ages, one is forcibly reminded of the older cults, and the religions which Christianity displaced rise before us in all their pomp and pageantry. We seem to hear once more in the litanies of the Church the beautiful, touching hymns sung to the Alexandrian goddess, the Mater Dolorosa of the Western pagan world, by 1,000 white-robed boys and girls, and it requires but little effort of fancy to carry back the imagination from St. Peter's or St. Paul's to the Serapeum. The religion of Jesus, as taught by his chief disciples, had, besides these borrowed and adventitious recommendations, distinct and independent claims to draw to itself the homage of those who, in the welter of spiritual conceptions and religious beliefs, were groping in semi-darkness for a resting place where high and low, ignorant and educated, should stand on the same plane. In its higher phases, it appealed to the nobler instincts of mankind, if not more forcibly than the Isaic or Mithraic creeds, certainly with greater assurance. Its promise of life after death was less veiled in mysteries. Its doctrines were more positive and concrete than the abstract speculations of the philosophers. It brought solace and comfort to the downtrodden and held forth a promise, not yet fulfilled, of equality and brotherhood among mankind, with an assured trust in future salvation to rich and poor alike among those who accepted its doctrines. Whilst the dogmaticism of its preachers, often assisted by secular force, silenced questioning minds, it satisfied the yearnings of those who, turning from the mysticism of the older cults, or fleeing from the hidden indecencies associated with nature worship, hungered for an assurance that the existence on earth was but part of a larger life. The whole of the Western pagan world was, in short, in an expectant mood, waiting for a positive and direct revelation, and all the teachings of the past had attuned its mind to the reception of a call. The Galilean faith seized the opportunity, and after appropriating and absorbing the ritual and doctrinal legacies left by its quote-unquote forerunners and rivals, gradually monopolized the homage of the peoples who had been subjected by Rome. Whether this adaptation of the simple teachings of Jesus to make them more readily acceptable was a development or the reverse must remain for the present unanswered. But the charge that the Muslims make against his followers that they corrupted his faith can hardly be said to be altogether unwarranted. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction continued. The early cessation of the ministry of Jesus and the absence of any organic teaching, whilst it allowed a freer scope to imagination, perhaps a freer latitude of faith and practice, as shown in the lives of even the early Christians, furnished an open ground for contending factions to dispute not only about doctrines and discipline, but also as to the nature of their teacher. The expulsion of the Jews and the Christians from Jerusalem, which abounded in so many traditions relating to Jesus as a man, the intermixture of his followers with the non-Judaic people who surrounded them on all sides, and among whom the Neo-Pythagorean or Platonic ideas as to the government of the universe were more or less prevalent, the very vagueness which surrounded the figure of Jesus in the conception of his followers, soon gave birth to an infinite variety of doctrines and sects. And age after age, everything human, everything not purely ideal, was smoothed away from the adored image of an incarnate God. The essentially pathetic history of Jesus was converted into a fairy tale, and his life so surrounded with myths that it is now impossible for us to know what he really was and did. The fantastic shapes assumed by Christianity in the centuries which preceded the advent of Muhammad are alike interesting and instructive. The Gnostic doctrines, which were wholly in conflict with the notions of the Judaic Christians, are supposed to have been promulgated towards the end of the 1st century, almost simultaneously with the capture and destruction of Jerusalem by Hadrian. Cerinthus, the most prominent of the Gnostic teachers of this century, inculcated among his followers the dual worship of the Father and the Son, whom he supposed to be totally distinct from the man, Jesus, quote, the creator of the world, end quote. The narrowness of Pauline Christianity and its futile endeavors to reconcile its doctrines with the philosophy of the Alexandrian schools gave birth about the same time to the Neoplatonic eclecticism of Ammonius Saccas, adopted afterwards by Origen and other leading Christians. This versatile writer, whose impress is visible in the writings of almost all the prominent thinkers of Christendom in the earlier centuries, endeavored to bring about a general concordance among all the existing creeds and sects. In some respects, Ammonius was the prototype of Mani, or Manes, and was undoubtedly above the level of his contemporaries. He succeeded in forming a school, but his teachings never regulated the morals or influenced the faith of a community. The 2nd century of the Christian era was ushered in strife and disorder. Divisions and heresies were rife throughout the Christian Church. Gnosticism was in great force and left its character indelibly impressed on Christianity. Some of the sects which came into prominence in this century deserve a passing notice, as they show not only the evils which flowed from the teachings of the Church, but also the influence exercised upon Christianity by Zoroastrianism, Neo-Pythagoreanism, and the ancient Sabaeism of the Chaldeans. The Marcionites, who were perhaps the most important of the early Gnostics, believed in the existence of two principles, the one perfectly good and the other perfectly evil. Between these there existed the demiurge, an intermediate kind of deity, neither perfectly good nor perfectly evil, but of a mixed nature, who administered rewards and inflicted punishments. The demiurge was, according to the Marcionite doctrines, the creator of this inferior world, and engaged in perpetual conflict with the principle of evil, marked the impress of Zoroastrian ideas. the supreme principle in order to terminate this warfare and to deliver from their bondage the human souls, whose origin is celestial and divine, sent to the Jews, quote, a being most like unto himself, even his Son, Jesus Christ, end quote, clothed with a certain shadowy resemblance of a body, that thus he might be visible to mortal eyes. The commission to this celestial messenger was to destroy the empire, both of the evil principle and of the author of this world, and to bring back wandering souls to God. Quote, on this account he was attacked with inexpressible violence and fury by the principle of evil, end quote, and by the demiurge, but without effect, since having a body only in appearance, he was thereby rendered incapable of suffering. The Valentinians, whose influence was more lasting, taught that, quote, the supreme God permitted Jesus, his Son, to descend from the upper regions to purge mankind of all the evils unto which they had fallen, clothed not with a real but with a celestial and aerial body, end quote. The Valentinians believed Jesus to be an emanation from the divine essence come upon earth to destroy the dominion of the Prince of Darkness. The Ophites, who flourished in Egypt, entertained the same notions as the other Egyptian Gnostics concerning the eons, the eternity of matter, the creation of the world in opposition to the will of God, the tyranny of the demiurge, and, quote, the divine Christ united to the man Jesus in order to destroy the empire of this usurper, end quote. They also maintained that the serpent by which Adam and Eve were deceived was either Christ himself or Sophia disguised as a serpent. Whilst the Gnostic creeds were springing into existence under the influence of Chaldean philosophy, the Greeks on their side endeavored to bring about a certain harmony between the Pauline doctrine concerning, quote, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, and the two natures united in Christ, end quote, and their own philosophical views as to the government of the world. Praxeas was the first of these sophistical preachers of Christianity, and he set the ball rolling by denying any real distinction between the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and maintained that the Father was so intimately united with the man Christ, his Son, that he suffered with him the anguish of an afflicted life and the torments of an ignominious death. These sects, says Mosheim, were the offspring of philosophy. A worse evil was to befall the Christian Church in the person of Montanus, a native of Phrygia, end quote. This man, who disdained all knowledge and learning, proclaimed himself the Paraclete promised by Jesus. He soon succeeded in attaching to himself a large body of followers, the most famous of whom were Priscilla and Maximilla, the prophetesses, quote, ladies more remarkable for their opulence than for their virtue, end quote. They turned northern Asia into a slaughterhouse, and by their insensate fury inflicted terrible sufferings on the human race. Whilst the Marcionites, Valentinians, Montanists, and the other Gnostic sects were endeavoring to spread their doctrines throughout the Empire of Rome, there arose in Persia a man whose individuality has impressed itself in ineffaceable characters on the philosophy of the two continents. Mani was, to all accounts, the most perfect embodiment of the culture of his age. He was an astronomer, a physicist, a musician, and an artist of eminence. The stories relating to his art gallery have passed into a proverb. Thoroughly acquainted with the Jewish Kabbalah and the teachings of the Gnostic masters, imbued with the ancient philosophy and mysticism of the East, a Magi by birth and Christian by education, he rose in revolt against the jarring discord which surrounded him on all sides, and set himself to the task of creating, from the chaos of beliefs, an eclectic faith which would satisfy all demands, the aspirations of all hearts. The audacity with which Mani applied himself to undermine the current faiths by an outward profession, joined to a subtle criticism which destroyed all foundations of belief in the neophyte, a process afterwards imitated by his congeners, the Ismailias, and his assertion, like the Batanis, of an esoteric insight into all religious doctrines, armed against him every creed and sect. And naturally, wherever he or his disciples appeared, they were persecuted with unparalleled ferocity. The doctrine of Mani was a fantastic mixture of the tenets of Christianity with the ancient philosophy of the Persians and the Chaldeans. According to him, matter and mind are engaged in perpetual strife with each other. In the course of this conflict, human beings were created by the principle of matter, endowed with two natures, one divine, the other material, the former being a part of the light or spirit which had been filched from heaven. In order to release the struggling divine soul from the prison in which it was confined, the Supreme God sent from the solar regions an entity created from his own substance, which was called Christ. Christ, accordingly, appeared among the Jews clothed with the shadowy form of a human body, and during his ministry taught mortals how to disengage the rational soul from the corrupt body, to conquer the violence of malignant matter. The Prince of Darkness having incited the Jews to put him to death, he was apparently, but not in reality, crucified. On the contrary, having fulfilled his mission, he returned to his throne in the sun. The Manichaean Christ thus could neither eat, drink, suffer, nor die. He was not even an incarnate God, but an illusory phantasm, quote, the all-pervading light element imprisoned in nature, striving to escape matter without assuming its forms, end quote. However blasphemous and irrational these doctrines may seem, they appear hardly more so to Muslims than the doctrine of transubstantiation, the changing of the Eucharistic elements into the actual flesh and blood of the deity. Manis divided his disciples into two classes, one the quote-unquote elect, and the other the quote-unquote hearers. The elect were compelled to submit to rigorous abstinence from all animal food and intoxicating drink, to abjure wedlock and all gratification of the senses. The discipline appointed for the hearers was of a milder kind. They were allowed to possess houses, lands, and wealth, to feed upon flesh, to enter into the bonds of conjugal relationship. But this liberty was granted them with many limitations, and under the strictest conditions of moderation and temperance. Manis or Mani was put to death by Bahram Ghor, but his doctrines passed into Christianity and were visible in all the struggles which rent the Church in later times. About the middle of the 3rd century arose the sect of the Sabellians, which marked a new departure in the religion of Jesus. They regarded Jesus as only a man, and believed that a certain energy proceeding from the Supreme Father had united itself with the man Jesus, thus constituting him the Son of God. This peculiar doctrine, which Gibbon regards as an approach to Unitarianism, was the cause of serious disorders in the Christian Church, and led to the promulgation in the early part of the 4th century by Origen of the doctrine of 3 distinct personalities in the Godhead. Tritheism was only a modification of the ancient paganism suited to the character of the people who had adopted the creed of Jesus. Polytheism was ingrained in their nature, and tritheism was a compromise between the teachings of Jesus and the ancient worship of a number of personalities. In the course of time, tritheism merged into the doctrine of the Trinity, but not before it had given birth to the most philosophic sect of Christianity. The rise of Arianism is due principally to the revolt of the human intellect from the irrational teachings of the Church. In Alexandria, which was at that time the most fanatical of Christian cities, Arius had the boldness to preach, in opposition to his own bishop, that Christ was not of the same essence with God. Arianism soon spread itself in Egypt and northern Africa, and in spite of violent and frequent persecution, kept its hold on these parts as well as Spain until his followers were taken into the fold of Islam. Footnote: in the latter part of the 16th century of the Christian era, Satsianus of Siena in Italy revived and amplified the doctrine of Arius. The Unitarians of the present day are the direct spiritual descendants of the Socinians, who denied the divinity of Jesus. They also repudiated the doctrine of original sin and atonement. To them, God alone was the object of adoration. End of footnote. The troubles generated by the schism of Arius induced Constantine in AC 325 to assemble the Council of Nice in Bithynia. In this general council, after many violent efforts on both sides, the doctrine of Arius was condemned and, quote, Christ was declared consubstantial with the Father, end quote. Whatever may have been the condition of the Christian Church before, henceforth its history presents a constant and deplorable record of trouble and violence, of internecine strife and wrangling, of fearful and cruel persecutions, of bitter hatred, and a perpetual endeavor to crush out reason and justice from the minds of men. The vices of the regular clergy assumed monstrous proportions, and the luxury, arrogance, and voluptuousness of the sacerdotal order became the subject of complaint on all sides. The asceticism of the early times had given place to monasticism, and the licentiousness of the monks became a byword. They were the free lance of the Church, always foremost in fomenting tumults and seditions, and the streets of Constantinople, Alexandria, and Rome frequently ran with blood in consequence of their unruliness and turbulence. The disputes of Nestorius with Cyril, the murderer of Hypatia, forms a prominent chapter in the history of Christianity. The Second Council of Ephesus was convoked partly with the object of conciliating the various parties which had sprung up in the Church. But, quote, the despotism of the Alexandrian Patriarch, says Gibbon, again oppressed the freedom of debate. The heresy of the two natures was formally condemned. May those who divide Christ be divided with the sword. May they be hewn in pieces. May they be burned alive, were the charitable wishes of a Christian synod. End quote. At the Council of Chalcedon, which was convened at the instance of the Bishop of Rome, the doctrine of the incarnation of Christ in one person but in two natures was definitely settled. The Monophysites and Nestorians, revolting from the doctrine of incarnation, endeavored to make a stand against the decree of Chalcedon, but they succumbed under the furious onslaught of the Orthodox, who had succeeded in solving the mystery of their teacher's nature. Jerusalem was occupied by an army of monks. In the name of one incarnate nature, they pillaged, they murdered. The sepulchre of Christ was defiled with blood. The Alexandrian Christians who had murdered a woman did not hesitate to massacre their patriarch in the baptistry, committing his mangled corpse to the flames and his ashes to the wind. About the middle of the 6th century, the drooping fortunes of the Monophysites revived under the guidance of one of their leaders, Jacob, Bishop of Edessa. Under him and his successor, they acquired overwhelming predominance in the Eastern Empire, and by their unrelenting persecution of the Nestorians and their bitter quarrels with the Orthodox or the Chalcedonians, plunged the Christian Church into internecine warfare and bloodshed. To a non-Christian, the doctrines of the Monophysites, who taught that, quote, the divine and human nature of Christ were so founded as to form only one nature, yet without any change, confusion, or mixture of the two natures, end quote, seem to be in no way different from those laid down by the Council of Chalcedon. Yet this distinction without a difference was the cause of untold misery to a large number of the human race. At last, in 630 AC, Heraclius tried to allay the disorders by starting a new sect, that of the Monothelites, whose doctrines were no less monstrous and fantastical. The Monothelites maintained that, quote, Christ was both perfect God and perfect man, and that in him were two distinct natures, so united as to cause no mixture or confusion, but to form by their union only one person, end quote. Instead, however, of bringing peace into the bosom of the Church of Jesus, the rise of this sect intensified the evil, and Western Asia, Northern Africa, and various parts of Europe continued to be the scene of massacres and murders and every kind of outrage in the name of Christ. Such was the religious condition of Christendom during the centuries which preceded the advent of Islam. With the apparent conversion of Constantine, Christianity became the dominant power in the Roman Empire. The fate of paganism was sealed. Its downfall, though staved off for a time by the greatest and most sincere of the Roman emperors, had become inevitable. After the extinction of paganism, says Gibbon, the Christians, in peace and piety, might have enjoyed their solitary triumph. But the principle of discord was alive in their bosom, and they were more solicitous to explore the nature than to practice the laws of their founder. End quote. Footnote: the Emperor Julian, the so-called apostate, is reported to have said, "No wild beasts are so hostile to man as Christian sects in general are to one another." End of footnote. The whole of Christian Europe was immersed in absolute darkness, and the Church of Jesus was rent with schisms and heresies. The religious conception of the masses had not advanced beyond the pagan stage. The souls of the dead were worshipped in numbers, and the images of those who were honored in life were objects of adoration. Relic and saint worship had become universal. Christianity had reverted to heathenism. The social and political condition of the nations subject to the sway of Christianity was equally deplorable. Liberty of thought and freedom of judgment were crushed out from among mankind, and the reign of Christ was celebrated by the sacrifice of heretics who ventured to differ from any idea which predominated for the time. In the streets of Alexandria, before the eyes of the civilized world, the noblest woman of antiquity was slaughtered with nameless horrors by a Christian who bears the title of saint in the annals of Christendom, and who in modern times has found an apologist. The eloquent pages of Draper furnish a vivid account of the atrocious crime which will always remain one of the greatest blots on Christianity. A beautiful, wise, and virtuous woman, whose lecture room was full to overflowing with the wealth and fashion of Alexandria, was attacked as she was coming out of her academy by a mob of the zealous professors of Christianity. Amidst the fearful yelling of those defenders of the faith, she was dragged from her chariot and in the public street stripped naked. Paralyzed with fear, she was haled into an adjoining church and there killed by the club of a quote-unquote saint. The poor naked corpse was outraged and then dismembered. But the diabolical crime was not completed until they had scraped the flesh from the bones with oyster shells and cast the remnants into the fire. Christendom honored with canonization the fiend who instigated this terrible and revolting atrocity, and the blood of martyred Hypatia was avenged only by the sword of Amru. Footnote: Amru ibn al-Asi, or As, of Arabian history. End of footnote. The condition of Constantinople under Justinian, the Christian and the glorified legislator, is the best index to the demoralized and degraded state of society all over Christendom. Public or private virtue had no recognition in the social conceptions. A harlot sat on the throne of the Caesars and shared with the emperor the honors of the state. Theodora had publicly plied her trade in the city of Constantine, and her name was a byword among its dissolute inhabitants. And now she was adored as a queen in the same city by grave magistrates, orthodox bishops, victorious generals, and captive monarchs. The empire was disgraced by her cruelties, which recognized no religious or moral restraint. Seditions, outbreaks, and sanguinary tumults, in which the priesthood always took the most prominent part, were the order of the day. On these occasions every law, human or divine, was trampled underfoot. Churches and altars were polluted by atrocious murders. No place was safe or sacred from depredations. The bonds of society were rent asunder, and revolting outrages were perpetrated in broad daylight. Nothing, however, can equal the horrors which were inflicted upon this unholy city during the Nika riots of the 5th year of Justinian's reign. The horrible anarchy of the circus, with its incessant bloodshed and sensuality, stimulated to its worst excesses by the support and encouragement which the imperial champions of orthodoxy extended to the most barbarous of the factions, was unparalleled in any heathen land. As compared with Constantinople at this period, Persia was a country of order and law. Humanity revolts from the accounts of the crimes which sully the annals of Christian Constantinople. Whilst the Prophet of Islam was yet an infant, one of the most virtuous emperors who ever ascended the throne of Byzantium was massacred, with his children and wife, with fearful tortures at the instance of a Christian monarch. The emperor was dragged from his sanctuary, and his 5 sons were successively murdered before his eyes. And this tragic scene closed with the execution of the emperor himself. The empress and her daughters were subjected to nameless cruelties and then beheaded on the very ground which had been stained with the blood of the poor Emperor Maurice. The ruthless treatment meted out to the friends, companions, and partisans of the imperial victim serves as an index to the morality of the Byzantine Christians. Their eyes were pierced, their tongues were torn from the root, their hands and feet were amputated. Some expired under the lash, others in the flames, others again were transfixed with arrows. A simple, speedy death, says Gibbon, was a mercy which they could rarely obtain. End quote. The Byzantine Empire, slowly bleeding unto death, torn by political and religious factions, distracted with theological wranglings, and, quote, crazed by an insane desire to enforce uniformity of religious belief, end quote, offered a wretched spectacle of assassinations, dissoluteness, and brutality. Footnote: Milman thus describes the Christianity of those days. The Bishop of Constantinople was the passive victim, the humble slave, or the factious adversary of the Byzantine Emperor, rarely exercised a lofty moral control upon his despotism. The lower clergy, whatever their more secret, beneficent, or sanctifying workings on society, had sufficient power, wealth, and rank to tempt ambition or to degrade to intrigue, not enough to command the public mind for any great salutary purpose, to repress the inveterate immorality of an effete age, to reconcile jarring interests, to mold together hostile races. In general, they ruled, when they did rule, by the superstitious fears rather than by the reverence and attachment of a grateful people. They sank downward into the common ignorance and yielded to the worst barbarism, a worn-out civilization. Monasticism withdrew a great number of those who might have been energetic and useful citizens into barren seclusion and religious indolence. But except when the monks formed themselves, as they frequently did, into fierce political or polemic factions, they had little effect on the conditions of society. They stood aloof from the world, the anchorites in their desert wildernesses, the monks in their jealousy-barred convents, and secure, as they supposed, of their own salvation, left the rest of mankind to inevitable perdition. End of footnote. The countries included in Asiatic Turkey westward of the Euphrates, devastated alternately by the Parthians and the Romans, and then by the Persians and the Byzantines, presented a picture of utter hopelessness. The moral misery of the people was surpassed by their material ruin. The followers of Jesus, instead of alleviating, intensified the evil. Mago-Zoroastrianism combating with a degraded Christianity in Mesopotamia, the Nestorians engaged in deadly conflict with the Orthodox party, the earlier contests of Montanus and the prophetesses had converted Western Asia into a wilderness of despair and desolation. The whirlwinds of conquest which had passed over Africa, the massacres, the murders, the lawlessness of the professors and teachers of the Christian religion had destroyed every spark of moral life in Egypt and in the African provinces of the decaying empire. In Europe, the condition of the people was, if possible, still more miserable. In the open day, in the presence of the ministers of religion and the people, Narses, the benefactor of his country, was burnt alive in the marketplace of Constantinople. In the streets of Rome, under the eyes of the exarch, the partisans of rival bishops waged war and deluged churches with the blood of Christians. Spain exhibited a heart-rending scene of anarchy and ruin. The rich, the privileged few, who held the principal magistracies of the province under the emperors, or who were dignified with the title of magistrates, were exempt from all burdens. They lived in extreme luxury in beautiful villas, surrounded by slaves of both sexes, spending their time in the baths, which were so many haunts of immorality, or at the gaming table when not engaged in eating and drinking. The sight of this luxury and opulence offered a terrible contrast to the miseries of the masses. The middle class, the free population of the cities and the villages, were ground to the earth by the tyranny of the Romans. Agrarian slavery had disappeared. Its place was taken by the colonists, occupying an intermediate position between freedom and slavery. They were in some respects happier than the slaves. They could contract valid marriages. They obtained a limited share of the produce of the lands they cultivated, and their patrons could not take their goods and chattels from them. But in all other respects they were the slaves of the soil. Their personal services were at the disposal of the state. They were liable to corporal chastisement like the domestic slaves. Footnote: 300 lashes was the usual allowance for trivial faults. End of footnote. Slaves not of an individual, but of the soil, they remained attached to the lands they cultivated by an indissoluble and hereditary tie. The condition of the slaves, who formed the bulk of the population, was miserable beyond description. They were treated with pitiless cruelty, worse than cattle. The invasion of the barbarians brought with it a dire punishment upon the ill-fated land. In their wake followed desolation, terrible and absolute. They ravaged, they massacred, they reduced into slavery the women, children, and the clergy. A vast number of Jews were settled in the peninsula for centuries. The terrible persecutions which they suffered at the hands of the ecclesiastics in the reign of the Visigoth Sisebut in the year 616 AC lasted until Islam brought emancipation to the wretched victims of ignorance and fanaticism. It was Islam which rendered possible for Judaism to produce such men as Maimonides or Ibn Jibril. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction continued. Let us now turn to Arabia, that land of mystery and romance, which has hitherto lain enwrapped in silence and solitude, isolated from the great nations of the world, unaffected by their wars or their polity. The armies of the Khosrows and the Caesars had for centuries marched and remarched by her frontiers without disturbing her sleep of ages. And though the mutterings of the distant thunder, which so frequently rolled across the dominions of the Byzantine and the Persian, often reached her ears, they failed to rouse her from her slumber. Her turn, however, was come, and she found her voice in that of the noblest of her sons. The chain of mountains which, descending from Palestine towards the Isthmus of Suez, runs almost parallel to the Red Sea, down to the southern extremity of the Arabian Peninsula, is designated in the Arabic language Hijaz, or barrier, and gives its name to all the country it traverses until it reaches the province of Yemen. At times the mountains run close to the sea. At times they draw far away from the coast, leaving long stretches of lowland, barren, desolate, and inhospitable, with occasional green valleys and rich oases formed in the track of the periodical rain torrents. Beyond this range and eastward stretches the steppe of Najd, the quote-unquote highland of Arabia, a vast plateau with deserts, mountain gorges, and here and there green plantations refreshing to the eye. In Hijaz, the barrier land, lie the holy cities Mecca and Medina, the birthplace and cradle of Islam. This vast region is divided into 4 tolerably well-defined countries. First, to the north lies Arabia Petria, including the countries of the ancient Edomites and the Midianites. Then comes Hijaz proper, containing the famous city of Yathrib, known afterwards in history as the city of the Prophet, Medinatun Nabi, or Medina. South of Hijaz proper lies the province of Tihama, where are situated Mecca and the port of Jeddah, the landing place of the pilgrims of Islam. The fourth and the southernmost part is called Asir, bordering on Yemen. Yemen, properly so called, is the country forming the southwestern extremity of the Arabian Peninsula, bounded on the west by the Red Sea, on the south by the Indian Ocean, on the north by Hijaz, and on the east by Hadramaut. The name of Yemen is often applied to southern Arabia generally. It then includes, besides Yemen proper, Hadramaut and the district of Mahra to the east of Hadramaut. Beyond Mahra, at the southeast corner of the peninsula, is Amman, and to the north of this is El-Bahrain, or El-Aqsa, on the Persian Gulf. This latter country is also called Hijr, from the name of its principal province. Najd, the highland, is the large plateau which, commencing westward on the eastern side of the mountains of Hijaz, occupies the whole of central Arabia. That portion of Najd which borders on Yemen is called the Najd of Yemen, and the northern part simply Najd. These 2 divisions are separated by a mountainous province called Yemama, famous in the history of Islam. North of Najd stretches the Syrian desert, not really a part of Arabia, but where the Arab tribes now roam, free and wild, leading a nomadic life like their ancient Aramean predecessors. Northeast are the deserts of Iraq, Barriyat ul-Iraq, bordering the fertile territory of Chaldea on the right bank of the Euphrates and separating it from the cultivated portions of Arabia. Eastward, Najd is separated from Al-Aqsa by one of those strips of desert called Nafut by the Arabs. Towards the south lies the vast desert of Dakhna. It separates Najd from Hazramaut and Mahra. This vast region, which embraces an area twice the size of France in the height of its power, was then as now inhabited by two different types of people, quote-unquote, the people of the town and the dwellers of the desert. The virtues and the defects of the Badawi, his devotion to his clan, his quixotic sense of honor, with his recklessness and thirst for revenge, and his disregard for human life, have been portrayed in vivid and sympathetic colors by eminent writers like Burton and Poole. But whatever the difference between the Bedouin and the citizen, the Arab is peculiarly the child of the desert. His passionate love of freedom and his spiritual exaltation are the outcome of the free air which he breathes and of the wide expanse which he treads, conscious of his own dignity and independence. In spite of the annual gatherings at Mecca and Ukaz, the tribes and nationalities which inhabited the soil of Arabia were far from homogeneous. Each was more or less distinct from the other in development and religion. This diversity was mainly due to the diversity of their origin. Various races had peopled the peninsula at various times. Many of them had passed away, but their misdeeds and their prowess were fresh in the memory of successive generations, and these traditions formed the history of the nation. The Arabs themselves divide the races who have peopled the peninsula into three grand subdivisions, viz. 1. The Arab ul-Ba'ida, the extinct Arabs, under which are included the Hamitic colonies, Cushites, which preceded the Semites in the work of colonization, as also the Aramean population of Syria, Phoenicia, and other parts. 2. The Arab ul-Ariba, or Muta'ariba, original Arabs, true Semites, whom tradition represents to be descended from Kahtan or Yoktan, and who, in their progress towards the south, destroyed the aboriginal settlers. The Yaktanite Arabs, nomads by nature, superimposed themselves in those countries on the primitive inhabitants, the Hamitic astral worshippers. Their original cradle was the region whence also came the Abrahamites, and is precisely indicated by the significant names of two of the direct ancestors of Yoktan, Arphaxad, quote-unquote, border of the Chaldean, and Eber, quote-unquote, the man from beyond the river, in reference to Babylon, or the district now called Iraq Arabi, on the right bank of Euphrates. 3. The Arab al-Musta'ariba, or quote-unquote naturalized Arabs, Abrahamitic Semites who either as peaceful immigrants or as military colonists introduced themselves into the peninsula, and who intermarried and settled among the Yaktanite Arabs. These three names, Ariba, Muta'ariba, and Musta'ariba, are derived from the same root, and by the modification of their grammatical form indicate the periods when these races were naturalized in the country. Footnote. Cossin de Perceval regards the Ba'ida as the same as Ariba, and puts the Muta'ariba as forming the second group. In the following pages I adopt his classification. End of footnote. Among the Arab ul-Ariba, the races which require special mention in connection with the history of Islam are the Bani Ad, the Amalika, the Bani Thamud, and Bani Jadis. The Thamudians and Jadisites of Diodorus Siculus and Ptolemy. Footnote: the Adites are said to have been overwhelmed, conquered, and destroyed by the Yoktanite Arabs. The Thamudites, quote, that strange race of troglodytes, and quote, by the Assyrians under Kedorlaomer, Khuzar al-Ahmar, and a footnote. The Bani Ad, Hamitic in their origin, were the first settlers and colonists in the peninsula, and they were established principally in that region of Central Arabia, which is called by Arab historians and geographers the Ahsaf ur-Ramal, contiguous to Yemen, Hadramaut, and Oman. They appeared during one period of their existence to have formed a powerful and conquering nation. One of the sovereigns of this race, Shaddad, whose name is preserved in the Quran, seems to have extended his power even beyond the confines of the Arabian Peninsula. He is said to have conquered Iraq and even approached the borders of India. This tradition probably points to the invasion of Babylonia or Chaldea by the Arabs more than 2,000 years before Christ, and possibly might be referred to the same event, which in Persian traditions is called the invasion of Zahak. The same Shaddad, or one of his successors bearing the same name, carried his arms into Egypt and farther west. This invasion of Egypt by the Arabs has been identified with the eruption of Hyksos into that country, and the way in which the nomadic invaders were ultimately driven out of Africa by a combination of the princes of the Thebaid, with the assistance of their Ethiopian or Kushite neighbors towards the south, gives some degree of corroboration to the theory. The bulk of the Adites are said to have been destroyed by a great drought which afflicted their country. A small remnant escaped and formed the second Adite nation, which attained considerable prosperity in Yemen. These later Adites, however, were engulfed in the Yoktanite wave. The Bani Amalika, supposed by Lenormand to be of Aramean origin, who are undoubtedly the same as the Amalekites of the Jewish and Christian scriptures, the Shashu of the Egyptian monuments, expelled from Babylonia by the early Assyrian sovereigns, entered Arabia and gradually spread themselves in Yemen and Hijaz, as well as Palestine and Syria. They appear to have penetrated into Egypt and gave her several of her pharaohs. The Amalika of Hijaz were either destroyed or driven out by the Bani Jurhum, a branch of the Bani Kahtan, who had originally settled in the south and subsequently moving northwards overwhelmed the Amalika. The Bani Thamud, who like the Bani Ad were Kushite or Hamitic, inhabited the borders of Edom and afterwards the country named Hijr, situated to the east of Arabia Petria and between Hijaz and Syria. These people were troglodytes and lived in houses carved in the side of rocks. Sir Henry Layard, in his early travels, has described the ruins of these rocky habitations, and one can fix the exact location of the Thamudites by comparing the Arabian traditions with the accounts of modern travelers and the results of recent discoveries. As the quote-unquote indispensable middleman of the commerce between Syria and Najd or Hijaz, the Thamudites attained a high degree of prosperity. They were ultimately in great part exterminated by Kedorlaomer, Khuzar al-Ahmar, the great Elamite conqueror, in the course of his victorious campaigns in Syria and Arabia. The terrible fate which overtook these ancient cave-dwellers, who in their solid habitations considered themselves safe from divine wrath, is often referred to in the Quran as a warning to the Qurayshites. After this disaster, the rest of the Bani Thamud retreated to Mount Seir on the north of the Elamitic Gulf, where they lived in the times of Isaac and Jacob. But they soon disappeared, doubtless absorbed by their neighboring tribes, and their place was taken by the Edomites who held Mount Seir for a time. These Edomites were apparently succeeded in their possessions by a body of Arabs driven from Yemen by the Bani Kahtan. In the days of Diodorus Siculus, under the same name as their predecessors, they furnished contingents to the Roman armies. Leaving the Tasm and Jadis and other small tribes as too unimportant to require any specific mention, we come to the Bani Jurhum, who also are classed under the head of Arab ul-Ariba, and who appear to have overwhelmed, destroyed, and replaced the Amalika in Hijaz. There seem to have been two tribes of that name, one of them the most ancient and contemporaneous with the Adites, and probably Kushite in their origin, the other descendants of Kahtan, who, issuing from the valley of Yemen in a season of great sterility, drove out the Amalekite tribes of Hijaz and established themselves in their possessions. The eruption of the Bani Jurhum, of Kahtanite origin, is said to have taken place at a time when the Ishmaelitic Arabs were acquiring prominence among the Amalika, in whose country they had been long settled. The Ishmaelites entered into amicable relations with the invading hordes and lived side by side with them for a period. Before the advancing tide of the descendants of Ishmael, the Jurhumites began gradually to lose their hold over the valley, and before a century was well over, the dominion of Hijaz and Tihama passed into the hands of the Abrahamitic Arabs. The development of the Mustariba Arabs suffered a temporary check from the inroads of the Babylonian monarch, but, as we shall see later, they soon recovered their vitality and spread themselves over Hijaz, Najd, and the deserts of Iraq and Mesopotamia, where they finally absorbed the descendants of Kahtan, their predecessors. The Arab al-Mutariba were tribes sprung from Kahtan, son of Eber, and were chiefly concentrated in Yemen. The descendants of Kahtan had burst into Arabia from its northeast corner and had penetrated down into the south, where they lived for a time among the Adites of the race of Kush, subject to their political supremacy, and at last became the governing power. The population sprung from Kahtan was not, however, exclusively confined to southern Arabia. Their primitive cradle lay in Mesopotamia. In moving southward from that locality to Yemen, the Kahtanite tribes must have passed through the whole length of the Arabian Peninsula, and no doubt left some settlements behind them along their route. According to the Arab historians, the wave which entered the peninsula at this period was headed by two brothers, Kahtan and Yaktan, the sons of Eber or Heber, and it was the son of Kahtan, Yarib, whom they regard as the first prince of Yemen, who gave his name to all his descendants and to the whole of the peninsula. Yarib is said to have been succeeded by his son Yeshad, founder of Marib, the ancient capital of the realm, and father of the famous Abdus Shams, surnamed Sabah. This surname, which means capture, was given to him on account of his victories. The posterity of Sabah became the progenitors of the various tribes of Kahtanite descent, famous in Arab traditions. Sabah left two sons, Himyar, which means red, from the red mantle which he used to wear in imitation of the pharaohs, and Kuhlan. The former succeeded to his father's throne, and it was after him that the dynasty of Saba was called Himyari or Himyarite. Footnote: the Himyarite sovereigns of Yemen, who were styled Tabas, seem to have been from the earliest times in communication both with Persia and Byzantium. End of footnote. His descendants and those of Kuhlan, his brother and successor, alternately ruled Yemen until the century before Muhammad. To this dynasty belonged the great Dhul-Qarnayn, and the celebrated Bilqis, who went to Jerusalem in the time of Solomon. Footnote: there is considerable doubt as to the identity of Dhul-Qarnayn. Several Mohammedan historians have thought that the Dhul-Qarnayn referred to in the Quran is identical with Alexander of Macedon. This opinion, however, is open to question. Dhul-Qarnayn, in its primitive sense, means the Lord of Two Horns. When we remember the headdress worn by the ancient Sabaean sovereigns, the crescent-shaped moon with its two horns, borrowed probably from Egypt about the period of this king, there can be little room for doubt that the reference in the Quran is to some sovereign of native origin, whose extensive conquest became magnified in the imagination of posterity into a worldwide dominion. Lenormand thinks that Shaddad, Dhul-Qarnayn, and Balkis were all Kushites. Judaism was strongly represented among the subjects of the Himyarite sovereigns, and in the year 343 AC, at the instance of an ambassador sent to Yemen by the Emperor Constantine, several Christian churches were erected in their dominions, but the bulk of the nation adhered to the primitive Semitic cult. Towards the end of the 5th century, Dhu Nawas, known to the Byzantines as Dimian, made himself the master of Yemen and its dependencies, after slaying the ferocious usurper Dhu Shinatir. His cruel persecution of the Christians, under the instigation of the Jews, whose creed he had adopted, drew upon him the vengeance of the Byzantine emperor. Instigated from Constantinople, an Abyssinian army under the command of Harith or Aryat landed on the shores of Yemen, defeated and killed Dhu Nawas, and made themselves masters of Yemen. This occurred about 525 AC. Shortly afterwards, 537 AC, Aryat was killed by Abraha al-Ashram, who subsequently became the Abyssinian viceroy. It was under Abraha that the Christian Abyssinians made their abortive attempt to conquer Hijaz. Yemen remained under the Abyssinian domination for nearly half a century, when Mahdi Karib, the son of the famous Saif dhul Yazan, whose heroic deeds are sung up to the present day by the Arabs of the desert, restored the Himyarite dynasty, 573 AC, with the help of an army furnished by Kesra Anushirwan. On Mahdi Karib's assassination by the Christians in 597, Yemen came under the direct domination of Persia and was ruled by viceroys appointed by the court of Ctesiphon. Wahraz was the first Marzban. Under him, Yemen, Hazarmaut, Mahra, and Amman were added to the Persian Empire. The last of these viceroys was Bazan, who became Marzban under Khusru Parviz towards the year 606. It was during the viceroyalty of Bazan that Islam was introduced into Yemen, and he himself accepted the faith. The Persian domination of Yemen was extremely mild. All religions enjoyed equal toleration, and the chiefs of the different tribes exercised their authority in their different tracts, subject to the control of the Marzban. And a footnote. The traditions respecting the early Ishmaelite settlement in Arabia relate back to the time of Abraham and his expulsion or expatriation from Chaldea. The descendants of Ishmael prospered and multiplied in Hijaz until they, with their allies the Jurhumites, were overwhelmed and almost destroyed by the formidable king of Babylonia, Nebuchadnezzar, who, of all the monarchs that endeavored to attack the heart of Arabia, was alone successful in wounding it seriously. The foundation of Mecca was apparently coeval with the establishment of the Abrahamitic Arabs in the peninsula, for according to the Arab tradition, a Jurhumite chief named Megas ibn Amr, whose daughter was married to the progenitor of the Mustariba Arabs, Ishmael or Ismail, was the founder of the city. About the same time was built the temple which gave Mecca an overwhelming predominance over the other cities of Arabia. Built by Abraham, that, quote, Saturnian father of the tribes, and, quote, in the remotest antiquity, the Kaaba ever remained the holiest and most sacred of the temples of the nation. Here were ranged the 360 idols, one for each day, round the great god Hubal, carved of red agate, the two ghazales, gazelles of gold and silver, and the image of Abraham and of his son. Here the tribes came, year after year, quote, to kiss the black stone which had fallen from heaven in the primeval days of Adam, and to make the 7 circuits of the temple naked, end quote. Mecca was thus from the earliest times the center not only of the religious associations of the Arabs, but also of their commercial enterprises. Standing on the highway of the commerce of antiquity, it gathered to itself the wealth and culture of the neighboring countries. Not even the Babylonian monarch could touch her mercantile prosperity, for from the necessity of their situation, the Arabs of Hijaz became the carriers of the nations of the world. Mecca was the center of the commercial activity which has distinguished the Arabs at all times from the other nations of the East. From Mecca irradiated the caravans which carried to the Byzantine dominions and to Persia the rich products of Yemen and the far-famed Ind, and brought from Syria the silks and stuffs of the Persian cities. But they brought with them more than articles of trade. In the train of these caravans came all the luxurious habits and vices which had corroded the very heart of the neighboring empires. Grecian and Persian slave girls, imported from Syria and Iraq, beguiled the idle hours of the rich with their dancing and singing, or ministered to their vices. The poet, whose poems formed the pride of the nation, sang only of the joys of the present life, and encouraged the immorality of the people, and no one bethought himself of the morrow. The Arabs, and especially the Meccans, were passionately addicted to drinking, gambling, and music. Dancing and singing, as in other Eastern countries, were practiced by a class of women occupying a servile position, who were called Kiyan, or in the singular Kaina, and whose immorality was proverbial. And yet they were held in the highest estimation, and the greatest chiefs paid public court to them. Footnote: the moral depravity of the people is evidenced by the fact that these women used to give receptions, which were attended by all the men of lights and leading in the city. The town Arab was so passionately addicted to dice that he would frequently, like the Germans of Tacitus, stake away his own liberty. It was on account of these evils and the immoralities associated with their practice that Muhammad wisely prohibited to his followers gambling, dancing, and drinking of wine. The Umayyads revived all the 3 evils. They represented, in fact, the uprise of the old paganism, which had been stamped out with such labor by the great prophet. End of footnote. As among the Hindus, polygamy was practiced to an unlimited extent. A widow, other than the mother, was considered an integral part of her deceased husband's patrimony and passed into the use of the son, and the atrocious and inhuman practice of burying female infants was universal. The Jews, chased successively from their native homes by the Assyrians, the Greeks, and the Romans, had found among the Arabs safety and protection. But they had brought with their religion that bitter spirit of strife which was perhaps the cause of the greater portion of their misfortunes. They had succeeded, however, in gaining in Arabia a considerable body of proselytes. And at the time when Muhammad proceeded to announce his mission, Judaism was professed in Yemen by a notable fraction of the descendants of Himyar and Kinda, issue of Kuhlan. At Khaybar and at Yathrib, by the Quraysh and the Nazir, tribes of Ishmaelite origin, but naturalized as Arabs from very ancient times. The Nestorians and the Jacobite Christians had also founded colonies in Arabia. The deadly rivalry between these two creeds to dominate over Arabia occasioned sanguinary wars in the most fertile provinces. Christianity had commenced to introduce itself among some families of the race of Rabia, son of Nizar, such as the Taglibites established in Mesopotamia, and the Bani Abdul Qais, who were settled in Al-Bahrain. It flourished at Najran among the Bani al-Harith ibn Ka'b, in Iraq among the Ibad, in Syria among the Ghassanids and some Kuzaid families, at Dumat ul-Jandal among the Sakoni and Bani Kalb, and some of the tribes who roamed over the desert that lay between Palestine and Egypt were also Christians. Magism and Sabaism had also their representatives among the Arabs, and especially among the Himyarites. The Bani Asad worshipped Mercury, the Judham Jupiter, the Bani Tai Canopus, the descendants of Qais Aylan Sirius. A portion of the Quraysh, the three moon goddesses, Al-Lat, the bright moon, Al-Manat, the dark, and Al-Uzza, the union of the two, who were regarded as the daughters of the high god, Banatullah. Mecca was at this time the center of a far-reaching idolatry, ramifications of which extended throughout the tribes of the peninsula. The Kinana, closely allied to the Quraysh politically and by blood, besides the star Aldebaran, served the goddess Uzza, represented by a tree at a place called Nakhla, a day and a half's journey from Mecca. The Hawazin, who roamed towards the southeast of Mecca, had for their favorite idol the goddess Lat, located at Taif. Manat was represented by a rock on the caravan road between Mecca and Syria. The worship of these idols was chiefly phallic, similar in character to that which prevailed among the ancient Semites, the Phoenicians, and the Babylonians. But the majority of the nation, especially the tribes belonging to the race of Mazar, were addicted to fetishism of a very low type. Animals and plants, the gazelle, the horse, the camel, the palm tree, inorganic matter like pieces of rocks, stones, etc., formed the principal objects of adoration. The idea of a supreme divinity, however, was not unrecognized, but its influence was confined to an inappreciable few, who, escaping from the bondage of idolatry, betook themselves to a philosophical skepticism, more or less tinged with the legendary notions, religious and secular, of their neighbors, the Sabaeans, the Jews, or the Christians. Among these, some distinctly recognized the conception of the Supreme Godhead, and, revolting at the obscenities and gross materialism of their day, waited patiently for the appearance of a deliverer, who they felt in their hearts would soon appear. Among some tribes, in the case of death, a camel was sacrificed on the tomb or allowed to die from starvation, in the belief that it would serve as a conveyance for the deceased in a future existence. Some believed that when the soul separated itself from the body, it took the shape of a bird called Hama or Sada. If the deceased was the victim of a violent death, the bird hovered over the grave, crying, "Askoni, give me drink," until the murder was avenged. Belief in jinns, ghouls, and oracles rendered by their idols, whom they consulted by means of pointless arrows called aslam or kidah, was universal. Each tribe had its particular idols and particular temples. The priests and hierophants attached to these temples received rich offerings from the devotees, and often there arose sanguinary conflicts between the followers or the worshippers of rival temples. Footnote: Among others, the temple of Dhul Khulasa in Yemen, belonging to the tribe of Bani Khatham, the temple of Arodha in Najd, belonging to the Bani Rabia, the temple of Dhu Sabat in Iraq, and that of Manat at Qudayd, not far from the sea, belonging to the tribe of Aus and Khazraj, domiciled at Yathrib, were the most famous. And a footnote. But the prestige of Kaaba, the chapel of Abraham and Ishmael, stood unimpeached among all. Even the Jews and the Sabaeans sent offerings there. The custody of this temple was an object of great jealousy among the tribes, as it conferred on the custodians the most honorable functions and privileges in the sight of the Arabs. At the time of Muhammad's birth, this honor was possessed by his family, and his grandfather was the venerable chief of the theocratic commonwealth which was constituted round the Kaaba. Human sacrifices were frequent. Besides special idols located in the temples, each family had household penates which exacted rigorous observances. Such was the moral and religious condition of the Arabs. Neither Christianity nor Judaism had succeeded in raising them in the scale of humanity. After 5 centuries of Christian evangelization, says Muir, we can point to but a sprinkling here and there of Christians. The Bani Harith of Najran, the Bani Hanifa of Yemama, some of the Bani Tai at Taima, and hardly any more. Judaism, vastly more powerful, had exhibited spasmodic effort of proselytism under Dhu Nawas. But as an active and converting agent, the Jewish faith was no longer operative. In fine, viewed thus in a religious aspect, the surface of Arabia had been now and then gently rippled by the feeble efforts of Christianity. The sterner influences of Judaism had been occasionally visible in a deeper and more troubled current. But the tide of indigenous idolatry and of Ishmaelite superstition, setting from every quarter with an unbroken and unebbing surge towards the Kaaba, gave ample evidence that the faith and worship of Mecca held the Arab mind in a thraldom rigorous and undisputed." End quote. The divisions and jealousies of the tribes, combined with the antagonistic feelings which actuated one against the other from religious and racial differences, had enabled the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Persians, the Abyssinians to become masters of various provinces in the north, in the east, and in the southwest. Footnote. These tribal jealousies and family feuds, which I shall have to describe later, were the causes which led to the ruin of the Arab Empire. End of footnote. The Abyssinians had even gone so far as to invade Hijaz with the intention of destroying the national temple, but their power was broken before Mecca by the sturdy patriotism of Abd al-Muttalib. After 20 years' oppression, they were driven out of Yemen with the assistance of Persia by a native prince, the son of the celebrated Saif-ul-Yazan. On his assassination by the Christians, the sovereignty he had enjoyed under the auspices of the great Anushirwan passed entirely into Persian hands, and Yemen became tributary to Persia. Besides the direct domination which the rival empires of Constantinople and Ctesiphon exercised over the various provinces of Arabia, 2 of the greatest chieftains, the kings of Ghassan and of Hira, divided their allegiance between the Caesars and the Khosrows. And in the deadly wars, profitless and aimless, which Persian and Byzantine waged against each other, sucking out the lifeblood of their people from mere lust of destruction, though oftener the right was on the side of the Zoroastrian than the Christian, the Ghassanid and the Hyrite stood face to face in hostile array, or locked in mortal combat. Footnote. The sedentary portion of the Arab population of Yemen, of Bahrain, and Iraq obeyed the Persians. The Bedouins of these countries were in reality free from all yoke. The Arabs of Syria were subject to the Romans. Those of Mesopotamia recognized alternately the Roman and Persian rule. The Bedouins of Central Arabia and of Hijaz, over whom the Himyarite kings had exercised a more or less effective sovereignty, had nominally passed under Persian rule, but they enjoyed virtual independence. End of footnote. The heterogeneous elements of which the Arabian Peninsula was thus composed gave an extremely varied character to the folklore of the country. Among uncultured nations, the tendency is always to dress facts in the garb of legends. Imagination among them not only colors with a roseate hue, but magnifies distant objects. And the variety of culture multiplies legends more or less based on facts. The Hamitic colonies of Yemen and of the southwest generally, the true Semites who followed in their footsteps like the Aryans in the east, the Jews, the Christians, all brought their traditions, their myths, their legends with them. In the course of ages, these relics of the past acquired a consistency and character, but however unsubstantial in appearance, on analysis there is always to be found underlying them a stratum of fact. In the legend of Shaddad and his garden of Irem, we see in the hazy past the reflection of a mighty empire which even conquered Egypt. Quote, of a wealthy nation, constructors of great buildings, with an advanced civilization analogous to that of Chaldea, professing a religion similar to the Babylonian. A nation, in short, with whom material progress was allied to great moral depravity and obscene rites. End quote. In the traditional, half-legendary, half-historic destruction of the Adites and the Thammudites, we see the destructive fate which overwhelmed the Hamitic races before the Semitic tide, Assyrian and Arab. The children of Jacob, flying from their ruthless enemies, brought their legends and traditions with them, and thus contributed their quota to the folklore of the peninsula. The last of the Semitic colonies that entered Arabia was acknowledged by themselves as well as their neighbors to be descended from Abraham, and tradition had handed down this belief and given it a shape and character. Manichaeism, stamped out from Persia and the Byzantine dominions, had betaken itself to Arabia. The early Docetes, the Marcionites, the Valentinians all had their representatives in this land of freedom. They all disseminated their views and traditions, which in course of time became intermixed with the traditions of the country. These Christians, more consistent in their views than their orthodox persecutors, believed that the God incarnate, or at least the Son of God, his Word, born in the bosom of eternity, an eon, an emanation issuing from the throne of light, did not die on the cross. That the words of agony which Orthodox Christian traditions put into the mouth of Jesus did not and could not escape from his lips. In short, that the man who suffered on the cross was a different person from the divine Christ, who escaped from the hands of his persecutors and went away to the regions whence he had come. This doctrine, however fanciful, was more consistent with the idea of the sonship of Jesus, and in itself appears to have been based on some strong probabilities. The intense desire of Pilate, whom Tertullian calls a Christian at heart, to save Jesus, even the unwillingness of Herod to incur more odium by the murder of the prophet of Nazareth, the darkness of the short hours when that great benefactor of humanity was led forth for the consummation of the frightful scenes which had continued throughout the night, the preternatural gloom which overshadowed the earth at the most awful part of this drama. All these coincident circumstances lend a strong probability to the belief that the innocent escaped and the guilty suffered. Footnote: if anything could lend stronger probability to this curious belief, it ought to be the circumstantial account of Luke chapter 24, verse 36 at Sikh, about Jesus allowing himself to be touched and felt after the resurrection in order to calm his affrighted disciples, who believed him to be a spirit, and his asking for quote-unquote meat and partaking of quote a broiled fish and of a honeycomb, end quote. Add a footnote. Before the advent of Muhammad, all these traditions, based on fact though tinged by the colorings of imagination, must have become fairly embedded in the convictions of the people and formed essential parts of the folklore of the country. Muhammad, when promulgating his faith and his laws, found these traditions current among his people. He took them up and adopted them as the lever for raising the Arabs and the surrounding nations from the depths of social and moral degradation into which they had fallen. The light that shone on Sinai, the light that brightened the lives of the peasants and fishermen of Galilee, is now aflame on the heights of Faran. Footnote: the tradition which I have paraphrased in English is as follows: جاء الله من سيناء وأشرق من سعير واستعلن من فاران. Sair, says Yakut in his Geographical Encyclopedia, quote, is a hill in Palestine, and Faran is the hill of Mecca, end quote. End of footnote. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1. The Life and Ministry of the Prophet. Chapter 1. Muhammad the Prophet. بلغ العلا بكماله كشف الدجى بجماله حسن جميع خصاله صلوا عليه وآله. He attained the height of eminence by his perfection. He dispelled the darkness of the world by his grace. Excellent were all his qualities. Pray for blessings on him and his posterity. These lines, untranslatable in their beauty, do not in the least exaggerate the gentleness of disposition, the nobility of character of the man whose life, career, and teachings we propose to describe in the following pages. At the dawn of the 7th century of the Christian era, in the streets of Mecca, might often be seen a quiet, thoughtful man past the meridian of life, his Arab mantle thrown across his shoulders, his talaisan drawn low over his face, footnote, a scarf thrown over the head, usually covering the turban, and brought round under the chin and passed over the left shoulder, and a footnote. Sometimes gently sauntering, sometimes hurrying along, heedless of the passers-by, heedless of the gay scenes around him, deeply absorbed in his own thoughts, yet withal never forgetful to return the salutation of the lowliest, or to speak a kindly word to the children who loved to throng around him. This is Al-Amin, the trusty. He has so honorably and industriously walked through life that he has won for himself from his compatriots the noble designation of the true and trusty. But now, owing to his strange preaching, His fellow townsmen are beginning to look suspiciously upon him as a wild visionary, a crazed revolutionist, desirous of leveling the old landmarks of society, of doing away with their ancient privileges, of making them abandon their old creeds and customs. Mecca was at this time a city of considerable importance and note among the townships of Arabia, both from its associations and its position. Situated in a low-lying valley stretching north to south, bordered on the west by a range of hills and the east by high granite rocks, the Kaaba in its center, its regular and paved streets, its fortified houses, its public hall opening on to the platform of the temple, the city presented an unusual appearance of prosperity and strength. The guardianship of the Kaaba, originally an appanage of the children of Ishmael, had, in consequence of the Babylonian attack, passed into the hands of the Jurhumites. The combination of the secular and religious power enabled the chiefs of the Bani Jurhum to assume the title of Malik, or king. In the early part of the 3rd century, the Jurhumites were overwhelmed by the eruption of a Kehtenite tribe called the Bani Khuza'a, who, issuing from Yemen, possessed themselves of Mecca and the southern parts of Hijaz. In the meantime, the race of Ishmael, which had suffered so terribly at the hands of the Babylonian king, was gradually regaining its former strength. Adnan, one of the descendants of Ishmael who flourished about the 1st century before Christ, had, like his ancestor, married the daughter of the Jurhumite chief and established himself at Mecca, and his son Ma'ad became the real progenitor of the Ishmaelites inhabiting Hijaz and Najd. Fihr, surnamed Quraysh, a descendant of Ma'ad, who flourished in the 3rd century, was the ancestor of the tribe which gave to Arabia her prophet and legislator. The Khuza'ites remained in possession of the temple and of all the preeminence it conferred on them for more than 2 centuries. Upon the death of Hulayl, the last of the Khuza'ite chiefs, Qusay, a descendant of Fihr, who had married Hulayl's daughter, drove the Khuza'ites out of Mecca and possessed himself of the entire power, both secular and religious, in the city, and thus became the virtual ruler of Hijaz. Footnote: Qusay was the 5th in descent from Fihr and was born about 398 AC. The word Quraysh is derived from Karash, to trade, as Fihr and his descendants were addicted to commerce. The next we hear of the Khuza'ites is when the Quraysh invoked their assistance against the Prophet. End of footnote. We now arrive on absolutely historical grounds. Qusay appears to have made himself the master of Mecca about the middle of the 5th century of the Christian era, and he at once set himself to the task of placing the administration of the city upon an organized basis. Until Qusay's time, the different Qurayshite families had lived dispersed in separate quarters at considerable distances from the Kaaba, and the extreme sanctity they attached to the temple had prevented their erecting any habitation in its neighborhood. Perceiving the dangers to which the national pantheon was exposed from its unprotected condition, he induced the Quraysh to settle in its vicinity, leaving a sufficient space free on the 4 sides of the temple for the tawaf, circumambulation. The families to whom the lands were allotted dwelt in strongly fortified quarters. Qusay built for himself a palace, the door of which opened on the platform of the temple. This palace was called the Dar-un-Nadwa, the council hall, where under the presidency of Qusay public affairs were discussed and transacted. Footnote: this building, after having been renewed several times, was ultimately converted into a mosque under Abdul Malik II, one of the Umayyads. End of footnote. To this hall, no man under the age of 40, unless a descendant of Qusay, could gain admission. Here also were performed all the civil functions. At the Dar un-Nadwa, the Qurayshites, when about to engage in a war, received from the hands of Qusay the standard liwa. Qusay himself attached to the end of a lance a piece of white stuff, and handed it or sent it by one of his sons to the Qurayshite chiefs. This ceremony, called the Aïqdul Liwa, continued in vogue from the time of its inauguration by Qusay until the very end of the Arab Empire. Another of Qusay's institutions endured much longer. By representing to the Quraysh the necessity of providing food for the poor pilgrims who annually visited Mecca, and by impressing on them the duties of hospitality, Qusay succeeded in making them submit to the payment of an annual poor tax called the rafada, which he applied in feeding the poorer pilgrims during the Ayyam ul-Mina, the day of the sacrificial feast, and the 2 following days which they passed at Mina. Footnote: Mina, the I is pronounced very short, is a suburb of Mecca. End of footnote. This usage continued after the establishment of Islam, and was the origin of the distribution of food which was made at Mina each year during the pilgrimage in the name of the caliphs and the sultans, their successors. The words Nadwa, Liwa, and Rifada denote the functions exercised by Qusay, being the right of convoking and presiding at the council of the nation, of bestowing the standard, the symbol of military command, and of levying imposts raised for the purpose of supplying food to the pilgrims. With these dignities, Qusay also held the administration of the water supplied by the wells in Mecca and its neighborhood, Sikaya, and the custody of the keys of the Kaaba, Hijaba, with the ministration to the worship of the gods. Qusay thus united in his own person all the principal religious, civil, and political functions. He was king, magistrate, and chief pontiff. His power, which was almost royal, threw great luster on the tribe of Quraysh, of whom he was the acknowledged chief, and from his time the Quraysh acquired a marked preponderance among the other descendants of Ishmael. Qusay died at an advanced age about the year 480 AC. He had in his lifetime designated his eldest son, Abd-ud-Dar, as his successor, and after his death the son succeeded quietly and without dispute to the high position of his father. Upon the death of Abd-ud-Dar, serious disputes broke out between his grandchildren and the sons of Abd-Manaf, his brother. The various clans and their allies and neighbors ranged themselves on opposite sides. The dispute, however, was amicably settled for the time. By the compromise thus effected, the Sikaya and the Rifada were entrusted to Abd-Shams, the son of Abd-Manaf, whilst the Hijaba, Nadwa, and Liwa remained in the hands of the children of Abd-ud-Dar. Abd-Shams, who was comparatively a poor man, transferred the duties which had been entrusted to him to his brother Hashim, a man of great consequence as well as riches among the Quraysh. Hashim was the receiver of the tax imposed on the Qurayshites by Qusay for the support of the pilgrims, and the income derived from their contributions, joined to his own resources, was employed in providing food to the strangers who congregated at Mecca during the season of the pilgrimage. Like the majority of the Meccans, Hashim was engaged in commerce. It was he who founded among the Qurayshites the custom of sending out regularly from Mecca 2 caravans, one in winter to Yemen and the other in summer to Syria. Hashim died in the course of one of his expeditions into Syria in the city of Gaza, about the year 510 AC, leaving an only son named Shaiba by a Yathribite lady of the name of Salma. The charge of the Rafada and the Sikaya passed upon his death to his younger brother Muttalib, who had won for himself a high place in the estimation of his compatriots and the noble designation of Al-Faid, the generous, by his worth and munificence. Muttalib brought Shaiba, the white-haired youth, from Yathrib to Mecca. Mistaking Shaiba for a slave of Muttalib, the Meccans called him Abdul Muttalib, and history recognizes the grandfather of the Prophet under no other name than that of Abdul Muttalib, the slave of Muttalib. Footnote: of the sons of Abdul Manaf, Hashim died first at Gaza, then died Abdul Shams at Mecca, then Muttalib at Qazwan, and lastly Naufal, sometime after Muttalib at Silman in Iraq. And a footnote. Muttalib died at Qazwan in Yemen towards the end of 520 AC and was succeeded by his nephew Abdul Muttalib as the virtual head of the Meccan Commonwealth. The government of Mecca was at this time vested in the hands of an oligarchy composed of the leading members of the House of Qusay. After the discovery of the sacred well of Zemzem by Abdul Muttalib and the settlement of the disputes regarding its superintendence, the governing body consisted of 10 senators who were styled sharifs. These decemvirs occupied the first place in the state, and their offices were hereditary in favor of the eldest member or chief of each family. These dignities were 1. The hijaba, the guardianship of the keys of the Kaaba, a sacerdotal office of considerable rank. It had been allotted to the house of Abd-ud-Dar, and at the time when Mecca was converted to Islam, it was held by Osman, the son of Talha. 2. The Sikaya, or the intendants of the sacred wells of Zemzem and of all the water destined for the use of the pilgrims. This dignity belonged to the house of Hashim and was held at the time of the conquest of Mecca by Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet. 3. The Diyat, or the civil and criminal magistracy, which had for a long time belonged to the house of Taym ibn Murrah, and at the time of the Prophet's advent was held by Abdullah ibn Quhafa, surnamed Abu Bakr. 4. The Sifara, or legation. The person to whom this office belonged was the plenipotentiary of the state, authorized to discuss and settle the differences which arose between the Quraysh and the other Arab tribes, as also with strangers. This office was held by Omar. 5. The Liwa, or the custody of the standard under which the nation marched against its enemies. The guardian of this standard was the general-in-chief of all the forces of the state. This military charge appertained to the house of Umayyah, and was held by Abu Sufyan, the son of Harb, the most implacable enemy of Muhammad. 6. The Rifada, or the administration of the poor tax. Formed with the alms of the nation, it was employed to provide food for the poor pilgrims, whether travelers or residents, whom the state regarded as the guests of God. This duty, after the death of Abu Talib, upon whom it had devolved after Abdul Muttalib, was transferred to the house of Naufal, son of Abdul Manaf, and was held at the time of the Prophet by Harith, son of Amr. 7. The Nadwa, the presidency of the National Assembly. The holder of this office was the first counselor of the state, and under his advice all public acts were transacted. Aswad, of the house of Abdul Uzza, son of Qusay, held this dignity at the time of the Prophet. 8. The Khaimme, the guardianship of the council chamber. This function, which conferred upon the incumbent the right of convoking the assembly and even of calling to arms the troops, was held by Khalid, son of Walid, of the house of Yakhzum, son of Marra. 9. Khazina, or the administration of the public finances, belonged to the house of Hassan, son of Ka'b, and was held by Harith, son of Qais. 10. The Aslam, the guardianship of the divining arrows by which the judgment of the gods and goddesses was obtained. Safwan, brother of Abu Sufyan, held this dignity. At the same time, it was an established custom that the oldest member exercised the greatest influence and bore the title of Ra'is, or Sayyid, chief and lord par excellence. Abbas was at the time of the Prophet the first of these senators. In spite, however, of this distribution of privilege and power, the personal character and influence of Abd al-Muttalib gave him an undoubted preeminence. The venerable patriarch, who had, in accordance with the custom of his nation, vowed to the deities of the Kaaba the sacrifice of one of his male children, was blessed with a numerous progeny. Footnote: Abd al-Muttalib had 12 sons and 6 daughters. Of the sons, Harith, born towards AC 538, was the eldest. The others were Abdul Uzza, alias Abu Lahab, the persecutor of the Prophet; Abu Manaf, better known as Abu Talib, born in AC 540, died in 620 AC; Zubair and Abdullah, 545, born of Fatima, the daughter of Amr the Makhzumi; Dirar and Abbas, 566 to 652, born of Nutayla; Mukawim, Jaham, surnamed Al-Ghaidak, the liberal, and Hamza, born of Hala. The daughters were Atika, Umayma, Arwa, Barra, and al-Hakim, surnamed Al-Baida, the fair, by Fatima, and Safia, born of Hala, who married Awam, the grandfather of the famous Abdullah ibn Zubayr, who played such an important part in the history of Islam. The names of the other 2 sons of Abd al-Muttalib are not known, probably because they left no posterity. End of footnote. And, in fulfillment of his vow, he proceeded to offer up to the inexorable gods of his temple the life of his best beloved son Abdullah. But this was not to be. The sacrifice of the human life was commuted, by the voice of Pythia attached to the temple, to 100 camels, thenceforth the fixed Wehrgeld, or price of blood. Abdullah was married to Amina, a daughter of Wahb, the chief of the family of Zuhri. The year following the marriage of Abdullah was full of momentous events. At the beginning of the year, the whole of Arabia was startled by an event which sent a thrill through the nation. Abraha al-Ashram, the Abyssinian viceroy of Yemen, had built a church at Sana'a and was anxious to divert into his own city the wealth which the sanctity of the Kaaba attracted to Mecca. The desecration of the church by a Meccan furnished him with an ostensible motive, and he marched a large army to the destruction of the temple, himself riding at the head of his troops on a magnificently caparisoned elephant. The sight of the huge animal striding solemnly in the midst of the vast force so struck the imagination of the Arabian tribes that they dated an era from this event and named it as the Era of the Elephant, 570 AC. On the approach of the Abyssinians, the Quraysh, with their women and children, retired to the neighboring mountains, and from there watched the course of affairs, hoping all the while that the deities of the Kaaba would defend their dwelling place. The morning dawned brightly as the Abyssinians advanced towards Mecca, when, lo and behold, say the traditionists, the sky was suddenly overcast by an enormous flight of small birds, swallows, which poured small stones over the ill-fated army. These stones, penetrating through the armor of men and horses, created terrible havoc among the invaders. At the same time, the floodgates of heaven were opened, and there burst forth torrents of rain, carrying away the dead and dying towards the sea. Abraha fled to Sana'a covered with wounds, and died there soon after his arrival. Ibn Hisham, after narrating this prodigy, adds, quote, "It was in the same year that smallpox manifested itself for the first time in Arabia." End quote. This indication explains the miracle, says Cousin de Perceval. One can well understand the annihilation of Abraha's army by some terrible epidemic, similar to the fate which overtook Sennacherib, to which was joined perhaps one of those grand downpours of rain which often produce terrible inundations in the valley of Mecca. Shortly after this event, Abdullah died in the course of a journey to Yathrib in the 25th year of his age. Footnote: he was buried in the quarter occupied by the sons of Adi, his maternal uncles. End of footnote. And a few days later, the afflicted wife gave birth to a son who was named Muhammad. Muhammad was born on the 12th of Rabi I in the year of the elephant, a little more than 50 days after the destruction of the Abyssinian army, or the 29th of August 570. Footnote: towards the end of the 40th year of the reign of Kesra Anushirwan, and the end of the year 880 of the era of the Seleucidae. And a footnote. His birth, they say, was attended with signs and portents, from which the nations of the earth could know that the deliverer had appeared. The rationalistic historian smiles. The religious controversialist who, upon a priori reasoning, accepts without comment the accounts of the wise men following the star, scoffs at these marvels. To the critical student, whose heart is not devoid of sympathy with earlier modes of thought, and who is not biased with preconceived notions, quote-unquote, the portents and signs which the Muslim says attended the birth of his prophet, are facts deserving of historical analysis. We moderns perceive in the ordinary incidents in the lives of nations and individuals the current of an irresistible law. What wonder, then, that 1400 years ago they perceived in the fall of a nation's memorial the finger of God, pointing to the inevitable destiny which was to overtake it in its iniquity. In accordance with the custom of the Arabs, the child was confided during his early infancy to a Bedouin woman of the tribe of Bani Sa'd, a branch of the Hawazin. Footnote: in afterlife, when this poor Bedouin woman was brought by the Quraysh as a captive to Mecca, Muhammad recognized her with tears of joy, and obtained from her, from his rich wife, an ample provision for her life. End of footnote. And upon being returned by her to his mother, was brought up by Amina with the tenderest care. But she died not long after, and the doubly orphaned child was thus thrown upon the care of his grandfather, Abd al-Muttalib, who, during the few years that he survived the mother, watched his grandson with the utmost tenderness. But nothing could make up for the loss of that paternal care and love which are the blessings of childhood. His father had died before he was born. He was bereft of his mother when only 6 years of age, and this irreparable loss made a deep impression on the mind of the sensitive child. 3 or 4 years later, he lost his grandfather also. Abd al-Muttalib died towards the year 579 AC, shortly after his return from a journey to Sana'a, where he had gone as the representative of the Quraysh to congratulate Saif, the son of Dhul Yazan, on his accession to the throne of the Tabas with the help of the Persians. Footnote: of the two duties of the Sikaya and Rifada held by Abd al-Muttalib, the Sikaya, with the custody of the Zamzam, passed to his son Abbas. The second devolved on Abu Talib, who enjoyed at Mecca great authority and consideration. Abu Talib, however, did not transmit the Rifada to his children. This dignity was transferred upon his death to the branch of Nawfal, son of Abu Manaf, and at the time Mecca surrendered to the Prophet, Harith, the son of Amr, and the grandson of Nawfal, exercised, as we have said before, the function of the Rifada. End of footnote. With the death of Abd al-Muttalib opens another epoch in the life of the orphan. On his deathbed, the old grandfather had confided to Abu Talib the charge of his brother's child, and in the house of Abu Talib, Muhammad passed his early life. We can almost see the lad with his deep, wistful eyes, earnest and thoughtful, looking, as it were, into futurity, moving about in the humble, unpretentious household of his uncle, or going often into the desert to gaze upon the beauteous face of nature. Sweet and gentle of disposition, painfully sensitive to human suffering, this pure-hearted child of the desert was the beloved of his small circle, and there ever existed the warmest attachment between uncle and nephew. Quote, "The angels of God had opened out his heart and filled it with light." End quote. His early life was not free from the burden of labor. He had often to go into the desert to watch the flocks of his uncle. The princely munificence of Hashim and Abd al-Muttalib had told upon the fortunes of their heirs, and the Hashemites, owing to the lack of means, were fast losing their commanding position. The duty of providing the pilgrims with food was given up to the rival branch of Umayyah, who had always entertained the bitterest jealousy towards the children of Hashim. Muhammad was but a child when the quote-unquote sacrilegious wars, the Ghazwat al-Fijar, which continued with varying fortunes and considerable loss of human life for a number of years, broke out at Okaz between the Quraysh and the Bani Kinana on one side and the Qais Aylan on the other. Ukaz lies between Taif and Nakhla, 3 short journeys from Mecca. At this place, famous in Arab history, was held a great annual fair in the sacred month of Dhul Qa'dah, when it was forbidden to engage in war or shed human blood in anger, quote, "a sort of God's truce." End quote. Other fairs were held at Majna near Mar uz-Zuhran, not far from Mecca, and at Dhul Majaz at the foot of Mount Arafat. But the gathering at Ukaz was the great national affair. Here, in the sacred month, when all enmity and tribal vendetta was supposed to lie buried for the time, flowed from all parts of Arabia and even more distant lands the commerce of the world. Here came the merchants of quote-unquote Araby the Blessed, of Hijaz, of Najd, the poet heroes of the desert, and the actors, often disguised from the avengers of blood in masks or veils, to recite their poems and win the applause of the nations gathered there. Ukaz was, quote-unquote, the Olympia of Arabia. Here they came, not for trade only, but to sing of their prowess, of their glory, to display their poetical and literary talents. The Crusades, which won the admiration of the assembled multitude, were inscribed in letters of gold, muzahabat, golden, and hung up in the national pantheon as a memorial to posterity. Footnote, hence also called the mu'allaqat, or suspended poems, and a footnote. During these weeks, Ukaz presented a gay scene of pleasure and excitement. But there was also another side to the picture. The dancing women, like their modern representatives, the Almas and Ghawazin of Egypt, moving from tent to tent, exciting the impetuous son of the desert by their songs and their merriment, the congregation of Corinthians, who did not even pretend to the calling of music, the drunken orgies frequently ending in brawls and bloodshed, the gaming tables at which the Meccan gambled from night till morning, the bitter hatred and ill-feeling evoked by the pointed personalities of rival poets, leading to sudden affrays and permanent and disastrous quarrels, deepened the shadows of the picture and made a vivid impression on the orphan child of Amina. During the interval between the first and second of those fratricidal wars, named sacrilegious from the violation of the sanctity of the month in which all quarrel was forbidden, Muhammad accompanied his uncle and guardian on one of his mercantile journeys to Syria. Footnote, Abu Talib, like his father and grandfather, carried on a considerable trade with Syria and Yemen. He transported to Damascus, to Basra, and other places in Syria the dates of Hijaz and Hijr and the perfumes of Yemen, and in return brought back with him the products of the Byzantine Empire. And a footnote. Here was opened before him a scene of social misery and religious degradation, the sight of which never faded from his memory. Silently and humbly, with many thoughts in his mind, the solitary orphan boy grew from childhood to youth and from youth to manhood. Deeply versed in the legendary lore of his nation, education in the modern sense of the term he had none. With all his affection for his people, in his ways and mode of thought he seemed far removed from them, isolated in the midst of a chaotic society, with his eyes fixed intently on the moving panorama of an effete and depraved age. The lawlessness rife among the Meccans, the sudden outburst of causeless and sanguinary quarrels among the tribes frequenting the fairs of Ukaz, the immorality and skepticism of the Quraysh, naturally caused feelings of intense horror and disgust in the mind of the sensitive youth. In the 25th year of his age, Muhammad traveled once more into Syria as the factor or steward of a noble Qurayshite lady named Khadija, a kinswoman of his. The prudence with which he discharged his duties made a favorable impression on Khadija, which gradually deepened into attachment. A marriage, which proved a singularly happy one, was soon arranged between Muhammad and his noble kinswoman, and was solemnized amidst universal rejoicings. In spite of the disparity of age between Muhammad and his wife, who was much the senior of her husband, there always existed the tenderest devotion on both sides. This marriage, quote, brought him that repose and exemption from daily toil which he needed in order to prepare his mind for his great work. But beyond that, it gave him a loving woman's heart that was the first to believe in his mission, that was ever ready to console him in his despair, and to keep alive within him the thin flickering flame of hope when no man believed in him, not even himself, and the world was black before his eyes. Khadija is a notable figure, an exemplar among the womanhood of Islam. The calumny which is leveled at Muhammad's system that it has degraded the female sex is sufficiently refuted by the high position which his wife and youngest daughter, our quote-unquote Lady of Light, occupy in the estimation of the Muslim. Khadija bore Muhammad several children, 3 sons and 4 daughters, but the sons all died in infancy, and their loss, which wrung the heart of the bereaved father so tenderly and devotedly attached to them, supplied the hostile Quraysh later with an abusive epithet to apply to the Prophet. Footnote: Al-Abtar, literally without a tail, in its secondary sense one without issue. End of footnote. The daughters long survived the new dispensation, with the exception of an occasional appearance in public when the exigencies of his position or the necessities of the city of his birth demanded it. The next 15 years after his marriage is a silent record of introspection, preparation, and spiritual communion. Since the death of Abd al-Muttalib, authority in Mecca had become more or less divided. Each of the senators enjoyed a somewhat limited authority, and among the different functions there was no such institution as a magistracy to ensure the peaceable enjoyment by individuals of their rights and property. The ties of blood and family esprit de corps afforded some degree of protection to every citizen against injustice and spoliation, but strangers were exposed to all kinds of oppression. They would often find themselves robbed not only of their goods and chattels, but also of their wives and daughters. A famous poet of the name of Hanzala, of the tribe of Bani al-Kain, better known as Abu Tamahan, was publicly robbed in the streets of Mecca, notwithstanding that he had entered the city as a client of a Qurayshite notable, Abdullah ibn Judan. Another similar act of lawlessness brought matters to a crisis. At the instance of Muhammad, the descendants of Hashim and of Muttalib and the principal members of the family of Zuhra and Taim bound themselves by a solemn oath to defend every individual, whether Meccan or stranger, free or slave, from any wrong or injustice to which he might be subjected in Meccan territories, and to obtain redress for him from the oppressor. This chivalrous league received the name of the Hilful Fudul, or the Federation of the Fudul, in memory of an ancient society instituted with a similar object among the Jurhum, and composed of 4 personages named Fadl, Fadal, Mufaddal, and Fudail, collectively Fudul. Muhammad was the principal member of this new association, which was founded about 595 AC, shortly after his marriage. The League of the Fudul exercised efficient protection over the weak and oppressed, and during the first year of its institution, the simple threat of its intervention was sufficient to repress the lawlessness of the strong and to afford redress to the helpless. The League continued to exist in full force for the first half-century of Islam. It was some years after the establishment of the Hilful Fudul and towards the commencement of the 7th century of the Christian era that an attempt was made by Osman, son of Huwayrith, backed by Byzantine gold, to convert Hijaz into a Roman dependency. His attempt failed chiefly through the instrumentality of Muhammad, and Osman was obliged to fly into Syria, where he was subsequently poisoned by Amr, the Ghassanid prince. In 605 AC, when Muhammad was 35, the Quraysh took in hand the reconstruction of the Kaaba. In the course of this work, a dispute among the different families engaged in the building of the temple, which at one time seemed likely to lead to great bloodshed, was happily settled by the ready intervention of Muhammad. These are all we know of his public acts within these 15 years. His gentle disposition, his austerity of conduct, the severe purity of his life, his scrupulous refinement, his ever-ready helpfulness towards the poor and the weak, his noble sense of honor, his unflinching fidelity, his stern sense of duty, had won him among his compatriots the high and enviable designation of Al-Amin, the trusty. It was at this period that he tried to discharge some portion of the debt of gratitude and obligation he owed his uncle Abu Talib by charging himself with the education of Ali, one of his sons. Abu Talib's endeavor to maintain the old position of his family had considerably straitened his circumstances. Muhammad, rich by his alliance with Khadija, and Abbas, the brother of Abu Talib, were the most opulent citizens of Mecca. During a severe famine which afflicted the country, Muhammad persuaded his uncle Abbas to adopt one of the sons of Abu Talib, whilst he adopted another. Thus Abbas took Ja'far, Muhammad, Ali, and Aqil remained with his father. Muhammad had lost all his sons in early infancy. In the love of Ali he found some consolation for their loss, and the future marriage of the son of Abu Talib with the youngest daughter of Muhammad, Fatima, sealed the bond of love and devotedness. Muhammad about this time set an example to his fellow citizens by an act of humanity which created a salutary effect upon his people. A young Arab of the name of Zayd, son of Harith, was brought as a captive to Mecca by a hostile tribe and sold to a nephew of Khadija, who presented the young lad to her. Muhammad obtained Zayd as a gift from Khadija and immediately enfranchised him. This kindness on one side gave rise to absolute devotion on the other, and the Arab boy could not be induced, even by his own father, to return to his tribe or forsake Muhammad. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 1, Muhammad the Prophet, continued. Thus passed the 15 years of trial and probation, years marked by many afflictions, and yet full of sympathy with human suffering and sorrow. Before him lay his country, bleeding and torn by fratricidal wars and intertribal dissensions, his people sunk in ignorance, addicted to obscene rites and superstitions, and with all their desert virtues lawless and cruel. His 2 visits to Syria had opened to him a scene of unutterable moral and social desolation, rival creeds and sects tearing each other to pieces, wrangling over the body of the god they pretended to worship, carrying their hatred to the valleys and deserts of Hijaz, and rending the townships of Arabia with their quarrels and bitterness. The picture before him was one of dreary hopelessness. The few who, abandoning their ancient beliefs, were groping in the dark for some resting place, represented a general feeling of unrest. Footnote: 4 men, Zayd, Waraka, son of Naufal, and a cousin of Khadija, and 2 others, Abadullah and Osman, abandoning the fetishism of their countrymen, had betaken themselves to a search for the true faith. Zayd was the principal person among them. Before the Prophet retired into the wilderness, like Jesus, to commune with God, he had come in contact with Zayd and learned to esteem his abhorrence of idolatry. When Zayd's cousin asked the Prophet in later times to supplicate divine mercy for him, Muhammad, who would not pray for his own grandfather as he had died in idolatry, willingly did so for Syed. End of footnote. In their minds, there was nothing capable of appealing to the humanity beyond themselves. Muhammad's soul was soaring aloft, trying to peer into the mysteries of creation, of life and death, of good and evil, to find order out of chaos. And God's words uttered to his soul became at last the life-giving power of the world. For years after his marriage, it had been his wont to betake himself, sometimes with his family, at other times alone, for prayer and meditation to a cave on the Mount Hira, quote, a huge barren rock, torn by cleft and hollow ravine, standing out solitary in the full white glare of the desert sun, shadowless, flowerless, without well or rill, end quote. Footnote, now called the Mount of Light. Ibn Hisham, Ibn al-Athir, and Abdul Fida mentioned the month of Ramadan as the month which Muhammad usually spent at Hira in prayer and the succor of the poor and famished wayfarers of the desert. Tabari mentions Rajab. End of footnote. Solitude had indeed become a passion with him. Here in this cave he often remained whole nights plunged in profoundest thought, deep in communion, at-tahannuth, with the unseen yet all-pervading God of the universe. Slowly the heaven and earth fill with predestined vision and command. A voice seems to issue even from the inanimate objects around him, the stones and rocks and trees, calling on him to fulfill the task an almighty power was directing him to undertake. Can the poetry of the soul go further? The mental visions and the apparitions of angels at these moments were the bright, though gradual, dawnings of those truths with which he was to quicken the world into life. Often in the dark and benighted pathways of concrete existence, the soul of every great man has been conscious of unrealized yet not unseen influences which have led to some of the happiest achievements of humanity. From Samuel, that ancient seer, wild and awful as he stands, deep in the misty horizon of the past, to Jesus in the wilderness, pondering over the darksome fate of his people and the magnitude of his work, listening to the gentle accents of the God of truth, from Jesus to Muhammad in the solitude of his mountain retreat, there is no break in the action of these influences. In the still hours of the night, in the calmness of the early dawn, in the depth of solitude, when no human sympathy is near, a voice comes to him from heaven, softly as the sough of the morning breeze, quote, thou art the man, thou art the prophet of God, end quote. Or when wrapped in thought it comes in mighty waves, quote, cry in the name of thy Lord, end quote. The overwrought mind at these moments raises a vision before the eye, a vision of the celestial ministrants who are believed to form the medium of intercommunication between the God of heaven and the man on earth. Quote, the Father of truth chooses his own prophets, and he speaks to them in a voice stronger than the voice of thunder. It is the same inner voice through which God speaks to all of us. That voice may dwindle away and become hardly audible. It may lose its divine accent and sink into the language of worldly prudence. But it may also from time to time assume its real nature with the chosen of God and sound in their ears as a voice from heaven. End quote. The natural relations of Muhammad's vast conception of the personality of God with the atmosphere of his age, says a great writer, is the only explanation of that amazing soberness and self-command with which he entertained his all-absorbing visions, end quote. And then adds, It could not have been accidental that the one supreme force of the epoch issued from the solitudes of that vast peninsula round which the tides of empire rose and fell. Every exclusive prophetic claim in the name of a sovereign will has been a cry from the desert. The symbolic meaning given to Arabia by the withdrawal of the Christian apostle to commune with a power above flesh and blood in Muhammad became more than a symbol. Arabia was itself the man of the hour, the prophet of Islam its concentrated word. To the child of her exalted traditions, driven by secret compulsion out into the lonely places of the starry night, his mouth in the dust, the desert spoke without reserve. One night, the night of power and excellence, when a divine peace rests on creation and all nature is lifted up towards its Lord, in the middle of that night the book was opened to the thirsting soul. Whilst lying self-absorbed, he is called by a mighty voice, surging like the waves of the ocean, to cry. Twice the voice called, and twice he struggled and waved its call, but a fearful weight was laid on him, and an answer was wrung out of his heart. Cry, called out the voice for the third time. And he said, What shall I cry? Came the answer, Cry, in the name of thy Lord. When the voice had ceased to speak, telling him how from minutest beginnings man had been called into existence and lifted up by understanding and knowledge of the Lord, who is most beneficent, and who, by the pen, had revealed that which man did not know, Muhammad woke from his trance, and felt as if the words spoken to his soul had been written on his heart. Footnote: Surah 46, verse 1 to 5. Iqra is usually rendered into read, but I have preferred to follow the rendering suggested by Deutsch as more in accordance with the call to the Prophet. End of footnote. A great trembling came upon him, and he hastened home to his wife and said, O Khadijah, what has happened to me? He lay down, and she watched by him. When he recovered from his paroxysm, he said, O Khadijah, he of whom one would not have believed it, meaning himself, has become either a soothsayer, kahin, or one possessed, mad. Footnote: Diviners and soothsayers were his particular aversions. Most of them were attached to the temples. End of footnote. She replied, God is my protection, O Abul Qasim, a name of Muhammad derived from one of his boys. He will surely not let such a thing happen unto thee, for thou speakest the truth, dost not return evil for evil, keepest faith, art of a good life, and kind to thy relations and friends, and neither art thou a babbler in the marketplaces. What has befallen thee? Hast thou seen aught terrible? Muhammad replied, Yes. And he told her what he had seen. Whereupon she answered and said, Rejoice, O dear husband, and be of good cheer. He in whose hands stands Khadijah's life is my witness that thou wilt be the prophet of this people. Then she arose and went to her cousin Waraka, son of Naufal, who was old and blind and, knew the scriptures of the Jews and Christians. When she told him what she had heard, he cried out, Quddusun, Quddusun, holy, holy. Verily this is the Namus al-Akbar, who came to Moses and Jesus. He will be the prophet of his people. Tell him this, bid him be of brave heart. Footnote: The primary signification of the word Namus in Arabic is a messenger, one who communicates a secret message. It also means law, as the Greek nomos. In Talmudical phraseology, says Deutsch, it signifies the revealed law. In Waraka's mind, these different significations were combined. The messenger and the message, both divine, had come to Muhammad, even as they had come to Moses and Jesus." End quote. Add a footnote. In the midst of the wreck of empires and nations, in the wild turmoil of tribes and clans, there was a voice in the air, east and west, north and south, that God's message was close at hand. The shepherd was nigh who was to call back the erring flock into the Master's fold. It had spoken to the heart of Waraka. And when the two men met subsequently in the streets, the blind old reader of the Jewish and Christian scriptures, who had searched in them for consolation and found none, but who knew of the promise held out to mankind of a deliverer, spoke of his faith and trust. "I swear by him in whose hand Waraka's life is," said the old man, "God has chosen thee to be the prophet of this people. The Namus al-Akbar has come to thee. They will call thee a liar, they will prosecute thee, they will banish thee, they will fight against thee. Oh, that I could live to those days! I would fight for thee." And he kissed him on his forehead. These words of hope and trust brought comfort to the troubled soul. Footnote: Waraka died soon after this event, and a footnote. And then followed a period of waiting for the voice to come again, the inspiration of heaven to fall once more on the anxious mind. We can appreciate the spiritual throes, the severe mental conflicts, the doubts, hopes, and misgivings which alternately wrung the heart of Muhammad, when we are told that before he had himself realized his mission, he was driven to the verge of self-destruction, when the angel of God recalled him to his duty to mankind. It spoke to the poor, grieved heart, agitated by doubt and fear, of hope and trust, of the bright future when he should see the people of the earth crowding into the one true faith. Saved by the gracious monition, he hurried home from the desert, exhausted in mind and body, to the bosom of his devoted wife, praying only to be covered from the overwhelming presence. His was not the communion with God of those egoists who bury themselves in deserts or forests and live a life of quietude for themselves alone. His was the hard struggle of the man who is led onwards by a nobler destiny towards the liberation of his race from the bondage of idolatry. His destiny was unfolded to him when, wrapped in profound meditation, melancholy and sad, he felt himself called by that voice from heaven which had called those who had gone before him to arise and preach. "O thou, enwrapped in thy mantle, arise and warn, and glorify thy Lord." And he arose and girded himself for the work to which he was called. Thenceforth his life is devoted to humanity. Preaching with unswerving purpose amidst unremitting persecution, insulted and outraged, he held on in his path of reproof and reform. Khadija was the first to accept his mission. She was the first to believe in the revelation, to abandon the idolatry of her people, and to join with him in purity of heart in offering up prayers to the All-Merciful. Not only was she the first to believe in him and his divine message, but in the struggle which was to follow, she was his true consoler. And God, says tradition, comforted him through her when he returned to her, for she roused him up again and made his burden more light to him, assuring him of her own faith in him and representing to him the futility of man's babble. End quote. In the beginning, Muhammad opened his soul only to those who were attached to him and tried to wean them from the gross practices of their forefathers. After Khadija, Ali was the next disciple. Often did the Prophet go into the depths of the solitary desert around Mecca with his wife and young cousin, that they might together offer up their heartfelt thanks to the God of all nations for his manifold blessings. Once they were surprised in the attitude of prayer by Abu Talib, the father of Ali. And he said to Muhammad, "O son of my brother, what is this religion that thou art following?" "It is the religion of God, of his angels, of his prophets, and of our ancestor Abraham," answered the Prophet. "God has sent me to his servants to direct them towards the truth. And thou, O my uncle, art the most worthy of all. It is meet that I should thus call upon thee, and it is meet that thou shouldst accept the truth and help in spreading it." "Son of my brother," replied Abu Talib, in the true spirit of the sturdy old Semite, "I cannot abjure the religion of my fathers, but by the Supreme God, whilst I am alive, none shall dare to injure thee." Then, turning towards Ali, his son, the venerable patriarch inquired what religion was his. "O father," answered Ali, "I believe in God and his Prophet, and go with him." "Well, my son," said Abu Talib, "he will not call thee to aught save what is good, wherefore thou art free to cleave unto him." Soon after, Zayd, the son of Harith, who, notwithstanding his freedom, had cast in his lot with Muhammad, became a convert to the new faith. He was followed by a leading member of the Qurayshite community of the name of Abdullah, son of Abu Kuhafa, who afterwards became famous in history as Abu Bakr. Footnote: De Verger in a note mentions that before his conversion to Islam he was called Abdul Kaaba, servant of the Kaaba. End of footnote. A member of the important family of Taym ibn Murrah, a wealthy merchant, a man of clear, calm judgment, at the same time energetic, prudent, honest, and amiable, he enjoyed great consideration among his compatriots. He was but 2 years younger than the Prophet, and his unhesitating adoption of the new faith was of great moral effect. 5 notables followed in his footsteps, among them Osman, son of Affan, of the family of Umayyah, who afterwards became the 3rd caliph; Abdurrahman, son of Auf; Sa'd, son of Abi Waqqas, afterwards the conqueror of Persia; Zubair, son of Awam and nephew of Khadijah, presented themselves before the Prophet and accepted Islam at his hands. Several proselytes also came from the humbler walks of life. It is a noble feature in the history of the Prophet of Arabia, and one which strongly attests the sincerity of his character, the purity of his teachings, and the intensity of his faith and trust in God, that his nearest relations, his wife, his beloved cousin, and intimate friends were most thoroughly imbued with the truth of his mission and convinced of his inspiration. Those who knew him best, closest relations and dearest friends, people who lived with him and noted all his movements, were his sincere and most devoted followers. If these men and women, noble, intelligent, and certainly not less educated than the fishermen of Galilee, had perceived the slightest sign of earthliness, deception, or want of faith in the teacher himself, Muhammad's hopes of moral regeneration and social reform would all have been crumbled to dust in a moment. They braved for him persecution and dangers. They bore up against physical tortures and mental agony caused by social excommunication, even unto death. Would this have been so had they perceived the least backsliding in their master? But even had these people not believed in Muhammad with such earnest faith and trust, it would furnish no reason for doubting the greatness of his work or the depth of his sincerity. For the influence of Jesus himself was least among his nearest relations. His brother never believed in him, and they even went so far as once to endeavor to obtain possession of his person, believing him to be out of his mind. Even his immediate disciples were not firm in their convictions. Footnote, and these were the men whom Jesus called his mother and brethren, in preference to his own mother and brothers. End of footnote. Perhaps this unsteadiness may have arisen from weakness of character, or it may have resulted, as Milman thinks, from the varying tone of Jesus himself, but the fact is undeniable. Footnote, Sir W. Muir admits this in the most positive terms. He says, "The apostles fled at the first sound of danger." End of footnote. The intense faith and conviction on the part of the immediate followers of Muhammad is the noblest testimony to his sincerity and his utter self-absorption in his appointed task. For 3 weary long years he labored quietly to wean his people from the worship of idols. But polytheism was deeply rooted among them. The ancient cult offered attractions which the new faith in its purity did not possess. The Quraysh had vested interest in the old worship, and their prestige was involved in its maintenance. Muhammad had thus to contend not only with the heathenism of his city, sanctified by ages of observance and belief, but also with the opposition of the oligarchy which ruled its destinies, and with whom, like the generality of their people, superstition was allied to great skepticism. With these forces fighting against him, little wonder that the life and death struggle of the 3 years drew only 30 followers. But the heart of the great teacher never failed. Steadfast in his trust in the Almighty Master, whose behests he was carrying out, he held on. Hitherto he had preached quietly and unobtrusively. His compatriots had looked askance at him, had begun to doubt the sanity of Al-Amin, thought him crazed or quote-unquote possessed, but had not interfered with his isolated exhortations. He now determined to appeal publicly to the Quraysh to abandon their idolatry. With this object he convened an assembly on the hill of Safa, and there spoke to them of the enormities of their crimes in the sight of the Lord, their folly in offering adoration to carved idols. He warned them of the fate that had overtaken the races which had passed unheeded the words of the preachers of bygone days, and invited them to abjure their old impious worship, and adopt the faith of love and truth and purity. But the mockers mocked his words, laughed at the enthusiasm of young Ali, and departed with taunts and scoffs on their lips, and fear in their hearts at the spirit of revolution which had risen in their midst. Having thus failed to induce the Quraysh to listen to the warnings of heaven, he turned his attention to the strangers visiting the city for trade or pilgrimage. To them he endeavored to convey God's words. But here again his efforts were frustrated by the Quraysh. When the pilgrims began to arrive on the environs of the city, the Qurayshites posted themselves on the different routes and warned the strangers against holding any communication with Muhammad, whom they represented as a dangerous magician. This machination led, however, to a result little expected by the Meccans. As the pilgrims and traders dispersed to their distant homes, they carried with them the news of the advent of the strange, enthusiastic preacher, who, at the risk of his own life, was calling aloud to the nations of Arabia to give up the worship of their fathers. If the Quraysh were under the impression that Muhammad would be abandoned by his own kith and kin, they were soon undeceived by a scathing denunciation hurled at them by Abu Talib. The old patriarch, who had refused with characteristic persistency to abandon his ancient creed or to adopt the new faith, rebelled at the injustice and intolerance of his compatriots towards the reformer, and with true desert chivalry he deplored, in a poem which lies embalmed in history, the enormities of the Quraysh towards one who was the benefactor of the orphan and the widow, Al-Amin, who never failed in word or deed, and declared that the children of Hashim and of Muttalib would defend the innocent with their lives. About the same time, an Yathribite chief wrote to the Quraysh of Mecca, and, holding up the examples of bygone ages, exhorted them not to embroil themselves with civil dissensions and warfare. He advised them to give a hearing to the new preacher. Quote, "An honorable man has adopted a certain religion. Why persecute him? For it is only the Lord of the heaven who can read the heart of man." End quote. His counsel had some effect, and occasioned a change of tactics among the Quraysh. For a time, accordingly, calumnies and vilifications, exasperating contumelies and petty outrages were substituted for open and violent persecution. The hostile Quraysh stopped the Prophet from offering his prayers at the Kaaba. They pursued him wherever he went. They covered him and his disciples with dirt and filth when engaged in their devotions. They incited the children and the bad characters of the town to follow and insult him. They scattered thorns in the places which he frequented for devotion and meditation. In this act of refined cruelty, the lead was always taken by ul-Jamil, the wife of Abu Lahab, one of Muhammad's uncles. She was the most inveterate of his persecutors. Every place which he or his disciples frequented for devotion, she covered with thorns. This exasperating conduct brought down upon her the designation of being, quote-unquote, the bearer of faggots, Hammalatul Hatab, to hell. Amidst all these trials, Muhammad never wavered. Full of the intensest confidence in his mission, he worked steadily on. Several times he was in imminent danger of his life at the hands of the Quraysh. On one occasion he disarmed their murderous fury by his gentle and calm self-control. But persecution only added to the strength of the new faith. The blood of the martyrs is the seed of the Church, is a truth not confined to one creed. The violence of the Quraysh towards Muhammad, their burning and bitter intolerance, led to the conversion of the redoubtable Hamza, the youngest son of Abdul Muttalib. This intrepid warrior, brave, generous, and true, whose doughty sword was held in dread by all the Quraysh, about this time came to the Prophet, adopted his faith, and became thenceforth a devoted adherent of Islam, and finally laid down his life in the cause. Amidst all this persecution, Muhammad never ceased calling to the nation, so wedded to iniquity, to abandon their evil ways and abominations. He threw his heart and soul into his preachings. He told them in burning words that seared into the hearts of the listeners the punishment which had alighted on the tribes of Ad and Thamud, who had heeded not the warnings of God's messengers, of the outpouring of heaven's wrath at the iniquities of Noah's people. He adjured them by the wonderful sights of nature, by the noonday brightness, by the night when she spreadeth her veil, by the day when it appeareth in glory, to listen to the warning before a like destruction came upon them. He told them of the day of reckoning, when the deeds done by men in this world shall be weighed before the eternal Judge, when the children who had been buried alive shall be asked for what crime they had been put to death, and when heaven and earth shall be folded up, and none be near but God. He spoke to them of the rewards and punishments of the hereafter, describing to his materialistic people the joys of paradise and the pains of hell, quote, with all the glow of Eastern imagery, end quote. He told them what the unbelievers were like, quote, they are like unto one who kindleth a fire, and when it hath thrown its light on all around him, God taketh away the light, and leaveth him in darkness, and they cannot see. Deaf, dumb, blind, therefore they shall not retrace their steps. They are like those who, when there cometh a storm cloud of heaven, big with darkness, thunder, and lightning, thrust their fingers into their ears because of the thunderclap for fear of death. God is round about the infidels. The lightning almost snatcheth away their eyes. So oft as it gleameth on them, they walk on in it. But when darkness closeth upon them, they stop. And if God pleased, of their ears and of their eyes would he surely deprive them. Verily, God is almighty. End quote. Quote, as to the infidels, their works are like the sarab on the plain, footnote, i.e. the mirage of the desert, and a footnote, which the thirsty traveller thinketh to be water, and then when he cometh thereto, he findeth it to be nothing. But he findeth God round about him, and he will fully pay him his account, for swift in taking an account is God. Or as the darkness over a deep sea, billows riding upon billows below, and clouds above, one darkness over another darkness. When a man stretcheth forth his hand, he is far from seeing it. He to whom God doth not grant light, no light at all hath he. End quote. The people were awestruck, and conversions grew frequent. The Quraysh were now thoroughly alarmed. Muhammad's preaching betokened a serious revolutionary movement. Their power and prestige were at stake. They were the custodians of the idols whom Muhammad threatened with destruction. They were the ministers of the worship which Muhammad denounced. Their very existence depended upon their maintaining the old institutions intact. If the predictions were fulfilled, they would have to face themselves as a nation preeminent among the nationalities of Arabia. The new preacher's tone was intensely democratic. In the sight of his Lord, all human beings were equal. This leveling of all distinctions was contrary to all their traditions. They would have none of it, for it boded no good to their exclusive privileges. Urgent measures were needed to stifle the movement before it gained further strength. They accordingly decided upon an organized system of persecution. In order, however, not to violate their laws of vendetta, each family took upon itself the task of strangling the new religion within its own circle. Each household tortured its own members, or clients or slaves, who were supposed to have attached themselves to the new faith. Muhammad, owing to the protection of Abu Talib and his kinsmen, Abu Bakr and a few others who were either distinguished by their rank or possessed some influential friend or protector among the Quraysh, were for the time exempt from immediate violence. The others were thrown into prison, starved, and then beaten with sticks. The hill of Ramda and the place called Batha became thus the scenes of cruel tortures. The men or women whom the Quraysh found abandoning the worship of the idol gods were exposed to the burning heat of the desert on the scorching sand, where, when reduced to the last extremity by thirst, they were offered the alternative of adoring the idols or death. Some recanted, only to profess Islam once more when released from their torments. But the majority held firmly to their faith. Such a one was Bilal, the first muezzin of Islam. His master, Umayyah, son of Khalaf, conducted him each day to Batha when the heat of the sun was at its greatest, and there exposed him bare-backed with his face to the burning sun, and placed on his chest a large block of stone with the words, "There shalt thou remain until thou art dead or thou hast abjured Islam." As he lay, half stifled under his heavy weight, dying with thirst, he would only answer, "Ahadun, Ahadun," one God, one. This lasted for days, until the poor sufferer was reduced to the verge of death, when he was ransomed by Abu Bakr, who had in like manner purchased the liberty of 6 other slaves. They killed with excruciating torments Yasar and Samia, his wife. They inflicted fearful tortures on Ammar, their son. Muhammad was often an eyewitness to the suffering of his disciples, sufferings borne with patience and fortitude as became martyrs in the cause of truth. And these were not the only martyrs in the early history of Islam. Footnote, e.g. Khubayb bin Adi, who, being perfidiously sold to the Quraysh, was by them put to death in a cruel manner by mutilation and cutting off his flesh piecemeal. In the midst of his tortures, being asked whether he did not wish Muhammad in his place, he answered, "I would not wish to be with my family, my substance, and my children, on condition that Muhammad was only to be pricked with a thorn." End of footnote. Like the Pharisees tempting Jesus, the Quraysh came to Muhammad with temptations of worldly honor and aggrandizement to draw him from the path of duty. One day, says the chronicler, he was sitting in the Kaaba, at a little distance from an assembly of the antagonistic chiefs, when one of them, Utbah, son of Rabi'a, a man of moderate views, came to him and said, "O son of my brother, thou art distinguished by thy qualities and thy descent. Now thou hast sown division among our people, and cast dissensions in our families. Thou denouncest our gods and goddesses. Thou dost tax our ancestors with impiety. We have a proposition to make to thee. Think well if it will not suit thee to accept it." "Speak, O father of Walid," said the Prophet. "I listen, O son of my brother." Footnote, Walid being a son of Utbah. It was usual, and is so even now among the Arabs, to call a man as the father of so-and-so, instead of using his own name as a mark of consideration. End of footnote. Commenced Utbah, "If thou wishest to acquire riches by this affair, we will collect a fortune larger than is possessed by any of us. If thou desirest honors and dignity, we shall make thee our chief, and shall not do a thing without thee. If thou desirest dominion, we shall make thee our king. And if the spirit, demon, which possesses thee cannot be overpowered, we will bring thee doctors and give them riches till they cure thee." And when he had done, "Hast thou finished, O father of Walid?" asked the Prophet. "Yes," replied he. "Then listen to me." "I listen," he said. "In the name of the most merciful God," commenced the warner. "This is a revelation from the most merciful, a book, the verses whereof are distinctly explained, an Arabic Quran, for the instruction of people who understand, bearing good tidings and denouncing threats. But the greater part of them turn aside and hearken not thereto, and they say, Our hearts are veiled from the doctrine to which thou invitest us. And there is a deafness in our ears, and a curtain between us and thee. Wherefore act thou as thou shalt think fit, for we shall act according to our own sentiments. Say, Verily I am only a man like you. It is revealed unto me that your God is one God. Wherefore direct your way straight unto him, and ask pardon of him for what is past. And woe be to the idolaters who give not the appointed alms, and believe not in the life to come." Footnote, whilst hospitality was regarded as a great virtue, charity was considered a weakness among the Arabs, and a future life an old woman's fable. End of footnote. But as to those who believe and work righteousness, they shall receive an everlasting reward. When the Prophet finished this recitation, he said to Utbah, Thou hast heard, now take the course which seemeth best to thee. Profoundly afflicted by the sufferings of his disciples, whose position, as time went on, became more and more unbearable, he advised them to seek a refuge in the neighboring Christian kingdom of Abyssinia, where ruled a pious sovereign, till God in his mercy wrought a change in the feelings of the Quraysh. He had heard of the righteousness of this Christian king, of his tolerance and hospitality, and was certain of a welcome for his followers. Some immediately availed themselves of the advice, and sailed to the number of 15 to the hospitable shores of the Negus, Najashi. This is called the first exile, Muhajarat, in the history of Islam, and occurred in the 5th year of Muhammad's mission, 615 AC. These emigrants were soon joined by many more of their fellow sufferers and laborers in the cause of truth, until their number amounted to 83 men and 18 women. But the untiring hostility of Quraysh pursued them even here. They were furious at the escape of their victims, and sent deputies to the king to demand the delivery of these refugees that they might be put to death. They stated the chief charges against the poor fugitives to be the abjuration of their old religion and the adoption of a new one. The Negus sent for the exiles, and inquired of them whether what their enemies had stated was true. "What is this religion for which you have abandoned your former faith?" asked the king, "and adopted neither mine nor that of any other people?" Ja'far, son of Abu Talib and brother of Ali, acting as spokesman for the fugitives, spoke thus: "O king, we were plunged in the depth of ignorance and barbarism. We adored idols, we lived in unchastity. We ate dead bodies, and we spoke abominations. We disregarded every feeling of humanity and the duties of hospitality and neighborhood. We knew no law but that of the strong, when God raised among us a man of whose birth, truthfulness, honesty, and purity we were aware. And he called us to the unity of God and taught us not to associate anything with him." Footnote: the idolaters are almost always called associators, mushrikeen, in the Quran, or men who associate other beings with God. End of footnote. He forbade us the worship of idols and enjoined us to speak the truth, to be faithful to our trusts, to be merciful, and to regard the rights of neighbors. He forbade us to speak evil of women or to eat the substance of orphans. He ordered us to fly from vices and to abstain from evil, to offer prayers, to render alms, to observe the fast. We have believed in him. We have accepted his teachings and his injunctions to worship God and not to associate anything with him. For this reason, our people have risen against us, have persecuted us in order to make us forego the worship of God and return to the worship of idols of wood and stone and other abominations. They have tortured us and injured us until, finding no safety among them, we have come to thy country and hope thou wilt protect us from their oppression. Footnote: can there be a better summary of Muhammad's work or of his teachings? Add a footnote. The demands of the Quraysh were scouted by the king, and the deputies returned in confusion to Mecca. Whilst the disciples of Muhammad were seeking safety in other lands from the persecution of their enemies, he himself stood bravely at his post, and amidst every insult and outrage pursued his mission. Again they came to him with promises of honor and riches to seduce him from his duty. The reply was, as before, full of life, full of faith. "I am neither desirous of riches, nor ambitious of dignity, nor of dominion. I am sent by God, who has ordained me to announce glad tidings unto you. I give you the words of my Lord. I admonish you. If you accept the message I bring you, God will be favorable to you both in this world and in the next. If you reject my admonitions, I shall be patient, and leave God to judge between you and me. They mocked him, scoffed at him, tried by insidious questions to expose the fallacy of his teachings. Footnote: a Christian historian goes into raptures at the subtlety of the idolaters. See Osborne, Islam under the Arabs, and a footnote. His simple trust and sublime faith in his master rose superior to all their materialistic skepticism. They asked him to cause wells and rivers to gush forth, to bring down the heaven in pieces, to remove mountains, to have a house of gold erected, to ascend to heaven by a ladder. It was a repetition of the old story, with this difference that in the case of Jesus, his own followers insisted upon his performing miracles to satisfy them of the truth of his mission. His immediate disciples, says Professor Mamry, were always misunderstanding him and his work, wanting him to call down fire from heaven, wanting him to declare himself King of the Jews, wanting to sit on his right hand and on his left hand in his kingdom, wanting him to show them the Father, to make God visible to their bodily eyes, wanting him to do and wanting to do themselves anything and everything that was incompatible with his great plan. This was how they treated him until the end. When that came, they all forsook him and fled. End of quote. To these unsatisfied, lukewarm spirits, whose craving for wonders was no less strong than that of the Quraysh, and who afterwards clothed the revered figure of Jesus in a mist, a legacy which even modern idealistic Christianity cannot shake off, the Master was wont to reply, at times angrily, that it was an evil and adulterous age which sought after a sign, and that no sign should be given to it, and that if a man believed not in Moses and the prophets, he would not repent even though one rose from the dead. Footnote: Patristic Christianity has held and still holds to the miracles as a proof of the divinity of Jesus. Modern Christianity calls them Aberglaube. It may well be, as the author of Literature and Dogma says, that the miracles are doomed, and that the miracle saga of Christianity must, sooner or later, go with all legends, Eastern or Western. Add a footnote. It must be said to the credit of the disciples of the Arabian teacher that they never called for a miracle from their master. They, scholars, merchants, and soldiers, looked to the moral evidences of his mission. They ranged themselves round the friendless preacher at the sacrifice of all their worldly interests and worldly hopes, and adhered to him through life and death with a devotion to his human personality to which there is scarcely a parallel in the history of the world. In an age when miracles were supposed to be ordinary occurrences at the back of the commonest saint, when the whole atmosphere was surcharged with supernaturalism, not only in Arabia but in the neighboring countries where civilization had made far greater progress, the great pioneer of rationalism unhesitatingly replies to the miracle-seeking heathens, "God has not sent me to work wonders. He has sent me to preach to you. My Lord be praised. Am I more than a man sent as an apostle? Angels do not commonly walk the earth, or God would have dispatched an angel to preach his truth to you. I never said that Allah's treasures are in my hand, that I knew the hidden things, or that I was an angel, I who cannot even help or trust myself unless God pleaseth." End quote. No extraordinary pretensions, no indulgence in hyperbolical language, no endeavor to cast a glamour round his character or personality. I am only a preacher of God's words, the bringer of God's message to mankind, repeats he always. From first to last, no expression escapes him, quote, which could be construed into a request for human worship, end quote. From first to last, there is unvarying soberness of expression, which, considering the age and surrounding, is more marvelous. From first to last, the tone is one of simple, deep humility before the Creator, and in the moment of his greatest exaltation, the feeling is one of humble, sweet thankfulness. Quote, "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, whatsoever is in heaven and on earth praises God the King, the Holy One, the Almighty, the All-Wise. It is He who, out of the midst of the illiterate Arabs, has raised an apostle to show unto them His signs, and to sanctify them, and to teach them the Scripture and the wisdom, them who before had been in great darkness. This is God's free grace, which He giveth unto whomsoever He wills. God is of great mercy." End quote. Disclaiming every power of wonder-working, the Prophet of Islam ever rests the truth of his divine commission entirely upon his teachings. He never resorts to the miraculous to assert his influence or to enforce his warnings. He invariably appeals to the familiar phenomena of nature as signs of the divine presence. Footnote: the passage of Sir W. Muir on this point is, to say the least, remarkable. He says, "Whether the idolatry of Mecca would not have succumbed without a struggle before such preaching as Muhammad's, italics, sustained by reasonable evidence, and italics, may be a matter for speculation." End quote. The italics are his own. Like the Quraysh, Sir W. Muir is not satisfied with the teachings unless supported by wonder-workings. And a footnote. He unswervingly addresses himself to the inner consciousness of man, to his reason, and not to his weakness or his credulity. Look round yourself. Is this wonderful world, the sun, the moon, and the stars, holding their swift, silent course in the blue vault of heaven, the law and system prevailing in the universe, the raindrops falling to revive the parched earth into life, the ships moving across the ocean, beladen with what is profitable to mankind, the beautiful palm covered with its golden fruit, are these the handiwork of your wooden or stone gods? Fools, do you want a sign when the whole creation is full of the signs of God? The structure of your body, how wonderfully complex, how beautifully regulated. The alternation of night and day, of life and death, your sleeping and awaking, your desire to accumulate from the abundance of God, the winds driving abroad the pregnant clouds as the forerunners of the Creator's mercy, the harmony and order in the midst of diversity, the variety of the human race and yet their close affinity, fruits, flowers, animals, human beings themselves, are these not signs enough of the presence of a mastermind? To the Prophet of Islam, nature in itself is a revelation and a miracle. Quote, "There is a tongue in every leaf, a voice in every rill, a voice that speaketh everywhere, in flood and fair, through earth and air, a voice that's never still." End quote. Footnote. Compare هر گیاه که از زمین روید وحده لا شریک له گوید. Every blade that springs from the earth bears testimony to the unity of God. And a footnote. The prophet of monotheism is preeminently the prophet of nature. His ethical appeal and his earnest assertion of divine unity are founded upon the rational and intellectual recognition of all-pervading order, of the visible presence of one mind, one will, regulating, guiding, and governing the universe. His grandest miracle is the book in which he has poured forth with an inspired tongue all the, quote, revelations of nature, conscience, and prophecy, end quote. Ask you a greater miracle than this, O unbelieving people, than to have your vulgar tongue chosen as the language of that incomparable book, one piece of which puts to shame all your golden poesy and suspended songs, to convey the tidings of universal mercy, the warnings to pride and tyranny. But to all his exhortations the Quraysh turned a deaf ear. They were blind to the signs of God, blind to the presence of a divine personality in nature, deaf to the call of the seer to come back to righteousness, to forego the crimes and abominations of antiquity. Their answer to him breathes a fierce animosity, paralleled only in the darkest days of Arian or Pelagian persecution in Christendom. "Know this, O Muhammad," said they, "we shall never cease to stop thee from preaching till either thou or we perish." End of section 7. Section 8 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 1, Muhammad the Prophet, continued. During this interval occurred an incident which has been differently construed by the Muslim historians and the Christian biographers of the Prophet. One day, in one of his prophetic trances, Muhammad was reciting within the Kaaba some verses which now form part of the 53rd chapter of the Quran. When he came to the words, "What think ye of Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, and Manat, the third besides?" an idolater who was present on the occasion, and whom tradition has converted into the devil, anxious to avert the threatened denunciation, called out, "They are exalted damsels, and their intercession with God may be hoped for." These words were supposed to form part of the Prophet's revelation, and the Quraysh, overjoyed either at the trick or at Muhammad's supposed concession, hastened to express their willingness to come to terms. When Muhammad learned what had happened, he immediately proclaimed the words, "They are naught but empty names which you and your fathers have invented." This is the version given by Mohammedan historians and traditionists. According to the Christian biographers, the incident is supposed to indicate a momentary desire on the part of the Prophet to end the strife with the Quraysh by some compromise. The bigot calls it a lapse and a fall, but the generous and unbiased historian considers the episode as throwing additional luster on the Prophet of Arabia. Persecution was becoming fiercer and fiercer every day. The sufferings of his followers were increasing, and the whole city was up in arms against them. The sight of his poor disciples afflicted him deeply. His weary struggle with the Arabian idolatry filled him with grief. What wonder that a momentary thought crossed his mind to end the conflict by making a slight concession to the bigotry of his enemies. Quote, "And so Muhammad made his first and last concession. He recited a revelation to the Quraysh in which he spoke respectfully of the three moon goddesses and asserted that their intercession with God might be hoped for. Wherefore bow down before God and serve him." And the whole audience, overjoyed at the compromise, bowed down and worshipped at the name of the God of Muhammad. The whole city was reconciled to the double religion. But this dreamer of the desert was not the man to rest upon a lie. At the price of the whole city of Mecca, he would not remain untrue to himself. He came forward and said he had done wrong. The devil had tempted him. He openly and frankly retracted what he said, and as for their idols, they were but empty names which they and their fathers had invented. Western biographers have rejoiced greatly over quote-unquote Muhammad's fall. Yet it was a tempting compromise, and few would have withstood it. And the life of Muhammad is not the life of a god, but of a man. From first to last it is intensely human. But if for once he was not superior to the temptation of gaining over the whole city and obtaining peace where before had been only bitter persecution, what can we say of his manfully thrusting back the rich prize he had gained, freely confessing his fault, and resolutely giving himself over again to the old indignities and insults? If he was once insincere, and who is not, how intrepid was his after sincerity! He was untrue to himself for a while, and he is ever referring to it in his public preaching with shame and remorse. But the false step was more than atoned for by his magnificent recantation." Upon the promulgation that Lat, Uzzah, and Manat were but empty names, the persecution burst out anew with redoubled fury. Supported, however, by a firm conviction of divine assistance and upheld by the admonitions of the heavenly voice within, conveyed to him by the ministrators of heavenly mercy, he continued his preaching undeterred by the hostility of his enemies or by the injuries they inflicted upon him. In spite of all opposition, however, slowly but surely the new teachings gained ground. The seeds of truth thus scattered could not fail to fructify. The wild Arab of the desert, the trading citizen of distant townships who came to the national fair, heard the words of the strange man whom his enemies thought possessed, listened to the admonitions in which he poured forth his soul, listened with awe and wonder to his denunciations of their divinities and of their superstitions, of their unrighteousness, of their evil ways, and carried back to their far-off homes new light and new life, even unconsciously to themselves. And the satires, the ill names his enemies heaped upon Muhammad, only tended to make his words more extensively known. The Meccans, on their side, were by no means quiet. Several times the Quraysh sent deputations to Abu Talib asking him to stop his nephew from preaching against their religion. At first Abu Talib turned them away with soft and courteous words, but as Muhammad persisted in his fiery denunciations against their goddesses and impiety, they expelled him from the Kaaba, where he had been wont to preach, and then came in a body to his uncle. "We respect thy age and thy rank," said they, "but our respect for thee has bounds, and verily we can have no further patience with thy nephew's abuse of our gods and his ill words against our ancestors. Wherefore do thou either prevent him from so doing, or thyself take part with him, so that we may settle the matter by fight until one of the two parties is exterminated." Having thus spoken, they departed. Abu Talib was unwilling to separate himself from his people, neither did he like abandoning his nephew to the idolaters. Sending for Muhammad, he informed him of the speech of the Quraysh, and begged him to renounce his task. Muhammad thought his uncle wished to withdraw his protection, but his high resolve did not fail him even at this moment. Firmly he replied, "O my uncle, if they place the sun on my right hand and the moon on my left, to force me to renounce my work, verily I would not desist therefrom until God made manifest his cause, or I perished in the attempt." But overcome by the thought of desertion by his kind protector, he turned to depart. Then Abu Talib called aloud, "Son of my brother, come back." And he came, and Abu Talib said, "Say whatever thou pleasest, for by the Lord I shall not abandon thee, nay, never." The Quraysh made another attempt to persuade Abu Talib to deliver up his nephew to them. They offered in exchange a young man of the family of Makhzum, but it was of no avail. The declared intention of Abu Talib to support his nephew excited their fury, and there renewed their menaces of violence. The venerable patriarch appealed to the sense of honor of the Bani Hashim and Bani Muttalib, the kinsmen of Muhammad, to protect a distinguished member of their family from falling a victim to the hatred of rival clans. And the appeal was nobly responded to, with the solitary exception of the squint-eyed Abu Lahab, quote-unquote, the father of the flame, as the sequel will show. At this time, the new faith gained a valuable adherent in Omar, whose energy of character made him an important factor in the future commonwealth of Islam. His services to the religion of Muhammad have engraved his name on the pages of history. A distinguished member of the family of Adi ibn Ka'b and the son of Khattab, notorious for the persecution of the Muslims, he was hitherto a violent opponent of Islam and a bitter adversary of the Prophet. His conversion is said to have been worked by the magic effect on his mind of a chapter of the Quran which he heard recited in his sister's house, where he had gone in a furious rage and with murderous intent. Struck with the words which he had heard, he went straight to the Prophet with the naked sword in his hand, with which he had meant to slay Muhammad and his disciples, causing considerable consternation among the assembly of the faithful listening to the preacher. He kissed the master's hand, and then demanded to be taken into the fold of God. And heartfelt thanks went up to heaven from the Muslims for the grace that had fallen on Umar. After his conversion, he became one of the bulwarks of the faith. Islam need no more hide its head in byways and corners, go about in concealment, or offer its prayers to God in secret and trepidation. Besides a large following taken from the humbler walks of life, there were now gathered round the Prophet a chosen band of apostles, consisting not of ignorant folk, but of men of energy, talent, and worth, like Hamza, Abu Bakr, and Omar. And though Ali was in his youth, he was fast rising into prominence. These important adhesions gave heart to the Muslims, and they now ventured to perform their devotions in public. The Quraysh, who were at first thunderstruck at the conversion of Omar, saw the gravity of the situation, and yet they waited to strike the decisive blow. The return of the deputies, however, from Abyssinia and the announcement of their unsuccessful mission roused them to frenzy. They determined at last to exterminate with one stroke the entire clan of Hashim and Muttalib. With that purpose, they, in the 7th year of the mission, towards the end of 616 A.C., formed a league against the descendants of Hashim and Muttalib. They bound themselves by a solemn document which was deposited in the Kaaba not to enter into any contract of marriage with the Hashemites or to buy and sell with them. The Hashemites and Muttalibites, Mussulmans as well as idolaters, were struck with dismay, and, fearful that this might be the prelude to some other attack, judged it safer to abandon their houses dispersed in the city and concentrate themselves at one point. They betook themselves accordingly to the Shi'b, or quarter, of Abu Talib, a long narrow mountain defile on the eastern skirts of Mecca, cut off by rocks or walls from the city, except for one narrow gateway. Abu Lahab alone remained aloof, and ranged himself on the side of the enemy. They lived in this defensive position, with Muhammad in their midst for nearly 3 years, beleaguered by the Quraysh and subjected to every privation. The provisions which they had carried with them were soon exhausted, and the cries of the starving children could be heard outside. Probably they would have entirely perished but for the occasional help they received surreptitiously from less bigoted compatriots. Some of the chiefs, however, were beginning to be ashamed of their injustice. Towards the 10th year of the mission, 619 AC, Hisham, son of Amr, who took a lively interest in the Hashemites, tried to bring about a reconciliation between the Qurayshites and the two families of Hashim and Muttalib. He succeeded in winning over Zubair, son of Abu Umayyah, to his side, and, seconded by him and others, the pact was annulled, and the two families were taken back to the enjoyment of their communal rights and were allowed to return to Mecca. During the period Muhammad was shut up in the ship with his kinspeople, Islam made no progress outside. In the sacred months, when violence was considered a sacrilege, the teacher would come out of his prison and endeavor to obtain hearers among the pilgrims. But the squint-eyed, quote-unquote, father of the flame followed him about and made his words naught by calling him a liar and a Sabian. The year which followed is called in the history of Islam the year of mourning for the loss of Abu Talib and Khadija, who followed each other to the grave within a short interval. In Abu Talib, Muhammad lost the guardian of his youth, who had hitherto stood between him and his enemies. The death of Khadija was a severe blow. When none believed in him, when he himself had not yet awakened to the full consciousness of his mission, and his heart was full of doubts, when all around him was dark and despairing, her love, her faith had stood by him. Quote, "She was ever his angel of hope and consolation." End quote. To the end of his life, he retained the tenderest recollection of her love and devotion. Note to Chapter 1. Sir W. Muir thinks M. Caussin de Perceval has made a mistake in supposing Batha to be the name of a place. He thinks it signifies the nature of the soil over which these people were tortured. Volume 2, page 128. To corroborate M. Caussin de Perceval and myself, I have only to add that the existence of this place is an undoubted fact, and Batha especially has been frequently referred to by Mohammedan authors as a place in the immediate vicinity of Mecca. For example, the celebrated Hakim Sanai says, "Cho ilmat hast, khidmat kon cho bilman, که زشت آید گرفته چینیان احرام و مکی خفته در بطها." If thou possessest knowledge, serve like those who are ignorant, for it is unseemly that people from China should adopt the ihram, that is to say, come on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and the native of Mecca should lie sleeping at Batha. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 2, The Hijrah. Muhammadun Sayyidul Kawnayn wa Thakilayn wal Farikayn min Urbin wa min Ajamin. Muhammad is the Lord of the two worlds, and of mankind and the spirits, and of the two nations, the Arabs and the Ajam, non-Arabs. The children of Umayyah and other hostile clans, actuated as much by their attachment to the old cult as by their jealousy of and hatred towards the Hashemites, considered this a favorable opportunity to crush out Islam in Mecca. And the death of Abu Talib, whose personal influence and character had restrained their fury within some limits, became the signal for the Quraysh to redouble their persecutions. Weighed down by the loss of this venerable protector and of his cherished wife, hopeless of turning the Quraysh from idolatry, with a saddened heart and yet full of trust, he determined to turn to some other field for the exercise of his ministry. Mecca had rejected the words of God. Hapless Taif may listen to them. Accompanied by his faithful servant Zayd, he arrived among the Thaqif. He spoke to them about his mission, told them about their iniquities, and called them to the worship of God. His words caused a storm of indignation. "Who was this crazy man," said they, "who invited them to abandon the beautiful divinities they worshipped with such lightness of heart and such freedom of morals?" They drove him from the city, and the rabble and the slaves followed, hooting and pelting him with stones until the evening, when they left him to pursue his way alone. Wounded and bleeding, footsore and weary, he betook himself to prayer under the shade of some palm tree, which afforded a welcome shelter to the thirsty and famished wayfarer. Raising his hands towards heaven, he cried, "O Lord, I make my complaint unto thee. Out of my feebleness and the vanity of my wishes, I am insignificant in the sight of man. O thou most merciful, Lord of the weak, thou art my Lord, do not forsake me. Leave me not a prey to strangers, nor to my enemies. If thou art not offended, I am safe. I seek refuge in the light of thy countenance, by which all darkness is dispersed, and peace comes here and hereafter. Let not thy anger descend on me. Solve my difficulties as it pleases thee. There is no power, no help, but in thee." Muhammad returned to Mecca sorely stricken in heart. He lived here for some time, retired from his people, preaching occasionally, but confining his efforts mainly to the strangers who congregated in Mecca and its vicinity during the season of the annual pilgrimage, hoping, as Tabari expresses it, to find among them some who would believe in him and carry the truth to their people. One day, whilst thus sadly but yet hopefully working among these half-traders, half-pilgrims, he came upon a group of 6 men from the distant city of Yathrib conversing together. He asked them to sit down and listen to him, and they sat down and listened. Struck by his earnestness and the truth of his words, they became his proselytes 620 AC, and returning to their city, they spread the news with lightning rapidity that a prophet had arisen among the Arabs who was to call them to God and put an end to their dissensions, which had lasted for centuries. The next year these Yathribites returned, and brought 6 more of their fellow citizens as deputies from the 2 principal tribes who occupied that city, footnote, Aus and Khazraj, end of footnote. On the self-same spot which had witnessed the conversion of the former 6, the newcomers gave in their adhesion to Muhammad. This is called the First Pledge of Aqaba, from the name of the hill on which the conference was held. Footnote: in the history of Islam, this pledge is also called the Pledge of Women, in contradistinction to the second pledge, in which the deputies of Yathrib took an oath to assist the Muslims, even by arms, against the attacks and outrages of their enemies. Add a footnote. The pledge they took was as follows: "We will not associate anything with God. We will not steal, nor commit adultery, nor fornication. We will not kill our children. We will abstain from calumny and slander. We will obey the Prophet in everything that is right. And we will be faithful to him in weal and in sorrow." End quote. After the pledge, they returned home with a disciple of Muhammad to teach them the fundamental doctrines of the new religion, which rapidly spread among the inhabitants of Yathrib. The interval which elapsed between the first and second pledge is remarkable as one of the most critical periods of Muhammad's mission. The sublime trust of Muhammad in God and the grandeur of his character never stand forth more prominently than at this period. He was sad at the sight of his people so sternly wedded to idolatry, but his sorrow was assuaged by the hope that the truth would in the end prevail. He might not live to see it, but as surely as darkness flies before the rays of the sun, so surely falsehood will vanish before truth. Regarding this epoch, a few words of unconscious admiration escape even the lips of Muir. Quote, Muhammad, thus holding his people at bay, waiting, in the still expectation of victory, to outward appearance defenseless, and with his little band, as it were, in the lion's mouth, yet trusting in his almighty power, whose messenger he believed himself to be, resolute and unmoved, presents a spectacle of sublimity paralleled only in the sacred records by such scenes as that of the prophet of Israel, when he complained to his master, I, even I only, am left. This period of anxious waiting is also remarkable for that notable vision of the Ascension, which has furnished worlds of golden dreams for the imaginative genius of poets and traditionists. They have woven beautiful and gorgeous legends round the simple words of the Quran, quote, Praise be to him who carried his servant by night from the sacred temple to the temple that is more remote, whose precincts we have blessed, that we might show him some of our signs, for he is the hearer, the seer. And again, quote, And remember we said to thee, Verily thy Lord is round about mankind. We ordained the vision which we showed thee. Footnote. Quran chapter 27 verse 1. Quote, All that Mohammedans must believe respecting the Miraj is that the Prophet saw himself in a vision transported from Mecca to Jerusalem, and that in such vision he really beheld some of the greatest signs of his Lord. It must be evident to the reader that the visions also of a prophet are a mode of divine inspiration. Syed Ahmed Khan, Essays 11, page 34. Muir says that the earliest authorities point only to a vision, not to a real bodily journey. Volume 2, page 221, note. Compare the early traditions given by Ibn Hisham, page 267, which support this view. It may, I think, be fairly asked why Christians who believe in the bodily resurrection and bodily ascension of Jesus and of Elijah should look upon those Muslims who believe in the bodily ascension of Muhammad as less rational than themselves. And a footnote. In spite of the beautiful garb in which the traditionists have dressed this incident, quote, it is still a grand vision full of glorious imagery, fraught with deep meaning. End quote. The following year, 1622 AC, the Yathribites who had adopted the new religion repaired to Mecca, to the number of 75, in company with their idolatrous brethren, to invite the Prophet to their city. But the idolaters had no knowledge of the intention of their companions. In the stillness of night, when all hostile elements appeared slumbering, these pioneers of the new faith met under the hill which had witnessed the first pledge. Footnote. In the night of the first and second day of the Tashriq, the period of 3 days which follow immediately the celebration of the rites of the pilgrimage, and a footnote. Muhammad appeared among them, accompanied by his uncle Abbas, who, though not a convert, yet took a warm interest in the progress of Islam. He opened the conference and vividly described to the Yathribites the risk they incurred by adopting Islam and inviting its teacher to their city. They replied with one voice that they adopted the religion fully conscious of the dangers which surrounded them. Speak, O Prophet of God, said they, and exact any pledge for thyself and thy Lord. The Prophet began, as was his wont, by reciting several passages of the Quran. He then invited all present to the service of God and dwelt upon the blessings of the new dispensation. The former pledge was repeated, that they would worship none but God, that they would observe the precepts of Islam, that they would obey Muhammad in all that was right, and defend him and his, even as they would their women and children. And, said they, if we die in the cause of God, what shall be our return? Happiness hereafter, was the reply. But, said they, thou wilt not leave us in the hour of prosperity to return to thy people. The Prophet smiled and said, Nay, never. Your blood is my blood. I am yours, you are mine. Give us then thy hand. And each one, placing his hand on that of the Prophet, swore allegiance to him and his God. Scarcely had the compact been concluded when the voice of a Meccan, who had been watching this scene from a distance, came floating on the night air, striking a sudden panic into the self-denying hearts there assembled. The firm words of Muhammad restored their presence of mind. Muhammad then selected 12 men from among them, men of position, pointed out to him by the voice of the people as his delegates, Naqibs. Thus was concluded the second pledge of Aqaba. The Meccan spy had already spread the news of this conference through the city. Astounded at the temerity of Muhammad and his followers, the Quraysh proceeded in a body to the caravan of the Yathribites to demand the men who had entered into the pledge with him. Finding no clue, however, as to the persons who had taken part in the meeting, they allowed the caravan to depart unmolested. But this apparent moderation on the part of Quraysh formed only a prelude to a furious persecution of Muhammad and his disciples. The position of the latter became every day more and more perilous. The Prophet, fearing a general massacre, advised his followers to seek immediate safety at Yathrib, whereupon about 100 families silently disappeared by twos and threes from Mecca and proceeded to Yathrib, where they were received with enthusiasm. Entire quarters of the city thus became deserted, and Utbah, the son of Rabi'a, at the sight of these vacant abodes, once so full of life, quote, sighed heavily and recited the old verse, Every dwelling place, even if it has been blessed ever so long, will one day become a prey to unhappiness and bitter wind. And he sorrowfully added, All this is the work of the son of our brother, who has scattered our assemblies, ruined our affairs, and created dissension among us. End quote. As it was with Jesus, so it was with Muhammad, only with this difference that in one case the teacher himself says, Think not that I came to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace but a sword, for I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. End quote. In Muhammad's case, it was one of his most persevering opponents who accused him of creating dissension in families. Throughout this period, when the storm was at its height and might at any moment have burst over his head, Muhammad never quailed. All his disciples had left for Yathrib. Alone he remained bravely at his post, with the devoted Ali and the venerable Abu Bakr. Meanwhile, the clouds were gathering fast. Fearful of the escape of the Prophet, an assembly of the Quraysh met in all dispatch in the town hall, Dar un-Nadwa, and some chiefs of other clans were invited to attend. The matter had become one of life and death. Stormy was the meeting, for fear had entered their hearts. Imprisonment for life, expulsion from the city, each was debated in turn. Assassination was then proposed, but assassination by one man would have exposed him and his family to the vengeance of blood. The difficulty was at last solved by Abu Jahl, who suggested that a number of courageous men chosen from different families should sheathe their swords simultaneously in Muhammad's bosom, in order that the responsibility of the deed might rest upon all, and the relations of Muhammad might consequently be enabled to avenge it. This proposal was accepted, and a number of noble youths were selected for the sanguinary deed. Footnote: according to Ibn Hisham, this proposal of Abu Jahl, one of the Quraysh, was seconded by a stranger in the guise of a venerable sheikh from Najd, whom tradition has resolved into Satan himself. Abu Jahl was one of the bitterest enemies of the Prophet. His real name was Amr, and he was surnamed for his sagacity Abul Hikam, quote-unquote, father of wisdom in the plural. Owing to his fanaticism and bigotry, which prevented his perceiving any good in the new teachings, Muhammad called him instead Abu Jahl, quote-unquote, father of ignorance. Ignorance has, in all ages, posed as the champion of orthodoxy. Abu Jahl has thus become a type. It is to this fact Hakim Sinai, the great mystical poet, refers in the following couplet: Ahmed Mursal nesheste ki ravad darad kherad, del asir sirat Bu Jahl kafir dashtan. Ahmed the Prophet is sitting in your midst. How can reason allow the heart to become captive of the qualities of Bu Jahl, the unbeliever? And a footnote. As the night advanced, the assassins posted themselves round the Prophet's dwelling. Thus they watched all night long, waiting to murder him when he should leave his house in the early dawn, peeping now and then through a hole in the door to make sure that he still lay on his bed. But meanwhile, the instinct of self-preservation, the instinct which had often led the great Prophet of Nazareth to evade his enemies, had warned Muhammad of the danger. In order to keep the attention of the assassins fixed upon the bed, he put down his own green garment upon the devoted and faithful Ali, bade him lie on his bed, quote, and escaped as David had escaped through the windows, end quote. He repaired to the house of Abu Bakr, and they fled together unobserved from the inhospitable city of their birth. They lay hid for several days in a cavern of Mount Thawr, a hill to the south of Mecca. The fury of the Quraysh was now unbounded. The news that the would-be assassins had returned unsuccessful and Muhammad had escaped aroused their whole energy. Horsemen scoured the country. A price was set upon Muhammad's head, footnote of 100 camels, and a footnote. Once or twice the danger approached so near that the heart of old Abu Bakr quaked with fear. "We are but two," said he. "Nay," said Muhammad, "we are three. God is with us." And he was with them. After 3 days the Quraysh slackened their efforts. All this time Muhammad and his companion were sustained by food brought to them at night by a daughter of Abu Bakr. On the evening of the 3rd day the fugitives left the cavern, and, procuring with great difficulty 2 camels, endeavored to reach Yathrib by unfrequented paths. But even here the way was full of danger. The heavy price set upon Muhammad's head had brought out many horsemen from Mecca, and they were still diligently seeking for the helpless wanderer. One, a wild and fierce warrior, actually caught sight of the fugitives and pursued them. Again the heart of Abu Bakr misgave him, and he cried, "We are lost." "Be not afraid," said the Prophet, "God will protect us." As the idolater overtook Muhammad, his horse reared and fell. Struck with sudden awe, he entreated the forgiveness of the man whom he was pursuing, and asked for an attestation of his pardon. This was given to him on a piece of bone by Abu Bakr. The fugitives continued their journey without further molestation, and after 3 days' journeying reached the territories of Yathrib. It was a hot day in June 1622 of the Christian era, when Muhammad alighted from his camel upon the soil which was thenceforth to become his home and his refuge. A Jew watching on a tower first espied him, and thus were the words of the Koran fulfilled. They to whom the scriptures have been given recognize him as they do their own children. Muhammad and his companion rested for a few days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and at a village called Koba, situated only 2 miles to the south of Yathrib, and remarkable for its beauty and fertility. Here he was joined by Ali, who had been severely maltreated by the idolaters after their disappointment at Muhammad's escape. Ali fled from Mecca and journeyed on foot, hiding himself in the daytime and traveling only at night, lest he should fall into the hands of the Quraysh. The Bani Amr bin Auf, to whom the village belonged, invited the Prophet to prolong his stay amongst them, but his duty lay before him, and he proceeded towards Yathrib, attended by a numerous body of his disciples. He entered the city on the morning of a Friday, 16th of Rabi I, corresponding, according to M. Cousin de Perceval, with the 2nd of July, 1622. Thus was accomplished the Hijrah, called in European annals the Flight of Muhammad, from which dates the Mohammedan calendar. Note 1 to Chapter 2. The Hijrah, or the era of the Hijrah, was instituted 17 years later by the second Caliph. The commencement, however, is not laid at the real time of the departure from Mecca, which happened on the 4th of Rabi I, but on the first day of the first lunar month of the year, viz. Muharram, which day, in the year when the era was established, fell on the 15th of July. But though Omar instituted the official era, the custom of referring to events as happening before or after the Hijrah originated, according to some traditions, with the Prophet himself. This event naturally marking the greatest crisis in the history of his mission. Compare Al-Halabi in San Oluyun in Loco. Note 2 to Chapter 2. The 12 Muslim months are Muharram, the sacred month; Safar, the month of departure; Rabi the first month of the spring; Rabi the second month of the spring; Jumadi the first dry month; Jumadi the second dry month; Rajab, respected, called often Rajab ul-Murajjab; Shaban, the month of the budding of trees; Ramadan, month of heat; Shawwal, month of junction; Dhul Qa'dah, months of truce, rest, or relaxation; Dhul Hijjah, month of pilgrimage. The ancient Arabs observed the lunar year of 354 days, 8 hours, 48 seconds, divided into 12 months of 29 and 30 days alternately. In order to make them agree with the solar year of their neighbors, the Greeks and the Romans, and also in order to make the months fall in the right season, they added a month every 3rd year. The intercalation was called Nasi', and although it was not perfectly exact, it served to maintain a sort of correlation between the denomination of the month and the seasons. Since the suppression of the Nasi' on account of the orgies and various heathen rites observed in their intercalary years, the names of the months have no relation to the seasons. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 3, The Prophet at Medina. پیش از همه شاهان غیور آمده هرچند که آخر بی ظهور آمده ای ختم رسول قرب تو معلومم شد دیر آمده ز راه دور آمده. Thou hast come before all the teachers of the world, though thou hast appeared last of all. Last of the prophets, thy nearness has become known to me. Thou comest last, as thou comest from a distance. Few Mussulmans of the present day understand the full import of the mystical verses quoted at the head of this chapter, but all appreciate the deep devotion to the grand seer implied in those words. And this devotion is not one which has twined itself round a mythical ideal or has grown with the lapse of time. From the moment of his advent into Yathrib, he stands in the full blaze of day, the grandest of figures upon whom the light of history has ever shone. The minutest details of his life are carefully noted and handed down to posterity, to become crystallized, often against the spirit of his own teachings, which aimed at the perpetual growth of the human race. We have seen this wonderful man as an orphaned child who had never known a father's love, bereft in infancy of a mother's care, his early life so full of pathos, growing up from a thoughtful childhood to a still more thoughtful youth. His youth as pure and true as his boyhood, his manhood as austere and devout as his youth. His ear ever open to the sorrows and sufferings of the weak and the poor, his heart ever full of sympathy and tenderness towards all God's creatures. He walks so humbly and so purely that men turn round and point, there goes Al-Amin, the true, the upright, the trusty. A faithful friend, a devoted husband, a thinker intent on the mysteries of life and death, on the responsibilities of human actions, the end and aim of human existence. He sets himself to the task of reclaiming and reforming a nation, nay, a world, with only one loving heart to comfort and solace him. Baffled, he never falters. Beaten, he never despairs. He struggles on with indomitable spirit to achieve the work assigned to him. His purity and nobleness of character, his intense and earnest belief in God's mercy, bring round him ultimately many a devoted heart. And when the moment of the severest trial comes, like the faithful mariner, he remains steadfast at his post until all his followers are safe, and then betakes himself to the hospitable shore. Such we have seen him. We shall see him now the King of men, the ruler of human hearts, chief, lawyer, and supreme magistrate, and yet without any self-exaltation, lowly and humble. His history henceforth is merged in the history of the commonwealth of which he was the center. Henceforth the preacher who with his own hands mended his clothes and often went without bread was mightier than the mightiest sovereigns of the earth. Quote, Mohammed had shown man what he was, the nobility of his character, his strong friendship, his endurance and courage, above all his earnestness and fiery enthusiasm for the truth he came to preach. These things had revealed the hero, the master whom it was alike impossible to disobey and impossible not to love. Henceforth it is only a question of time. As the men of Medina come to know Muhammad, they too will devote themselves to him body and soul, and the enthusiasm will catch fire and spread among the tribes, till all Arabia is at the feet of the prophet of the one God. No emperor with his tiaras was obeyed as this man in a cloak of his own clouding. He had the gift of influencing men, and he had the nobility only to influence them for good." End quote. Medina, the quote-unquote illuminated Munawwara, the city of many names, is situated about 11 days' journey to the north of Mecca. Now a walled city of considerable strength, in those days it was completely open and exposed to outside attacks until the Prophet made the famous moat as a defense against the Qurayshites. The city is said to have been established by an Amalekite chief, whose name it bore until the advent of the Prophet. In early times, Yathrib and its environs were inhabited by the Amalekites. These are said to have been overwhelmed and destroyed by successive colonies of Jews who, flying before Babylonian and Greek and Roman persecutors or avengers, entered Arabia and established themselves in the northern part of Hijaz. The most important of these colonies were the Bani Nazir at Khaybar, the Bani Qurayza at Fidak, the Bani Qaynuqa near Medina itself. Living in fortified cantons, they had domineered over the neighboring Arab tribes until the establishment of two Cartenite tribes, Aus and Khazraj, at Yathrib. These two tribes, who yielded at first some sort of obedience to the Jews, were able to reduce them to a state of clientage. Before long, however, they commenced quarreling among themselves, and it was only about the time when the Prophet announced his mission at Mecca that, after long years of decimating warfare, they had succeeded in patching up a peace. Such was the political condition of Yathrib when the Prophet made his appearance among the Yathribites. With his advent, a new era dawned upon the city. The two tribes of Aus and Khazraj, forgetting their inveterate and mortal feuds in the brotherhood of the faith, rallied round the standard of Islam and formed the nucleus of the Muslim Commonwealth. The old divisions were effaced, and the honorable designation of Ansar, helpers, became the common title of all who had helped Islam in its hour of trial. The faithful band who had forsaken their beloved birthplace and every tie of home received the name of Muhajirin, emigrants or exiles. In order to unite the Ansar and the Muhajirin in closer bonds, the Prophet established a brotherhood between them, which linked them together in sorrow and in happiness. Yathrib changed its ancient name and was henceforth styled Medinat un-Nabi, the city of the Prophet, or shortly Medina, the city par excellence. A mosque was soon built, in the erection of which Muhammad assisted with his own hands, and houses for the accommodation of the exiles arose apace. Two brothers who owned the land on which it was proposed to build the mosque had offered it as a free gift, but as they were orphans, the Prophet paid them its value. The building was simple in form and structure, suited to the unostentatious religion he taught. The walls were of brick and earth, and the roof of palm leaves. A portion of the mosque was set apart as a habitation for those who had no home of their own. Everything in this humble place of worship was conducted with the greatest simplicity. Muhammad preached and prayed standing on the bare ground or leaning against a palm tree, and the devoted hearts around him beat in unison with his soul-stirring words. Quote, "He who is not affectionate to God's creatures and to his own children," he would say, "God will not be affectionate to him. Every Muslim who clothes the naked will be clothed by God in the green robes of the paradise." End quote. In one of his sermons, he thus dwelt on the subject of charity. "When God created the earth, it shook and trembled until he put mountains upon it to make it firm. Then the angels asked, 'O God, is there anything in thy creation stronger than these mountains?' And God replied, 'Iron is stronger than the mountains, for it breaks them.' 'And is there anything in thy creation stronger than iron?' 'Yes, fire is stronger than iron, for it melts it.' 'Is there anything in thy creation stronger than fire?' 'Yes, water, for it quenches fire.' 'O Lord, is there anything in thy creation stronger than water?' 'Yes, wind, for it overcomes water and puts it in motion.' 'O our sustainer, is there anything in thy creation stronger than wind?' 'Yes, a good man giving alms. If he give with his right hand and conceal it from his left, he overcomes all things." End quote. His definition of charity embraced the wide circle of kindness. "Every good act," he would say, "is charity. Your smiling in your brother's face is charity. An exhortation addressed to your fellow man to do virtuous deeds is equal to almsgiving. Putting a wanderer in the right path is charity. Assisting the blind is charity. Removing stones and thorns and other obstructions from the road is charity. Giving water to the thirsty is charity. A man's true wealth hereafter is the good he does in this world to his fellow men. When he dies, people will ask, 'What property has he left behind him?' But the angels who examine him in the grave will ask, 'What good deeds hast thou sent before thee?'" End quote. "O Prophet," said one of his disciples, "my mother, Sad, is dead. What is the best alms I can give away for the good of her soul?" "Water," replied Muhammad, bethinking himself of the panting heat of the desert. "Dig a well for her, and give water to the thirsty." The man dug a well in his mother's name and said, "This is for my mother, that its blessings may reach her soul." Charity of the tongue, says Irving, that most important and least cultivated of charities, was likewise earnestly inculcated by Mahomet. End quote. Abu Jariya, an inhabitant of Basra, coming to Medina, and being convinced of the apostolic office of Muhammad, begged of him some great rule of conduct. "Speak evil of no one," answered the Prophet. "From that time," says Abu Jariya, "I never abused anyone, whether freeman or slave." The teachings of Islam extended to the courtesies of life. Quote, "Make a salutation to the dwellers of a house on entering and leaving it. Return the salute of friends and acquaintances and wayfarers on the road. He who rides must be the first to make the salute to him who walks. He who walks to him who is sitting. A small party to a large party, and the young to the old." End quote. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 4, The Hostility of the Quraysh and the Jews. Year 1, A.H. equals 19th of April, 622 to 7th of May, 623 A.C. بلغ الله صلاتي وسلامي أبدا لنبي عربي مدني حرمي شمس فضلي والضياء وسنائي أسنى نور بدري وبهائي وسماء الكرم أكرم الخلق وجودا وسجودا وهجودا أحسن الناس سحاء بإيتاء النعم. May God ever convey my benedictions and greeting to the Prophet of Arabia, of Medina, of Mecca, the Son of Excellence and of Splendor, and of sublimest eminence, the light of full moon, of elegance, and of the sky of generosity, the noblest of creation in person and in adoration and in watchfulness, the most excellent of mankind in munificence and generosity. At this time there were three distinct parties in Medina: the Muhajirin, the exiles, and the Ansar, the helpers, formed the kernel of Islam. Their devotion to the Prophet was unbounded. The exiles had forsaken their homes and abandoned, contrary to all Arab traditions, the ties of kith and kin in the cause of the faith. They had braved all sufferings, withstood all temptations in the service of the Lord. Many of them had come to the city of safety without means. They had been received with open arms by the Medinite converts, who in many cases shared their worldly goods with the poorer of the newcomers. The brotherhood of faith, so wisely established by the Prophet, whilst it prevented the growth of jealousy, gave rise to a generous emulation, both among the Ansar and the Muhajirin, as to who would bring the greatest sacrifice in the service of God and His Prophet. The enthusiasm and earnestness with which these men and women devoted themselves to the new awakening, the zeal with which they laid down their lives, was a manifestation such as had not been seen since the best days of the Christian phase of religious development. The second, and at first by no means an unimportant party, was composed principally of lukewarm converts to the faith, who retained an ill-concealed predilection for idolatry, and was headed by Abdullah ibn Ubay, a chief of some position in the city, who aspired to the kinghood of Medina. With this object he had gathered round him, like Abu Sufyan at Mecca, a strong body of partisans. Everything was ripe for him to seize the reins of power, when the arrival of the Prophet upset his designs. The popular enthusiasm compelled him and his followers to make a nominal profession of Islam, but ever ready as they were to turn against the Muslims at the least opportunity, they were a source of considerable danger to the newborn commonwealth, and required unceasing watchfulness on the part of the Prophet. Towards them he always showed the greatest patience and forbearance, hoping in the end to win them over to the faith. And this expectation was fully justified by the result. With the death of Abdullah ibn Ubay, his party, which had been stigmatized as the party of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, disappeared for a time from view. Footnote: the Munafiqeen, or the irreconcilables, have never disappeared completely from the Islamic body politic. Ever and anon they have exercised the most disastrous effects in Islam. In later times they posed as the champions of orthodoxy. Note, for example, the Kharijis of Africa. End of footnote. But the Jews, who may be said to have formed the third party, constituted the most serious element of danger. They had close business relations with the Quraysh, and their ramifications extended into various parts hostile to the faith. At first they were inclined to look with some favor on the preachings of Muhammad. He could not, of course, be their promised Messiah, but perhaps a weak dreamer, a humble preacher, dependent upon the hospitality of their old enemies, now their patrons, the Aus and the Khazraj, might become their avenger, help them in conquering the Arabs and found for them a new kingdom of Judah. With this aim in view, they had joined with the Medinites in a half-hearted welcome to the Prophet. And for a time they maintained a pacific attitude, but it was only for a time. For barely a month had gone by before the old spirit of rebellion, which had led them to crucify their prophets, found vent in open seditions and secret treachery. One of the first acts of Muhammad after his arrival in Medina was to weld together the heterogeneous and conflicting elements of which the city and its suburbs were composed into an orderly confederation. With this object, he had granted a charter to the people, by which the rights and obligations of the Muslims inter se and of the Muslims and Jews were clearly defined. And the Jews, borne down for the moment by the irresistible character of the movement, had gladly accepted the pact. This document, which has been carefully preserved in the pages of Ibn Hisham, reveals the man in his real greatness, a mastermind not only of his own age, as Muir calls him, but of all ages. No wild dreamer he, bent upon pulling down the existing fabrics of society, but a statesman of unrivaled powers, who, in an age of utter and hopeless disintegration, with such materials and such polity as God put ready to his hands, set himself to the task of reconstituting a state, a commonwealth, a society, upon the basis of universal humanity. In the name of the most merciful and compassionate God, says this first charter of freedom of conscience, given by Muhammad, the Prophet, to the believers, whether of the Quraysh or of Yathrib, and all individuals of whatever origin who have made common cause with them, all these shall constitute one nation. Then, after regulating the payment of the diya by the various clans, diya, Wehrgeld, price which a homicide had to pay to the family of the victim if they consented to it, and fixing some wise rules regarding the private duties of Muslims as between themselves, the document proceeds thus. The state of peace and war shall be common to all Muslims. No one among them shall have the right of concluding peace with or declaring war against the enemies of his co-religionists. The Jews who attach themselves to our commonwealth shall be protected from all insults and vexations. They shall have an equal right with our people to our assistance and good offices. The Jews of the various branches of Auf, Najjar, Harith, Yashm, Thalaba, Aus, and all other domiciled in Yathrib shall form with the Muslims one composite nation. They shall practice their religion as freely as the Muslims. The clients, i.e. protected, and allies of the Jews shall enjoy the same security and freedom. The guilty shall be pursued and punished. The Jews shall join the Muslims in defending Yathrib, Medina, against all enemies. The interior of Yathrib shall be a sacred place for all who accept this charter. The clients and allies of the Muslims and the Jews shall be as respected as the patrons. All true Muslims shall hold in abhorrence every man guilty of crime, injustice, or disorder. No one shall uphold the culpable, though he were his nearest kin." Then, after some other provisions regarding the internal management of the state, this extraordinary document concludes thus: "All future disputes between those who accept this charter shall be referred, under God, to the Prophet." Footnote. This is a paraphrase of an important historical document. End of footnote. A death blow was thus given to that anarchic custom of the Arabs which had hitherto obliged the aggrieved and the injured to rely upon his own or his kinsman's power in order to exact vengeance or satisfy the requirements of justice. It constituted Muhammad the chief magistrate of the nation, as much by his prophetic function as by a virtual compact between himself and the people. The Jewish tribes of the Bani Nadir, Bani Qurayda, and Bani Qaynuqa, settled in the vicinity of Medina, were not at first included in this charter, but after a short time they too gratefully accepted its terms. No kindness or generosity, however, on the part of the Prophet would satisfy the Jews. Nothing could conciliate the bitter feelings with which they were animated. Enraged that they could not use him as their instrument for the conversion of Arabia to Judaism, and that his belief was so much simpler than their Talmudic legends, they soon broke off and ranged themselves on the side of the enemies of the new faith. And when asked which they preferred, idolatry or Islam, they, like many Christian controversialists, declared they preferred idolatry with all its attendant evils to the creed of Muhammad. They reviled him. They, quote-unquote, twisted their tongues and mispronounced the Quranic words and the daily prayers and formulae of Islam, rendering them meaningless, absurd, or blasphemous. And the Jewish poets and poetesses, of whom there existed many at the time, outraged all common decency and the recognized code of Arab honor and chivalry by lampooning in obscene verse the Muslim women. But these were minor offenses. Not satisfied with insulting the women of the believers and reviling the Prophet, they sent out emissaries to the enemies of the state, the protection of which they had formally accepted. The Quraysh who had sworn Muhammad's death were well acquainted, thanks to the party of Abdullah ibn Ubay and the faithless Israelites, with the exact strength of the Muslims. They also knew that the Jews had accepted Muhammad's alliance only from motives of temporary expediency, and that the moment they showed themselves in the vicinity of Medina, the worshippers of Jehovah would break away from him and join the idolaters. And now came the moment of severest trial to Islam. Barely had the Prophet time to put the city in a state of defense and organize the believers before the blow descended upon him. Medina itself was honeycombed by sedition and treachery, and it became a duty of Muhammad to take serious measures to guard against that dreaded catastrophe which a rising within, or a sudden attack from without, would have entailed upon his followers. He was not simply a preacher of Islam, he was also the guardian of the lives and liberties of his people. As a prophet, he could afford to ignore the revilings and the jibes of his enemies, but as the head of the state, quote, the general in a time of almost continual warfare, end quote, when Medina was kept in a state of military defense and under a sort of military discipline, he could not overlook treachery. He was bound by his duty to his subjects to suppress a party that might have led, and almost did lead, to the sack of the city by investing armies. The safety of the state required the proscription of the traitors, who were either sowing the seeds of sedition within Medina or carrying information to the common enemy. Some 6 were placed under the ban, outlawed, and executed. We are, however, anticipating the course of events in referring to these executions. The Quraysh army was afield before Muhammad received God's command to do battle to his enemies. He who never in his life had wielded a weapon, to whom the sight of human suffering caused intense pain and pity, and who, against all the canons of Arab manliness, wept bitterly at the loss of his children or disciples, whose character ever remained so tender and so pathetic as to cause his enemies to call him womanish. This man was now compelled, from the necessities of the situation and against his own inclination, to repel the attacks of the enemy by force of arms, to organize his followers for purposes of self-defense, and often to send out expeditions to anticipate treacherous and sudden onslaughts. Hitherto, Arab warfare consisted of sudden and murderous forays, often made in the night or in the early morn, isolated combats or a general melee when the attacked were aware of the designs of the attacking party. Muhammad, with a thorough knowledge of the habits of his people, had frequently to guard against these sudden onslaughts by sending forth reconnoitering parties. The Meccans and their allies commenced raiding up to the very vicinity of Medina, destroying the fruit trees of the Muslims and carrying away their flocks. A force consisting of 1,000 well-equipped men marched under the noted Abu Jahl, quote-unquote, the father of ignorance, towards Medina to destroy the Muslims and to protect one of their caravans bringing munitions of war. The Muslims received timely notice of the movement, and a body of 300 disciples proceeded at once to forestall the heathens by occupying the valley of Badr, upon which Abu Jahl was moving. When Muhammad saw the infidel army arrogantly advancing into the valley, raising his hands towards heaven like the prophets of Israel, he prayed that the little band of the faithful might not be destroyed. Quote, O Lord, forget not thy promise of assistance. O Lord, if this little band were to perish, there will be none to offer unto thee pure worship. End quote. 3 of the Quraysh advanced into the open space which divided the Muslims from the idolaters, and, according to Arab usage, challenged 3 champions from the Muslim ranks to single combat. Hamza, Ali, and Ubaidah accepted the challenge and came out conquerors. The engagement then became general. At one time the fortunes of the field wavered, but Muhammad's appeal to his people decided the fate of the battle. Quote, It was a stormy winter day. A piercing blast swept across the valley. End quote. It seemed as though the angels of heaven were warring for the Muslims. Indeed, to the earnest minds of Muhammad and his followers, who, like early Christians, saw God's providence, quote, in all the gifts of nature, in every relation of life, at each turn of their affairs, individual or public, end quote, to them, those blasts of wind and sand, the elements warring against the enemies of God, at that critical moment appeared veritable succor sent from heaven, as angels riding on the wings of the wind, and driving the faithless idolaters before them in confusion. The Meccans were driven back with great loss. Many of their chiefs were slain, and Abu Jahl fell a victim to his unruly pride. Footnote. Sir W. Muir mentions that when the head of Abu Jahl was brought to Muhammad, he said, It is more acceptable to me than the choicest camel of Arabia. End quote. This passage, which is not to be found either in Ibn Hisham, Ibn al-Athir, Abu al-Fida, or Tabari, is apocryphal. End of footnote. A large number remained prisoners in the hands of the Muslims, but only 2 of them were executed. They had been noted for their virulent animosity towards the followers of the new faith, and by the laws of war among the Arabs, they now paid the penalty of their conduct. The rest of the prisoners, contrary to all the usages and traditions of the Arabs, were treated with the greatest humanity. The Prophet gave strict orders that respect should be paid to their misfortunes, and that they should be treated with kindness. The Muslims to whose care he confided them faithfully obeyed his instructions. They shared their own food with the prisoners, giving them the bread which forms the best part of their repast, and contenting themselves with dates alone. Footnote. Muir speaks thus: "In pursuance of Muhammad's commands, the citizens of Medina and such of the refugees as possessed houses received the prisoners and treated them with much consideration. Blessings be on the men of Medina, said one of these prisoners in later days. They made us ride while they themselves walked. They gave us wheaten bread to eat when there was little of it, contenting themselves with dates." End of footnote. The division of the spoil gave rise to sharp dissensions among the Muslim soldiery. For the present, Muhammad calmed their disputes by dividing it equally amongst all. Footnote: "It is remarkable," says Sal, "that the dispute among Muhammad's men about sharing the booty at Badr arose on the same occasion as did that among David's soldiers in relation to the spoils taken from the Amalekites. Those who had been in the action insisting that they who tarried by the stuff should have no part of the spoil, and that the same decision was given in both cases, which became a law for the future, to wit, that they should part alike." End of footnote. But as such dissensions among an unruly people were likely to lead to mischief, the Prophet, with a view to prevent all future quarrels over spoil acquired in war, promulgated a special ordinance, which is incorporated in the chapter of the Quran entitled Al-Anfal, the spoils. By this law, the division of the spoils was left to the discretion of the chief of the commonwealth, a fifth being reserved for the public treasury for the support of the poor and indigent. Footnote: though the distribution was left to the discretion of the chief of the state, certain customs were invariably observed under which the caliphs became presidents, and thus gave a more definite shape to the law. Add a footnote. The remarkable circumstances which led to the victory of Badr and the results which followed from it made a deep impression on the minds of the Muslims. They firmly believed that the angels of heaven had battled on their side against the unbelieving host. The few simple touches in the Quran which bring into vivid prominence the poetic element involved in the conception of the angels fighting the battle of the Lord will not yield in beauty or sublimity to the most eloquent words of the psalmist. Indeed, the same poetic character is perceptible in both. Probably Muhammad, like Jesus and other teachers, believed in the existence of intermediate beings, celestial messengers from God to man. The modern disbelief in angels furnishes no reason for ridiculing the notions of our forefathers. Our disbelief is as much open to the name of superstition as their belief. Only one is negative, the other positive. What we in modern times look upon as the principles of nature, they looked upon as angels, ministrants of heaven. Whether there exist intermediate beings, as Locke thinks, between God and man, just as there are intermediate beings between man and the lowest form of animal creation, is a question too deep to be fathomed by the reason of man. Muhammad also, like Jesus, probably believed in the existence of the principle of evil as a personal entity. But an analysis of his words reveals a more rationalistic element, a subjective conception clothed in language suited for the apprehension of his followers. When somebody asked him where Satan lived, he replied, "In the heart of man," whilst Christian tradition converts the Pharisee who tempted Jesus into the veritable prince of hell. Footnote: all the Schleiermacher school believe the tempter to have been the head priest. Milman mentions this view as well as the patristic and orthodox one, but dexterously leaves for the reader to choose which he likes. The chapter of Ruse on angels, with the mass of references arrayed therein, distinctly proves that the early Christians the immediate disciples of Jesus, firmly believed the angels and devils to be personal entities, being slightly ethereal but in every way human-like. And this belief those disciples of Jesus must have received from the Master himself, who, indeed, as Renan says, could not have been, in these respects, intellectually different from the people of his age. And a footnote. The belief in angels and devils has given rise to an extraordinary number of legends both in Islam and in Christianity. The saints of heaven and angels fight for the Christian. The Muslim only accepts the assistance of angels in the battles of life. Note to Chapter 4. The story of Muhammad's inhuman reply to the appeal of Uqba, son of Abu Mu'ayt, when he was being led forward to execution, is utterly false. It is said that on Uqba's asking, "Who will take care of my little children?" Muhammad answered, "Hellfire." The story is so preposterous in itself, so opposed to Muhammad's true character. One of those noblest traits was his love for children, and who always inculcated love and protection of orphans as an absolute duty and an act most acceptable to God, that it is hardly necessary to search for its true origin. Christian writers, however, seem to gloat over it, and hence it becomes needful to examine how the story arose. It originated most probably from the sobriquet of Sibyat un-Nar, children of fire, applied to the children of Uqba. Uqba himself belonged to the tribe of Ajlan, a branch of which inhabited certain valleys near Safra, and were known by the name of Banu Nar, children or descendants of fire. The sobriquet was probably derived from this circumstance, and the story of Muhammad's reply from the nickname. Another story of Muhammad having bitterly apostrophized the dead of the idolaters on their burial is, to say the least, distorted. Tabari thus narrates the circumstances which have given rise to this calumny. The Prophet placed himself by the side of the large grave or pit which had been prepared for the corpses, and as the bodies were lowered, the names were called out, and Muhammad then uttered these words: "You, my kindred, you accused me of lying when others believed in me. You drove me from my home when others received me. What destiny has been yours? Alas, all that God threatened is fulfilled." End quote. These words, which were palpably meant to express pity, have been distorted to imply bitterness. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 5, The Invasion of Medina by the Quraysh. 2 AH equals 624 AC. كالزهر في ترف والبادر في شرف والبحر في كرم والدهر في همم. He is like the flower in delicacy, and like the full moon in splendor, like the ocean in liberality, and like time in resolution. Success is always one of the greatest criterions of truth. Even in the early days of Christianity, the good Pharisee said, "Let them alone. If these men be false, they will come to naught, or else you yourselves shall perish." End quote. If Constantine had not seen or fancied he had seen the notable cross in the heavens, if he had not marched to success under its auspices, if it had not led him on to victory and to the throne, we can hardly conceive what would have been the fate of Christianity. What the victory of Badr was for Islam, the victory of the Milvian Bridge was for Christianity. it is thenceforth ruled from the throne of the Caesars. Footnote: the Christians themselves look upon the defeat of Maxentius by Constantine 312 AC as the greatest triumph of their faith. The chapter of Gibbon, Volume 3, Chapter 20, Mingled Satire and History, shows how the success of Christianity dates from that event. And a footnote. For the Muslims, the victory of Badr was indeed most auspicious. It was not surprising that they, like the Israelites or Christians of yore, saw the hand of providence in their success over the idolaters. Had the Muslims failed, we can imagine what their fate would have been, a universal massacre. Whilst Muhammad was engaged in this expedition, he lost one of his favorite daughters, Ruqayya, married to Osman, who had only recently returned from the Abyssinian exile. But the desire for revenge with which the idolaters were burning allowed him no time to indulge in domestic sorrow. As soon as all the Qurayshite prisoners had returned home, Abu Sufyan issued forth from Mecca with 200 horsemen, vowing solemnly never to return until he had avenged himself on Muhammad and his followers. Scouring the country to within a few miles of Medina, he came down with a fell swoop on the unprepared Muslims, slaying the people and ravaging date groves, which furnished the staple food of the Arabs. The Meccans had provided themselves with the bags of sawiq for the foray. Footnote: sawiq is the old and modern Arabic name for a dish of green grain, toasted, pounded, mixed with dates or sugar, and eaten on journeys when it is found difficult to cook. And a footnote. As soon, however, as the Muslims sallied forth from Medina to avenge the murders, the Meccans turned bridle and fled, dropping the bags in order to lighten their beasts, whence this affair was derisively called by the Muslims Ghazwat al-Sawiq, the Battle of the Meal Bags. Footnote: the place where the affair took place bears now the name of Suwaika, a few hours' journey to the southwest of Medina. And a footnote. It was on this occasion that an incident happened to the Prophet which has been exceedingly well told by Washington Irving. Muhammad was sleeping one day alone at the foot of a tree at a distance from his camp, when he was awakened by a noise, and beheld Durthur, a hostile warrior, standing over him with a drawn sword. "O Muhammad," cried he, "who is there now to save thee?" "God," replied the Prophet. The wild Bedouin was suddenly awed, and dropped his sword, which was instantly seized upon by Muhammad. Brandishing the weapon, he exclaimed in turn, "Who is there now to save thee, O Durthur?" "Alas, no one," replied the soldier. "Then learn from me to be merciful." So saying, he returned the sword. The Arab's heart was overcome, and in after years he proved one of the staunchest adherents of the Prophet. Footnote: the last month of this year was marked by the death of Uthman, son of Mahsur, and the marriage of Ali, son of Abu Talib, to Fatima, Muhammad's daughter. Uthman was one of the earliest believers, and he was one of the first Muhajirin who died at Medina, and was interred at Baqi, a suburb of Medina, where lie buried a number of illustrious and saintly people, whose tombs are up to the present day venerated by the Muslims. Ali had been betrothed to Fatima several days before the expedition to Badr, but the marriage was only celebrated 3 months later, Ali being in his 21st and Fatima in her 15th year. And a footnote. But this skirmish between the idolaters and the Muslims, like others which followed, proved only a prelude to the great drama that was about to be enacted. The idolaters were burning for revenge. They made formidable preparations for another war upon the Muslims. Their emissaries succeeded in obtaining the assistance of the tribes of Tihama and Kinana, and their united forces soon amounted to 3,000 well-equipped soldiers, of whom 700 were mailed warriors, animated with but one desire, that of revenge. This army was as formidable to the petty tribes of Arabia as the multitudinous hordes of Xerxes to the Grecian states. Marching under the command of the relentless Abu Sufyan and meeting with no opposition from any side, they took up a well-chosen position to the northeast of Medina, where only the hill of Uhud and a valley separated them from the devoted city. From this safe vantage ground they ravaged the fields and fruit groves of the Medinites. Forced by the enthusiasm of his followers and by their fury at the destruction of their property, Muhammad marched out of Medina with 1,000 men. The ill-concealed enmity of the Jews led to the defection of Abdullah ibn Ubay, the leader of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, with 300 of his followers. This desertion reduced the strength of Muhammad's small force to 700 men, who only possessed 2 horses among them. But still this gallant band marched steadily forward. Advancing quietly through groves of fruit trees, they soon gained the hill of Uhud. They passed the night in the defile, and in the morning, after offering prayers as they stood to arms, they debouched into the plain. Muhammad now took up his position immediately under the hill. Footnote: Burton thus describes the spot. This spot, so celebrated in the annals of Al-Islam, is a shelving strip of land close to the southern base of Mount Uhud. The army of the infidels advanced from the Fiumara in crescent shape, with Abu Sufyan the general and his idols in the center. It is distant about 3 miles from El-Medina in a northerly direction. All the visitor sees is hard gravelly ground, covered with little heaps of various colored granite, red sandstone, and bits of porphyry, to denote the different places where the martyrs fell and were buried. Seen from this point, there is something appalling in the look of the holy mountain. Its seared and jagged flanks rise like masses of iron from the plain, and the crevice into which the Muslim host retired, when the disobedience of the archers in hastening to plunder enabled Khalid bin Walid to fall upon Muhammad's rear, is the only break in the grim wall. Reeking with heat, its surface produces not one green shrub or stunted tree. Not a bird or beast appeared upon its inhospitable sides, and the bright blue sky glaring above its bold and sullen brow made it look only the more repulsive. End of footnote. Posting a few archers on a height behind the troops, he gave them strict injunctions not to abandon their place whatever happened, but to harass the cavalry of the enemy and protect the flanks of the Muslims. The idolaters, confident in their numbers, marched down into the plain with their idols in the center of their army, and the wives of the chiefs chanting their war songs and beating their timbrels. Footnote: Extracts from their war songs are given by Ibn al-Athir. Courage, ye sons of Abduddar! Courage, defenders of women! Strike home with the edges of your swords! Another runs thus: We are daughters of the star of the morn, Tariq. We tread softly on silken cushions, Namarik. Face the enemy boldly, and we shall press you in our arms. Fly, and we shall shun you with disgust. And a footnote. The first violent onslaught of the Quraysh was bravely repulsed by the Muslims, led by Hamza, who, taking advantage of the confusion of the enemy, dashed into the midst of the Qurayshites, dealing havoc on all sides. Victory had almost declared for the Muslims when the archers, forgetting the injunctions of the Prophet and seeing the enemy in flight, dispersed in search of plunder. And what happened in later days at Tours happened at Uhud. Khalid bin Walid, one of the Quraysh, at once perceived their error and, rallying his horse, fell on the rear of the Muslims. The infantry of the Quraysh also turned, and the Muslim troops, taken both in rear and in front, had to renew the battle at fearful odds. Some of the bravest chiefs of the Muslim army fell fighting. The intrepid Hamza, with several others, was killed. Ali, who had chivalrously answered the first call of defiance, Rajs, of the idolaters, and Omar and Abu Bakr were severely wounded. Footnote: Tabari says that Talha, the standard-bearer of the idolaters, a man of heroic bravery, placed himself before Ali and, brandishing his saber, defied him, crying, "You Muslims say that our dead will go to hell and yours to heaven. Let me see whether I cannot send thee to heaven." Upon this Ali replied, "Be it so," and they fought, and Talha was struck to the ground. "Mercy, O son of my uncle," cried he. Ali replied, "Mercy be it, thou dost not deserve the fire." End of footnote. The efforts of the idolaters were, however, principally directed towards Muhammad, who, surrounded by a few disciples and separated from the main body of his people, became now the chief object of their assaults. His friends fell fast around him. Though wounded and bleeding, he did not forget their loving hearts, and blessed the hand that tried to stanch the blood which flowed from his forehead. But rescue was nigh. The brave warriors who, under Ali, had been fighting in the center with the energy of despair, succeeded in retreating to a point on the hill where they were secure from the attacks of the enemy, but full of consternation at the loss, as they supposed, of their great master. Seeing, however, their brethren still fighting in another part of the field, they rushed down into the midst of the idolaters. Penetrating to the place where the small group of Muslims yet defended the Prophet, and finding that he still lived, they succeeded, after great exertions, in retreating with him to the heights of Mount Uhud, where they breathed again. Ali fetched water in his shield from the hollow of a rock. With this he bathed Muhammad's face and wounds, and with his companions offered up the midday prayer sitting. The Quraysh were too exhausted to follow up their advantage, either by attacking Medina or driving the Muslims from the heights of Uhud. They retreated from the Medinite territories after barbarously mutilating their slain enemies. The wife of Abu Sufyan, Hind, the daughter of Utbah, with the other Qurayshite women, showed the greatest ferocity in this savage work of vengeance, tearing out the heart of Hamza and making bracelets and necklaces of the ears and noses of the dead. The barbarities practiced by the Quraysh and the slain created among the Muslims a feeling of bitter exasperation. Even Muhammad was at first so moved by indignation as to declare that the dead of the Quraysh should in the future be treated in like manner. But the gentleness of his nature conquered the bitterness of his heart. "Bear wrong patiently," he preached. "Verily, best it will be for the patiently enduring." And from that day, the horrible practice of mutilation, which prevailed among all the nations of antiquity, was inexorably forbidden to the Muslims. Footnote: The Jews used to burn their prisoners alive, and most barbarously mutilate the slain. The Greeks, the Romans, and the Persians all practiced similar barbarities. Christianity effected no improvement in these frightful customs, for as late as the 16th century we read of the most horrible mutilations. End of footnote. On his return to Medina, the Prophet directed a small body of the disciples to pursue the retreating enemy and to impress on them that the Muslims, though worsted in battle, were yet unbroken in spirit, and too strong to be attacked again with impunity. Abu Sufyan, hearing of the pursuit, hastened back to Mecca, having first murdered 2 Medinites whom he met on his route. He, however, sent a message to the Prophet, saying that he would soon return to exterminate him and his people. The reply, as before, was full of trust and faith. God is enough for us, a good guardian is he. The moral effect of this disastrous battle was at once visible in the forays which the neighboring nomads prepared to make on the Medinite territories. Most of them, however, were repressed by the energetic action of Muhammad, though some of the hostile tribes succeeded in enticing Muslim missionaries into their midst, under the pretense of embracing Islam, and then massacred them. On one such occasion, 70 Muslims were treacherously murdered near a brook called Bir Mauna, within the territories of 2 tribes, the Bani Amir and the Bani Sulaim, chiefly through the instrumentality of the latter. One of the 2 survivors of the slaughter escaped towards Medina, meeting on the way 2 unarmed Arabs belonging to the Bani Amir, who were traveling under a safe conduct of the Prophet, and mistaking them for enemies, he killed them. When Muhammad heard of this, he was deeply grieved. A wrong had been committed by one of his followers, though under a mistake, and the relatives of the men that were killed were entitled to redress. Accordingly, orders were issued for collecting the diya, the Wehrgeld, from the Muslims and the people who had accepted the charter. The Jewish tribe of the Bani Nazir, the Qurayza, and others were bound equally with the Muslims to contribute towards this payment. Footnote: Muir and Sprenger have strangely garbled this part of the affair. Sir W. Muir does not find any authority for Monsieur Cousin de Perceval's saying that the Jews were bound by treaty to contribute towards the diya. If he had referred to Tabari, he would have seen the following statement. Ensuite, il ordonna de réunir cette somme, ou la répartissant sur la ville de Médine, et d'y faire contribuer également les Juifs, tels que les Beni Nadir, les Qurayza et ceux de Fadak, qui étaient obligés par le traité. End of footnote. Muhammad himself, accompanied by a few disciples, proceeded to the Bani Nadir and asked from them their contribution. They seemingly agreed to the demand and requested him to wait a while. Whilst sitting with his back to the wall of a house, he observed sinister movements among the inhabitants, which led him to divine their intention of murdering him. But to explain the hostility of the Jews, we must trace back the course of events. We have seen with what bitter animosity they dogged Muhammad's footsteps from the moment of his arrival at Medina. They tried to sow disaffection among his people. They libeled him and his followers. They mispronounced the words of the Quran so as to give them an offensive meaning. But this was not all. By their superior education and intelligence, by their union with the party of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, and by the general unanimity which prevailed among them, so different from the disunion of the Arabs, the Jews formed a most dangerous element within the federated state which had arisen under the teacher of Islam. Among unadvanced nations, poets occupy the position and exercise the influence of the press in modern times. Footnote: An example of the influence which poets and rhapsodists exercise among unprogressed nations is afforded by one of the episodes connected with the War of Uhud. Whilst preparing for this eventful campaign, The Quraysh requested a poet of the name of Abu Uza to go round the tribes of the desert and excite them by his songs and poetry against the Muslims, and persuade them to join the confederacy formed under the auspices of the Meccans for the destruction of Muhammad and his followers. This man had been taken prisoner by the Muslims in the Battle of Badr, but was released by the Prophet without ransom, and pledging himself never again to take up arms against the Medinites. In spite of this, he was tempted to break his word, and went round the tribes, rousing them to arms by his poetry. And it is said he was eminently successful in his work. After Uhud, he was again taken prisoner and executed by the Muslims. End of footnote. The Jewish poets, by their superior culture, naturally exercised a vast influence among the Medinites, and this influence was chiefly directed towards sowing sedition among the Muslims and widening the breach between them and the opposing faction. The defeat of the idolaters at Badr was felt as keenly by the Jews as by the Meccans. Immediately after this battle, a distinguished member of their race, called Ka'b, the son of Ashraf, belonging to the tribe of Nadir, publicly deploring the ill success of the idolaters, proceeded towards Mecca. Finding the people there plunged in grief, he spared no exertion to revive their courage. By his satires against the Prophet and his disciples, by his elegies on the Meccans who had fallen at Badr, he succeeded in exciting the Quraysh to that frenzy of vengeance which found vent on the plains of Uhud. Having attained his object, he returned to his home near Medina in the canton of Nadir, where he continued to attack Muhammad and the Muslims in ironical and obscene verses, not sparing even the women of the believers, whom he addressed in terms of the grossest character. His acts were openly directed against the Commonwealth of which he was a member. He belonged to a tribe which had entered into the compact with the Muslims, and pledged itself for the internal as well as the external safety of the state. Another Jew of the Nadir, Abu Rafi Salam, son of Abul Huqaiq, was equally wild and bitter against the Muslims. He inhabited with a faction of his tribe the territories of Khaybar, 4 or 5 days' journey to the northwest of Medina. Detesting Muhammad and the Muslims, he made use of every endeavor to excite the neighboring Arab tribes, such as the Sulaim and the Ghatafan, against them. It was impossible for the Muslim Commonwealth to tolerate this open treachery on the part of those to whom every consideration had been shown, with the object of securing their neutrality, if not their support. The very existence of the Muslim community was at stake, and every principle of safety required that these traitorous designs should be quietly frustrated. The sentence of outlawry was executed upon them by the Medinites themselves, in one case by a member of the tribe of Aus, in the other by a Khazrajite. Christian controversialists have stigmatized these executions as quote-unquote assassinations, and because a Muslim was sent secretly to kill each of the criminals, in their prejudice against the Prophet, they shut their eyes to the justice of the sentence and the necessity of a swift and secret execution. There existed then no police court, no judicial tribunal, nor even a court-martial to take cognizance of individual crimes. In the absence of a state executioner, any individual might become the executioner of the law. These men had broken their formal pact. It was impossible to arrest them in public or execute the sentence in the open before their clans without causing unnecessary bloodshed and giving rise to the feud of blood and everlasting vendetta. The exigencies of the state required that whatever should be done swiftly and noiselessly upon those whom public opinion had arraigned and condemned. Footnote: Our Christian historians forget that the quote-unquote wise Solon himself, for the safety of his small city, made it obligatory on the Athenians to become executioners of the law by pursuing the factious or taking one or two sides in a public riot. They also forget that even the laws of Christian England allow any person to pursue and kill, quote-unquote, an outlaw. End of footnote. The existence of the Republic and the maintenance of peace and order within the city depended upon the prompt execution of the sentence passed upon the culprits before they could rally their clansmen round them. The fate of these two traitors and the expulsion of their brethren, the Bani Kainuka, from the Medinite territories had given rise to a bitter feeling of animosity among the Nadir against the Prophet. The circumstances connected with the banishment of the Kainuka require a brief notice. While the other Jewish tribes were chiefly agricultural, the Banu Kainuka hardly possessed a single field or date plantation. They were, for the most part, artisans employed in handicraft of all kinds. Seditious and unruly, always ready for a broil like their co-religionists of Alexandria, the Banu Kainuka were also noted for the extreme laxity of their morals. One day a young girl from the country came to their bazaar or market, souk, to sell milk. The Jewish youths insulted her grossly. A Muslim passer-by took the part of the girl, and in the fray which ensued, the author of the outrage was killed, whereupon the entire body of the Jews present rose and slaughtered the Muslim. A wild scene then followed. The Muslims, enraged at the murder of their compatriot, flew to arms, blood flowed fast, and many were killed on both sides. At the first news of the riots, Muhammad hastened to the spot, and by his presence succeeded in restraining the fury of his followers. He at once perceived what the end would be of these seditions and disorders if allowed to take their course. Medina would be turned into an amphitheater in which members of hostile factions might murder one another with impunity. The Jews had openly and knowingly infringed the terms of their compact. It was necessary to put a stop to this with a firm hand, or farewell to all hope of peace and security. Consequently, Muhammad proceeded at once to the quarter of the Banu Kainuka and required them to enter definitely into the Muslim Commonwealth by embracing Islam or to vacate Medina. The reply of the Jews was couched in the most offensive terms. O Muhammad, do not be elated with the victory over thy people, the Quraysh. Thou hast had an affair with men ignorant of the art of war. If thou art desirous of having any dealings with us, we shall show thee that we are men. Footnote: Tabari gives the speech of the Kainuka with a slight variation, but all historians agree in its being defiant and offensive. I cannot understand whence Gibbon obtained the excessively meek reply he puts into the mouth of these people. End of footnote. They then shut themselves up in their fortress and set Muhammad's authority at defiance. But their reduction was an absolute duty, and siege was accordingly laid to their stronghold without loss of time. After 15 days they surrendered. At first it was intended to inflict some severe punishment on them, but the clemency of Muhammad's nature overcame the dictates of justice, and the Bani Kainuka were simply banished. All these circumstances were rankling within the breasts of the Bani Nadir. They only waited for a favorable opportunity to rid themselves of Muhammad, and therefore looked upon his arrival amongst them as providential. But their sinister designs, as we have said before, did not escape the eye of the Prophet. He immediately left the place without raising the suspicions of the Jews, and thus saved himself and his disciples from almost certain destruction. Footnote: as any betrayal of suspicion by Muhammad or his disciples of the intents of the Jews would have made these people desperate and precipitated matters, the Prophet went away by himself, leaving his followers behind, which led the Jews to suppose that he was not gone far and would quickly return. End of footnote. The Bani Nadir now placed themselves in exactly the same position as the Bani Kainuqa had previously done. They had by their own act put themselves outside the pale of the charter, and therefore on his arrival at Medina, Muhammad sent them a message of the same import as that which was sent to the Kainuqa. Relying on the support of the Munafiqeen and Abdullah ibn Ubay, the Bani Nadir returned a defiant answer. Disappointed, however, in the promised assistance of Abdullah and of their brethren, the Bani Qurayza, after a siege of 15 days, they sued for terms. The previous offer was renewed, and they agreed to evacuate their territories. They were allowed to take all their movables with them, with the exception of arms. In order to prevent the Muslims from occupying their dwellings, they destroyed these before leaving. Their lands, warlike materials, etc., which they could not carry away, were distributed by the Prophet with the consent and cordial approval of the Ansar among the Muhajirin, who, up to this time, had been entirely dependent for support on the generosity of the Medinites. Notwithstanding the strong brotherly love which existed before the quote-unquote refugees and the quote-unquote helpers, Muhammad knew that the assistance of the Medinites afforded but a precarious means of subsistence. He accordingly assembled the principal men from among the Ansar and asked them whether they had any objection to his distributing among their poor brethren who had followed him from Mecca the goods left behind by the Jews. With one voice they answered, "Give to our brothers the goods of the Jews, assign to them even a portion of ours, we willingly consent." Upon this the Prophet divided the property among the Muhajirin and 2 of the Ansar who were extremely poor. Footnote: a principle was henceforth established that any acquisition not made in actual warfare should belong to the state or the chief of the state, and that its application should depend upon his discretion. Surah 59 of the Quran treats almost entirely of the circumstances connected with the banishment of the Bani Nadir. Add a footnote. The expulsion of the Bani Nadir took place in the month of the Rabi, the 1st of the 4th year. The remaining portion of this year and the early part of the next were passed in repressing the spasmodic hostile attempts of the nomadic tribes against the Muslims, and in inflicting punishments for various murderous forays on the Medinite territories. Footnote: of this nature was the expedition against the Christian Arabs of Dumat ul-Jandal, a place, according to Abul Fida, about 7 days' journey to the south of Damascus, who had stopped the Medinite traffic with Syria and even threatened a raid upon Medina. These marauders, however, fled on the approach of the Muslims, and Muhammad returned to Medina after concluding a treaty with a neighboring chief to whom he granted permission of pasturage on the Medinite territories. Add a footnote. Meanwhile, the enemies of the faith were by no means idle. Far and wide, the idolaters had sent their emissaries to stir up the tribes against the Muslims. The Jews were the most active in these efforts. Some of the Bani Nadir had remained behind with their brethren settled near Khaybar, and there, fired with the hope of vengeance, had set themselves to the work of forming another league for the destruction of the believers. Their efforts were successful beyond their utmost hopes. A formidable coalition was soon formed, and an army consisting of 10,000 well-appointed men marched upon Medina under the command of the relentless Abu Sufyan. Meeting no opposition on their way, they soon encamped within a few miles of Medina, on its most vulnerable side, towards Uhud. To oppose this host, the Muslims could only muster a body of 3,000 men. Forced thus by their inferiority of numbers, as well as by the factious opposition of the Munafiqeen within the city, to remain on the defensive, they dug a deep trench round the unprotected quarters of Medina, and, leaving their women and children for safety in their fortified houses, they encamped outside the city with the moat in front of them. In the meantime, they relied for the safety of the other side, if not upon the active assistance, at least upon the neutrality of the Bani Qurayza, who possessed several fortresses at a short distance towards the southeast, and were bound by the compact to assist the Muslims against every assailant. These Jews, however, were persuaded by the idolaters to violate their pledged faith, and to join the Quraysh. As soon as the news of their defection reached Muhammad, he deputed, quote-unquote, the two Sa'ds, Sa'd ibn Mu'az and Sa'd ibn Ubadah, to entreat them to return to their duty. The reply was defiant and sullen. "Who is Muhammad, and who is the apostle of God, that we should obey him? There is no bond or compact betwixt us and him." As these Jews were well acquainted with the locality and could materially assist the besiegers by showing them the weak points of the city, the consternation among the Muslims became great, whilst the disaffected body within the walls increased the element of danger. Footnote: the whole scene is so beautifully painted in the Quran, Surah 33, Ul-Ashab, the Confederates, that I cannot resist quoting a few verses here. "When they assailed you from above you and from below you, and when your eyes became distracted, and your hearts came up to your throats, and ye thought divers thoughts of God, then were the faithful tried, and with strong quaking did they quake. And when the disaffected and diseased of heart with infidelity said, God and his apostle have made us but a cheating promise." End of footnote. The idolaters and the Jews, failing in all their attempts to draw the Muslims into the open field or to surprise the city under the direction of Jewish guides, determined upon a regular assault. The siege had already lasted 20 days. The restless tribes of the desert, who had made common cause with the Quraysh and their Jewish allies, and who had expected an easy prey, were becoming weary of this protracted campaign. Great efforts were made at this critical moment by the leaders of the beleaguering host to cross the trench and fall upon the small Muslim force. Every attempt was, however, repulsed by untiring vigilance on the part of the Prophet. The elements now seemed to combine against the besieging army. Their horses were perishing fast, and provisions were becoming scanty. Disunion was rife in their midst, and the far-seeing chief of the Muslims, with matchless prudence, fomented it into actual division. Suddenly this vast coalition, which had seemed to menace the Muslims with inevitable destruction, vanished into thin air. In the darkness of night, amidst a storm of wind and rain, their tents overthrown, their lights put out, Abu Sufyan and the majority of this formidable army fled, The rest took refuge with the Bani Qurayza. Muhammad had in the night foretold to his followers the dispersion of their enemies. Daybreak saw his prognostications fulfilled, and the Muslims returned in joy to the city. Footnote: in Muslim annals, this war is called the War of the Trench. End of footnote. But the victory was hardly achieved, in the opinion of the Muslims, as long as the Bani Qurayza remained so near and in such dangerous proximity to the city of Islam. They had proved themselves traitors in spite of their sworn allegiance, and had at one time almost surprised Medina from their side, an event which, if successful, would have involved the general massacre of the faithful. The Muslims, therefore, felt it their duty to demand an explanation of the treachery. This was doggedly refused. The consequence was that Jews were besieged and compelled to surrender at discretion. They made only one condition, that their punishment should be left to the judgment of the Ausite chief Sa'd ibn Mu'az. This man, a fierce soldier who had been wounded in the attack, and indeed died from his wounds the next day, infuriated by their treacherous conduct, gave sentence that the fighting men should be put to death, and that the women and children should become slaves of the Muslims, and this sentence was carried into execution. It was a harsh, bloody sentence, says Lane Poole, worthy of the episcopal generals of the army against the Albigenses, or of the deeds of the Augustan age of Puritanism. But it must be remembered that the crime of these men was high treason against the state during a time of siege, and those who have read how Wellington's march could be traced by the bodies of deserters and pillagers hanging from the trees need not be surprised at the summary execution of a traitorous clan. End quote. The punishment inflicted on the various Jewish tribes has furnished to the Christian biographers of the Prophet, like Muir, Sprenger, Weil, and Osborne, a ground for attack. The punishment meted out to the Bani Qaynuqa and Bani un-Nadir was far below their deserts. The Bani Qurayza alone were treated with severity. Human nature is so constituted that, however criminal the acts of an individual may be, the moment he is treated with a severity which to our mind seems harsh and cruel, a natural revulsion of feeling occurs, and the sentiment of justice gives place to pity within our hearts. No doubt the sentence on the Bani Qurayza, from our point of view, was severe. But however much we may regret that the fate of these poor people should have been, though at their own special request, left in the hands of an infuriated soldier, however much we may regret that the sentence of this man should have been so carried into effect, we must not, in the sentiment of pity, overlook the stern question of justice and culpability. We must bear in mind the crimes of which they were guilty, their treachery, their open hostility, their defection from an alliance to which they were bound by every sacred tie. Nor must we altogether forget the temptations which they, the worshippers of the pure Jehovah, held out to the heathen Arabs to continue in the practice of idolatry. Some Muslims might naturally be inclined to say, with the Christian moralist, it is better that the wicked should be destroyed 100 times over than that they should tempt those who are yet innocent to join their company. End quote. These Muslims might say with him, with only the variation of a word, let us but think what might have been our fate, and the fate of every other nation under heaven at this hour, had the sword of the Arab, footnote, in the original, of course, Israelites, and a footnote, done its work more sparingly. The Arab's sword, in its bloodiest executions, wrought a work of mercy for all the countries of the earth to the very end of the world. End quote. If the Christian's argument is correct and not inhuman, certainly the Muslim's argument cannot be otherwise. Other Muslims, however, might look upon this fearful sentence on the Bani Qurayza in the same light as Carlyle looks upon the order of Cromwell for the promiscuous massacre of the Irish inhabitants of Drogheda. Quote, "An armed soldier, solemnly conscious of himself that he is the soldier of God the just, a consciousness which it well beseems all soldiers and all men to have always, armed soldier, terrible as death, relentless as doom, doing God's judgment on the enemies of God." End quote. We, however, are not disposed to look at the punishment of these Jews from either of these points of view. We simply look upon it as an act done in complete accordance with the laws of war as then understood by the nations of the world, quote, "a strict application of admitted customs of war in those days." End quote. These people brought their fate upon themselves. If they had been put to death, even without the judgment of Sa'd, it would have been in consonance with the principles which then prevailed. But they had themselves chosen Sa'd as the sole arbiter and judge of their fate. They knew that his judgment was not at all contrary to the received notions, and accordingly never murmured. They knew that if they had succeeded, they would have massacred their enemies without compunction. People judge of the massacres of King David according to the quote-unquote lights of his time. Footnote, quote, "The conquered Ammonites he treated with even greater ferocity, tearing and hewing some of them in pieces with harrows, axes, and saws, and roasting others in brick kilns." End quote. And a footnote. Even the fearful slaughters committed by the Christians in primitive times are judged according to certain quote-unquote lights. Why should not the defensive wars of the early Muslims be looked at from the same standpoint? But, whatever the point of view, an unprejudiced mind will perceive that no blame can possibly attach to the Prophet in the execution of the Bani Qurayza. Footnote, I can only remember M. Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Stanley Lane Poole among Europeans who have not been carried away by prejudice. And a footnote. The number of men executed could not have been more than 200 or 250. In the distribution of the surviving people, it is said, a young Jewess of the name of Rayhana was allotted to the Prophet. Some say she was previously set apart. The Christian historians, always ready to seize upon any point which, to their mind, offers a plausible ground for attacking Muhammad, have not failed to make capital of this story. Leaving the examination of the question of slavery to a later chapter, we will here only observe that the allotment of Rayhana, even if true, furnishes no ground for a modern attack, as it was perfectly consonant with the customs of war recognized in those days. The story of Rayhana becoming a wife of the Prophet is a fabrication, for after this event she disappears from history and we hear no more of her, whilst of others we have full and circumstantial accounts. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 6, Muhammad's Clemency. دَعَا إِلَى اللَّهِ فَالْمُسْتَمْسِكُونَ بِهِ مُسْتَمْسِكُونَ بِحَبْلٍ غَيْرِ الْمُنْقَاسِمِ. He called towards God, and those who took hold of him took hold of a rope that never breaks. The formidable coalition formed by the Jews and the idolaters to compass the destruction of the new Commonwealth of Medina had utterly failed, well might the Muslims say miraculously. But the surrounding tribes of the desert, wild and fierce, were committing depredations, accompanied with murders on the Medinite territories, and the existence of the state required the employment of stern measures for their repression. Several expeditions were dispatched against these marauders, but the slippery sands of the desert generally evaded the approach of the Muslims. The Bani Lihyan, who had requested Muhammad to send a few of his disciples among them to teach the precepts of Islam, and who, on the arrival of the missionaries, had killed some and sold the rest to the Meccans, had up to this period remained unpunished. But the time had come when this crime should be avenged. In the month of Jumadi I of this year, a body of troops under the personal command of the Prophet marched against the Bani Lihyan. The marauders, however, receiving timely notice of the Prophet's approach, fled into the mountains, and the Muslims returned to Medina without having accomplished their purpose. A few days had only elapsed when a chief of the Bani Firaza, a branch of the nomad horde of Ghatafan, Khair Ghatafan, suddenly fell upon the open suburbs of the city and drove off a large herd of camels, murdering the man who had charge of them and carrying off his wife. The Muslims were immediately on their track, and a few of the animals were recovered. But the Bedouins escaped into the desert with the larger portion of their booty. It was about this time that the Prophet granted to the monks of the monastery of St. Catherine near Mount Sinai, and to all Christians, a charter which had been justly designated as one of the noblest monuments of enlightened tolerance that the history of the world can produce. This remarkable document, which has been faithfully preserved by the annalists of Islam, displays a marvelous breadth of view and liberality of conception. By it the Prophet secured to the Christians privileges and immunities which they did not possess even under sovereigns of their own creed, and declared that any Muslim violating and abusing what was therein ordered should be regarded as a violator of God's testament, a transgressor of his commandments, and a slighter of his faith. He undertook himself and enjoined on his followers to protect the Christians, to defend their churches, the residences of their priests, and to guard them from all injuries. They were not to be unfairly taxed. No bishop was to be driven out of his bishopric. No Christian was to be forced to reject his religion. No monk was to be expelled from his monastery. No pilgrim was to be detained from his pilgrimage. Nor were the Christian churches to be pulled down for the sake of building mosques or houses for the Muslims. Christian women married to Muslims were to enjoy their own religion, and not to be subjected to compulsion or annoyance of any kind on that account. If Christians should stand in need of assistance for the repair of their churches and monasteries, or any other matter pertaining to their religion, the Muslims were to assist them. This was not to be considered as taking part in their religion, but as merely rendering them assistance in their need, and complying with the ordinances of the Prophet, which were made in their favor by the authority of God and of his apostle. Should the Muslims be engaged in hostilities with outside Christians, no Christian resident among the Muslims should be treated with contempt on account of his creed. Any Muslim so treating a Christian should be accounted recalcitrant to the Prophet. Man always attaches an idea of greatness to the character of a person who, whilst possessing the power of returning evil for evil, not only preaches but practices the divine principle of forgiveness. Muhammad, as the chief of the state and guardian of the life and liberty of the people, in the exercise of justice, sternly punished every individual guilty of crime. Muhammad the Prophet, the teacher, was gentle and merciful even to his greatest enemies. In him were combined the highest attributes that the human mind can conceive, justice and mercy. A chief of the tribe of Hanifa, named Thumama, son of Uthal, was taken prisoner by the Muslims in one of their expeditions against the unruly Arabs of the desert. He was brought to Medina, where he was so affected by the kindness of the Prophet that from an enemy he soon became the most devoted follower. Returning to his people, he stopped the transport to Mecca of provisions from Yamama, and this stoppage by Thumama reduced the Meccans to the direst straits. Failing to move the Hanafites, they at last addressed themselves to Muhammad and besought him to intercede for them. The Prophet's heart was touched with pity, and he requested Thumama to allow them to have whatever they wanted, and at his word the convoys were again permitted to reach Mecca. Endless instances might be cited of Muhammad's merciful nature. We will, however, only instance two. A daughter of his, a beloved child, was, after the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, fleeing from Mecca. She was far advanced in pregnancy, and as she was mounting her camel, a Quraysh named Habrar, with characteristic ferocity, drove the butt end of his lance against her, throwing her to the ground and eventually causing her death. On the conquest of Mecca, the murderer was proscribed. After hiding for some time, he presented himself before the Prophet and threw himself on the mercy of the bereaved father. The wrong was great. The crime was atrocious, but the injury was personal. The man was to all appearance sincere in his penitence and the profession of the faith. Pardon was unconditionally granted. The Jewess who attempted his life at Khaybar, and Ikrimah, the son of Abu Jahl, who was bitterly personal in his animosity towards the Prophet, were freely forgiven. A tribe of Christian Bedouins, the Bani Kalb, settled about Tumat ul-Jandal, had in their depredations appeared on the Medinite territories. An expedition was now dispatched to summon them to embrace Islam and forego their lawless practices. Whilst delivering his injunctions to the captain who headed this small force, Muhammad used the memorable words, "In no case shalt thou use deceit or perfidy, nor shalt thou kill any child." Footnote: compare these injunctions of the Arabian prophet, as also the historic words of Abu Bakr, the first caliph, to Yazid bin Abu Sufyan when dispatching him against the Byzantines, with the commands of the Israelite prophet. "Thus says the Lord of hosts, now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass." 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3. "Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children and women." Ezekiel chapter 9, verse 6. End of footnote. In his instructions to the leaders of the expeditions against marauding and hostile tribes and people, he invariably enjoined them in peremptory terms never to injure the weak. "In avenging the injuries inflicted upon us," he said to his troops whom he dispatched against the Byzantines, "molest not the harmless inmates of domestic seclusion. Spare the weakness of the female sex. Injure not the infant at the breast, or those who are ill in bed. Abstain from demolishing the dwellings of the unresisting inhabitants. Destroy not the means of their subsistence, nor their fruit trees, and touch not the palm." Abu Bakr, following his master, thus enjoined his captain, "O Yazid, be sure you do not oppress your own people, nor make them uneasy, but advise with them in all your affairs, and take care to do that which is right and just. For those that do otherwise shall not prosper. When you meet your enemies, quit yourselves like men, and do not turn your backs. And if you gain the victory, kill not little children, nor old people, nor women. Destroy no palm trees, nor burn any fields of corn. Cut down no fruit trees, nor do any mischief to cattle, only such as you kill for the necessity of subsistence. When you make any covenant or article, stand to it, and be as good as your word. As you go on, you will find some religious persons that live retired in monasteries, who propose to themselves to serve God that way. Let them alone, and neither kill them nor destroy their monasteries." End quote. These injunctions contrast strangely with the fearful denunciations of the Christians, Catholic, Protestant, and Greek from the days of Saint Lactantius to those of the Covenanters. Footnote: the massacre of 5,000 Chinese men, women, and children at Blagoveshchensk in Manchuria in the 20th century by the troops of a great Christian power needs no mention. And a footnote. The followers of the quote-unquote Prince of Peace burned and ravished, pillaged and murdered promiscuously old and young, male and female, without compunction up to recent times. As his vicegerents on earth, popes and patriarchs, bishops, priests, and presbyters approved of their crimes and frequently granted plenary absolution for the most heinous offenses. In the month of Sha'ban of this year, November-December 627, an expedition was directed against the Bani Mustalik. These people had up to this time been on friendly terms with the Muslims, but recently, instigated by their chief Harith, the son of Abu Dirar, they had thrown off their allegiance and committed forays on the suburbs of Medina. The expedition was entirely successful, and several prisoners were taken, among whom was a daughter of Harith called Juwayriyah. 6 years had now passed since the exiles of Mecca had left their homes and their country for the sake of their faith, and of him who had infused into them a new consciousness such as they had never felt before, awakening in them the spirit of union, love, and brotherhood. People flocked from every part of Arabia to listen to the words of the wondrous man who had achieved all this, to ask his counsel in the affairs of everyday life, even as the sons of Israel consulted of old the prophet Samuel. But the hearts of these exiles still yearned sadly for the place of their birth. Driven from their homes, they had found refuge in a rival city. Expelled from the precincts of the sacred Kaaba, which formed the glorious center of all their associations, the one spot round which gathered the history of their nation, for 6 years they had been denied the pilgrimage of the holy shrine, a custom round which time, with its hoary traditions, had cast a halo of sanctity. The teacher himself longed to see the place of his nativity with as great a yearning. The temple of the Kaaba belonged to the whole Arab nation. The Quraysh were merely the custodians of this shrine, and were not authorized by the public law of the country to interdict the approach even of an enemy, if he presented himself without any hostile design, and with the avowed object of fulfilling a religious duty. The season of the pilgrimage had approached. The Prophet accordingly announced his intention of visiting the holy places. At once 1,000 voices responded to the call. Preparations were rapidly made, and, accompanied by 700 Muslims, Ansar, and Muhajirin, all perfectly unarmed, he set out on the pilgrimage. The animosity of the Quraysh, however, was not yet extinguished. They posted themselves with a large army some miles in advance of Mecca to bar the way, but soon after fell back on the city in order to keep every point of access closed to the Muslims. They swore solemnly not to allow the followers of the Prophet to enter the shrine, and maltreated the envoy who was sent to them to solicit permission to visit the Kaaba. A body of the Meccans went round the Prophet's encampment with the avowed object of killing any unwary Muslim who might leave the camp. They even attacked the Prophet with stones and arrows. Footnote: when some of these men were seized and brought before the Prophet, he pardoned and released them. It was on this occasion that the Muslims took the pledge, called the Agreeable Pledge, Bayat ur-Ridwan, or the Pledge of the Tree, Bayat ush-Shajara. Uthman being sent to the Quraysh to repeat the request for permission, they seized and detained him. The Muslims, fearful of his murder, flocked round Muhammad and solemnly swore to avenge his death. And a footnote. Finding the idolaters immovable and wishful himself to end the state of warfare between the Muslims and the Quraysh, Muhammad expressed himself willing to agree to any terms the Meccans might feel inclined to impose. After much difficulty, a treaty was concluded by which it was agreed that all hostilities should cease for 10 years, that anyone coming from the Quraysh to the Prophet without the permission of the guardian or chief should be re-delivered to the idolaters, that any individual from among the Muslims going over to the Meccans should not be surrendered, that any tribe desirous of entering into alliance, either with the Quraysh or with the Muslims, should be at liberty to do so without hindrance, that the Muslims should retrace their steps on this occasion without advancing further, that they should be permitted in the following year to visit Mecca and to remain there for 3 days with their traveling arms, namely their quote-unquote scimitars in sheaths, footnote, i.e. the silah or rakib. It was on the occasion of this peace that a Qurayshite envoy who was sent to the Muslim encampment, struck with the profound reverence and love shown to the Prophet by his followers, on his return to the Quraysh, told them that he had seen sovereigns like the Khosrows, Kisra, the Caesar, Kaiser, and the Negus, Najashi, surrounded with all the pomp and circumstance of royalty, but he had never witnessed a sovereign in the midst of his subjects receiving such veneration and obedience as was paid to Muhammad by his people. And a footnote. The moderation and magnanimity displayed by Muhammad in concluding this treaty caused some discontent among the more impulsive of his followers, in whose hearts the injuries and cruelties inflicted by the Quraysh yet rankled. In virtue of the third stipulation of the treaty, by which the Muslims bound themselves to surrender every idolater who came over to their cause without the permission of their patron or chief, the Quraysh demanded the surrender of several of the Prophet's disciples, and their demand was immediately complied with by Muhammad, in spite of the murmurs of some of the Muslims. Footnote. As women were not included in the treaty, the demand of the idolaters for the surrender of the female Muslims was peremptorily declined. And a footnote. On his return to Medina, Muhammad, in pursuance of the Catholic wish by which he was inspired that his religion should embrace all humanity, dispatched several envoys to invite the neighboring sovereigns and their subjects to drink of the cup of life offered to them by the preacher of Islam. Two of the most noted embassies were to Heraclius, the emperor of the Greeks, and to Khusru Parviz, the Kesra of Persia. The King of Kings was amazed at the audacity of the fugitive of Mecca in addressing him, the great Khosroes, on terms of equality, and, enraged at what he considered the insolence of the latter, tore it to pieces and drove the envoy from his presence with contumely. When the news of this treatment was brought to the Prophet, he quietly observed, "Thus will the empire of Kesra be torn to pieces." The fulfillment of the prophecy is engraved on the pages of history. Heraclius, more polite or more reverential, treated the messenger with great respect, and returned a gracious and careful reply. Before, however, leaving Syria, he tried to acquaint himself better with the character of the man who had sent him the message. With this object he is said to have summoned to his presence some Arab merchants who had arrived at Gaza with a caravan from Arabia. Among them was the notorious Abu Sufyan, still one of the bitterest enemies of the Prophet. The Greek emperor appears to have questioned him with regard to Muhammad, and his replies, as preserved in the traditions, are almost identical with the summary which Ja'far gave to the negus of the teachings of Muhammad. "What are the doctrines Muhammad advances?" asked Heraclius of Abu Sufyan. "He bids us abandon the worship of our ancient idols and to adore one God, to bestow alms, to observe truth and purity, to abstain from fornication and vice, and to flee abominations." Asked if his followers were increasing in number or if they were falling off, the reply was, "His adherents are increasing incessantly, and there has not been one who has forsaken him." Another ambassador, sent soon afterwards to the Ghassanid prince, a feudatory of Heraclius, residing at Busra, near Damascus, instead of receiving the reverence and respect due to an envoy, was cruelly murdered by another chief of the same family, and Amir of a Christian tribe subject to Byzantium. This wanton outrage on international obligations became eventually the cause of that war which placed Islam in conflict with the whole of Christendom. But of this we shall treat later. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 7, The Diffusion of the Faith. فما تتاول أعمال المديح إلى ما فيه من كرم الأخلاق والشيم. But how can the desire of the eulogist come up to what is in him of nobility of disposition and nature? The Jewish tribes, in spite of the reverses they had already suffered, were still formidable, still busy with their machinations to work the destruction of the Muslims. They possessed, at the distance of 3 or 4 days' journey to the northeast of Medina, a strongly fortified territory, studded with castles, the principal of which, called Al-Qamus, was situated on an almost inaccessible hill. This group of fortresses was called Khaybar, a word signifying a fortified place. The population of Khaybar included several branches of the Bani Nadir and the Qurayza, who had taken refuge there. The Jews of Khaybar had shown an active and implacable hatred towards Muhammad and his followers, and since the arrival of their brethren among them, this feeling had acquired greater force. The Jews of Khaybar, united by an ancient alliance with the Bedouin horde of the Bani Ghatafan and other cognate tribes, worked incessantly for the formation of another coalition against the Muslims. These latter were alive to the power possessed by the desert races to injure them, and prompt measures were needed to avert the evils of another league against Medina. Accordingly, early in the month of Muharram of this year, an expedition consisting of about 1,400 men was dispatched against Khaybar. The Jews now solicited the assistance of their allies. The Bani Firaza hastened to their support, but afraid of the Muslims turning their flank and surprising their flocks and herds in their absence, speedily retreated. The Jews were thus left alone to bear the brunt of the war. Terms were offered to them by the Muslims, but were refused. In spite of the most determined resistance on the part of the Jews, fortress after fortress opened its gate. At last came the turn of the most formidable castle, Al-Qamus. After a spirited defense, it also fell into the hands of the Muslims. The fate of this, their principal fortress, brought the remaining Jewish townships to see the utter futility of further resistance. They sued for forgiveness, which was accorded. Their lands and immovable property were guaranteed to them on condition of good conduct, together with the free practice of their religion. And, as they were exempt from the regular taxes, the Prophet imposed upon them the duty of paying to the Commonwealth, in return for the protection they would thenceforth enjoy, half the produce of their lands. The movable property found in the fortress, which the Muslims reduced by regular sieges and battles, was forfeited to the army and distributed among the men according to the character of their arms. Thus, for instance, 3 shares were given to a horseman, whilst a foot soldier received only 1. Footnote: the story of Kinana being tortured for the sake of disclosing the concealed treasures is false. Frequent attempts were made about this time to assassinate the Prophet. On his entry into Khaybar, a Jewess, animated with the same vengeful feeling as the Judith of old, spread a poisoned repast for him and some of his followers. One of them died immediately after he had taken a few mouthfuls. The life of the Prophet was saved, but the poison permeated his system, and in afterlife he suffered severely from its effects and eventually died thereof. In spite of this crime, Muhammad forgave the woman, and she was allowed to remain among her people unharmed. End of footnote. Towards the end of the 7th year of the Hijrah, Muhammad and his disciples availed themselves of their truce with the Quraysh to accomplish the desire of their hearts, the pilgrimage to the holy places. This journey in Muslim history is reverently styled the pilgrimage or visit of accomplishment. It was in March 629 that the Prophet, accompanied by 2,000 Muslims, proceeded to Mecca to perform the rites of the Lesser Pilgrimage, rites which every pilgrim of Islam has now to observe. The Quraysh would, however, have nothing to say to the pilgrims, and hold no converse with them. For the 3 days during which the ceremonies lasted, they evacuated the city, and from the summits of the neighboring heights watched the Muslims performing the rites. It was surely a strange sight, says Muir with an unconscious thrill, which at this time presented itself in the Vale of Mecca, a sight unique in the history of the world. The ancient city is for 3 days evacuated by all its inhabitants, high and low, every house deserted. And as they retire, the exiled converts, many years banished from their birthplace, approach in a great body, accompanied by their allies, revisit the empty homes of their childhood, and within the short allotted space fulfill the rites of pilgrimage. The outside inhabitants, climbing the heights around, take refuge under tents or other shelter among the hills and glens, and, clustering on the overhanging peak of Abu Qubays, thence watch the movements of the visitors beneath, as with the Prophet at their head there make the circuit of the Kaaba and the rapid procession between As-Safa and Marwa, and anxiously scan every figure if perchance they may recognize among the worshippers some long-lost friend or relative. It was a scene rendered possible only by the throes which gave birth to Islam." End quote. In strict conformity with the terms of the treaty, they left Mecca after a sojourn of 3 days. This peaceful fulfillment of the daydream of the Muslims was followed by important conversions among the Quraysh. The self-restraint and scrupulous regard for their pledged word displayed by the believers created a visible impression among the enemies of Islam. Many of those who were most violent among the Quraysh in their opposition to the Prophet, men of position and influence who had warred against him and reviled him, struck by Muhammad's kindness of heart and nobility of nature, which overlooked all crimes against himself, adopted the faith. Footnote: For instance, Khalid bin Walid, who commanded the Quraysh cavalry at Uhud, and Amru ibn al-Asi, famous as Amru. End of footnote. The murder of the Muslim envoy by a feudatory of the Greek emperor was an outrage which could not be passed over in silence and unpunished. An expedition consisting of 3,000 men was dispatched to exact reparation from the Ghassanid prince. The lieutenants of the Byzantine emperor, instead of disavowing the crime, adopted it, and thus made the quarrel an imperial one. Uniting their forces, they attacked the Muslims near Muta, a village not far from Balka in Syria, the scene of the murder. The Byzantines and their allies were repulsed, but the disparity of numbers was too great, and the Muslims retreated to Medina. Footnote: In this battle, Zayd, the son of Harith, who commanded the Muslim troops, Ja'far, the cousin of Muhammad, and several other notables were killed. End of footnote. It was about this time that the Quraysh and their allies, the Bani Bakr, in violation of the terms of peace concluded at Hudaybiyah, attacked the Bani Khuza'ah, who were under the protection of and in alliance with the Muslims. They massacred a number of the Khuza'ah and dispersed the rest. The Bani Khuza'ah brought their complaints to Muhammad and asked for justice. The reign of iniquity and oppression had lasted long at Mecca. The Meccans had themselves violated the peace, and some of their chief men had taken part in the massacre of the Khuza'ah. The Prophet immediately marched 10,000 men against the idolaters. With the exception of a slight resistance by Ikrimah, the son of Abu Jahl, who fell at Badr, and Safwan, the son of Umayyah, at the head of their respective clans, in which several Muslims were killed, Muhammad entered Mecca almost unopposed. Thus, at length, Muhammad entered Mecca as a conqueror. He who was once a fugitive and persecuted now came to prove his mission by deeds of mercy. The city, which had treated him so cruelly, driven him and his faithful band for refuge amongst strangers, which had sworn his life and the lives of his devoted disciples, lay at his feet. His old persecutors, relentless and ruthless, who had disgraced humanity by inflicting cruel outrages upon inoffensive men and women, and even upon the lifeless dead, were now completely at his mercy. But in the hour of triumph, every evil suffered was forgotten, every injury inflicted was forgiven, and a general amnesty was extended to the population of Mecca. Only 4 criminals, quote, whom justice condemned, end quote, made up Muhammad's proscription list when he entered as a conqueror the city of his bitterest enemies. The army followed his example and entered gently and peaceably. No house was robbed, no woman was insulted. Most truly has it been said that through all the annals of conquest there has been no triumphant entry like unto this one. But the idols of the nation were unrelentingly struck down. Sorrowfully the idolaters stood round and watched the downfall of the images they worshipped. And then dawned upon them the truth when they heard the old voice, at which they were wont to scoff and jeer, cry as he struck down the idols, "Truth has come, and falsehood vanisheth. Verily falsehood is evanescent." How utterly powerless were their gods. After destroying these ancient idols and abolishing every pagan rite, Muhammad delivered a sermon to the assembled people. He dwelt first upon the natural equality and brotherhood of mankind, in the words of the Koran, and then proceeded as follows. "Descendants of Quraysh, how do you think I should act towards you?" "With kindness and pity, gracious brother and nephew," replied they. At these words, says Tabari, tears came into the eyes of the Prophet, and he said, "I shall speak to you as Joseph spake unto his brothers. I shall not reproach you today. God will forgive. He is the most merciful and compassionate." And now was enacted a scene of which there is no parallel in the history of the world. Hosts upon hosts came and adopted the religion of Muhammad. Seated on the hill of Safa, he received the old pledge exacted before from Medanites. They would not adore anything. They would not commit larceny, adultery, or infanticide. They would not utter falsehood, nor speak evil of women. Thus were the words of the Quranic prophecy fulfilled. When arrives victory and assistance from God, and seest thou men enter in hosts the religion of God, then utter the praise of thy Lord, and implore his pardon, for he loveth to turn in mercy to those who seek him. Muhammad now saw his mission all but completed. His principal disciples were dispatched in every direction to call the wild tribes of the desert to Islam, and with strict injunctions to preach peace and goodwill. Only in case of violence were they to defend themselves. These injunctions were loyally obeyed with one exception. The men of Khalid bin Walid, under the orders of this fierce and newly converted warrior, killed a few of the Bani Jazima Bedouins, apparently mistaking them for hostile soldiers. But the other Muslims interfering prevented further massacre. The news of this wanton bloodshed deeply grieved the Prophet, and he cried, raising his hands towards heaven, "O Lord, I am innocent of what Khalid has done." He immediately dispatched Ali to make every possible reparation to the Bani Jazima for the outrage committed on them. This was a mission congenial to Ali's nature, and he executed it faithfully. He made careful inquiries as to the number of persons killed by Khalid, their status, and the losses incurred by their families, and paid the diya strictly. When every loss was made good, he distributed the remainder of the money he had brought among the kinsmen of the victims and other members of the tribe, gladdening every heart, says the chronicler, by his gentleness and benevolence. Carrying with him the blessings of the whole people, he returned to the Prophet, who overwhelmed him with thanks and praises. The formidable Bedouin tribes, the Hawazin, the Thaqif, and various others who pastured their flocks in the territories bordering Mecca, and some of whom possessed strongly fortified towns like Taif, unwilling to render obedience to the Muslims without resistance, formed a league with the intention of overwhelming Muhammad before he could make preparations to repulse their attack. His vigilance, however, disappointed them. After a well-contested battle, fought near Hunain, a deep and narrow defile about 10 miles to the northeast of Mecca, the idolaters were defeated with great loss. Separating their forces, one body of the enemy, consisting principally of the Thaqif, took refuge in the city of Taif, which only 8 or 9 years before had driven the Prophet from within its walls with insults. The rest fled to a fortified camp in the valley of Autas. This was forced, and the families of the Hawazin, with all their worldly effects, their flocks and herds, fell into the hands of the Muslims. Taif was then besieged, but after a few days Muhammad raised the siege, well knowing that the pressure of circumstances would soon force the Taifites to submit without bloodshed. Returning to the place where the captured Hawazin were left for safety, he found a deputation from this powerful tribe awaiting his return to solicit the restoration of their families. Aware of the sensitiveness of the Arab nature regarding their rights, Muhammad replied to the Bedouin deputies that he could not force his people to abandon all the fruits of their victory, and that they must at least forfeit their effects if they would regain their families. To this they consented, and the following day, when Muhammad was offering the midday prayers, with his disciples ranged behind him, they came and repeated the request. "We supplicate the Prophet to intercede with the Muslims, and the Muslims to intercede with the Prophet, to restore us our women and children." Muhammad replied to the deputies, "My own share in the captives and that of the children of Abd al-Muttalib I give you back at once." His disciples, catching his spirit, instantaneously followed his example, and 6,000 people were in a moment set free. This generosity won the hearts of many of the Thaqif, who tendered their allegiance and became earnest Muslims. Footnote: the people of Taif were so called. The story told by Muir as a curious illustration of the Prophet's mode of life is apocryphal. It must be remembered, firstly, that the division of the booty had not taken place, and consequently the Prophet could not have given away as gift part of his own share. But this he had promised to the deputies before the division to restore to the Hawazin. The story is a fabrication and utterly worthless. Add a footnote. The incident which followed, after the distribution of the forfeited flocks and herds of the Hawazin, shows not only the hold the Prophet had over the hearts of the Medanites and the devotion he inspired them with, but it also proves that at no period of his career had he any material reward to offer to his disciples. In the division of the spoil, a larger proportion fell to the share of the newly converted Meccans than to the people of Medina. Some of the Ansar looked upon this as an act of partiality, and their discontent reaching the ear of the Prophet, he ordered them to be assembled. He then addressed them in these words: "Ye Ansar, I have learnt the discourse ye hold among yourselves. When I came amongst you, you were wandering in darkness, and the Lord gave you the right direction. You were suffering, and he made you happy. At enmity amongst yourselves, and he has filled your hearts with brotherly love and concord. Was it not so, tell me?" "Indeed, it is even as thou sayest," was the reply. "To the Lord and his Prophet belong benevolence and grace." "Nay, by the Lord," continued the Prophet, "but he might have answered, and answered truly, for I would have testified to its truth myself. Thou camest to us rejected as an impostor, and we believed in thee. Thou camest as a helpless fugitive, and we assisted thee. Poor as an outcast, and we gave thee an asylum. Comfortless, and we solaced thee. Ye Ansar, Why disturb your hearts because of the things of this life? Are ye not satisfied that others should obtain the flocks and camels, while ye go back unto your homes with me in your midst? By him who holds my life in his hands, I shall never abandon you. If all mankind went one way and the Ansar another, verily I would join the Ansar. The Lord be favorable unto them, and bless them, and their children, and their children's children. At these words, says the chronicler, they all wept until the tears ran down upon their beards. And they all cried with one voice, Yea, Prophet of God, we are well satisfied with our share. Thereupon they retired happy and contented. Muhammad soon after returned to Medina. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 8, The Year of Deputations. فاق النبيين في خلقي وفي خلقي ولم يدانوه في علمي ولا كرمي دع ما ادعت النصارى في نبيهم واحكم بما شئت مدحا فيه واحتكمي. قصيدة البردة. He surpassed all the prophets in constitution and disposition, nor any did approach him either in knowledge or nobleness. Avoid what the Christians assert about their prophet, but declare whatever else thou wishest in his praise, and contend for it. إن الرسول للنور يستداء به وصارم من سيوف الله مسلول. Banat Suad. Indeed, the prophet is a light from which guidance is sought, and a drawn sword out of God's swords. The 9th year of the Hijrah was noted for the embassies which flocked into Medina to render homage to the Prophet of Islam. The cloud which so long had rested over this land, with its wild chivalry, its blood feuds, and its heathenism, is now lifted forever. The age of barbarism is past. The conquest of Mecca decided the fate of idolatry in Arabia. The people who still regarded with veneration those beautiful moon goddesses, Manat, Lat, and Uzza, and their peculiar cult, were painfully awakened by the fall of its stronghold. Among the wild denizens of the desert, the moral effect of the submission of the Meccans was great. Deputations began to arrive from all sides to tender the allegiance and adherence of tribes hitherto most inimical to the Muslims. The principal companions of the Prophet and the leading citizens of Medina, at his request, received these envoys in their houses and entertained them with the time-honored hospitality of the Arabs. On departure, they always received an ample sum for the expenses of the road, with some additional presents corresponding to their rank. A written treaty guaranteeing the privileges of the tribe was often granted, and a teacher invariably accompanied the departing guests to instruct the newly converted people in the duties of Islam, and to see that every remnant of idolatry was obliterated from their midst. Whilst thus engaged in consolidating the tribes of Arabia under the new gospel, the great seer was alive to the dangers which threatened the new confederation from outside. The Byzantines seem about this time to have indulged in those dreams of Arabian conquests which had once before induced the founder of the Roman Empire to dispatch expeditions into that country. Heraclius had returned to his dominions elated by his victories over the Persians. His political vision could not have been blind to the strange events which were taking place in Arabia, and he had probably not forgotten the repulse of his lieutenants at the head of a large army by a handful of Arabs. During his stay in Syria, he had directed his feudatories to collect an overwhelming force for the invasion of Arabia. The news of these preparations was soon brought to Medina and caused some consternation among the Muslims. If the report was true, it meant a serious danger to the Islamic Commonwealth. Volunteers were summoned from all quarters to repel the threatened attack. Unfortunately, a severe drought had lately afflicted Hijaz and Najd. The date crops had been ruined, and the beasts of burden had died in large numbers, and the country people at large were unwilling to engage at this juncture on an expedition far from their homes. To some the time of the year seemed unreasonable, whilst the intensity of the heat, the hardships of the journey, and the marvelous stories regarding the power of the Byzantine Empire added largely to the fears of the timorous. Many applied to be exempted from service, and the Prophet acceded to the prayers of those who were either too weak or too poor to take up arms and leave their homes, and such others as had no one beside themselves to look after their families. Footnote: these were called al-Baka'un, the weepers, as they were distressed by their inability to join in the sacred enterprise of repelling a dangerous enemy. End of footnote. The unwillingness of the lukewarm was aggravated by the machinations of the Munafiqin, who spared no endeavors to fan it into discontent. Footnote: the machinations of the disaffected are censured in Surah 9, verse 82. These secret conspirators had for their rendezvous the house of a Jew named Suwaylem near the suburb of Jasum. This house was ultimately razed to the ground. It was at this time that the great teacher made the prophecy that there will always be munafiqin in Islam to thwart the endeavors of the true followers of the faith to do good to their people. Add a footnote. The example, however, of the principal disciples and other sincere followers of the faith infused vitality into the hearts of the timorous and shamed the backsliders into enthusiasm, which soon spread among the people. Contributions poured in from all sides. Abu Bakr offered all he possessed towards the expenses of the expedition. Uthman equipped and supplied at his own expense a large body of volunteers, and the other prominent and affluent Muslims were equally generous. The women brought their ornaments and jewelries and besought the Prophet to accept the same for the needs of the state. A sufficient force was eventually collected, and accompanied by the Prophet, the volunteers marched towards the frontier. Footnote: it was called the Jayshul Usra, the Army of Distress, owing to the difficulties with which it was collected. End of footnote. During his absence from Medina, the Prophet left Ali in charge of the city. The Munafiqin, with Abdullah ibn Ubay, had proceeded with the army as far as the Mount of Farewell, Thiniyatul Wada', but they quietly fell back from there and returned to the city. Here they spread the report that the Prophet had not taken his cousin with him, as he was apprehensive of the dangers of the expedition. Stung by the malicious rumor, Ali seized his arms and hastened after the army. Overtaking the troops, he told the Prophet what he had heard. Muhammad pronounced it to be a base calumny. "I have appointed thee my vicegerent, Khalifa, and left thee in my stead. Return then to thy post, and be my deputy over my people and thine. O Ali, art thou not content that thou art to me what Aaron was to Moses?" Footnote: فَقَالَ كَذَّبُوا ولكني خلفتك لما تركت ورائي فرجي فاخلفني في أهلي وأهلك أفلا ترضى يا علي أن تكون مني بمنزل هارون من موسى. According to the Shias, the Prophet distinctly indicated in these words that Ali should be his successor. And a footnote. Ali accordingly returned to Medina. The sufferings of the troops from heat and thirst were intense. After a long and painful march, they reached Tabuk, a place situated midway between Medina and Damascus, where they halted. Here they learned to their amazement, and perhaps to their relief, that the apprehended attack was a Grecian dream, and that the emperor had his hands full at home. Finding, therefore, nothing at the moment to threaten the safety of the Medinite commonwealth, the Prophet ordered the Muslims to retrace their steps. After a sojourn of 20 days at Tabuk, where they found abundance of water for themselves and forage for their famished beasts of burden, the Muslims returned to Medina in the month of Ramadan. Footnote. According to Cousin de Percival, middle of December 630 AC. Chapter 4 of the Quran treats vividly of these events. At Tabuk, Muhammad received the submission of many of the neighboring chiefs. And a footnote. The Prophet's return to Medina was signalized by the arrival of a deputation from the refractory and hard-hearted idolaters of Taif, the very people who had driven the poor preacher from their midst with insults and violence. Urwa, the Taifite chief, who had been to Mecca after the Hudaybiyah incident as the Qurayshite envoy, was so impressed with the words of the teacher and his kindness that shortly after the accomplishment of his mission, he had come to the Prophet and embraced his religion. Though repeatedly warned by Muhammad of the dangers he ran among the bigoted of his city, he hastened back to Taif to proclaim his abjuration of idolatry and to invite his fellow citizens to share in the blessings imparted by the new faith. Arriving in the evening, he made public his conversion and called upon the people to join him. The following morning he again addressed them, but his words roused the priests and worshippers of Uzza into frenzy, and they literally stoned him to death. With his dying breath he said he had offered up his blood unto his master for the good of his people, and he thanked God for the honor of martyrdom, and as a last wish prayed his friends to bury him by the side of the Muslims who had fallen at Hunain. The dying words of Urwa had a greater effect upon his compatriots than all his endeavors whilst living. The martyr's blood blossomed into faith in the hearts of his murderers. Seized with sudden compunction, perhaps also wearying of their hostility with the tribes of the desert, the Taifites sent the deputation to which we have referred above to pray for forgiveness and permission to enter the circle of Islam. They begged, however, for a short respite for their idols. First they asked 2 years, then 1 year, and then 6 months, but all to no purpose. The grace of 1 month might surely be conceded, they argued at a last appeal. Muhammad was immovable. Islam and the idols could not exist together. They then begged for exemption from the daily prayers. Muhammad replied that without devotion, religion could be nothing. Sorrowfully, at last, they submitted to all that was required of them. They were excused, however, from destroying the idols with their own hands, and the notorious Abu Sufyan, the son of Harb, the father of the well-known Muawiyah, the Judas Iscariot of Islam, one of those who have been stigmatized as the Mu'alafat al-Qulub, the nominal believers, for they had adopted the faith from policy, and Mughira, the nephew of Urwa, were selected for that work. They executed their commission amidst uproarious cries of despair and grief from the women of Taif. Footnote. The great number of deputations received by Muhammad in the 9th year has led to its being called the Year of Deputations, wafud, plural of wafat. The principal adhesions which followed immediately upon the conversion of the Thaqif were of the Himyarite princes of Yemen, of Mahra, of Aman, of the country of the Bahrain, and of the tribes domiciled in Yemama. End of footnote. The tribe of Tayy had about this time proved recalcitrant, and their disaffection was fostered by the idolatrous priesthood. A small force was dispatched under Ali to reduce them to obedience and to destroy their idols. Adi, the son of the famous Hatim, whose generosity and munificence have been sung by poets and minstrels throughout the Eastern world, was the chief of his tribe. On the approach of Ali, he fled to Syria, but his sister, with some of his principal clansmen, fell into the hands of the Muslims. They were conducted with every mark of respect and sympathy to Medina. Muhammad at once set the daughter of Hatim and her people at liberty, and bestowed on them many valuable gifts. She proceeded to Syria and told her brother of the nobleness of Muhammad. Touched by gratitude, Adi hastened to Medina to throw himself at the feet of the Prophet, and eventually embraced Islam. Returning to his people, he persuaded them to abjure idolatry, and the Bani Tayy, once so wedded to fetishism, became thenceforth devoted followers of the religion of Muhammad. Footnote. The conversion of Adi occurred in Rabi II of the 9th year, July-August 630 AC, and accordingly ought to have been placed before the expedition to Tabuk. But I have followed the order of the Arab historians. When the daughter of Hatim, whose name was Sufana, came before the Prophet, she addressed him in the following words: "Apostle of God, my father is dead. My brother, my only relation, fled into the mountains on the approach of the Muslims. I cannot ransom myself. It is thy generosity which I implore for my deliverance. My father was an illustrious man, the prince of his tribe, a man who ransomed prisoners, protected the honor of women, nourished the poor, consoled the afflicted, never rejected any demand. I am Sufana, daughter of Hatim." "Thy father," answered Muhammad, "had the virtues of a Mussulman. If it were permitted to me to invoke the mercy of God on any one whose life was passed in idolatry, I would pray to God for mercy for the soul of Hatim." Then, addressing the Muslims around him, he said, "The daughter of Hatim is free. Her father was a generous and humane man. God loves and rewards the merciful." And with Sufana, all her people were set at liberty. The Persian poet Sa'di has some beautiful lines in the Bustan concerning this touching episode. End of footnote. Another notable conversion, which took place about the same time as that of the Bani Tayy, is deserving of more than passing notice. Ka'b ibn Zuhair, a distinguished poet of the tribe of Muzayna, had placed himself under the ban by trying to incite hostilities against the Muslims. His brother was a Muslim and had counseled him strongly to renounce idolatry and embrace Islam. Ka'b, following the advice of his brother, came secretly to Medina and proceeded to the mosque where Muhammad was wont to preach. There he saw a man surrounded by Arabs listening to his words with the greatest veneration. He at once recognized the Prophet, and penetrating into the circle, said aloud, "Apostle of God, if I should bring before thee Ka'b as a Mussulman, would you pardon him?" "Yes," answered Muhammad. "It is I who am Ka'b, the son of Zuhair." Several people around the Prophet wanted leave to put him to death. "No," said the Prophet, "I have given him grace." Ka'b then begged permission to recite a qasida poem, which has always been considered a masterpiece of Arabic poetry. Footnote: called the Qasida of Banat Suad, from the opening words of the poem, which begins with the prologue usual in Arabic qasidas. The poet tells his grief at the departure of Suad, his beloved. She has left him, his heart is drooping, distracted and unhappy, following her train like a captive in chains. He praises her beauty, her sweet, soft voice, her bright laughter, her winsome smile. The theme suddenly changes, and the poet reaches the climax when he bursts forth into a song of praise of his great subject. The language throughout is sonorous and virile, a quality often wanting in the poems of later times, and the rhythmical swing and cadence are maintained with extraordinary evenness up to the last. End of footnote. When he came to the lines quoted at the head of this chapter, "The prophet is the torch which has lighted up the world. He is the sword of God for destroying ungodliness," the prophet bestowed on the poet his own mantle, which was afterwards sold by his family to Muawiyah for 14,000 dirhams, and after passing into the hands of Umayyads and Abbasids, is now in the possession of the Ottoman caliphs. Footnote: called the Khirkatul Sharif, the Holy Mantle, which is taken out as the national standard in times of great emergency. The Qasida of Banat Suad, which is sometimes also called the Qasidatul Burda, the Qasida of the Mantle, is different from the Qasidatul Burda of Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Sa'id, who flourished in the reign of Malik Zahir, which opens with the following lines: Amin tadakkuri jiranin bidi salami, mazajta daman jara min muqlatin bidami. Is it from the remembrance of the neighbors at thee, Salam, that thou hast mixed tears flowing from the eyes with blood? End of footnote. Hitherto no prohibition had issued against the heathens entering the Kaaba or performing their old idolatrous rites within its sacred precincts. It was now decided to put an end to this anomalous state, and remove once for all any possibility of a relapse into idolatry on the part of those upon whom the new and pure creed hung somewhat lightly. Accordingly, towards the end of this year, during the month of pilgrimage, Ali was commissioned to read a proclamation to the assembled multitudes on the day of the great sacrifice, Yawm un-Nahr, which should strike straight at the heart of idolatry and the immoralities attendant upon it. Quote, "No idolater shall, after this year, perform the pilgrimage. No one shall make the circuit of the temple naked." Footnote, alluding to a disgraceful custom of the idolatrous Arabs. End of footnote. "Whoever hath a treaty with the Prophet, it shall continue binding till its termination. For the rest, 4 months are allowed to every man to return to his territories. After that, there will exist no obligation on the Prophet except towards those with whom treaties have been concluded." End quote. This declaration of discharge, as it is styled by Muslim writers, was a manifestation of far-sighted wisdom on the part of the Prophet. It was impossible for the state of society and morals which then existed to continue. The idolaters mixing year after year with the Muslim pilgrims, if allowed to perform the lascivious and degrading ceremonies of their cult, would soon have undone what Muhammad had so laboriously accomplished. History had already seen another gifted yet uncultured branch of the same stock as the Arabs settling among idolaters. Their leaders had tried to preserve the worship of Jehovah by wholesale butcheries of the worshippers of Baal. They had failed miserably. The Israelites had not only succumbed under the evil influences which surrounded them, but had even surpassed those whom they at first despised in the practice of nameless abominations. Muhammad felt that any compromise with heathenism would nullify all his work. He accordingly adopted means seemingly harsh, but yet benignant in their ultimate tendency. The vast concourse which had listened to Ali returned to their homes, and before the following year was over, the majority of them were Muslims. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 9, The Fulfillment of Muhammad's Mission. إذا جاء النصر الله والفتح فرأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. When the help of God and victory come, and thou seest the people entering into the religion of God in troops, celebrate the praise of thy Lord and ask pardon of him, for he is the forgiver. During this year, as in the preceding, numerous embassies poured into Medina from every part of Arabia to testify to the adhesion of their chiefs and their tribes. Footnote: in the 10th year of the Hijrah took place the conversions of the remaining tribes of Yemen and of Hijaz. Then followed the conversions of the tribes of Hazramut and Kinda. End of footnote. To the teachers whom Muhammad sent into the different provinces, he invariably gave the following instructions. Deal gently with the people and be not harsh. Cheer them and contemn them not. And ye will meet with many people of the books, footnote, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, and a footnote, who will question thee, what is the key to heaven? Reply to them, the key to heaven is to testify to the truth of God and to do good work. The mission of Muhammad was now achieved. In the midst of a nation steeped in barbarism, a prophet had arisen, quote, to rehearse unto them the signs of God, to sanctify them, to teach them the scriptures and knowledge, them who before had been in utter darkness. End quote. He found them sunk in a degrading and sanguinary superstition. He inspired them with the belief in one sole God of truth and love. He saw them disunited and engaged in perpetual war with each other. He united them by the ties of brotherhood and charity. From time immemorial, the peninsula had been wrapped in absolute moral darkness. Spiritual life was utterly unknown. Neither Judaism nor Christianity had made any lasting impression on the Arab mind. The people were sunk in superstition, cruelty, and vice. Incest and the diabolical custom of female infanticide were common. The eldest son inherited his father's widows as property with the rest of the estate. The worse than inhuman fathers buried alive their infant daughters, and this crime, which was most rife among the tribes of Quraysh and Kinda, was regarded as among the Hindu Rajputs a mark of pride. The idea of a future existence and of retribution of good and evil were as motives of human action practically unknown. Only a few years before, such was the condition of Arabia. What a change had these few years witnessed! The angel of heaven had veritably passed over the land, and breathed harmony and love into the hearts of those who had hitherto been engrossed in the most revolting practices of semi-barbarism. What had once been a moral desert, where all laws, human and divine, were contemned and infringed without remorse, was now transformed into a garden. Idolatry, with its nameless abominations, was utterly destroyed. Islam furnishes the only solitary example of a great religion which, though preached among a nation and reigning for the most part among a people not yet emerged from the dawn of an early civilization, had succeeded in effectually restraining its votaries from idolatry. This phenomenon has been justly acknowledged as the preeminent glory of Islam, and the most remarkable evidence of the genius of its founder. Long had Christianity and Judaism tried to wean the Arab tribes from their gross superstition, their inhuman practices, and their licentious immorality. But it was not till they heard, quote, the spirit-stirring strains of the appointed of God, quote, that they become conscious of the God of truth, overshadowing the universe with his power and love. Henceforth, their aims are not of this earth alone. There is something beyond the grave, higher, pure, and diviner, calling them to the practice of charity, goodness, justice, and universal love. God is not merely the God of today or of tomorrow, carved out of wood or stone, but the mighty, loving, merciful Creator of the world. Muhammad was the source, under providence, of this new awakening, the bright fountain from which flowed the stream of their hopes of eternity, and to him they paid a fitting obedience and reverence. They were all animated with one desire, namely to serve God in truth and purity, to obey his laws reverently in all the affairs of life. The truths and maxims, the precepts which from time to time during the past 20 years Muhammad had delivered to his followers, were embalmed in their hearts and had become the ruling principles of every action. Law and morality were united. Quote, never since the days when primitive Christianity startled the world from its sleep and waged a mortal conflict with heathenism had men seen the like arousing of spiritual life, the like faith that suffered sacrifices and took joyfully the spoiling of goods for conscience' sake. Footnote. Muir. Coming from an avowed enemy of Islam, this observation is of the utmost value. End of footnote. The mission of Muhammad was now accomplished, and in this fact, the fact of the whole work being achieved in his lifetime, lies his distinctive superiority over the prophets, sages, and philosophers of other times and other countries. Jesus, Moses, Zoroaster, Sakyamuni, Plato, all had their notions of realms of God, their republics, their ideas, through which degraded humanity was to be elevated into a new moral life. All had departed from this world with their aspirations unfulfilled, their bright visions unrealized, or had bequeathed the task of elevating their fellow men to sanguinary disciples or monarch pupils. Footnote. A Joshua among the Israelites, an Ashoka among the Buddhists, a Darius among the Zoroastrians, a Constantine among the Christians. End of footnote. It was reserved for Muhammad to fulfill his mission and that of his predecessors. It was reserved for him alone to see accomplished the work of amelioration. No royal disciple came to his assistance with edicts to enforce the new teachings. May not the Muslims justly say the entire work was the work of God? The humble preacher, who had only the other day been hunted out of the city of his birth, and been stoned out of the place where he had betaken himself to preach God's words, had within the short space of 9 years lifted up his people from the abysmal depths of moral and spiritual degradation to a conception of purity and justice. His life is the noblest record of a work nobly and faithfully performed. He infused vitality into a dormant people. He consolidated a congeries of warring tribes into a nation inspired into action with the hope of everlasting life. He concentrated into a focus all the fragmentary and broken lights which had ever fallen on the heart of man. Such was his work, and he performed it with an enthusiasm and fervor which admitted no compromise, conceived no halting, with indomitable courage which brooked no resistance and allowed no fear of consequences, with a singleness of purpose which thought of no self. The religion of divine unity preached on the shores of Galilee had given place to the worship of an incarnate God. The old worship of a female deity had revived among those who professed the creed of the Master of Nazareth. The recluse of Hira, the unlettered philosopher, born among a nation of unyielding idolaters, impressed ineffaceably the unity of God and the equality of man upon the minds of the nations who once heard his voice. His quote-unquote democratic thunder was the signal for the uprise of the human intellect against the tyranny of priests and rulers. In, quote, that world of wrangling creeds and oppressive institutions, end quote, when the human soul was crushed under the weight of unintelligible dogmas, and the human body trampled under the tyranny of vested interests, he broke down the barriers of caste and exclusive privileges. He swept away with his breath the cobwebs which self-interest had woven in the path of man to God. He abolished all exclusiveness in man's relation to his Creator. This unlettered prophet, whose message was for the masses, proclaimed the value of knowledge and learning. By the pen, man's works are recorded. By the pen, man is to be judged. The pen is the ultimate arbiter of human actions in the sight of the Lord. His persistent and unvarying appeal to reason and to the ethical faculty of mankind, his rejection of miracles, quote, his thoroughly democratic conception of divine government, the universality of his religious ideal, his simple humanity, end quote, all serve to differentiate him from his predecessors. All affiliate him, says the author of Oriental Religions, with the modern world, end quote. His life and work are not wrapped in mystery. No fairy tale has been woven round his personality. When the hosts of Arabia came flocking to join his faith, the prophet felt that his work was accomplished, and, under the impression of his approaching end, he determined to make a farewell pilgrimage to Mecca. On the 25th of Dhul Qa'dah, 23rd February 632, the Prophet left Medina with an immense concourse of Muslims. Footnote: it is said that from 90,000 to 140,000 people accompanied the Prophet. This pilgrimage is called the Hajjatul Balagh, the Great Hajj, or Hajjatul Islam, the Hajj of Islam, and sometimes Hajjatul Wada', pilgrimage of farewell, and a footnote. On his arrival at Mecca, and before completing all the rites of the pilgrimage, he addressed the assembled multitude from the top of the Jabal ul-Arafat, 8th Dhul Hijjah, 7th March, in words which should ever live in the hearts of all Muslims. Ye people, listen to my words, for I know not whether another year will be vouchsafed to me after this year to find myself amongst you at this place. Your lives and property are sacred and inviolable amongst one another until ye appear before the Lord, as this day and this month is sacred for all. And remember, ye shall have to appear before your Lord, who shall demand from you an account of all your actions. Ye people, ye have rights over your wives, and your wives have rights over you. Treat your wives with kindness and love. Verily, ye have taken them on the security of God, and have made their persons lawful unto you by the words of God. Keep always faithful to the trust reposed in you, and avoid sins. Usury is forbidden. Footnote. Riba, or interest in kind, was prohibited, but not legitimate profit on advances or loans for purposes of business or trade. No one who realized the economic condition of Arabia can fail to appreciate the wisdom of this rule. In fact, the same reasons which impelled the great prophet to forbid usury in his country induced the Christian divines up to nearly the end of the 17th century of the Christian era to anathematize against usury. The elder Disraeli's chapter on this subject in his Curiosities of Literature is most interesting. And a footnote. The debtor shall return only the principal, and the beginning will be made with the loans of my uncle Abbas, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Footnote. This shows that Abbas must have been a rich man. In the application of the rule against riba and blood feud, the Prophet set to his fiery people the example of self-denial in his own family. And a footnote. Henceforth, the vengeance of blood practiced in the days of paganism, Jahiliyyah, is prohibited, and all blood feud abolished, commencing with the murder of Ibn Rabi'a, son of Harith, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Footnote. Ibn Rabi'a, a cousin of the Prophet. He was confided in his infancy to the care of a family of the Bani Layth. This child was cruelly murdered by the members of the tribe of Huzail, but the murder was not yet avenged. And a footnote. And your slaves, see that ye feed them with such food as ye eat yourselves, and clothe them with the stuff ye wear. And if they commit a fault which ye are not inclined to forgive, then part from them, for they are the servants of the Lord, and are not to be harshly treated. Ye people, listen to my words and understand the same. Know that all Muslims are brothers unto one another. Ye are one brotherhood. Nothing which belongs to another is lawful unto his brother, unless freely given out of good will. Guard yourselves from committing injustice. Let him that is present tell it unto him that is absent. Haply he that shall be told may remember better than he who hath heard it. Footnote. After each sentence the Prophet stopped, and his words were repeated in a stentorian voice by Rabi'a, the son of Umayyah, son of Khalaf, who stood below, so that whatever was said was heard by the entire assembled host. And a footnote. This Sermon on the Mount, less poetically beautiful, certainly less mystical than the other, appeals by its practicality and strong common sense to higher minds, and is also adapted to the capacity and demands of inferior natures which require positive and comprehensive directions for moral guidance. Towards the conclusion of the sermon, the Prophet, overcome by the sight of the intense enthusiasm of the people as they drank in his words, exclaimed, O Lord, I have delivered my message and accomplished my work. The assembled host below with one voice cried, Yea, verily thou hast. O Lord, I beseech thee, bear thou witness unto it. With these words the Prophet finished his address, which, according to the traditions, was remarkable for its length, its eloquence, and enthusiasm. Soon after, the necessary rites of the pilgrimage being finished, the Prophet returned with his followers to Medina. Footnote. Abdullah the son of Ubay, the head of the Munafiqeen, died in the month of Dhul Qa'dah, February 631 AC. In his last moments he solicited the Prophet to say the funeral prayers over him. Muhammad, who never rejected the wishes of a dying man, against the remonstrances of Umar, who reminded him of the persistent opposition and calumny of Abdullah, offered the prayers and with his own hands lowered the body into the grave. And a footnote. The last year of Muhammad's life was spent in that city. He settled the organization of the provinces and tribal communities which had adopted Islam and become the component parts of the Muslim Federation. In fact, though the faith had not penetrated among the Arab races settled in Syria and Mesopotamia, most of whom were Christians, the whole of Arabia now followed the Islamic faith. Officers were sent to the provinces and to the various tribes for the purpose of teaching the people the duties of Islam, administering justice, and collecting the tithes or zakat. Muaz ibn Jabal was sent to Yemen, and Muhammad's parting injunction to him was to rely on his own judgment in the administration of affairs in the event of not finding any authority in the Quran. To Ali, whom he deputed to Yamama, he said, "When two parties come before you for justice, do not decide before hearing both." Preparations were also commenced for sending an expedition under Osama, the son of Zayd, who was killed at Muta, against the Byzantines to exact the long-delayed reparation for the murder of the envoy in Syria. In fact, the troops were already encamped outside the city, ready for the start. But the poison which had been given to the Prophet by the Jews at Khaybar, and which had slowly penetrated into his system, began now to show its effects, and it became evident that he had not long to live. The news of his approaching end led to the stoppage of the expedition under Osama. It had also the effect of producing disorder in some of the outlying provinces. 3 pretenders started up, claiming divine commission for their reign of licentiousness and plunder. They gave themselves out as prophets and tried by all kinds of imposture to win over their tribes. One of these, the most dangerous of all, was Ayhala ibn Ka'b, better known as Al-Aswad, the Black. He was a chief of Yemen, a man of great wealth and equal sagacity, and a clever conjurer. Among his simple tribesmen, the conjuring tricks he performed invested him with a divine character. He soon succeeded in gaining them over, and with their help reduced to subjection many of the neighboring towns. He killed Shahr, who had been appointed by Muhammad to the governorship of Sana'a in the place of Bazan, his father, who had just died. Bazan had been the viceroy of Yemen under the Khosrois of Persia, and after his adoption of Islam was continued in his viceroyalty by the Prophet. He had, during his lifetime, exercised great influence not only over his Persian compatriots settled in Yemen, who were called by the name of Abna, but also over the Arabs of the province. His example had led to the conversion of all the Persian settlers of Yemen. Al-Aswad, the impostor, had massacred Shahr and forcibly married his wife Marzbana. He was killed by Abna, assisted by Marzbana, when he was lying drunk after one of his orgies. The other 2 pretenders, Tulayha, son of Khuwailid, and Abu Thumama Haran, son of Habib, commonly called Musaylima, were not suppressed until the accession of Abu Bakr to the caliphate. Musaylima had the audacity to address the Prophet in the following terms: "From Musaylima, Prophet of God, to Muhammad, Prophet of God, salutations. I am your partner. The power must be divided between us, half the earth for me, the other half for your Qurayshites. But the Qurayshites are a grasping people, not given to justice." End quote. Muhammad's reply reveals his sterling nature. In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate, from Muhammad, the Prophet of God, to Musaylima, the liar. Footnote: kadhab, superlative of kadhib, and a footnote. Peace is on those who follow the right path. The earth belongs to God. He bestows it on such of his servants as he pleaseth. The future is to the pious, i.e., only those prosper who fear the Lord. End quote. The last days of the prophet were remarkable for the calmness and serenity of his mind, which enabled him, though weak and feeble, to preside at the public prayers until within 3 days of his death. One night at midnight he went to the place where his old companions were lying in the slumber of death, and prayed and wept by their tombs, invoking God's blessing for his, quote, companions resting in peace, end quote. He chose Aisha's house close to the mosque for his stay during his illness, and, as long as his strength lasted, took part in the public prayers. The last time he appeared in the mosque, he was supported by his 2 cousins, Ali and Fadl, the son of Abbas. A smile of inexpressible sweetness played over his countenance, and was remarked by all who surrounded him. After the usual praises and hymns to God, he addressed the multitude thus: Muslims, if I have wronged any one of you, here I am to answer for it. If I owe aught to anyone, all I may happen to possess belongs to you. Upon hearing this, a man in the crowd rose and claimed 3 dirhams, which he had given to a poor man at the Prophet's request. They were immediately paid back with the words, "Better to blush in this world than in the next." The Prophet then prayed and implored heaven's mercy for those present, and for those who had fallen in the persecutions of their enemies, and recommended to all his people the observance of religious duties and the practice of a life of peace and goodwill, and concluded with the following words of the Quran: "The dwelling of the other life we will give unto them who do not seek to exalt themselves on earth or to do wrong, for the happy issue shall attend the pious." After this, Muhammad never again appeared at public prayers. His strength rapidly failed. At noon on Monday, 12th of Rabi the 1st, 11 AH, 8th of June, 632 AC, whilst praying earnestly in whisper, the spirit of the great prophet took flight to the, quote, blessed companionship on high, end quote. So ended a life consecrated from first to last to the service of God and humanity. Is there another to be compared to his with all its trials and temptations? Is there another which has stood the fire of the world and come out so unscathed? The humble preacher had risen to be the ruler of Arabia, the equal of Khosroes and of Caesar, the arbiter of the destinies of a nation. But the same humility of spirit, the same nobility of soul and purity of heart, austerity of conduct, refinement and delicacy of feeling, and stern devotion to duty, which had won him the title of El-Amin, combined with a severe sense of self-examination, are ever the distinguishing traits of his character. Once in his life, whilst engaged in a religious conversation with an influential citizen of Mecca, he had turned away from a humble, blind seeker of the truth. He is always recurring to this incident with remorse and proclaiming God's disapprobation. Footnote: the surah in connection with this incident is known by the title of He Frowned, and runs thus: The Prophet frowned and turned aside, because the blind man came to him. And how knowest thou whether he might not have been cleansed from his sins, or whether he might have been admonished and profited thereby? As for the man that is rich, him thou receivest graciously, and thou carest not that he is not cleansed. But as for him that cometh unto thee earnestly seeking his salvation, and trembling anxiously, him dost thou neglect. By no means shouldst thou act thus. After this, whenever the prophet saw the poor blind man, he used to go out of his way to do him honor, saying, "The man is thrice welcome, on whose account my Lord hath reprimanded me." And he made him twice governor of Medina. See the remark of Bosworth Smith on Muir about this incident. And a footnote. A nature so pure, so tender, and yet so heroic, inspires not only reverence but love, and naturally the Arabian writers dwell with the proudest satisfaction on the graces and intellectual gifts of the son of Abdullah. His courteousness to the great, his affability to the humble, and his dignified bearing to the presumptuous procured him the universal respect and admiration. His countenance reflected the benevolence of his heart. Profoundly read in the volume of nature, though ignorant of letters, with an expansive mind, elevated by deep communion with the soul of the universe, he was gifted with the power of influencing equally the learned and the unlearned. Withal, there was a majesty in his face, an air of genius, which inspired all who came in contact with him with a feeling of veneration and love. His singular elevation of mind, his extreme delicacy and refinement of feeling, his purity and truth, formed the constant theme of the traditions. He was most indulgent to his inferiors, and would never allow his awkward little page to be scolded whatever he did. 10 years, said Anas, his servant, was I about the Prophet, and he never said so much as "Oof" to me. He was very affectionate towards his family. One of his boys died on his breast in the smoky house of the nurse, a blacksmith's wife. He was very fond of children. He would stop them on the streets and pat their little cheeks. He never struck anyone in his life. The worst expression he ever made use of in conversation was, "What has come to him? May his forehead be darkened with mud." Footnote. Mr. Poole's estimate of Muhammad is so beautiful and yet so truthful that I cannot resist the temptation to quote it here. There is something so tender and womanly, and withal so heroic about the man, that one is in peril of finding the judgment unconsciously blinded by the feeling of reverence and well-nigh love that such a nature inspires. He who, standing alone, braved for years the hatred of his people, is the same who was never the first to withdraw his hand from another's clasp. The beloved of children, who never passed a group of little ones without a smile from his wonderful eyes and a kind word for them, sounding all the kinder in that sweet-toned voice. The frank friendship, the noble generosity, the dauntless courage and hope of the man all tend to melt criticism into admiration. He was an enthusiast in that noblest sense when enthusiasm becomes the salt of the earth, the one thing that keeps men from rotting whilst they live. Enthusiasm is often used despitefully, because it is joined to an unworthy cause, or falls upon barren ground and bears no fruit. So was it not with Muhammad. He was an enthusiast when enthusiasm was the one thing needed to set the world aflame, and his enthusiasm was noble for a noble cause. He was one of those happy few who have attained the supreme joy of making one great truth their very life-spring. He was the messenger of the one God, and never to his life's end did he forget who he was, or the message which was the marrow of his being. He brought his tidings to his people with a grand dignity sprung from the consciousness of his high office, together with the most sweet humility, whose roots lay in the knowledge of his own weakness. And a footnote. When asked to curse someone, he replied, "I have not been sent to curse, but to be a mercy to mankind." He visited the sick, followed every bier he met, accepted the invitation of a slave to dinner, mended his own clothes, milked his goats, and waited upon himself, relates summarily another tradition. He never first withdrew his hand from another's palm, and turned not before the other had turned. His hand was the most generous, his breast the most courageous, his tongue the most truthful. He was the most faithful protector of those he protected, the sweetest and most agreeable in conversation. Those who saw him were suddenly filled with reverence. Those who came near him loved him. They who described him would say, "I have never seen his like, either before or after." He was of great taciturnity, and when he spoke with emphasis and deliberation, and no one could ever forget what he said. Quote, "Modesty and kindness, patience, self-denial, and generosity pervaded his conduct, and riveted the affections of all around him. With the bereaved and afflicted he sympathized tenderly. He shared his food even in times of scarcity with others, and was sedulously solicitous for the personal comfort of everyone about him." End of quote. He would stop in the streets listening to the sorrows of the humblest. He would go to the houses of the lowliest to console the afflicted and to comfort the heartbroken. The meanest slaves would take hold of his hand and drag him to their masters to obtain redress for ill treatment or release from bondage. He never sat down to a meal without first invoking a blessing, and never rose without uttering a thanksgiving. His time was regularly apportioned. During the day, when not engaged in prayers, he received visitors and transacted public affairs. At night he slept little, spending most of the hours in devotion. He loved the poor and respected them, and many who had no home or shelter of their own slept at night in the mosque contiguous to his house. Each evening it was his custom to invite some of them to partake of his humble fare. The others became the guests of his principal disciples. His conduct towards the bitterest of his enemies was marked by noble clemency and forbearance. Stern almost to severity to the enemies of the state, mockings, affronts, outrages, and persecutions towards himself were, in the hour of triumph, synonymous with the hour of trial to the human heart, all buried in oblivion, and forgiveness was extended to the worst criminal. Muhammad was extremely simple in his habits. His mode of life, his dress, and his belongings retained to the very last a character of patriarchal simplicity. Many a time, Abu Huraira reports, had the Prophet to go without a meal. Dates and water frequently formed his only nourishment. Often, for months together, no fire could be lighted in his house from scantiness of means. God, say the Muslim historians, had indeed put before him the key to the treasures of this world, but he refused it. The mind of this remarkable teacher was, in its intellectualism and progressive ideals, essentially modern. External, quote-unquote, striving was in his teachings a necessity of human existence. Quote, "Man cannot exist without constant effort. ليس الإنسان إلى ما سعى." The effort is from me, its fulfillment comes from God. السعي مني والإتمام من الله. The world, he taught, was a well-ordered creation, regulated and guided by a supreme intelligence overshadowing the universe. Everything is pledged to its own time, he declared. كل أمر مرهون بأقواته. And yet human will was free to work for its own salvation. His sympathy was universal. It was he who invoked the mercy of the Creator on all living beings. Rahmatun lil alamin. It was he who pronounced the saving of one human life as tantamount to the saving of humanity. His social conception was constructive, not disintegrating. In his most exalted mood, he never overlooked the sanctity of family life. To him, the service of humanity was the highest act of devotion. His call to his faithful was not to forsake those to whom they owed a duty, but in the performance of that duty to earn quote-unquote merit and reward. Children were a trust from God, to be brought up in tenderness and affection. Parents were to be respected and loved. The circle of duty embraced in its fold kindred, neighbor, and the humble being, quote, whose mouth was in the dust. 14 centuries have passed since he delivered his message, but time has made no difference in the devotion he inspired, and today, as then, the faithful have in their hearts and on their lips those memorable words, Ruhi fidaka ya Rasulullah. May my life be thy sacrifice, O Prophet of God. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 10, The Apostolical Succession. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. Hold fast, all ye, to the rock of God, and be not disunited. The spiritual life the Prophet had infused into his people did not end with his life. From the first, it was an article of faith that he was present in spirit with the worshippers at their prayers, and that his successors in the ministry were his representatives. The immanence of the Master Spirit during the devotions establishes the harmony between the soul of man and the divine essence. Amongst all the dynastic rivalries and schismatic strife, this mystical conception of his spiritual presence at the prayers has imparted a force to the faith which cannot be overestimated. The two great sects into which Islam became divided at an early stage are agreed that the religious efficacy of the rights and duties prescribed by the law, the Sharia, depends on the existence of the vicegerent and representative of the Prophet, who, as such, is the religious head, imam, of the faith and the faithful. The adherents of the apostolical imams have a development and philosophy of their own quite distinct from, quote, the followers of the traditions, end quote. According to them, the spiritual heritage bequeathed by the Prophet devolved on Ali and his descendants by Fatima, the Prophet's daughter. They hold that the imamate descends by divine appointment in the apostolic line. They do not regard the pontificate of Abu Bakr, Omar, and Uthman as rightful. They consider that Ali, who was indicated by the Prophet as his successor, was the first rightful caliph and imam of the faithful, and that after his assassination, the spiritual headship descended in succession to his and Fatima's posterity in, quote, the direct male line, end quote, until it came to Imam Hassan al-Askari, 11th in descent from Ali, who died in the year 874 AC, or 260 of the Hijrah, in the reign of the Abbasid Caliph Mu'tamid. Upon his death, the imamate devolved upon his son Muhammad, surnamed Al-Mahdi, the Guide, the last Imam. The story of these Imams of the house of Muhammad is intensely pathetic. The father of Hassan was deported from Medina to Samarra by the tyrant Mutawakkil and detained there until his death. Similarly, Hassan was kept a prisoner by the jealousy of Mutawakkil's successors. His infant son, barely 5 years of age, pining for his father, entered in search of him a cavern not far from their house. From that cavern the child never returned. The pathos of this calamity culminated in the hope, the expectation, which fills the hearts of all Shias, that the child may return to relieve a sorrowing and sinful world of its burden of sin and oppression. So late as the 14th century of the Christian era, when Ibn Khaldun was writing his great work, the Shias were wont to assemble at eventide at the entrance of the cavern and supplicate the missing child to return to them. After a long and wistful waiting, they dispersed to their homes, disappointed and sorrowful. This, says Ibn Khaldun, was a daily occurrence. Quote, "When they were told it was hardly possible the child could be alive, they answered that, as the Prophet Khidr was alive, why should not their Imam be alive also?" End quote. This Imam bears among the Shias the titles the Muntazir, the expected, the Hujjah, or the proof of the truth, and the Qa'im, the living. The philosophical student of religions will not fail to observe the strange similarity of the Shia and the Sunni beliefs to older ideas. Among the Zoroastrians, the persecution of the Seleucidae engendered the belief that a divinely appointed savior, whose name was Zosios, would issue from Khorasan to release them from the hated bondage of the foreigner. The same cause gives birth to that burning anticipation among the Jews in the advent of the Messiah. The Jew believes that the Messiah is yet to come. The Sunni, like him, believes that the Savior of Islam is still unborn. The Christian believes that the Messiah has come and gone and will come again. The Athna Ashariya, like the Christian, awaits the reappearance of the Mahdi, the guide, who is to save the world from evil and oppression. The origin of these conceptions and the reasons for their diversity are traceable to like causes. The phenomena of the age in which the idea of the Mahdi took shape in its two distinct forms were similar to those visible in the history of the older faiths. Every eventide the prayer goes up to heaven in Islam, as in Judaism and Christianity, for the advent of the divinely appointed guide to redeem the world from sorrow and sin. The Shia believes that the Imam, though ghaib, absent, is always present in spirit at all the devotions of his fold. The expounders of the law and the ministers of religion are his representatives on earth, and even the secular chiefs represent him in the temporal affairs of the world. Another point of difference between them and the Sunnis consists in the qualities required for the imamate. According to the Shias, the imam must be sinless or immaculate, ma'soom, a quality which their imams alone possess, and that he must be the most excellent, afdal, of mankind. The Sunni doctrines which govern the lives, thoughts, and conduct of the bulk of the Muslim world are diametrically opposed to the Shia conception. The Sunni religious law insists that the imam must be actually present in person to impart religious efficacy to the devotions of the faithful, and that, were it not possible for him to lead the prayers, he should be represented by persons possessing the necessary qualifications. These doctrines are enunciated in detail in most works on jurisprudence and scholastic theology. The Khilafah, it is explained, is the vicegerency of the Prophet. It is ordained by divine law for the perpetuation of Islam and the continued observance of its laws and rules. For the existence of Islam, therefore, there must always be a caliph, an actual and direct representative of the Master. The imamate is the spiritual leadership, but the two dignities are inseparable. The vicegerent of the Prophet is the only person entitled to lead the prayers when he can himself be present. No one else can assume his functions unless directly or indirectly, quote-unquote, deputed by him. Between the imam and the ma'mum, footnote, this is the term used in the Fatawa-i Alamgiri. The individual follower is usually called the muqtadi, and a footnote, or congregation. There is a spiritual tie which binds the one to the other in the fealty of the faith. There is no inconsistency between this dogma and the rule that there is no priesthood in Islam. Each man pleads for himself before his Lord, and each soul holds communion with God without the intermediation of any other human being. The Imam is the link between the individual worshipper and the Evangel of Islam. This mystical element in the religion of Islam forms the foundation of its remarkable solidarity. The above remarks serve to emphasize the statement in the Dur al-Mukhtar that imamate is of two kinds, the imamat al-kubra and the imamat al-sughra, the supreme spiritual headship and the minor derivative right to officiate at the devotions of the faithful. The Imam al-Kabir, the supreme pontiff, is the caliph of the Sunni world. He combines in his person the spiritual and temporal authority which devolves on him as the vicegerent of the master. Secular affairs are conducted by him in consultation with counselors as under the first four caliphs, or, as in later times, by delegates, collectively or individually. Similarly with religious and spiritual matters. But in the matter of public prayers, unless physically prostrate, he is bound to conduct the congregational service in person. Among the Shias, even Friday prayers and prayers offered at the well-known festivals may validly be performed individually and in private. According to the Sunni doctrines, congregational prayers, where mosques or other places of public worship are accessible, are obligatory. Abstention from attendance without a valid reason is a sin, and the defaulters incur even temporal penalties. In Najd, under the rule of the Wahhabis, who have been called the Covenanters of Islam, laggards were whipped into the mosque. And today, under Ibn Saud, his followers, who designate themselves Ikhwan, or brothers in faith, pursue the same method for enforcing the observance of religious rites. Prayers bil jama'ah, being obligatory, fardain, naturally made the presence of the Imam absolutely obligatory. Footnote: there is absolute consensus on these points among the different Sunni schools. The jurist Khalil ibn Ishaq, the author of the monumental work on Maliki law, enunciates the rules in the same terms as the Hanafis and the Shafi'is. End of footnote. The Sunnis affirm that when stricken by his last illness, the Prophet deputed Abu Bakr to lead the prayers. On his death, but before he was consigned to his grave, the Master's nomination was accepted by the quote-unquote congregation, and Abu Bakr was installed as his vicegerent by the unanimous suffrage of the Muslims. And this has ever since been the universal practice in all regular lines. Amongst the qualifications necessary for occupying the pontifical seat, the first and most essential is that he must be a Muslim belonging to the Sunni communion, capable of exercising supreme temporal authority, free of all outside control. The Sunnis do not require that the Imam should be ma'soom, or that he should be, quote, the most excellent of mankind, end quote. Nor do they insist on his descent from the Prophet. According to them, he should be an independent ruler, without any personal defects, a man of good character, possessed of the capacity to conduct the affairs of the state and to lead at prayers. The early doctors, on the authority of a saying of the Prophet, have included a condition that comes at the end of the passage relating to the qualities necessary for the imamate, viz., that the Caliph Imam should be a Quraysh by birth. The avowed object of inserting this condition, as is stated both in the Dur al-Mukhtar and the Rad al-Muhtar, was to nullify the Shia contention that the imamate was restricted to the house of Muhammad, the descendants of Ali and Fatima, and to bring in the first three caliphs and the Umayyad and the Abbasid caliphs into the circle of legitimate imams. The great jurist and historian Ibn Khaldun, footnote, for many years Malikite chief Qadi of Cairo, and a footnote, a contemporary of Tamerlane, who died in the year 1406 AC, long before the house of Uthman attained the caliphate, has dealt at great length with this condition in his Muqaddamat, Prolegomena. He does not dispute the genuineness of the saying on which it is based, but explains that it was a mere recommendation, which was due to the circumstances of the times. He points out that when the Islamic dispensation was given to the world, the tribe of Quraysh were the most advanced and most powerful in Arabia, and in recommending or desiring that the temporal and spiritual guardianship of the Muslims should be confined to a member of his own tribe, the Prophet was thinking of the immediate future rather than of laying down a hard and fast rule of succession. At that time, a qualified and capable ruler of Islam could only be found among the Quraysh, hence the recommendation that the caliph and imam should be chosen from among them. This view, eloquently expressed by one of the most learned of Sunni jurisconsults, is universally accepted by the modern doctors, the mutaakhirin, that, subject to the fulfillment of all other conditions, the law imposes no tribal or racial restriction in the choice of an imam. Abu Bakr, before his death, had nominated Omar his successor in the vicegerency, and the appointment was accepted by the quote-unquote universality of the people, including the house of Muhammad. Omar died from the effects of a mortal wound inflicted on him by a Christian or Magian fanatic who considered himself aggrieved by the acts of this great caliph. To avoid all imputation of favoritism, Omar had, before his death, appointed an electoral committee consisting of 6 eminent members of the Muslim congregation to choose his successor. Their choice fell on Uthman, a descendant of Umayyah, who was installed as caliph with the suffrage of the people. On Uthman's unhappy death, Ali, the son-in-law of the Prophet, who, according to the Shias, was entitled by right to the imamate in direct succession to the Prophet, was proclaimed caliph and imam. The husband of Fatima united in his person the hereditary right with that of election, but his endeavor to remedy the evils which had crept into the administration under his aged predecessor raised against him a host of enemies. Muawiyah, an Umayyad by descent, who held the governorship of Syria under Uthman, raised the standard of revolt. Ali proceeded to crush the rebellion, but, after an indecisive battle, was struck down by the hand of an assassin whilst at his devotions in the public mosque of Kufa in Iraq. With Ali ended what is called by the early Sunni doctors of law and theologians the Khilafat al-Kamila, the perfect caliphate, for in each case their title to the rulership of Islam was perfected by the universal suffrage of the Muslim nation. On Ali's death, Muawiyah obtained an assignment of the caliphate from Hassan, the eldest son of Ali, who had been elected to the office by the unanimous voice of the people of Kufa and its dependencies, and received the suffrage of the people of Syria to his assumption of the high office. This happened in 661 AC. It should be noted that the Umayyads and the Hashemites were 2 offshoots from one common stock, that of Quraysh. Bitter rivalry existed between these families, which it was the great aim of the Prophet throughout his ministry to remove or reconcile. The Hashemites owe their designation to Hashim, the great-grandfather of the Prophet. His son, Abdul Muttalib, had several sons. One of them, Abbas, was the progenitor of the Abbasid caliphs. Abu Talib, another son, was the father of Ali, the caliph, whilst the youngest, Abdullah, was the Prophet's father. Muawiyah was the first caliph of the house of Umayyah. On the death of Muawiyah's grandson, another member of the same family belonging to the Hakemite branch, named Marwan, assumed the caliphate. Under his son Abdul Malik and grandson Walid, the Sunni Caliphate attained its widest expansion. It extended from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean and from the Tagus to the sands of the Sahara and the confines of Abyssinia. In 749 AC, Abul Abbas, surnamed Safah, a descendant of Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, overthrew the Umayyad dynasty and was installed a caliph in place of Marwan II, the last pontiff of that house, in the cathedral mosque of Kufa, where he received the bayat, the sacramental oath of fealty, of the people. He then ascended the pulpit, recited the public sermon which the imam or his representative delivers at the public prayers. This notable address, religiously preserved by his successors, is to be found in the pages of the Arab historian Ibn al-Athir. It is in effect a long vindication of the rights of the children of Abbas to the caliphate. Abu Abbas was henceforth the legitimate ruler of the Sunni world and the rightful spiritual head of the Sunni church. His first 6 successors were men of remarkable ability. Those who followed were of varying capacity, but a few possessed uncommon talent and learning. Mansur, the brother of Safah, who succeeded him in the caliphate, founded Baghdad, which became their capital and seat of government, and was usually called the Dar-ul-Khilafa and the Darus-Salam, the abode of the caliphate and the abode of peace. Here the house of Abbas exercised undisputed spiritual and temporal authority for centuries. Their great rivals of Cairo became extinct in Saladin's time. The brilliant Umayyad dynasty of Cordova disappeared in the first decade of the 11th century. The Almohads, the Almoravids, and the many Berber and Arab dynasties which, on the decline of the Almoravids, followed each other in succession in Morocco, had no valid title to the headship of the Sunni Church. The right of the Abbasids to the Sunni imamate stood unchallenged from the Atlantic to the Ganges, from the Black Sea and the Jakartes to the Indian Ocean. In 493 of the Hijra, 1099 AC, Yusuf bin Tashfin, the Almohad conqueror, after the epoch-making battle of Az-Zalaka, where the Christian hordes were decisively beaten, obtained from the Abbasid Caliph al-Muqtadi a formal investiture with the title of Amir al-Muslimin, and this was confirmed to him by the Caliph al-Mustaghzir. It should be borne in mind that neither the quote-unquote caliphs of Cordova nor any of the Muslim sovereigns in after ages assumed the dignity of the representative of the Prophet, Khilafat al-Rasul, or arrogated the title of Amir al-Mu'minin. For full 5 centuries, Baghdad was the center of all intellectual activity in Islam, and here the rules and regulations appertaining to the caliphate, as also to other matters, secular and religious, were systematized. And the conception that the caliph imam was the divinely appointed vicegerent of the Prophet became, as it is today, welded into the religious life of the people. It will thus be seen that according to the Sunni doctrines, the caliph is not merely a secular sovereign. He is the religious head of a church and a commonwealth, the actual representative of divine government. The Abbasid Caliphate lasted for 5 centuries from its first establishment until the destruction of Baghdad by the Mongols in 1258 of the Christian era. At that time, Musta'sim Billah was the caliph, and he, together with his sons and the principal members of his family, perished in the general massacre. Only those scions of the House of Abbas escaped the slaughter who were absent from the capital or succeeded in avoiding detection. For 2 years after the murder of Musta'sim Billah, the Sunni world felt acutely the need of an imam and caliph. Both the poignancy of the grief at the absence of a spiritual head of the faith and the keenness of the necessity for a representative of the Prophet to bring solace and religious merit to the faithful are pathetically voiced by the Arab historian of the caliphs. The devotions of the living were devoid of that religious efficacy which is imparted to them by the presence in the world of an acknowledged imam. The prayers for the dead were equally without merit. Sultan Baybars felt with the whole Sunni world the need of a caliph and imam. The right to the caliphate had become vested by 5 centuries of undisputed acknowledgement in the House of Abbas, and a member of this family, Abul Qasim Ahmed, who had succeeded in making his escape from the massacre by the Mongols, was invited to Cairo for installation in the pontifical seat. On his arrival in the environs of Cairo, the Sultan, accompanied by the judges and great officers of state, went forth to greet him. The ceremony of installation is described as imposing and sacred. His descent had to be proved first before the chief Qadi, or judge. After this was done, he was installed in the chair and acknowledged as caliph under the title of Al-Mustansir Billah, seeking the help of the Lord. The first to take the oath of Bay'at was the Sultan Baybars himself. Next came the chief Qadi Tajuddin, the principal sheikhs and the ministers of state, and lastly the nobles according to their rank. This occurred on May 12, 1261, and the new caliph's name was impressed on the coinage and recited in the khutbah. On the following Friday, he rode to the mosque in procession, wearing the black mantle of the Abbasids, and delivered the pontifical sermon. Footnote: black was the color of the Abbasids, white of the Umayyads, and green of the Fatimids, the descendants of Muhammad. End of footnote. As his installation as the Caliph of the Faithful was now complete, he proceeded to invest the Sultan with the robe and diploma so essential in the eyes of the Orthodox for a legitimate authority. The Abbasid Caliphate, thus established in Cairo, lasted for over 2 centuries and a half. During this period, Egypt was ruled by sovereigns who are designated in history as the Mamluk Sultans. Each sultan on his accession to power received his investiture from the caliph and, quote-unquote, imam of his time, Imam al-Waqt, and he professed to exercise his authority as the lieutenant and delegate of the pontiff. The appointment of ministers of religion and administrators of justice was subject to the formal sanction of the caliph. Though shorn of all its temporal powers, the religious prestige of the caliphate was so great, and the conviction of its necessity as a factor in the life of the people so deep-rooted in the religious sentiments of the Sunni world, that twice after the fall of Baghdad, the Mussulman sovereigns of India received their investiture from the Abbasid caliphs. The account of the reception in 1343 AC of the caliph's envoy by Sultan Muhammad Junak Khan Tughlaq, the founder of the gigantic unfinished city of Tughlaqabad, gives us an idea of the veneration in which the pontiffs were held even in Hindustan, in those days said to be full 6 months' journey from Egypt. On the approach of the envoy, the king, accompanied by the Sayyids and the nobles, went out of the capital to greet him. and when the pontiff's missive was handed to the Sultan, he received it with the greatest reverence. The formal diploma of investiture legitimized the authority of the king. The whole of this incident is celebrated in a poem still extant in India by the poet laureate, the famous Badruddin Chach. About the end of the 15th century, the star of Selim I, also surnamed Safar, of the House of Uthman, rose in the horizon. His victories over the enemies of Islam had won for him the title of Champion of the Faith, and no other Muslim sovereign, not even his great rival Shah Ismail, the founder of the Sufi dynasty in Persia and the creator of the first Orthodox Shia state, equaled the Osmanli monarch in greatness and power. The closing decades of that century had witnessed a vast change in the condition of Egypt, and the anarchy that had set in under the later Mamluk sultans reached its climax some years later. Invited by a section of the Egyptian people to restore order and peace in the distracted country, Selim easily overthrew the incompetent Mamluks and incorporated Egypt with his already vast dominions. At this period, the caliph who held the vicegerency of the Prophet bore the pontifical name of Al-Mutawakkil ala-Allah, contented in the grace of the Lord. According to the Sunni records, he perceived that the only Muslim sovereign who could combine in his own person the double functions of caliph and imam and restore the caliphate of Islam in theory and in fact, and discharge effectively the duties attached to that office was Selim. He accordingly, in 1517, by a formal deed of assignment, transferred the caliphate to the Ottoman conqueror, and with his officials and dignitaries, quote, made the bayat on the hand of the Sultan. In the same year, Selim received the homage of the Sharif of Mecca, Muhammad Abul Barakat, a descendant of Ali, who presented by his son Abu Numi on a silver salver the keys of the Kaaba and took the oath by the same proxy. The combination in Selim of the Abbasid right by assignment and by bayat, and the adhesion of the representative of the Prophet's house, who held at the time the guardianship of the holy cities, perfected the Ottoman Sultan's title to the caliphate, quote, just as the adhesion of the Caliph Ali had completed the title of the first three caliphs. The solemn prayers with the usual khutbahs offered in Mecca and Medina for the Sultan gave the necessary finality to the right of Selim. Henceforth, Constantinople, his seat of government, became the Dar-ul-Khilafa, and began to be called Islambol, the city of Islam. Before long, envoys arrived in Selim's court and that of his son, Solomon the Magnificent, from the rulers of the Sunni states to offer their homage. And thus, according to the Sunnis, the caliphate became the heritage of the House of Uthman, which they have enjoyed for 4 centuries without challenge or dispute. Section 18 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 1, The Ideal of Islam. هلم إلي لا تقصد سوائي أنا المنان فاطلبني تجدني أتذكر ليلة ناديت سرا فلم أسمعك فاطلبني تجدني إذا المضطر قال ألا تراني نظرت إليه فاطلبني تجدني إذا عبدي أعساني لم تجدني سري الأخذ فاطلبني تجدني. Come to me, do not seek except me. I am the beneficent. Seek me, thou wilt find me. Dost thou remember any night in which thou hast called to me secretly, and I did not hear thee? Then seek me, thou wilt find me. When the afflicted one says, Dost not thou see me? I look towards him. Seek me, thou wilt find me. When my servant disobeys me, thou wilt find me quick in chastising. Seek me, thou wilt find me. The religion of Jesus bears the name of Christianity, derived from his designation of Christ. That of Moses and of Buddha are known by the respective names of their teachers. The religion of Muhammad alone has a distinctive appellation. It is Islam. In order to form a just appreciation of the religion of Muhammad, it is necessary to understand aright the true significance of the word Islam. Salam, salama, in its primary sense, means to be tranquil, at rest, to have done one's duty, to have paid up, to be at perfect peace. In its secondary sense, to surrender oneself to him with whom peace is made. The noun derived from it means peace, greeting, safety, salvation. The word does not imply, as is commonly supposed, absolute submission to God's will, but means, on the contrary, striving after righteousness. The essence of the ethical principles involved and embodied in Islam is thus summarized in the second chapter of the Quran. Quote, There is no doubt in this book a guidance to the pious who believe in the unseen, who observe the prayers and distribute charity out of what we have bestowed on them, and who believe in that which we have commissioned thee with, and in that we commissioned others with before thee, and who have assurance in the life to come. These have received the direction of their Lord. End quote. The principal bases on which the Islamic system is founded are 1. A belief in the unity, immateriality, power, mercy, and supreme love of the Creator. 2. Charity and brotherhood among mankind. 3. Subjugation of the passions. 4. The outpouring of a grateful heart to the giver of all good. And 5. Accountability for human actions in another existence. The grand and noble conceptions expressed in the Quran of the power and love of the deity surpass everything of their kind in any other language. The unity of God, His immateriality, His majesty, His mercy, form the constant and never-ending theme of the most eloquent and soul-stirring passages. The flow of life, light, and spirituality never ceases, but throughout there is no trace of dogmatism. Appeal is made to the inner consciousness of man, to his intuitive reason alone. Let us now take a brief retrospect of the religious conceptions of the peoples of the world when the Prophet of Islam commenced his preachings. Among the heathen Arabs, the idea of Godhead varied according to the culture of the individual or of the clan. With some, it rose, comparatively speaking, to the quote-unquote divinization or deification of nature. Among others, it fell to simple fetishism, the adoration of a piece of dough, a stick, or a stone. Some believed in a future life. Others had no idea of it whatever. The pre-Islamite Arabs had their groves, their oracle trees, their priestesses, like the Syro-Phoenicians. Phallic worship was not unknown to them, and the generative powers received adoration like the hosts of heaven under monuments of stone and wood. The wild denizens of the desert, then as now, could not be impervious to the idea of some unseen hand driving the blasts which swept over whole tracts, or forming the beautiful visions which rose before the traveler to lure him to destruction. And thus there floated in the Arab world an intangible, unrealized conception of a superior deity, the Lord of all. Footnote: Shahristani. Thiele calls the religion of the pre-Islamite Arabs animistic polydemonism, and a footnote. The Jews, those great conservators of the monotheistic idea, as they have been generally regarded in history, probably might have assisted in the formation of this conception. But they themselves showed what strange metamorphoses can take place in the thoughts of a nation when not aided by a historical and rationalistic element in their religious code. The Jews had entered Arabia at various times and under the pressure of various circumstances. Naturally, the conceptions of the different bodies of emigrants, refugees, or colonists would vary much. The ideas of the men driven out by the Assyrians or Babylonians would be more anthropomorphic, more anthropopathic than of those who fled before Vespasian, Trajan, or Hadrian. The characteristics which had led the Israelites repeatedly to lapse into idolatry in their original homes, when seers were in their midst to denounce their backslidings, would hardly preserve them from the heathenism of their Arab brothers. With an idea of the quote-unquote God of Abraham, they would naturally combine a materialistic conception of the deity, and hence we find them rearing, quote, a statue representing Abraham with the ram beside him ready for sacrifice, quote, in the interior of the Kaaba. Amongst the later comers, the Shammaites and the Zealots formed by far the largest proportion. Among them the worship of the law verged upon idolatry, and the scribes and rabbins claimed a respect almost approaching adoration. They believed themselves to be the guardians of the people, the preservers of law and tradition, quote, living exemplars and mirrors in which the true mode of life according to the law was preserved, end quote. They looked upon themselves as the quote-unquote flower of the nation, and they were considered, through their intercourse with God, to possess the gift of prophecy. In fact, by their people as well as by themselves, they were regarded as the prime favorites of God. Footnote: they were, so to speak, the Brahmins of Judaism, and a footnote. The veneration of the Jews for Moses went so far, says Josephus, that they reverenced his name next to that of God, and this veneration they transferred to Ezra, the restorer of national life and law under the Kianian dynasty. Besides, the mass of the Jews had never probably thoroughly abandoned the worship of the teraphim, a sort of household gods made in the shape of human beings, and consulted on all occasions as domestic oracles, or regarded perhaps more as guardian penates. This worship must have been strengthened by contact with the heathen Arabs. When Jesus made his appearance in Judea, the doctrine of a divine unity and of a supreme personal will overshadowing the universe with its might and grace received acceptance only among one race, the worshippers of Jehovah. And even among them, despite all efforts to the contrary, the conception of the divinity had either deteriorated by contact with heathen nations or become modified by the influence of pagan philosophies. On the one hand, Chaldeo-Magian philosophy had left its finger mark indelibly impressed on the Jewish traditions. On the other, their best minds, while introducing among the Greek and Roman philosophers the conception of a great primal cause, had imbibed in the schools of Alexandria notions hardly reconcilable with their monotheistic creed. The Hindus, with their multitudinous hordes of gods and goddesses, the Mago-Zoroastrians, with their divinities struggling for mastery, the Greeks, Romans, and Egyptians, with their pantheons full of deities whose morality was below that of the worshippers, such was the condition of the civilized world when Jesus commenced his preachings. With all his dreams and aspirations, his mind was absolutely exempt from those pretensions which have been fixed on him by his overzealous followers. He never claimed to be a quote-unquote complement of God or to be a quote-unquote hypostasis of the divinity. Even modern idealistic Christianity has not been able yet to shake itself free from the old legacy bequeathed by the anthropomorphism of bygone ages. Age after age, everything human has been eliminated from the history of the great teacher, until his personality is lost in a mass of legends. The New Testament itself, with, quote, its incubation of a century, end quote, leaves the revered figure clothed in a mist. And each day the old idea of, quote, an eon born in the bosom of eternity, end quote, gathers force until the Council of Nice gives it a shape and consistency and formulates it into a dogma. Many minds, bewildered by the far-offness of the Universal Father, seek a resting place midway in a human personality which they call divine. It is this need of a nearer object of adoration which leads modern Christianity to give a name to an ideal, clothe it with flesh and blood, and worship it as a man-god. The gifted author of The Defects of Modern Christianity considers the frequency with which the Nazarene prophet asserted that he was, quote-unquote, the Son of God, and demanded the same worship as God himself, a proof of his divinity. That Jesus ever maintained that he was the Son of God in the sense in which it has been construed by Christian divines and apologists, we totally deny. Matthew Arnold has shown conclusively that the New Testament records are in many respects wholly unreliable. So far as the divinity of Christ is concerned, one can almost see the legend growing. But assuming that he made use of the expressions attributed to him, do they prove that he claimed to be, quote, the only begotten of the Father, end quote? Has the apologist not heard of the Eastern dervish, famous now as Al-Hallaj, who claimed to be God himself? Ana al-Haq, I am God, I am the truth, said he. And the Mussulman divines, like the Jewish Sanhedrim, pronounced him guilty of blasphemy and condemned him to death. A poor, simple heart, kindling with an exalted mysticism, was thus removed from earth. The Babi still believes that his master, quote-unquote, the gate to eternal life, was not killed, but miraculously removed to heaven. Can it be said that when Abu Muhith al-Hallaj and the Bab called themselves Truth and the Gate to Heaven, they meant to imply that they were part of the divinity, or, if they did, that their quote-unquote claim is tantamount to proof? Footnote: Abu Muhith ibn Mansur al-Hallaj died in the prime of life. He was a man of pure morals, great simplicity, a friend of the poor, but a dreamer and an enthusiast. For an account of the Bab and Babism, see Gobineau, Les religions et les philosophies dans l'Asie centrale, and The History of the Bab by Professor E.G. Brown. And a footnote. But, as we said before, we deny that Jesus, whose conceptions, when divested of the Aberglaube of his followers, were singularly free from exaggeration as to his own character or personality, ever used any expression to justify the demand attempted to be fixed upon him. His conception of the quote-unquote fatherhood of God embraced all humanity. All mankind were the children of God, and he was their teacher sent by the Eternal Father. Footnote: the use of the word Father in relation to God was cut out from Islam owing to the perversion of the idea among the then Christians. End of footnote. The Christian had thus a nobler exemplar before him. The teachings of the Prophet of Nazareth should have elevated him to a pure conception of the deity, but 6 centuries had surrounded the figure of Jesus with those myths which, in opposition to his own words, resolved him into a manifestation of the Godhead. The quote-unquote servant took the place of the master in the adoration of the world. The vulgar masses, unable to comprehend or realize this wonderful mixture of Neo-Pythagoreanism, Platonism, Judeo-Hellenistic philosophy, and the teachings of Jesus, adored him as a God incarnate, or reverted to the primitive worship of relics and of a tinselled goddess who represented the pure mother of Jesus. Footnote: the Isaurian sovereigns, indirectly inspired by Islam, for over a century battled against the growing degradation of Christianity, strived with all their might to make it run back to the channel pointed out by the great teacher, but to no purpose. End of footnote. The Caleridians, who were by no means an unimportant sect, went so far as to introduce in the Christian pantheon the Virgin Mary for God, and worship her as such, offering her a sort of twisted cake called colleris, whence the sect had its name. At the Council of Nice, which definitely settled the nature of Jesus, there were men who held that besides quote-unquote God the Father, there were 2 other gods, Christ and the Virgin Mary. And the Romanists, even now, it is said, call the Mother of Jesus the complement of the Trinity. In the long night of superstition, the Christians had wandered far away from the simplicity of the Nazarene teachings. The worship of images, saints, and relics had become inseparably blended with the religion of Jesus. The practices which he had denounced, the evils which he had reprehended, were one by one incorporated with his faith. The holy ground where the revered teacher had lived and walked was involved in a cloud of miracles and visions, and, quote, the nerves of the mind were benumbed by the habits of obedience and belief. End quote. Footnote: from the text it will be seen how much truth there is to the assertion that Islam derived, quote, everything good it contains, end quote, from Judaism or Christianity. It has been the fashion, says Deutsch, to ascribe whatever is good in Mohammedanism to Christianity. We fear this theory is not compatible with the results of honest investigation. For of Arabian Christianity at the time of Muhammad, the less said perhaps the better. By the side of it, even modern Amharic Christianity, of which we possess such astounding accounts, appears pure and exalted. And a footnote. Against all the absurdities we have described above, the life aim of Muhammad was directed. Addressing with the voice of truth, inspired by deep communion with the God of the universe, the fetish worshippers of the Arabian tribes on one side, and the followers of degraded Christianity and Judaism on the other, Muhammad, that quote-unquote master of speech, as he has been truly called, never traveled out of the province of reason, and made them all blush at the monstrousness of their beliefs. Muhammad, the grand apostle of the unity of God, thus stands forth in history in noble conflict with the retrogressive tendency of man to associate other beings with the creator of the universe. Ever and anon in the Quran occur passages fervid and burning like the following. Your God is one God, There is no God but He, the most merciful. In the creation of the heaven and earth, and the alternation of night and day, and in the ship which saileth on the sea, laden with what is profitable to mankind, and in the rain water which God sendeth from heaven, quickening again the dead earth, and the animals of all sorts which cover its surface, and in the change of winds, and the clouds balanced between heaven and earth, are signs to people of understanding. Yet some men take idols beside God, and love them as with the love due to God." End quote. What a depth of sympathy towards those benighted people do these words convey. Again, "It is he who causes the lightning to appear unto you, to strike fear and to raise hope, and formeth the pregnant clouds. The thunder celebrateth his praise, and the angels also. He launcheth his thunderbolts, and striketh therewith whom he pleaseth, while they dispute concerning him. It is he who of right ought to be invoked, and those, the idols, whom they invoke besides him, shall not respond to them at all. Otherwise than as he who stretches forth his hands to the water, that it may ascend to his mouth, when it cannot ascend thither. He hath created the heavens and the earth to manifest his justice. Far be that from him which they associate with him. He hath created man, and behold, he is a professed disputer. He hath likewise created the cattle for you, and they are a credit unto you when they come trooping home at evening time, or are led forth to pasture in the morn. And he hath subjected the night and day to your service, and the sun and the moon and the stars are all bound by his laws. It is he who hath subjected the sea unto you, and thou seest the ships ploughing the deep, and that ye might render thanks. Shall he therefore who createth be as he who createth not? Do ye not therefore take heed? If ye were to reckon up the blessings of God, ye shall not be able to compute their number. God is surely gracious and merciful. He knoweth that which ye conceal, and that which ye publish. But those, the idols whom ye invoke besides the Lord, create nothing, but are themselves created. They are dead and not living. God, there is no God but He, the living, the eternal. No slumber seetheth him. Whatsoever is in heaven or in earth is His. Who can intercede with Him but by His own permission? He knows what has been before, and what shall be after them. Yet naught of His knowledge shall they grasp, but He willeth. His throne reaches over the heaven and the earth, and the upholding of them both burdeneth Him not. He throweth the veil of night over the day, pursuing it quickly. He created the sun, moon, and stars subjected to laws by His behest. Is not all creation and all empire His? Blessed be the Lord of the worlds. Say, He alone is God, God the eternal. He begetteth not, and He is not begotten. There is none like unto Him. Praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds, the compassionate, the merciful, King on the day of reckoning. Thee only do we worship, and to Thee do we cry for help. Guide us on the straight path, the path of those to whom Thou art gracious, with whom Thou art not angry, such as go not astray. Against the evil in His creation I betake me to the Lord of the daybreak. Thou needest not raise thy voice, for he knoweth the secret whisper, and what is yet more hidden. Say, whose is what is in the heavens and the earth? Say, God's, who has imposed mercy on himself. With him are the keys of the unseen. None knows them save he. He knows what is in the land and in the sea. No leaf falleth but he knoweth it. Nor is there grain in the darkness under the earth, nor a thing green or sere, but it is recorded by itself. He taketh your souls in the night, and knoweth what the work of your day deserveth. Then he awaketh you, that the set life term may be fulfilled. Then unto him shall ye return, and then shall he declare unto you what you have wrought. Verily, God it is who cleaves out the grain and the date stone. He brings forth the living from the dead, and it is he who brings the dead from the living. There is God. How then can ye be beguiled? It is he who cleaveth out the morning, and makes night a repose, and the sun and the moon two reckonings. That is the decree of the mighty, the wise. There is God for you, your Lord. There is no God but he, the Creator of everything. Then worship him, for he over everything keeps guard. Sight perceives him not, but he perceives men's sights, for he is the knower of secrets, the aware. Say, verily my prayers and my devotion, and my life and my death belong to God, the Lord of the worlds. Dost thou not perceive that all creatures both in heaven and earth praise God, and the birds also? Every one knoweth his prayer and his praise. Unto God belongeth the kingdom of heaven and earth, and unto God shall be the return. Whose is the kingdom of the heavens and the earth? There is no God but he. He maketh alive and killeth. He is the living one. No God is there but he. Call then upon him, and offer him a pure worship. Praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds. My prayers and my worship and my life and my death are unto God, Lord of the worlds. He hath no associate. It is he who hath brought you forth, and gifted you with hearing and sight and heart. Yet how few are grateful. It is he who hath sown you in the earth, and to him shall ye be gathered. O my Lord, place me not among the ungodly people. He it is who ordaineth the night as a garment and sleep for rest, and ordaineth the day for waking up to life. Is not he the more worthy who answereth the oppressed when they cry to him, and taketh off their ills, and maketh you to succeed your sires on the earth? God the Almighty, the All-Knowing, forgiver of sin, and receiver of penitence. Shall I seek any other Lord than God, when he is Lord of all things? No soul shall labor but for itself, and no burdened one shall bear another's burden. At last ye shall return to your Lord, and he will declare that to you about which you differ. Knower of the hidden and the manifest, the great, the Most High. Alike to him is that person among you who concealeth his words, and he that telleth them abroad, he who hideth him in the night, and he who cometh forth in the day. God is the light of the heavens and the earth. His light is as a niche in which there is a lamp, and the lamp is in a glass. The glass is as though it were a glittering star. It is lit from a blessed tree, an olive neither of the east nor of the west, the oil of which would well nigh give light, though no fire touched it, light upon light. God guides to his light whom he pleases, and God strikes out parables for men, and God all things doth know. In the houses God has permitted to be reared, and his name to be mentioned therein, his praises are celebrated therein mornings and evenings. Men whom neither merchandise nor selling divert from the remembrance of God, and steadfastness in prayer and giving alms, who fear a day when hearts and eyes shall be upset, that God may recompense them for the best they have done, and give them increase of his grace, for God provides whom he pleases without count. But those who misbelieve, their works are like the mirage in a plain. The thirsty counts it water, till when he comes to it he finds nothing, but he finds that God is with him, and he will pay him his account, for God is quick to take account. Or like darkness on a deep sea, there covers it a wave, above which is a wave, above which is a cloud. Darkness is one above the other. When one puts out his hand, he can scarcely see it, for he to whom God has given no light, he has no light. Hast thou seen that God? All who are in heaven and the earth celebrate his praises, and the birds too, spreading out their wings. Each one knows its prayer and its praise, and God knows what they do. Hast thou not seen that God drives the clouds, and then reunites them, and then accumulates them, and thou mayest see the rain coming forth from their midst? And he sends down from the sky mountains with hail therein, and he makes it fall on whom he pleases, and he turns it from whom he pleases. The flashing of his lightning well nigh goes off with their sight. God interchanges the night and the day. Verily, in that is a lesson to those endowed with sight. End quote. The chapter entitled The Merciful, which has been well called the Benedicity of Islam, furnishes one of the finest examples of the Prophet's appeal to the testimony of nature. Quote, "The sun and the moon in their appointed time, the herbs and the trees adore, and the heavens he raised them, and set the balance that ye should not be outrageous in the balance. But weigh ye aright, and stint not the measure. And the earth he has set it for living creatures. Therein are fruits, and palms with sheaths, and grain with chaff, and frequent shoots. He created man of crackling clay like the potters, and he created the firmament from the smokeless fire. The Lord of the two easts and the Lord of the two wests, he has let loose the two seas that meet together. Between them is a barrier they cannot pass. He brings forth from each pearls both great and small. His are the ships which rear aloft in the sea like mountains. Every one upon it is transient, but the face of thy Lord, endowed with majesty and honor, shall endure. Of him whosoever is in the heaven and the earth does beg. Every day is he in some fresh work. Blessed be the name of thy Lord, possessed of majesty and glory. Every man's actions have we hung round his neck, and on the last day shall be laid before him a wide-opened book. By a soul and him who balanced it, and intimated to it its wickedness and its piety, blessed now is he who hath kept it pure, and undone is he who hath corrupted it. No defect canst thou see in the creation of the God of mercy. Repeat the gaze. Seest thou a single flaw? Then twice more repeat the gaze. Thy gaze shall return to thee dulled and weary. He quickeneth the earth when it is dead, so too shall you be brought to life. The heavens and the earth stand firm at his bidding. Hereafter, when at once he shall summon you from the earth, forth shall ye come. When the sun shall be folded up, and the stars shall fall, and when the mountains shall be set in motion, when the she-camels shall be left, and the wild beasts shall be gathered together, when the seas shall boil, and souls be repaired with their bodies, when the female child that was buried alive shall be asked for what crime she was put to death, when the leaves of the book shall be unrolled, and the heavens shall be stripped away, and the fire of hell blaze forth, and paradise draw nigh, then shall every soul know what it hath done. What knowledge hast thou, Muhammad, of the hour? Only God knoweth its period. It is for thee only to warn those who fear it. What shall teach thee the inevitable? Thamud and Ad treated the day of decision as a lie. They were destroyed with thunderbolts and roaring blasts. End quote. And yet, with all his might, his tender care and pity are all-embracing. Quote, by the noonday brightness, and by the night when it darkeneth, thy Lord hath not forsaken thee, neither hath he been displeased. Surely the future shall be better for thee than the past, and in the end he shall be bounteous to thee, and thou shalt be satisfied. Did he not find thee an orphan and give thee a home, erring and guided thee, needy and enriched thee? As to the orphan, then, wrong him not, and chide not away him that asketh of thee, and tell abroad the favours of thy Lord. Did ye think we had made you for sport, and that ye should not be brought back again to us? O our God, punish us not if we forget and fall into sin. Blot out our sins and forgive us. Have mercy, O Lord, for of the merciful thou art the best. The heavy laden shall not bear another's load. We never punished till we had sent an apostle. This clear book, behold, on a blessed night we have sent it down for a warning to mankind. Not to sadden thee have we sent it thee. End quote. And so on goes this wonderful book, appealing to the nobler feelings of man, his inner consciousness and his moral sense, proving and manifesting the enormity of idolatrous beliefs. Scarcely a chapter but contains some fervid passages on the power, mercy, and unity of God. The Islamic conception of the Almighty has been misunderstood by Christian writers. The God of Islam is commonly represented as, quote, a pitiless tyrant who plays with humanity as on a chessboard and works out his game without regard to the sacrifice of the pieces. End quote. Let us see if this estimate is correct. The God of Islam is the Almighty, the All-Knowing, the All-Just, the Lord of the worlds, the author of the heavens and the earth, the creator of life and death, in whose hand is dominion and irresistible power, the great, all-powerful Lord of the glorious throne. God is the mighty, the strong, the Most High, the producer, the maker, the fashioner, the wise, the just, the true, the swift in reckoning, who knoweth every ant's weight of good and of ill that each man hath done, and who suffereth not the reward of the faithful to perish. But the Almighty, the All-Wise, is also the King, the Holy, the Peaceful, the Faithful, the Guardian over his servants, the Shelterer of the orphan, the Guide of the erring, the Deliverer from every affliction, the Friend of the bereaved, the Consoler of the afflicted. In his hand is good, and he is the generous Lord, the gracious, the hearer, the near at hand, the compassionate, the merciful, the very forgiving, whose love for man is more tender than that of the mother bird for her young. The mercy of the Almighty is one of the grandest themes of the Quran. The very name Ar-Rahman, with which each chapter opens, and with which he is invoked, expresses a deep, all-penetrating conviction of that love, that divine mercy which enfolds creation. The moral debasement of the followers of the two previous dispensations wrings the teacher's heart, and then burst forth denunciations on the Christians and the Jews for the superstitious rites they practiced in defiance of the warnings of their prophets. The fire of religious zeal that had burnt in the bosoms of Isaiah and Jeremiah was rekindled in the breast of another and far greater man. He denounces, but above the wail, the cry of agony at the degradation of humanity, is heard the voice of hope. The Quran severely censures the Jews for their, quote, worship of false gods and idols, end quote, the teraphim before referred to, and for their exaggerated reverence for the memory of Ezra, the Christians for their adoration of Jesus and his mother. Quote, hast thou not seen those to whom a portion of the Scriptures have been given? They believe in false gods and idols. They say to the unbelievers, they are better directed in the right way than those who believe, the Muslims. The Jews say Ezra is the Son of God. The Christians say Al-Masih, Jesus, is the Son of God. How infatuated they are! They take their priests and their monks for their lords besides God. They seek to extinguish the light of God with their mouths. The Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of God and his beloved. Many of those unto whom the Scriptures have been given, footnote, the Jews, the Christians, and the Zoroastrians, and a footnote, desire to render you again unbelievers after ye have believed. Be constant in prayer and give alms, and what good ye have set before you for your souls, ye shall find it with God. They say, verily, none shall enter paradise except those who are Jews or Christians. Say, produce your proof if ye speak the truth. Nay, but he who directeth towards God, and doth that which is right, he shall have his reward with his Lord. O ye who have received the Scriptures, exceed not the just bounds in your religion, neither say of God otherwise than the truth. Verily, Al-Masih, the Son of Mary, is the apostle of God and his word. Believe therefore in God and his apostles, and say not, there are three gods. Forbear this. Al-Masih doth not proudly disdain to be a servant unto God. It beseemeth not a man that God should give him the Scriptures and the wisdom and the gift of prophecy, and that then he should say to his followers, be ye worshippers of me as well as of God, but rather, be ye perfect in things pertaining to God, since ye know the Scriptures and have studied deep." End quote. The following passage shows the feeling with which such religious conceptions were regarded. Quote, "They say the God of mercy hath gotten to himself a son. Now have ye uttered a grievous thing. And it wanted but little that the heavens should be torn open, and that the earth cleave asunder, and the mountains fall down, for that they attribute children unto the merciful, whereas it is not meet for God to have children. Verily, there is none in heaven or on earth but shall approach the merciful as his servant. He encompasses them." End quote. But the inspired preacher, whose mission it is to proclaim the truth, does not confound the good with the bad. Quote, "Yet they are not all alike. There are of those who have received the Scriptures upright people. They meditate on the signs of God in the night season and worship. They believe in God and the last day, and command that which is just, and forbid that which is unjust, and zealously strive to excel in good works. These are of the righteous." End quote. The mutual and burning hatred of Jew and Christian, the savage wars of Nestorian and Monophysite, the meaningless wrangle of the sects, the heartless and heart-rending logomachy of the Byzantine clergy, ever and anon bring down denunciations like the following. "To Jesus and other apostles we gave manifest signs, and if God had pleased, their followers would not have fallen into these disputes, but God doeth what he will. Mankind was but one people, and God sent them prophets of warning and glad tidings, and the book of truth to settle all disputes, yet none disputed like those to whom the book had been sent, for they were filled with jealousy of each other. O people of the book, why wrangle about Abraham? Why contend about that whereof ye know nothing?" End quote. The primary aim of the new dispensation was to infuse or revive in the heart of humanity a living perception of truth in the common relations of life. The moral ideal of the new gospel, to use the phraseology of an eminent writer, was set in the common sense of duty and the familiar instances of love. Verily, those people, footnote, i.e., Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac, and the tribes, end of footnote, have now passed away. They have the reward of their deeds, and ye shall have the meed of yours. Of their doings ye shall not be questioned. Every soul shall bear the good and the evil for which it has labored, and God will burden none beyond its power. Blessed is he who giveth away his substance, that he may become pure, and who offereth not favors to any one for the sake of recompense, but only as seeking the approval of his Lord the Most High. They are the blessed who, though longing for it themselves, bestowed their food on the poor and the orphan and the captive, saying, We feed you for the sake of God. We seek from you neither recompense nor thanks. Worship God alone. Be kind to kindred and servants, orphans and the poor. Speak righteously to men. Pray and pay alms. Defer humbly to your parents. With humility and tenderness say, O Lord, be merciful to them, even as they brought me up when I was helpless. Abandon the old barbarities, blood vengeance, and child murder, and be united as one flesh. Do thy alms openly or in secret, for both are well. Give of that which hath been given you before the day cometh, when there shall be no trafficking, no friendship, nor intercession. Wouldst thou be taught the steep path? It is to ransom the captive, to feed the hungry, the kindred, the orphan, and him whose mouth is in the dust. Be of those who enjoin steadfastness and compassion on others. Woe to them that make show of piety and refuse help to the needy. Make not your alms void by reproaches or injury. Forgiveness and kind speech are better than favors with annoyance. Abandon usury. He who spendeth his substance to be seen of men is like a rock with thin soil over it, whereon the rain falleth and leaveth it hard. But they who expend their substance to please God and establish their souls are like a garden on a hill, on which the rain falleth, and it yieldeth its fruits twofold. And even if the rain doth not fall, yet there is a dew. Judge between men with truth, and follow not thy passions, lest they cause thee to err from the way of God. Covet not another's gifts from God. There is no piety in turning the face east or west, but in believing in God only and doing good. Make the best of all things, enjoin justice and avoid the foolish, and if Satan stirs thee to evil, take refuge in God. Touch not the goods of the orphan, perform your covenant, and walk not proudly on the earth. The birth of a daughter brings dark shadows on a man's face. Kill not your children for fear of want, for them and for you will we provide. Verily, the killing them is a great wickedness. God hath given you wives, that ye may put love and tenderness between you. Reverence the wombs that bear you. Commit not adultery, for it is a foul thing and an evil way. Let the believer restrain his eyes from lust. Let women make no display of ornaments, save to their own kindred. Know ye that this world's life is a cheat. The multiplying of riches and children is like the plants that spring up after rain, rejoicing the husbandman, then turn yellow and wither away. In the next life is severe chastisement, or else pardon from God and his peace. Abandon the semblance of wickedness and wickedness itself. They, verily, whose only acquirement is iniquity, shall be rewarded for what they shall have gained. Those who abstain from vanities and the indulgence of their passions, give alms, offer prayers, and tend well their trusts and their covenants, these shall be the heirs of eternal happiness. Show kindness to your parents, whether one or both of them attain to old age with thee, and say not to them, Fie, neither reproach them, but speak to them both with respectful speech and tender affection. And to him who is of kin render his due, and also to the poor and to the wayfarer, yet waste not wastefully. And let not thy hand be tied up to thy neck, nor yet open it with all openness, lest thou sit thee down in rebuke in beggary. Enjoin my servants to speak in kindly sort. Turn aside evil with that which is better. Just balances will we set up for the day of the resurrection, neither shall any soul be wronged in aught. Though were a work but the weight of a grain of mustard seed, we would bring it forth to be weighed, and our reckoning will suffice. Seek pardon of your Lord, and be turned unto him. Verily, my Lord is merciful, loving. And your Lord saith, Call upon me, I will hearken unto you. Say, O my servants who have transgressed to your own injury, despair not of God's mercy, for all sins doth God forgive. Gracious, merciful is he. The good word riseth up to him, and the righteous deed will he exalt. Truly my Lord hath forbidden filthy actions, whether open or secret, and iniquity and unjust violence. Call upon your Lord with lowliness and in secret, for he loveth not transgressors. And commit not disorders on the well-ordered earth after it hath been well ordered, and call on him with fear and longing desire. Verily, the mercy of God is nigh unto the righteous. Moreover, we have enjoined on man to show kindness to his parents. With pain his mother beareth him, with pain she bringeth him forth. And he saith, O my Lord, stir me up to be grateful for thy favours, wherewith thou hast favoured me and my parents, and to good works which shall please thee, and prosper me in my offspring. For to thee I am turned, and I am resigned to thy will. For them is a dwelling place of peace with their Lord, and in recompense for their works shall he be their protector. Lost are they who in their ignorance have foolishly slain their children, and have forbidden that which God hath given them for food, devising an untruth against God. Now have they erred, and they were not rightly guided. The likeness of those who expend their wealth for the cause of God is that of a grain of corn, which produces 7 ears, and in each ear 100 grains. They who expend their wealth for the cause of God, and never follow what they have laid out with reproaches or harm, shall have their reward with their Lord. No fear shall come upon them, neither shall they be put to grief. A kind speech and forgiveness is better than alms followed by injury. God will not burden any soul beyond its power. It shall enjoy the good which it hath acquired, and shall bear the evil for the acquirement of which it labored. O Lord, punish us not if we forget or fall into sin, O our Lord, and lay not on us a load like that which thou hast laid on those who have been before us, O our Lord, and lay not on us that for which we have not strength, but blot out our sins, and forgive us, and have pity on us. The patient and the truthful, the lowly and the charitable, they who seek pardon at each daybreak, who give alms alike in prosperity and in success, and who master their anger and forgive others. God loveth the doers of good. Theirs a goodly home with their Lord. O our Lord, forgive us then our sins, and hide away from us our evil deeds, and cause us to die with the righteous. And their Lord answereth them, I will not suffer the work of him among you that worketh, whether of male or female, to be lost. The one of you is the issue of the other. And fear ye God, in whose name ye ask favours of each other, and respect women. And marry not women whom your fathers have married, for this is a shame, and hateful, and an evil way. Covet not the gifts by which God hath raised some of you above others. Be good to parents, and to kindred, and to orphans, and to the poor, and to a neighbor, whether kinsman or newcomer, and to a fellow traveler, and to the wayfarer, and to the slaves whom your right hands hold. Verily, God loveth not the proud, the vain boaster. He who shall mediate between men for a good purpose shall be the gainer by it. But he who shall mediate with an evil mediation shall reap the fruit of it, and God keepeth watch over everything. O ye Muslims, stand fast to justice when you bear witness before God, though it be against yourselves, or your parents, or your kindred, whether the party be rich or poor. God is nearer than you to both. Therefore follow not passion, lest ye swerve from truth. To the preachings of this desert-born prophet, addressing a larger world and a more advanced humanity, in the nobility of their love, in their strivings and yearnings for the true, the pure, and the holy, fall short of the warnings of Isaiah or, quote, the tender appeals of Jesus, end quote. The poor and the orphan, the humble dweller of the earth, quote, with his mouth in the dust, end quote, the unfortunate being bereft in early life of parental care, are ever the objects of his tenderest solicitude. Ever and again he announces that the path which leads to God is the helping of the orphan, the relieving of the poor, and the ransoming of the captive. His pity and love were not confined to his fellow beings. The brute creation shared with them his sympathy and tenderness. Quote, a man once came to him with a bundle and said, O prophet, I passed through a wood and heard the voice of the young of birds, and I took them and put them in my carpet, and their mother came fluttering round my head. And the prophet said, Put them down. And when he had put them down, the mother joined the young. And the prophet said, Do you wonder at the affection of the mother towards her young? I swear by him who has sent me, verily, God is more loving to his servants than the mother to these young birds. Return them to the place from which he took them, and let their mother be with them. End quote. Fear God with regard to animals, said Muhammad. Ride them when they are fit to be ridden, and get off when they are tired. Verily, there are rewards for our doing good to dumb animals and giving them water to drink. End quote. In the Quran, animal life stands on the same footing as human life in the sight of the Creator. There is no beast on earth, says the Quran, nor bird which flieth with its wings, but the same is a people like unto you. Unto the Lord shall they return. End quote. It took centuries for Christendom to awaken to a sense of duty towards the animal creation. Long before the Christian nations ever dreamt of extending towards animals tenderness and humanity, Muhammad proclaimed an impressive words of duty of mankind towards their dumb and humble servitors. These precepts of tenderness, so lovingly embalmed in the Creed, are faithfully rendered into a common duty of everyday life in the world of Islam. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 2, The Religious Spirit of Islam. قل لمن ما في السماوات والأرض قل لله. كتب على نفسه الرحمة ليجمعنكم إلى يوم القيامة لا ريب فيه الذين خسروا أنفسهم فهم لا يؤمنون. Say, unto whom belongeth whatsoever is in heaven and earth? Say, unto God. He hath prescribed unto himself mercy. قل تعالوا أتل ما حرم ربكم عليكم ألا تشركوا به شيئا وبالوالدين إحسانا ولا تقتلوا أولادكم من إملاق نحن نرزقكم وإياهم ولا تقربوا الفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن ولا تقتلوا النفس التي حرم الله إلا بالحق ذلكم وصاكم به لعلكم تعقلون ولا تقربوا مال اليتيم إلا بالتي هي أحسن حتى يبلغ أشده وأوفوا الكيل والميزان بالقسط لا نكلف النفس إلا وسعها وإذا قلتم فاعدلوا ولو كان ذا قربى وبعهد الله أوفوا ذلكم وصاكم به لعلكم تذكرون. Come, I will rehearse what your Lord hath enjoined on you, that ye assign not to him a partner, that ye be good to your parents, and that ye slay not your children because of poverty. For them and for you will we provide. And that ye come not near to pollutions, outward or inward, and that ye slay not a soul whom God hath forbidden, unless by right. And draw not nigh to the wealth of the orphan, save so as to better it. And when ye pronounce judgment, then be just, though it be the affair of a kinsman. And God's compact fulfill ye. That is what he hath ordained to you. For the conservation of a true religious spirit, Muhammad attached to his precepts certain practical duties, of which the following are the principal: 1. Prayer, 2. Fasting, 3. Almsgiving, and 4. Pilgrimage. Man's consciousness of a supreme, all-pervading power, his helplessness in the eternal conflict of nature, his sense of benefaction, all lead him to pour out the overflowing sentiments of his heart in words of gratitude and love, or repentance and solicitation, to one who is ever wakeful and merciful. Prayers are only the utterance of the sentiments which fill the human heart. All these emotions, however, are the result of a superior development. The savage, if supplications do not answer his purpose, resorts to the castigation of his fetish. But every religious system possessing any organic element has recognized in some shape the efficacy of prayer. In most, however, the theurgic character predominates over the moral. In some, the moral idea is entirely wanting. The early Hindu worship consisted of 2 sets of acts: oblations and sacrifice, accompanied with invocations. In the infancy of religious thought, the gods are supposed to possess the same appetites and passions as human beings, and thus, whilst man needs material benefits, the gods require offerings and propitiation. This idea often finds expression in the old hymns of the Rig Veda. With the development of religious conceptions, it is probable that among at least the more advanced or thoughtful minds, the significance attached to oblations and sacrifice underwent considerable modification. But as the hold of the priestly caste, which claimed the possession of a quote-unquote secret virtue, transmissible only through the blood, strengthened on the minds of the masses, Brahmanism crystallized into a literally sacrificial cult. The sacrifice could be performed only by the priest according to rigid and unalterable formulae, whilst he recited the mantras and went through the rites in a mechanical spirit without religious feeling or enthusiasm. The worshipper stood by, a passive spectator of the worship which was performed on his behalf. The smallest mistake undid the efficacy of the observances. The devotional spirit, however, could not have been entirely wanting, or the Bhagavad Gita could not have been composed. But for the people as a whole, their worship had become a vast system of sacrifice, the value of which depended not so much upon the moral conduct of the individual worshipper as upon the qualification of the officiating priest. The former had only to believe in the efficacy of the rite and be in a state of legal purity at the time. The Mago-Zoroastrian and the Sabaean lived in an atmosphere of prayer. The Zoroastrian prayed when he sneezed, when he cut his nails or hair, while preparing meals, day and night, at the lighting of lamps, etc. Ormuzd was first invoked, and then not only heaven, earth, the elements and stars, but trees, especially the moon plant and beasts. The formulae were often to be repeated as many as 1,200 times. Footnote: the Zend Avesta itself is a grand repertory of prayers, hymns, invocations, etc., to a multitude of deities, among whom Ormuzd ranks first. In fact, it is a book of liturgies. End of footnote. The moral idea, however pure with the few, would be perfectly eliminated from the minds of the common people. But even the sort of spiritual life enjoyed by exceptional minds was monopolized by the ministers of religion. The barriers of special holiness which divided the priesthood from the laity shut out the latter from all spiritual enjoyments of a nobler type. The Magians, like the Orphici, had two forms of worship, or rather two modes of understanding the objects of worship, one esoteric, especially reserved for the priestly classes, the other exoteric, in which alone the vulgar could participate. The Mosaic Law contained no ordinances respecting prayers. Only on the payment of tithes to the priests and the domestic solemnity of the presentation of the firstlings was there a prescribed formula of a prayer and acknowledgment, when the father of the house, on the strength of his having obediently performed the behests of the law, supplicated blessings from Jehovah on Israel, quote, even as he had sworn unto their fathers, end quote. But with the rise of a more spiritual idea of the deity among the people and the teachers, and the decline of an uncompromising anthropomorphism, the real nature of prayer as the medium of intercommunication between God and man began to be understood. Tradition and custom, in default of any express regulation by the law, made the Jews at last, as Döllinger says, a people of prayer. 3 hours daily were consecrated to devotional exercises, viz., 9, 12, and 3 o'clock. The necessity, however, for the service of priests, combined with the absence of any positive precedents coming down from the lawgiver himself, tended to make prayer, in the majority of cases, merely mechanical. Phylacteries were in use in the time of Jesus, and the Quran reproaches the Jews in bitter terms for, quote, selling the signs of God, end quote. The teachings of Jesus, representing a later development of the religious faculty in man, recognized the true character of prayer. He consecrated the practice by his own example. The early disciples, in the spirit of their master, laid great stress on the habit of devotion and thanksgiving to God. But the want of some definite rule for the guidance of the masses in process of time left them completely adrift in all that regarded the practice of devotion, and under subjection to the priests, who monopolized the office of regulating the number, length, and the terminology of prayers. Hence, missals, liturgies, councils, and convocations to settle articles of faith and matters of conscience. Hence also the mechanical worship of droning monks, and the hebdomadal flocking into the churches and chapels on one day in the week to make up for the deficiency of spiritual food during the other 6. Hence also the quote-unquote presbyter, who, merely a quote-unquote servant at first, came to regard himself as, quote, the Lord of the spiritual heritage, and, quote, bequeathed by Jesus. All these evils had culminated to a point in the 7th century, when the Prophet of Arabia began to preach a reformed religion. In instituting prayers, Muhammad recognized the yearning of the human soul to pour out its love and gratitude to God, and by making the practice of devotion periodic, he impressed that disciplinary character on the observance of prayer which keeps the thoughts from wandering into the regions of the material. The formulae, consecrated by his example and practice, whilst sparing the Islamic word the evil of contests regarding liturgies, leave to the individual worshipper the amplest scope for the most heartfelt outpouring of devotion and humility before the Almighty Presence. The value of prayer as the means of moral elevation and the purification of the heart has been clearly set forth in the Quran. Quote, rehearse that which hath been revealed unto thee of the book, and be constant at prayer, for prayer preserveth from crimes, and from that which is blamable, and the remembering of God is surely a most sacred duty. End quote. The forms of the supplicatory hymns, consecrated by the example of the Prophet, evince the beauty of the moral element in the teachings of Islam. Quote, O Lord, I supplicate Thee for firmness in faith and direction towards rectitude, and to assist me in being grateful to Thee, and in adoring Thee in every good way. And I supplicate Thee for an innocent heart, which shall not incline to wickedness. And I supplicate Thee for a true tongue, and for that virtue which Thou knowest. And I pray Thee to defend me from that vice which Thou knowest, and for forgiveness of those faults which Thou knowest. O my Defender, assist me in remembering Thee, and being grateful to Thee, and in worshipping Thee with the excess of my strength. O Lord, I have injured my own soul, and no one can pardon the faults of Thy servants but Thou. Forgive me out of Thy loving kindness, and have mercy on me, for verily Thou art the forgiver of offenses, and the bestower of blessings on Thy servants. End quote. Another traditional prayer, called the Prayer of David, runs thus: O Lord, grant me the love of Thee. Grant that I may love those that love Thee. Grant that I may do the deeds that may win Thy love. Make Thy love to be dearer to me than self, family, or than wealth. End quote. The following 2 prayers of Ali, the Caliph, evince the highest devotional spirit. Thanks be to my Lord. He is the adorable, and only to be adored. My Lord, the eternal, the ever-existing, the cherisher, the true sovereign, whose mercy and might overshadow the universe, the regulator of the world, the light of the creation, His is our worship. To him belongs all worship. He existed before all things, and will exist after all that is living has ceased. Thou art the adored, my Lord. Thou art the Master, the loving and forgiving. Thou bestowest power and might on whom thou pleasest. Him whom thou hast exalted, none can lower, and him whom thou hast lowered, none can exalt. Thou, my Lord, art the eternal, the creator of all wise, sovereign, mighty. Thy knowledge knows everything. Thy beneficence is all-pervading. Thy forgiveness and mercy are all-embracing. O my Lord, thou art the helper of the afflicted, the reliever of all distress, the consoler of the broken-hearted. Thou art present everywhere to help thy servants. Thou knowest all secrets, all thoughts, art present in every assembly, fulfiller of all our needs, bestower of all blessings. Thou art the friend of the poor and bereaved. My Lord, thou art my fortress, a castle for all who seek thy help. Thou art the refuge of the weak, the helper of the pure and true. O my Lord, thou art my supporter, my helper, the helper of all who seek thy help. O my Lord, thou art the Creator, I am only created. Thou art my sovereign, I am only thy servant. Thou art the helper, I am the beseecher. Thou, my Lord, art my refuge. Thou art the forgiver, I am the sinner. Thou, my Lord, art the merciful, all-knowing, all-loving. I am groping in the dark. I seek thy knowledge and love. Bestow, my Lord, all thy knowledge and love and mercy. Forgive my sins, O my Lord, and let me approach thee, my Lord. O my Lord, thou the ever-praised, the eternal, thou art the ever-present, ever-existing, the ever-near, the all-knowing. Thou livest in every heart, in every soul, all-pervading. Thy knowledge is ingrained in every mind. He bears no similitude, has no equal, one, the eternal. Thanks be to the Lord whose mercy extends to every sinner, who provides for even those who deny him. To him belong the beginning and the end, all knowledge and the most hidden secret of the heart. He never slumbers, the ever-just, the ever-wakeful. He forgiveth in his mercy our greatest sins, loveth all creation. I testify to the goodness of my Lord, to the truth of his messenger's message. Blessings on him and his descendants and his companions." End quote. It is one of the glories of Islam, says an English writer, that its temples are not made with hands, and that its ceremonies can be performed anywhere upon God's earth or under his heaven. End quote. Every place in which the Almighty is faithfully worshipped is equally pure. The Muslim, whether he be at home or abroad, when an hour of prayer arrives, pours forth his soul in a brief but earnest supplicatory address. His attention is not wearied by the length of his prayers, the theme of which is always self-humiliation, the glorification of the giver of all good, and reliance on his mercy. The intensity of the devotional spirit embalmed in the Church of Muhammad has hardly been realized by Christendom. Tradition, that faithful chronicler of the past, with its 100 corroborative witnesses, records how the Prophet wept during his prayers with the fervor of his emotions, how his noble cousin and son-in-law became so absorbed in his devotions that his body grew benumbed. The Islam of Muhammad recognizes no caste of priesthood, allows no monopoly of spiritual knowledge or special holiness to intervene between man and his God. Each soul rises to its Creator without the intervention of priest or hierophant. No sacrifice, no ceremonial invented by vested interests, is needed to bring the anxious heart nearer to its Comforter. Footnote: the annual sacrifice at the Hajj and the Bayram is a mere memorial observance. End of footnote. Each human being is his own priest. In the Islam of Muhammad, no one man is higher than the other. European rationalists have complained of the complex character of the Muslim prayers, but the ritual of the Quran is astonishing in its simplicity and soberness. It includes the necessary acts of faith, the recital of the creed, prayer, almsgiving, fasting, and pilgrimage, but lays down scarcely any rules as to how they are to be performed. Quote, "Observe the prayers and the midday prayer, and stand ye attent before God. Seek aid from patience and prayer. Verily, God is with the patient." End quote. But nothing is said regarding the manner in which the prayer should be offered. "When ye journey about the earth," says the Quran, "it is no crime to you that ye come short in prayer if ye fear that those that disbelieve will set upon you. God pardons everything except associating aught with him." End quote. The practice of the Prophet has, however, attached certain rites and ceremonies to the due observance of prayers. At the same time, it is pointed out in unmistakable terms that it is to the devotional state of the mind the searcher of the spirit looks. Quote, "It is not the flesh or the blood of that which ye sacrifice which is acceptable to God. It is your piety which is acceptable to the Lord. It is not righteousness," continues the Quran, "that ye turn your faces in prayer towards the east or the west, but righteousness is of him who believeth in God, who giveth money for God's sake unto his kindred, and unto orphans, and the needy, and the stranger, and those who ask, and for the redemption of captives, who is constant at prayers, and giveth alms, and of those who perform their covenant when they have covenanted, and who behave themselves patiently in hardship and adversity, and in times of violence. These are they who are true." End quote. It was declared that prayer without, quote, "the presence of the heart," end quote, was of no avail, and that God's words, which were addressed to all mankind and not to one people, should be studied with the heart and lips in absolute accord. And the Caliph Ali held that devotion offered without understanding was useless and brought no blessing. The celebrated Imam Al-Ghazali has pronounced that in reading the sacred book, heart and intelligence must work together. The lips only utter the words. Intelligence helps in the due apprehension of their meaning, the heart in paying obedience to the dictates of duty. "It is not a sixth or a tenth of man's devotion," said the Prophet, "which is acceptable to God, but only such portion thereof as he offers with understanding and true devotional spirit." End quote. The practice of baptism in the Christian Church, even the lustrations which the Egyptians, the Jews, or the hierophants of the heathen religions in the East and the West required as preliminary to the performance of devotional or religious exercises, show the peculiar sanctity which was attached to external purifications. Muhammad, by his example, consecrated this ancient and beneficent custom. He required cleanliness as a necessary preliminary to the worship and adoration of God. Footnote: the Quran in its universality speaks of ablutions, but where water is not available, it allows any cleansing substitute for lavation, but nowhere lays down the details of the wudu. As usual, the manner of performing the lavations or ablutions derived from the practice of the Prophet has given rise to considerable discussions and difference among the theologians. And a footnote. At the same time, he especially inculcated that mere external, or rather physical, purity does not imply true devotion. He distinctly laid down that the Almighty can only be approached in purity and humility of spirit. Imam al-Ghazali expressly says, as against those who are only solicitous about external purifications and have their hearts full of pride and hypocrisy, that the Prophet of God declared the most important purification to be the cleansing of the heart from all blamable inclinations and frailties, and the mind from all vicious ideas, and from all thoughts which distract attention from God. In order to keep alive in the Muslim world the memory of the birthplace of Islam, Muhammad directed that during prayers the Muslim should turn his face towards Mecca, as the glorious center which saw the first glimmerings of the light of regenerated truth. With the true instinct of a prophet, he perceived the consolidating effect of fixing a central spot round which, through all time, should gather the religious feelings of his followers, and he accordingly ordained that everywhere throughout the world the Muslim should pray looking towards the Kaaba. Quote, Mecca is to the Muslim what Jerusalem is to the Jew. It bears with it all the influence of centuries of associations. It carries the Muslim back to the cradle of his faith, the childhood of his prophet. It reminds him of the struggle between the old faith and the new, of the overthrow of the idols and the establishment of the worship of the one true God. And most of all, it bids him remember that all his brother Muslims are worshipping towards the same sacred spot, that he is one of a great company of believers, united by one faith, filled with the same hopes, reverencing the same things, worshipping the same God. Muhammad showed his knowledge of the religious emotions in man when he preserved the sanctity of the temple of Islam. End quote. But that this rule is not an essential requisite for devotion is evident from the passage of the Quran quoted above. The institution of fasting has existed more or less among all nations, but it may be said that throughout the ancient world the idea attached to it was, without exception, more of penitence than of abstinence. Even in Judaism, the notion of fasting as an exercise of self-castigation or self-abnegation was of later growth. The Essenians, from their connections with the Pythagoreans and through them with the asceticism of the further East, were the first among the Jews to grasp this moral element in the principle of fasting, and Jesus probably derived this idea, like other conceptions, from them. The example of Jesus consecrated the custom in the Church, but the predominating idea in Christianity with respect to fasts generally is one of penitence or expiation, and partially of precedent. Footnote. Mosheim distinctly says that fasting came early to be regarded, quote, as the most effectual means of repelling the force and disconcerting the stratagems of evil spirits, and of appeasing the anger of an offended deity. End quote. The weekly and yearly festivals of the Christians, says Neander, originated in the same fundamental idea, the idea of imitating Christ, the crucified and risen Savior. And again, quote, by the Christians who were fond of comparing their calling to a warfare, a militia Christi, such fasts, united with prayers, were named stationes, as if they constituted the watches of the soldiers of Christ, the milites Christi. End of footnote. Voluntary corporal mortifications have been as frequent in the Christian church as in other churches, but the tendency of such mortifications has invariably been the destruction of mental and bodily energies and the fostering of a morbid asceticism. The institution of fasting in Islam, on the contrary, has the legitimate object of restraining the passions by diurnal abstinence for a limited and definite period from all the gratifications of the senses, and directing the overflow of the animal spirits into a healthy channel. Useless and unnecessary mortification of the flesh is discountenanced, nay, condemned. Fasting is prescribed to the able-bodied and the strong as a means of chastening the spirit by imposing a restraint on the body. For the weak, the sickly, the traveler, the student who is engaged in the pursuit of knowledge, the Jihad ul-Akbar, the soldier doing God's battle against the assailants of the faith, and women in their ailments, it is disallowed. Those who bear in mind the gluttony of the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, and the pre-Islamite Arabs, their excesses in their pleasures as well as their vices, will appreciate the value of the regulation and comprehend how wonderfully adapted it is for keeping in check the animal propensities of man, especially among semi-civilized races. Mark the wisdom of the rule as given in the Quran. O ye that have believed, a fast is ordained to you, that ye may practice piety, a fast of a computed number of days. But he among you who shall be ailing or on a journey shall fast an equal number of other days, and they that are able to keep it and do not shall make atonement by maintaining a poor man. But if ye fast, it will be better for you if ye comprehend. God willeth that which is easy for you. End quote. This rule of abstinence is restricted to the day. In the night, in the intervals of prayer and devotion, the Muslim is allowed, perhaps indeed is bound, to refresh the system by partaking in moderation of food and drink, and otherwise enjoying himself lawfully. In the true spirit of the teacher, the legists invariably laid down the rule that during the fast, abstinence of mind from all base thoughts is as incumbent as the abstinence of the body. No religion of the world prior to Islam had consecrated charity, the support of the widow, the orphan, and the helpless poor, by enrolling its principles among the positive enactments of the system. The agape, or feasts of charity among the early Christians, depended on the will of individuals. Their influence, therefore, could only be irregular and spasmodic. It is a matter of history that this very irregularity led to the suppression of the, quote, feasts of charity or love feasts, end quote, only a short time after their introduction. Footnote: I do not mean to say that this was the only form in which Christian charity expressed itself. The support of the widow, the poor, and orphan was as much insisted upon in Christianity as in Islam. But even this divine charity taught by Jesus received an impress of exclusiveness from the disciples in whose hands he left his work. The widow, in order to claim the benefits of charity, was required to be, quote, 80 years of age, to have been the wife of one man, to have brought up children, end quote, etc. And a footnote. By the laws of Islam, every individual is bound to contribute a certain part of his substance towards the help and assistance of his poorer neighbors. This portion is usually 1 part of 40, or 2.5%, on the value of all goods, chattels, emblements, on profits of trade, mercantile business, etc. But alms are due only when the property amounts to a certain value, and has been in the possession of a person for 1 whole year. nor are any due from cattle employed in agriculture or in the carrying of burdens. Besides, at the end of the month of Ramadan, the month of fasting, and on the day of the Eid ul-Fitr, the festival which celebrates the close of the Muslim Lent, each head of a family has to give away in alms for himself and for every member of his household, and for each guest who breaks his fast and sleeps in his house during the month, a measure of wheat, barley, dates, raisins, rice, or any other grain, or the value of the same. The rightful recipients of the alms, as pointed out by the practice of Muhammad and his disciples, are 1. The poor and the indigent, 2. Those who help in the collection and distribution of the obligatory alms, 3. Slaves who wish to buy their freedom and have not the means for so doing, 4. Debtors who cannot pay their debts, 5. Travelers and strangers. General charity is inculcated by the Quran in the most forcible terms. But the glory of Islam consists in having embodied the beautiful sentiment of Jesus into definite laws. The wisdom which incorporated into Islam the time-honored custom of annual pilgrimage to Mecca and to the shrine of the Kaaba has breathed into Muhammad's religion a freemasonry and brotherhood of faith in spite of sectarian divisions. The eyes of the whole Muslim world fixed on that central spot keep alive in the bosom of each some spark of the celestial fire which lighted up the earth in that century of darkness. Here again the wisdom of the inspired lawgiver shines forth in the negative part of the enactment, in the conditions necessary to make the injunction obligatory. 1. Ripeness of intelligence and discernment. 2. Perfect freedom and liberty. 3. Possession of the means of transport and subsistence during the journey. 4. Possession of means sufficient to support the pilgrim's family during his absence. 5. The possibility and practicability of the voyage. Owing to the minute regulations, almost Brahminical in their strictness, in force among the heathen Arabs regarding the lawful or unlawful character of various kinds of food, the teacher of Islam had frequently to admonish his followers that, with certain exceptions, all food was lawful. Quote, "And eat of what God hath given you for food, that which is lawful and wholesome, and fear God in whom ye believe. Say," says the Quran, "I find not in what hath been revealed to me aught forbidden to the eater to eat, except it be that which dieth of itself, or blood poured forth, or swine's flesh, for that is an abomination, and meat which has been slain in the name of other than God, idols." End quote. This is amplified in the 5th Surah, which is also directed against various savage and idolatrous practices of the pagan Arabs. Quote, "That which dieth of itself, and blood, and swine's flesh, and all that hath been sacrificed under the invocation of any other name than that of God." Footnote: the heathen Arabs, when killing any animal for food, used to consecrate it by invoking the names of their gods and goddesses, end of footnote, and the strangled and the killed by a blow or by a fall or by goring. Footnote: the idolatrous Arabs had different savage methods of killing animals. This prohibition has reference to the brutal processes employed by them, end of footnote. "And that which hath been eaten by beasts of prey, unless ye give the death stroke yourselves, and that which hath been sacrificed on the blocks of stone." Footnote: sacrificial stones placed round the Kaaba or at the entrance of houses over which the offerings were made to the idols, end of footnote, is forbidden to you, and to make division of the slain by consulting the arrows is impiety in you, Eat ye of the good things wherewith we have provided you, and give thanks to God." End quote. Footnote: things by nature abhorrent to man, such as the flesh of carnivorous animals, birds of prey, snakes, etc., required no specific prohibition. The idea prevalent in India, borrowed from the Hindus, that Muslims should not partake of food with Christians is entirely fallacious and opposed to the precept contained in the following passage of the Quran, Surah 5, verse 5. "This day things healthful are legalized to you, and the meats of those who have received the scriptures are allowed to you, as your meats are to them." End quote. With regard to the sumptuary regulations, precepts, and prohibitions of Muhammad, it must be remembered that they were called forth by the temporary circumstances of the times and people. With the disappearance of such circumstances, the need for these laws has also disappeared. To suppose, therefore, that every Islamic precept is necessarily immutable is to do an injustice to history and the development of the human intellect. Ibn Khaldun's words are, in this connection, deserving of our serious consideration. Quote, "It is only by an attentive examination and well-sustained application that we can discover the truth and guard ourselves against errors and mistakes. In fact, if we were merely to satisfy ourselves by reproducing the records transmitted by tradition without consulting the rules furnished by experience, the fundamental principles of the art of government, the nature even of the particular civilization, or the circumstances which characterize the human society, if we are not to judge of the wants which occurred in distant times by those which are occurring under our eyes, if we are not to compare the past with the present, we can hardly escape from falling into errors and losing the way of truth." End of footnote. Intoxication and gambling, the curse of Christian communities, and the bane of all uncultured and inferior natures, and excesses of all kinds, were rigorously prohibited. Nothing can be simpler or more in accord with the advance of the human intellect than the teachings of the Arabian prophet. The few rules for religious ceremonial which he prescribed were chiefly with the object of maintaining discipline and uniformity, so necessary in certain stages of society, but they were by no means of an inflexible character. He allowed them to be broken in cases of illness or other causes. "God wishes to make things easy for you, for," says the Quran, "man was created weak." End quote. The legal principles which he enunciated were either delivered as answers to questions put to him as the chief magistrate of Medina, or to correct patent evils. The Prophet's Islam recognized no ritual likely to distract the mind from the thought of the one God, no law to keep enchained the conscience of advancing humanity. The ethical code of Islam is thus summarized in the 4th surah. "Come, I will rehearse what your Lord hath enjoined on you, that ye assign not to him a partner, that ye be good to your parents, and that ye slay not your children because of poverty. For them and for you will we provide, and that ye come not near to pollutions, outward or inward, and that ye slay not a soul whom God hath forbidden, unless by right. And draw not nigh to the wealth of the orphan, save so as to better it. And when ye pronounce judgment, then be just, though it be the affair of a kinsman. And God's compact fulfill ye, that is what he hath ordained to you. Verily, this is my right way. Follow it then." End quote. And again, "Blessed are they who believe and humbly offer their thanksgiving to their Lord, who are constant in their charity and who guard their chastity, and who observe their trust and covenants. Verily, God bids you do justice and good, and give to kindred their due, and he forbids you to sin and to do wrong and oppress." End quote. Faith and charity, to use the words of the Christian historian, are not incompatible with external rights and positive institutions, which indeed are necessary in this imperfect state to keep alive a sense of religion in the common mass. End quote. And accordingly, Muhammad had attached a few rights to his teachings in order to give a more tangible conception to the generality of mankind. Jesus himself had instituted two rites, baptism and the quote-unquote Holy Supper. Probably, had he lived longer, he would have added more. But one thing is certain, that had a longer career been vouchsafed to him, he would have placed his teachings on a more systematic basis. This fundamental defect in Christianity has been, in fact, the real cause of the assembling of councils and convocations for the establishment of articles and dogmas which snap asunder at every slight tension of reason and free thought. The work of Jesus was left unfinished. It was reserved for another teacher to systematize the laws of morality. Our relations with our Creator are matters of conscience. Our relations with our fellow beings must be matters of positive rules. And what higher sanction, to use a legal expression, can be attached to the enforcement of the relative duties of man to man than the sanction of religion? Religion is not to be regarded merely as a subject for unctuous declamations by quote-unquote select preachers, or as some strange theory for the peculiar gratification of dreamy minds. Religion ought to mean the rule of life. Its chief object ought to be the elevation of humanity towards that perfection which is the end of our existence. The religion, therefore, which places on a systematic basis the fundamental principles of morality, regulating social obligations and human duties, which brings us nearer and nearer by its compatibility with the highest development of intellect to the all-perfect. That religion, we say, has the greatest claim to our consideration and respect. It is the distinctive characteristic of Islam, as taught by Muhammad, that it combines within itself the grandest and the most prominent features in all ethnic and Catholic religions compatible with the reason and moral intuition of man. It is not merely a system of positive moral rules based on a true conception of human progress, but it is also, quote, the establishment of certain principles, the enforcement of certain dispositions, the cultivation of a certain temper of mind, which the conscience is to apply to the ever-varying exigencies of time and place. End quote. The teacher of Islam preached in 1,000 varied ways universal love and brotherhood as the emblem of the love born towards God. Quote, "How do you think God will know you when you are in His presence? By your love of your children, of your kin, of your neighbors, of your fellow creatures. Do you love your Creator? Love your fellow beings first. Do you wish to approach the Lord? Love His creatures. Love for them what you love yourself. Reject for them what you reject for yourself. Do unto them what you wish to be done unto you." End quote. He condemned in scathing language the foulness of impurity, the meanness of hypocrisy, and the ungodliness of self-deceit. He proclaimed in unmistakable terms the preciousness of truth, charity, and brotherly love. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 2, The Religious Spirit of Islam, continued. The wonderful adaptability of Islamic precepts to all ages and nations, their entire concordance with the light of reason, the absence of all mysterious doctrines to cast a shade of sentimental ignorance round the primal truths implanted in the human breast, all prove that Islam represents the latest development of the religious faculties of our being. Those who have ignored the historic significance of some of its precepts have deemed that their seeming harshness or unadaptability to present modes of thought ought to exclude it from any claim to universality. But a little inquiry into the historic value of laws and precepts, a little more fairness in the examination of facts, would evince the temporary character of such rules as may appear scarcely consonant with the requirements or prejudices of modern times. The Catholicity of Islam, its expansiveness, and its charity towards all moral creeds has been utterly mistaken, perverted, or willfully concealed by the bigotry of rival religions. Verily, says the Quran, those who believe, the Muslims, and those who are Jews, Christians, or Sabaeans, whoever hath faith in God and the last day, future existence, and worketh that which is right and good, for them shall be the reward with their Lord. There will come no fear on them, neither shall they be grieved. End quote. Footnote: compare the spirit of these teachings with that of the Athanasian Creed. Add a footnote. The same sentiment is repeated in similar words in the 5th Surah, and 100 other passages prove that Islam does not confine quote-unquote salvation to the followers of Muhammad alone. Quote, "To every one have we given a law and a way, and if God had pleased, He would have made you all mankind, one people, people of one religion. But He hath done otherwise, that He might try you in that which He hath severally given unto you. Wherefore, press forward in good works. Unto God shall ye return, and He will tell you that concerning which ye disagree." End quote. Of all the religions of the world that have ruled the conscience of mankind, the Islam of Muhammad alone combines both the conceptions which have in different ages furnished the mainspring of human conduct, the consciousness of human dignity so valued in the ancient philosophies, and the sense of human sinfulness so dear to the Christian apologist. The belief that man will be judged by his work solely throws the Muslim on the practice of self-denial and universal charity. The belief in divine providence, in the mercy, love, and omnipotence of God leads him to self-humiliation before the Almighty, and to the practice of those heroic virtues which have given rise to the charge that the virtues of Islam are stoical: patience, resignation, and firmness in the trials of life. It leads him to interrogate his conscience with nervous anxiety, to study with scrupulous care the motives that actuate him, to distrust his own strength, and to rely upon the assistance of an almighty and all-loving power in the conflict between good and evil. In some religions, the precepts which inculcated duties have been so utterly devoid of practicability, so completely wanting in a knowledge of human nature, and partaking so much of the dreamy vagueness of enthusiasts as to become in the real battles of life simply useless. The practical character of a religion, its abiding influence on the common relations of mankind in the affairs of everyday life, its power on the masses, are the true criteria for judging of its universality. We do not look to exceptional minds to recognize the nature of a religion. We search among the masses to understand its true character. Does it exercise deep power over them? Does it elevate them? Does it regulate their conception of rights and duties? Does it, if carried to the South Sea Islander or preached to the Kafrarians, improve or degrade them? Are the questions we naturally ask. In Islam is joined a lofty idealism with the most rationalistic practicality. It did not ignore human nature. It never entangled itself in the tortuous pathways which lie outside the domains of the actual and the real. Its object, like that of other systems, was the elevation of humanity towards the absolute ideal of perfection. But it attained, or tries to attain, this object by grasping the truth that the nature of man is in this existence imperfect. If it did not say, "If thy brother smite thee on one cheek, turn thou the other also to him," if it allowed the punishment of the wanton wrongdoer to the extent of the injury he had done. Footnote: Thonisson's remark that Muhammad allowed the punishment of the willful wrongdoer for the purpose of preventing enormous evils must always be borne in mind. And a footnote. It also taught, in fervid words and varied strains, the practice of forgiveness and benevolence, and the return of good for evil. Who speaketh better, says the Quran, than he who inviteth unto God and worketh good? Good and evil shall not be held equal. Turn away evil with that which is better. End quote. And again, speaking of paradise, it says, "It is prepared for the godly, who give alms in prosperity and adversity, who bridle their anger and forgive men, for God loveth the beneficent." End quote. The practice of these noble precepts does not lie enshrined in the limbo of false sentimentalism. With the true follower of the Prophet, they form the active principles of life. History has preserved, for the admiration of wondering posterity, many examples of patience under suffering exhibited by the followers of other creeds. But the practice of the virtue of patient forgiveness is easier in adversity, when we have no power to punish the evildoer, than in prosperity. It is related of Hussein, the noble martyr of Karbala, that a slave, having once thrown the contents of a scalding dish over him as he sat at dinner, fell on his knees and repeated the verse of the Quran, "Paradise is for those who bridle their anger." "I am not angry," answered Hussein. The slave proceeded, "And for those who forgive men, I forgive you." The slave, however, finished the verse, adding, "And God loveth the beneficent. I give you your liberty and 400 pieces of silver," replied Hussein. Footnote: This anecdote has been told by Sale in a note to the 3rd chapter of his translation of the Quran, and also by Gibbon, but both have, by mistake, applied the episode to Hassan, the brother of Hussein. End of footnote. The author of the Kashaf thus sums up the essence of the Islamic teachings. "Seek again him who drives you away. Give to him who takes away from you. Pardon him who injures you. For God loveth that you should cast into the depth of your soul the roots of his perfections." End quote. In the purity of its aspiration, can anything be more beautiful than the following? "The servants of the merciful are they that walk upon the earth softly, and when the ignorant speak unto them, they reply, Peace. They that spend the night worshipping their Lord, prostrate and standing and resting, those that, when they spend, are neither profuse nor niggardly, but take a middle course. Those that invoke not with God any other God, and slay not a soul that God hath forbidden otherwise than by right, and commit not fornication. They who bear not witness to that which is false, and when they pass by vain sport, they pass it by with dignity, who say, O our Lord, grant us of our wives and children such as shall be a comfort unto us, and make us examples unto the pious. These shall be rewarded, for that they persevered, and they shall be accosted in paradise with welcome and salutation, for ever therein a fair abode and resting place. End quote. This is the Islam of Muhammad. It is not, quote, a mere creed. It is a life to be lived in the present, end quote. A religion of right doing, right thinking, and right speaking, founded on divine love, universal charity, and the equality of man in the sight of the Lord. However much the modern professors of Islam may have dimmed the glory of their prophet, and a volume might also be written on the defects of modern Mohammedanism, the religion which enshrines righteousness and quote-unquote justification by work, Mr. Cotton Morrison in his Service of Man calls the other doctrine the most disastrous to human morality, deserves the recognition of the lovers of humanity. می‌توانی از ره آسمان شدن بر آسمان راست باش و راست رو که اینجا نباشد کستی. Wishest thou to approach God? Live purely and act righteously. Jalaluddin Rumi says, از بهایم بهری داری و از ملائک نیز هم بگذار از بهایم تا از ملائک هم بگذاری. Thou partakest of the nature of the beast as well as the angel. Leave the nature of the beast that thou mayest surpass the angel. The present life was the seed ground of the future. To work in all humility of spirit for the human good, to strive with all energy to approach the perfection of the All-Perfect, is the essential principle of Islam. The true Muslim is a true Christian in that he accepts the ministry of Jesus and tries to work out the moral preached by him. Why should not the true Christian do honor to the preacher who put the finishing stroke to the work of the earlier masters? Did not he call back the wandering forces of the world into the channel of progress? Excepting for the conception of the sonship of Jesus, there is no fundamental difference between Christianity and Islam. In their essence, they are one and the same. Both are the outcome of the same spiritual forces working in humanity. One was a protest against the heartless materialism of the Jews and the Romans, the other a revolt against the degrading idolatry of the Arabs, their ferocious customs and usages. Christianity, preached among a more settled and civilized people subject to an organized government, had to contend with comparatively milder evils. Islam, preached among warring tribes and clans, had to fight against all the instincts of self-interest and ancient superstition. Christianity, arrested in its progress towards the East by a man of cultured but bizarre character, who, though a Jew by birth, was by education an Alexandrian Greek, was carried to Greece and Rome, and there, gathering up the pagan civilization of centuries, gave birth to new ideas and doctrines. Christianity ceased to be Christian the moment it was transplanted from the home of its birth. It became the religion of Paul, and ceased to be that of Jesus. The pantheons of ancient paganism were tottering to their fall. Greek and Alexandrian philosophy had prepared the Roman world for the recognition of an incarnate God, a demiurgus, an eon born in the bosom of eternity, and this conception embedded itself in Pauline Christianity. Modern idealistic Christianity, which is more a philosophy than a positive religion, is the product of centuries of pre-Christian and post-Christian civilization. Islam was preached among a people, among conditions, social and moral, wholly divergent. Had it broken down the barrier which was raised against it by a degraded Christianity and made its way among the higher races of the earth, its progress and its character would have presented a totally different aspect from what it now offers to the observer among the less cultured Muslim communities. Like rivers flowing through varied tracts, both these creeds have produced results in accordance with the nature of the soil through which they have found their course. The Mexican who castigates himself with cactus leaves, the idol-worshipping South American, the lower strata of Christian nations, are hardly in any sense Christians. There exists a wide gulf between them and the leaders of modern Christian thought. Islam, wherever it had found its way among culturable and progressive nations, has shown itself in complete accord with progressive tendencies. It has assisted civilization. It has idealized religion. Footnote: the faith which could give birth to the heroic devotion of Ali, the gentleness of Ja'far, the Sadiq, the piety and patience of Musa, the divine purity of Fatima, the saintliness of Rabia, the religion which could produce men like Ibn Sina, Al-Biruni, Ibn Khaldun, Sana'i, Jalaluddin Rumi, Farid ud-Din the Attar, Ibrahim Adham, and a host of others, surely contains every element of hopefulness. And a footnote. A religion has to be eminently positive in its quote-unquote commandments and prohibitions to exercise an abiding salutary influence on the ignorant and uncultured. The higher and more spiritualized minds are often able to forge on the anvils of their own hearts lines of duty in relation to their fellow creatures without reference to outside directions. They are in commune with God and are guided by the consciousness of right and wrong, of truth and purity, which had grown up in their being. Plato and Aristotle, who had never received the light of the Semitic revelations, spoke to the world of the highest principles of morality in as distinct terms as the great prophets. They too had heard the voice of God, and were lifted up to him by their own thoughts. To the mass of mankind, however, sunk either in ignorance or barbarism, for the uncultured and the sodden, moral enunciations convey no meaning unless they are addressed in a positive form and formulated with the precision of enactments surrounded with definite sanctions. The ethical side of a religion does not appeal to their feelings or sentiments, and philosophical conceptions exercise no influence on their minds, their daily conduct, or their lives. They are swayed far more by authority and precedent than by sermons on abstract principles. They require definite prescriptions to regulate not only their relations towards their fellow beings, but also towards their Creator, whom, in the absence of such rules, they are apt to forget. The success of Islam in the 7th century of the Christian era and its rapid and marvelous diffusion over the surface of the globe were due to the fact that it recognized this essential need of human nature. To a world of wrangling sects and creeds, to whom words were of far greater importance than practice, it spoke in terms of positive command from an absolute source. Amidst the moral and social wreck in which it found its birth, it aimed at the integration of the worship of a personal will, and thereby to recall humanity to the observance of duty which alone pointed to the path of spiritual development. And by its success in lifting up the lower races to a higher level of social morality, it proved to the world the need of a positive system. It taught them sobriety, temperance, charity, justice, and equality as the commandments of God. Its affirmation of the principle of equality of man and its almost socialistic tendency represented the same phase of thought that had found expression on the shores of Galilee. But even in his most exalted mood, the great teacher of Islam did not forget the limitations imposed on individual capacity which occasion economic inequalities. Alas for the latter-day professors of Islam! The blight of patristicism has ruined the blossom of true religion and a true devotional spirit. A Christian preacher has pointed out with great force the distinction between religion and theology, and the evils which have followed in his church from the confusion of the two. What has happened in Christianity has happened in Islam. Practice has given way to the mockery of profession. Ceremonialism has taken the place of earnest and faithful work. Doing good to mankind for the sake of doing good and for the love of God. Enthusiasm has died out, and devotion to God and His prophet are meaningless words. The earnestness without which human existence is no better than that of brute creation, earnestness in right doing and right thinking, is absent. The Muslims of the present day have ignored the spirit in a hopeless love for the letter. Instead of living up to the ideal preached by the Master, instead of, quote, striving to excel in good works, of being righteous, end quote, instead of loving God and for the sake of His love, loving His creatures, they have made themselves the slaves of opportunism and outward observance. It was natural that in their reverence and admiration for the teacher, his early disciples should stereotype his ordinary mode of life, crystallize the passing incidents of a checkered career, imprint on the heart orders, rules, and regulations enunciated for the common exigencies of the day in an infant society. But to suppose that the greatest reformer the world has ever produced, the greatest upholder of the sovereignty of reason, the man who proclaimed that the universe was governed and guided by law and order, and that the law of nature meant progressive development, ever contemplated that even those injunctions which were called forth by the passing necessities of a semi-civilized people should become immutable to the end of the world, is doing injustice to the Prophet of Islam. No one had a keener perception than he of the necessities of this world of progress with its ever-changing social and moral phenomena, nor of the likelihood that the revelations vouchsafed to him might not meet all possible contingencies. When Mu'adh was appointed as governor of Yemen, he was asked by the Prophet by what rule he would be guided in his administration of that province. "By law of the Quran," said Mu'adh. "But if you find no direction therein, then I will act according to the example of the Prophet. But if that fails, then I will exercise my own judgment." The Prophet approved highly of the answer of his disciple and commended it to the other delegates. The great teacher, who was fully conscious of the exigencies of his own times and the requirements of the people with whom he had to deal, people sunk in a slough of social and moral despond, with his keen insight and breadth of views, perceived, and one may say foretold, that a time would come when the accidental and temporary regulations would have to be differentiated from the permanent and general. "Ye are in an age," he declared, "in which, if ye abandon 1/10 of what is ordered, ye will be ruined. After this, a time will come when he who shall observe 1/10 of what is now ordered will be redeemed." Footnote. This authentic tradition is given in the Jama'at al-Tirmidhi and is to be found also in the Mishkat. And a footnote. وعن أبي هريرة قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إنكم في زمان من ترك منكم عشر ما أمر به هلك ثم يأتي زمان من عمل منهم عشر ما أمر به نجا. رواه الترمذي مشكاة المصابيح باب الاعتصام بالكتاب والسنة. As we have already observed, the blight which has fallen on the Muslim nations is not due to the teachings of the Master. No religion contained greater promise of development, no faith was purer or more in conformity with the progressive demands of humanity. The present stagnation of the Muslim communities is principally due to the notion which has fixed itself on the minds of the generality of Muslims, that the right to exercise private judgment ceased with the early legists, that its exercise in modern times is sinful, and that a Muslim, in order to be regarded as an orthodox follower of Muhammad, should belong to one or the other of the schools established by the schoolmen of Islam, and abandon his judgment absolutely to the interpretations of men who lived in the 9th century and could have no conception of the necessities of the 20th. Among the Sunnis, it is the common belief that since the four Imams, Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Malik, and Ibn Hanbal, no doctor has arisen qualified to interpret the laws of the Prophet. No account is taken of the altered circumstances in which Muslims are now placed. The conclusions at which these learned legists arrived several centuries ago are held to be equally applicable to the present day. Among the Shias, the Akhbari will not allow his judgment to travel beyond the dictates of the quote-unquote expounders of the law. The Prophet had consecrated reason as the highest and noblest function of the human intellect. Our schoolmen and their servile followers have made its exercise a sin and a crime. As among Christians, so among Muslims. The lives and conduct of a large number of Muslims at the present day are governed less by the precepts and teachings of the Master, and more by the theories and opinions of the mujtahids and the imams who have tried, each according to his light, to construe the revelations vouchsafed to the teacher. Like men in a crowd listening to a preacher who from a lofty position addresses a large multitude and from his vantage ground overlooks a vast area, they observed only their immediate surroundings, and, without comprehending the wider meaning of his words or the nature of the audience whom he addressed, adapted his utterances to their own limited notions of human needs and human progress. Oblivious to the universality of the Master's teachings, unassisted by his spirit, devoid of his inspiration, they forgot that the Prophet, from the pinnacle of his genius, had spoken to all humanity. They mixed up the temporary with the permanent, the universal with the particular. Like many of the ecclesiastics of Christendom, not a few were the servants of sovereigns and despots whose demands were not consistent with the precepts of the Master. Canons were invented, theories started, traditions discovered, and glosses put upon his words utterly at variance with their spirit. And hence it is that most of the rules and regulations which govern now the conscience of so many professors of the faith are hardly derived from any express and positive declarations of the Quran, but for the most part from the legal-religious books with which the Islamic world was flooded in the later centuries. Just as the Hebrews deposed their Pentateuch in favor of the Talmud, justly observes an English writer, so the Muslims have abolished the Quran in favor of the traditions and decisions of the learned. We do not mean to say, he adds most pertinently, that any Mohammedan, if asked what was the textbook of his religion, would answer anything but the Quran. But we do mean that practically it is not the Quran that guides his belief or practice. In the Middle Ages of Christendom, it was not the New Testament, but the Summa Theologica of Thomas Aquinas that decided questions of orthodoxy. And in the present day, does the Orthodox churchman usually derive his creed from a personal investigation of the teachings of Christ in the Gospels? Probably, if he refers to a document at all, the Church Catechism contents him. Or, if he be of a peculiarly inquiring disposition, a perusal of the 39 Articles will resolve all doubts. Yet he too would say his religion was drawn from the Gospels, and would not confess to the medium through which it was filtered. In precisely the same way modern Mohammedanism is constructed, and a large part of what Muslims now believe and practice is not to be found in the Quran at all." End quote. And yet, each system, each school, contains germs of improvement, and if development is now stopped, it is not even the fault of the lawyers. It is due to a want of apprehension of the spirit of the Master's enunciations, and even of those of the Fathers of the Church. Footnote: the Rad al-Mukhtar of Muhammad Amin the Syrian and the Majma al-Anhar of the Sheikh Zadeh are as much in advance of the Multika and the Hidayah as the views of Eldon or Mansfield upon those of a Koch or Blackstone. The opinions of Sheikh Murtaza, in their liberal and liberalizing tendencies, are far above those of the narrow-minded, self-opinionated Muhakkik, but the servile Akhbari follows the latter in preference to the former. End of footnote. In the Western world, the Reformation was ushered in by the Renaissance, and the progress of Europe commenced when it threw off the shackles of ecclesiasticism. In Islam also, enlightenment must precede reform, and before there can be a renovation of religious life, the mind must first escape from the bondage which centuries of literal interpretation and the doctrine of quote-unquote conformity have imposed upon it. The formalism that does not appeal to the heart of the worshipper must be abandoned, externals must be subordinated to the inner feelings, and the lessons of ethics must be impressed on the plastic mind. Then alone can we hope for that enthusiasm in the principles of duty taught by the Prophet of Islam. The Reformation of Islam will begin when once it is recognized that divine words rendered into any language retain their divine character, and that devotions offered in any tongue are acceptable to God. The Prophet himself had allowed his foreign disciples to say their prayers in their own tongue. Footnote: Salman the Persian, whom Ali had saved from a lion, was the first to whom this permission was granted. End of footnote. He had expressly permitted others to recite the Quran in their respective dialects, and had declared that it was revealed in 7 languages. In the earliest ages of Islam, there was a consensus of opinion that devotion without understanding was useless. Imam Abu Hanifa considered the recitation of the namaz and also of the khutbah or sermon lawful and valid in any language. Footnote: Takhtawi states that the Imam's opinion is authoritative and should be followed. The commentator of the Dur al-Mukhtar also recognizes the validity of reciting prayers in Persian. End of footnote. The disciples of Abu Hanifa, Abu Yusuf, and Muhammad have accepted the doctrine of their master with a certain variation. They hold that when a person does not know Arabic, he may validly offer his devotions in any other language. Footnote: This is construed by the ulemas of the present day to mean when the worshipper is unable to pronounce Arabic words. The absurdity of the explanation is obvious. End of footnote. There is, however, one great and cogent reason why the practice of reciting prayers in Arabic should be maintained wherever it is possible and practicable. Not because it was the language of the Prophet, but because it has become the language of Islam and maintains the unity of sentiment throughout the Islamic world, and wherein lies more strength than in unity. Note number 1. The sumptuary prohibitions of Muhammad may be divided into two classes, qualitative and quantitative. The prohibition against excess in eating and drinking and others of the like import belong to the latter class. They were called forth in part by the peculiar semi-barbarous Epicureanism which was coming into fashion among the Arabs from their intercourse with the demoralized Syrians and Persians, and in part by circumstances of which only glimpses are afforded us in the Quran. The absolute prohibition of swine's flesh, which may be classed under the head of qualitative prohibitions, Section 21 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 3, The Idea of Future Life in Islam. يا أيتها النفس مطمئنة ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية فادخلي في عبادي فادخلي جنتي. O thou soul which art at rest, return unto thy Lord, pleased and pleasing him. Enter thou among my servants, and enter thou my garden of felicity. The idea of a future existence, of an existence after the separation of the living principle of our nature from the mortal part, is so generally shared by races of men, otherwise utterly distinct from each other, that it has led to the belief that it must be one of the first elementary constituents of our being. A more careful examination of the facts, however, connected with the infancy of races and tribes, leads us to the conclusion that the conception of a future existence is also the result of the natural development of the human mind. The wild savage has scarcely any idea of a life separate and distinct from that which he enjoys on earth. He looks upon death as the end of existence. Then comes a later stage when man has passed out of his savage state, his hopes and aspirations are bounded no more by an earthly death. He now anticipates another course of existence after the course here has been fulfilled. But even in this stage, the conception of immortality does not rise out of the groove of daily life. Life after death is a mere continuation of life on earth. This idea of a continued life beyond the grave must have been developed from the yet unconscious longing of the human soul for a more extended sphere, where the separation of dear friends, so painful to both savage and civilized men, should end in reunion. The next stage is soon reached. Man comes to believe that present happiness and misery are not, cannot be, the be-all and end-all of his existence, that there will be another life, or that there is another life after death, where he will be happy or miserable in proportion to his deserts. Now we have reached a principle and a law. The mind of man goes no further towards developing the idea of future existence. The nihilistic philosopher makes no discovery, asserts no new position. He is only treading in the footsteps of our savage ancestor, whose field of vision was restricted to this life alone. It is a well-authenticated fact, however, that all those ideas which represent the various stages, from a subjective point of view, exist simultaneously not only among different nations, but even in the same nation, in different combinations, according to the individual development. The Egyptians are said to have been the first to recognize the doctrine of a future life, or at least to base the principle of human conduct on such a doctrine. With an idea of metempsychosis, they joined an idea of future recompense and punishment. Man descended into the tomb only to rise again. After his resurrection, he entered on a new life, in company with the sun, the principle of generation, the self-existent cause of all. The soul of man was considered immortal like the sun, and as accomplishing the same pilgrimages. All bodies descended into the lower world, but they were not all assured of resurrection. The deceased were judged by Cyrus and his 42 assessors. Annihilation was often believed to be the lot of those adjudged guilty. The righteous, purified from venial faults, entered into perfect happiness, and as the companions of Osiris were fed by him with delicious food. We might naturally expect that the long stay of the Israelites in Egypt would introduce among them some conception of a future life with its concomitant idea of rewards and punishments. But pure Mosaism, or the teachings which pass under that name, does not recognize a state of existence differing from the present. The pivot on which the entire system of Mosaic legislation turns consists of tangible earthly rewards and punishments. The vitality of the laws is confined within a very small compass. The doctrine of a resurrection, with the ideas arising from it, which appears in later Judaism, especially in the writings of Daniel and Ezekiel, is evidently a fruit of foreign growth derived from Zoroastrian sources. Even the descriptions of Sheol, the common sojourn of departed beings, equally of the just and unjust, which appear in comparatively early writings, do not seem of true Hebraic origin. In Sheol, man can no longer praise God or remember his loving kindness. It is a shadow realm, a Jewish counterpart of the heathen Hades, in which the soul leads a sad, lethargic, comfortless existence, knowing nothing of those who were dear to them on earth, mourning only over their own condition. But later Judaism is full of the strongest faith in a future life. Tradition revels in the descriptions of the abodes of bliss or of the horrors of the damned. Zoroastrianism thus acted on the Hebraic race in a double way. It not only developed in them a pure and more spiritual conception of a future existence, but later Mago-Zoroastrianism, itself a product of Chaldeism, strongly colored the rabbinical beliefs with materialistic ideas of punishments and rewards hereafter. It was, however, among the Aryan nations of the East that the doctrine of a future life after visible death was distinctly and vividly recognized. In one branch of the Aryan family, it took the shape either of an eternal metempsychosis, a ceaseless whirl of births and deaths, or of utter absorption after a prolonged probation in absolute infinity, or endless unfathomable space, or nothing. Footnote. And yet the Brahmanical priests painted the horrors of hell and the pleasures of heaven with the vividness of a thoroughly morbid imagination. The Arabic scholar is referred to the appreciative account of the Buddhistic doctrines, not so much regarding future life as generally, in Shahristani. End of footnote. In the other branch, this doctrine was clothed in the shape of a graduated scale of rewards and punishments, in the sense in which human accountability is understood by the modern Christian or Muslim. Whether the Mago-Zoroastrians from the beginning believed in a corporeal resurrection is a question on which scholars are divided. Derlinge, with Bournouf and others, believes that this notion was not really Zoroastric, and that it is of later growth, if not derived from Hebrews. Footnote: Alger has furnished us with strong reasons for supposing that the early Zoroastrians believed in a bodily resurrection. The extreme repugnance with which the Mago-Zoroastrians regarded corpses is no reason for discarding this conclusion, as most probably this repugnance arose under Manichaean influences. Apropos of the repugnance with which the Persians in Muhammad's time looked upon corpses, consult Döllinger. And a footnote. However this be, about the time of the Prophet of Arabia, the Persians had a strong and developed conception of future life. The remains of the Zend Avesta, which have come down to us, expressly recognize a belief in future rewards and punishments. The Zoroastrianism of the Vendidat and the Bundihesh, enlarging upon the beliefs of the Avesta, holds that after a man's death the demons take possession of his body, yet on the third day consciousness returns. Souls that in their lifetime have yielded to the seductions of evil cannot pass the terrible bridge Hinivad, to which they are conducted on the day following the third night after their death. The good successfully pass it, conducted by the Iazatas, in modern Persian Izad, and entering the realms of bliss, join Ormuzd and the Amshaspans in their abode, where seated on thrones of gold they enjoy the society of beautiful fairies, Hurane Behesht, and all manner of delights. The wicked fall over the bridge, or are dragged down into the gulf of Duzakh, where they are tormented by the Devas. The duration of this punishment is fixed by Ormuzd, and some are redeemed by the prayers and intercessions of their friends. Towards the end of the world, a prophet is to arise, who is to rid the earth of injustice and wickedness, and usher in a reign of happiness, the Zoroastrian millennium, Ormuzd's kingdom of heaven. Footnote: Shahristani calls this prophet Ushizerbeka, but according to Western authors, his name is said to be Sosioch, who is to be preceded by two other prophets called Osheder Bami and Osheder Ma. De Sacy calls him Pashutan. And a footnote. After this, a universal resurrection will take place, and friends and relatives will meet again. After the joys of recognition, there will follow a separation of the good from the bad. The torments of the unrighteous will be fearful. Ahriman will run up and down Hinevad, overwhelmed with anguish. A blazing comet falling upon the earth will ignite the world. Mountains will melt and flow together like liquid metal. All mankind, good and bad alike, will pass through this glowing flood and come out purified. Even Ahriman will be changed and Duzakh purified. Evil thenceforth will be annihilated, and all mankind will live in the enjoyment of ineffable delights. Such is the summary of a religion which has influenced the Semitic faiths in an unmistakable manner, and especially the eclectic faith of Muhammad. About the time when Jesus of Nazareth made his appearance, the Phoenicians and Assyrians had passed away. The Hellenized Roman ruled the world, checked in the east, however, by triumphant and revived Mago-Zoroastrianism. The Jew had lost his independence forever. A miserable sycophant occupied the throne of David. A mightier power than that of the Seleucidae kept in subjection his spirit of unruliness. Like every nation animated by a fierce love of their country, creed, and individuality, the Jews, as their fate grew darker and darker, became more and more inspired with the hope that some heaven-commissioned ministrant like Gideon or Maccabeus would restore their original glory and enable them to plant their foot on the necks of their many oppressors. Footnote: It is not necessary, as Alger supposes, that because the Jews looked forward to the reappearance of Elijah or some other prophet among them for these national purposes, we must conclude that they believed in transmigration. And a footnote. The appearance of a Messiah, portrayed in vivid colors by all their patriotic seers, the Jewish bards, was founded on one grand aspiration: the restoration of the kingdom of Israel. Under the influences of the Mago-Zoroastrians and Chaldeans in the East, and the Grecian schools of philosophy in the West, among some classes of society, especially among those whom the Hellenizing tendencies of Herod had withdrawn from the bosom of Israel, the belief in a personal Messiah was either faint and indistinct, or a mere echo from the vulgar masses. But, as Milman beautifully observes, the Palestinian Jews had about this time molded out of various elements a splendid, though confused, vision of the appearance of the Messiah, the simultaneous regeneration of all things, the resurrection of the dead, and the reign of Messiah upon earth. All these events were to take place at once, or to follow close upon each other. The Messiah was to descend from the line of David, he was to assemble all the scattered descendants of the tribes, and to expel and destroy their hateful alien enemies. Under the Messiah, a resurrection would take place, but would be confined to the righteous of their race. Footnote. The similarity between the Zoroastrian idea of a deliverer and restorer of religion and order on earth and the messianic conception among the Jews is, to say the least, wonderful. The Jews, it is certain, derived this conception from the Zoroastrians, and in their misfortunes developed it in more vivid terms. But I am strongly disposed to think that the idea of a Sosiach, whatever its prophetic significance, arose among the Persians also when laboring under a foreign yoke. Whether of the Semitic Assyrians or the Greek Macedonians, it is difficult to say. The very country in which the scene of his appearance is laid, Kangedes in Khorasan, according to de Sacy, Kansoya, according to Döllinger's authorities, shows that the Persians, in their misfortunes, looked to the east, especially to the quote-unquote land of the sun, for assistance and deliverance. And a footnote. Amidst all this enthusiasm and these vague aspirations, the hopes of eternal life and future bliss were strangely mingled. The extremes of despair and enthusiastic expectation of external relief always tend to the development of such a state of mind among the people. One section appears to look forward to an unearthly kingdom, a reign of peace and law under divine agency, as an escape from the galling yoke of brute force. The other looks forward to the same or cognate means for securing the kingdom of heaven by the blood of aliens and heathens. Footnote, like the modern, though obscure, sect of Christadelphians. And a footnote. The traditions which record the sayings of Jesus have gone through such a process of elimination and selection that it is hardly possible at the present moment to say which are really his own words and which are not. Footnote. Milman himself admits that the traditions regarding the acts and sayings of Jesus, which were floating about among the Christian communities, were not cast into their present shape till almost the close of the first half of the 2nd centuries. Necessarily, therefore, the ancient collectors and modelers of the Christian Gospels, or as Milman regards them, rude and simple historians, must have exercised a discretionary latitude in the reception of the traditions. They must have decided everything on dogmatic grounds. Quote, if a narrative or scripture was, in its tone and substance, agreeable to their preconceived views, they looked upon defective external evidence as complete. If it was not agreeable, the most sufficient was explained away as a misunderstanding. End quote. Hence, a great many additions were made, though unconsciously, to the sayings and doings of Jesus. On this point, the testimony of Celsus, with every allowance for exaggeration, must be regarded as conclusive when he says the Christians were in the habit of coining and remodeling their traditional accounts, and this on the principle laid down by Sir W. Muir in Canon 3. End of footnote. But taking them as they stand, and on the same footing as we regard other religious documents, without ignoring their real spirit, yet without trying to find mysterious meanings like the faithful believer, we see that throughout these traditional records, the notion of an immediate advent of a new order of things, quote, of a kingdom of heaven, end quote, is so predominant in the mind of Jesus as to overshadow all other ideas. The Son of Man has appeared, the kingdom of God is at hand. Such is the burden of every hopeful word. This kingdom was to replace the society and government which the prophet of Nazareth found so imperfect and evil. At times his words led the disciples to conclude that the new teacher was born to lead only the poor and the famished to glory and happiness, that under the hoped-for theocratic regime these alone would be, quote-unquote, the blessed, and would constitute the predominating element, for, quote-unquote, woe is denounced in awful terms against the rich and the well-fed. Footnote. In Matthew, the quote-unquote poor in spirit are mentioned, but the simpler statement of Luke, from a comparison of all the circumstances, seems more authentic. End of footnote. At other times, the realm of God is understood to mean the literal fulfillment of the apocalyptic visions or dreams connected with the appearance of the Messiah. Sometimes, however, the kingdom of God is a realm of souls, and the approaching deliverance is merely a spiritual deliverance from the bondage of this mundane existence. All these conceptions appear at one period to have existed in the mind of Jesus simultaneously. But the fierceness and bigotry of the dominant party and the power of the Roman eagle made any immediate social change impossible. As every hope of present amelioration died away, hopes and aspirations of a brighter future took possession of the heart. Jesus felt the present state could not last long, that the time of the regeneration of mankind was at hand, when he himself would appear in the clouds of heaven, clothed in divine garments, seated on a throne, surrounded by angels and his chosen disciples. Footnote. There can be no doubt that Jesus himself believed in a corporeal resurrection and intangible rewards and punishments of a future life. He often spoke of the quote-unquote blessed in his kingdom, eating and drinking at his table. But whilst in the early traditions passing under the name of the four apostles, the accounts, owing to careful pruning, are meager enough, later traditionists enlarge upon the descriptions of paradise and hell, and revel in the most gorgeous fantasies, which go under the name of revelations. In puerility, even the Christian traditionists do not fall short of the followers of other creeds. The tradition handed down by Irenaeus on the authority of John declares Jesus to have said, "Days shall come in which there shall be vines, which shall have each 10,000 branches, and every one of these branches shall have 10,000 lesser branches, and every one of these branches shall have 10,000 twigs, and every one of these twigs shall have 10,000 clusters of grapes, and in every one of these clusters there shall be 10,000 grapes, and every one of these grapes being pressed shall yield 225 gallons of wine. And when a man shall take hold of one of these sacred bunches, another bunch shall cry out, I am a better bunch, take me, and bless the Lord by me, etc. And a footnote. The dead would rise from their graves, and the Messiah would sit in judgment. The angels would be the executors of his sentence. He would send the elect to a delightful abode, prepared from the beginning of the world, and the unrighteous into, quote, everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels, end quote, where there would be weeping and gnashing of teeth. The chosen, not numerically large, would be taken into an illuminated mansion, where they would partake of banquets presided over by the father of the race of Israel, the patriarchs and the prophets, and in which Jesus himself will share. That the inauguration of the new regime with the second advent of Jesus and the resurrection of the human race was considered not to be distant is apparent from the words of the Master himself, when he impressed upon his hearers the approach of the kingdom of God, and the utter futility of every provision for the occupations and exigencies of the present life. The words of the teacher, acting in unison with the state of mind engendered by the circumstances of the age, footnote, mark the bitter term which Jesus applies to his generation, and a footnote, had sunk deep into the hearts of his disciples, and all looked forward with a vividness of expectation hardly surpassed in the annals of human beliefs to the literal fulfillment of the prophecies concerning the millennium. Quote, if the first generation of the Christians had a profound and constant belief, it was that the world was approaching its end, and that the great, quote-unquote, revelation of Christ was to happen soon, end quote. It is only when the Christian church becomes a regular organization that the followers of Jesus expand their views beyond the restricted horizon of the Judaic world, and, forgetting their millenarian dream, they pass into the Greek and Roman system and extend the empire of their creed over untold legions of barbarians fresh from their forests, who looked upon Jesus and his mother as the counterparts of their own Odin and Freya, worshipped in their primeval homes. But ever and anon, the Christian world has been agitated in moments of convulsions and disasters by the millenary excitement and fierce expectation of the apocalyptic appearance of the great prophet of Nazareth. The idea, however, of the realm of God has, with the lapse of ages and the progress of thought, taken either a spiritual shape or utterly faded away from the mind, or, where it has been retained, derives its character from the surroundings of the individual believers. The Jew, the Mago-Zoroastrian, and the Christian all believed in a bodily resurrection. The crude notion of primitive Mosaism had made way for the more definite ideas derived chiefly from the Chaldeo-Zoroastrian doctrines. We know how among the Persians the old worship of the mountains, the simple teachings of the early teachers, had grown under the magic wands of the Babylonian wizards into a complex system of graduated rewards and punishments, how Chaldean philosophy had permeated Mago-Zoroastrianism to its innermost core. Primitive Christianity, with its vivid belief in the immediate advent of the material kingdom of Christ, had imbibed notions from Chaldean, Mago-Zoroastrian, and Alexandrian sources, which had considerably altered the old conceptions. Jew, Christian, and Zoroastrian all looked, more or less, to material rewards and punishments in a future existence. The popular Christian notion, fostered by ecclesiasticism, that Muhammad denied souls to women, is by this time, we believe, exploded. It was a calumny concocted to create an aversion against Islam. But the idea that the Arabian prophet promised his followers a sensual paradise with houris and a graduated scale of delights still lingers. It is a sign alike of ignorance and ancient bigotry. There is no doubt that in the surahs of the intermediate period, before the mind of the teacher had attained the full development of religious consciousness, and when it was necessary to formulate, in language intelligible to the common folk of the desert, the realistic descriptions of heaven and hell, borrowed from the floating fancies of the Zoroastrian, Sabaean, and the Talmudical Jew, attract the attention as a side picture. And then comes the real essence, the adoration of God in humility and love. The Houris are creatures of Zoroastrian origin. So is paradise, in Persian Firdaus, while hell, in the severity of its punishment, is Talmudic. The descriptions are realistic, in some places almost sensuous. But to say that they are sensual, or that Muhammad or any of his followers, even the ultra-literalists, accepted them as such, is a calumny. The wine, quote, that does not inebriate, end quote, and the attendants, quote, that come not nigh, end quote, can hardly be said to represent sensual pleasures. The chief and predominating idea in Islam respecting a future life is founded upon the belief that, in a state of existence hereafter, every human being will have to render an account of his or her actions on earth, and that the happiness or misery of individuals will depend upon the manner in which they have performed the behests of their Creator. His mercy and grace are nevertheless unbounded, and will be bestowed alike upon his creatures. This is the pivot on which the whole doctrine of future life in Islam turns, and this is the only doctrinal point one is required to believe and accept. All the other elements caught up and syncretized from the floating traditions of the races and peoples of the time are mere accessories. Setting aside from our consideration the question of subjectivity involved in all ideas of future rewards and punishments, we may say, in all ideas of a life after death, we must bear in mind that these ideas have furnished to the moral teachers of the world the most powerful instrument for influencing the conduct of individuals and nations. But though every religion, more or less, contains the germ of this principle of future accountability in another state, all have failed thoroughly to realize its nature as a continuous agency for the elevation of the masses. Virtue for its own sake can only be grasped by minds of superior development. For the average intellect and for the uneducated, sanctions, more or less comprehensible, will always be necessary. To turn now to the nature of these sanctions, it must be remembered that it is scarcely ever possible to convey an idea of spiritual pleasure or spiritual pain to the apprehensions of the generality of mankind without clothing the expressions in the garb of tangible personalities, or introducing sensible objects into the description of such pleasure or pain. Philosophy has wrangled over abstract expressions, not dressed in tangible phraseology. Such expressions and conceptions have seen their day, have flourished, and have died without making themselves felt beyond a restricted circle of dreamers who lived in the indefinable vagueness of their own thoughts. Muhammad was addressing himself not only to the advanced minds of a few idealistic thinkers who happened to be then living, but to the wide world around him, engrossed in materialism of every type. He had to adapt himself to the comprehensions of all. To the wild, famished Arab, what more grateful or what more consonant to his ideas of paradise than rivers of unsullied, incorruptible water, or of milk and honey, or anything more acceptable than unlimited fruit, luxuriant vegetation, inexhaustible fertility? He could conceive of no bliss unaccompanied with these sensuous pleasures. This is the contention of that portion of the Muslim world which, like Sana'i and Ghazali, holds that behind the descriptions of material happiness portrayed in objects like trees, rivers, and beautiful mansions with fairy attendants lies a deeper meaning, and that the joy of joys is to consist in the beatific visions of the soul in the presence of the Almighty, when the veil which divides man from his Creator will be rent, and heavenly glory revealed to the mind untrammeled by its corporeal, earthly habiliments. In this they are upheld by the words of the Quran, as well as the authentic sayings of the Prophet. The most favored of God, said Muhammad, will be he who shall see his Lord's face, glory, night and morning, a felicity which will surpass all the pleasures of the body, as the ocean surpasses a drop of sweat. One day, talking to his friend Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, God has prepared for his good people what no eye hath seen, nor ear heard, nor hath it entered into the heart of anyone, and then recited the following verse of the Quran: No soul knoweth the joy which is secretly prepared for it, as a reward for that it may have wrought. Another tradition reports that Muhammad declared the good will enjoy the beatific vision of God, to which reference, he said, is made in the following verse of the Quran: And God inviteth unto the dwelling of peace. For those who do good, there is excellent reward and superabundant addition. As for the parabolical nature of the Quranic expressions, this school of thinkers bases its convictions on the following passage of the inspired book: It is he who hath sent down unto thee the book. Some of its signs, verses, are firm, i.e., perspicuous or clear to understand. These are the basis, or fundamental part, of the book, and others are figurative. Another section looks upon the joys and pains of the hereafter as entirely subjective. It holds that as extreme mental pain is far more agonizing than physical pain, so is mental pleasure of the higher type far more rapturous than any sensuous pleasure. That as after physical death, the individual soul, quote-unquote, returns, to use the Quranic expression, to the universal soul, all the joys and pains portrayed in vivid colors by the inspired teacher to enable the masses to grasp the truth will be mental and subjective. This section includes within its bosom some of the greatest philosophers and mystics of the Muslim world. Another, and by far perhaps the larger class, however, believe in the literal fulfillment of all the word paintings of the Quran. Without venturing to pass any opinion on these different notions, we may take this occasion to state our own belief with regard to the Quranic conception of future rewards and punishments. A careful study of the Quran makes it evident that the mind of Muhammad went through the same process of development which marked the religious consciousness of Jesus. Muhammad and Jesus are the only two historic teachers of the world, and for this reason we take them together. How great this development was in Jesus is apparent not only from the idealized conception towards the end of his earthly career regarding the kingdom of heaven, but also from the change of tone towards the non-Israelites. Thoroughly exclusive at first, with a more developed religious consciousness, wider sympathies awaken in the heart. As with Jesus, so with Muhammad. The various chapters of the Quran which contain the ornate descriptions of paradise, whether figurative or literal, were delivered wholly or in part at Mecca. Probably in the infancy of his religious consciousness, Muhammad himself believed in some or other of the traditions which floated around him. But with a wider awakening of the soul, a deeper communion with the Creator of the universe, thoughts which bore a material aspect at first became spiritualized. The mind of the teacher progressed not only with the march of time and the development of his religious consciousness, but also with the progress of his disciples in apprehending spiritual conceptions. Hence, in the later surahs, we observe a merging of the material in the spiritual, of the body in the soul. The gardens, quote, watered by rivers, and quote, perpetual shade, plenty, and harmony, so agreeable to the famished denizen of the parched, shadeless, and waterless desert, at perpetual discord with himself and all around him, these still form the groundwork of beautiful imageries. But the happiness of the blessed is shown to consist in eternal peace and goodwill in the presence of their Creator. But those, says the Quran, who are pious shall dwell in gardens amidst fountains. They shall say unto them, Enter ye therein in peace and security, and all rancor will we remove from their bosoms. They shall sit as brethren, face to face, on couches, footnote, i.e. with peace and goodwill in their hearts, end of footnote. Weariness shall not affect them therein, neither shall they be repelled thence forever. End quote. What can be nobler or grander in its conception or imagery, or give a better idea of the belief in the Prophet's mind when conveying his final message concerning the nature of the present and future life than the following passage? It is he who enableth you to travel by land and by sea, so that ye go on board of ships which sail on with them with favorable breeze, and they rejoice therein. But if a tempestuous wind overtake, and the waves come on them from every side, and they think they are encompassed therewith, they call on God, professing unto him sincere religion, saying, Wouldst thou but rescue us from this, then we will ever be indeed of the thankful. But when we have rescued them, behold, they commit unrighteous excesses on the earth. O men, verily the excesses ye commit to the injury of your own souls are only for the enjoyment of this earthly life. Soon shall ye return to us, and we will declare unto you that which ye have done. Verily, the likeness of this present life is not otherwise than the water which we send down from heaven, and the productions of the earth of which man and cattle eat are mixed therewith, till the earth has received its beautiful raiment, and is decked out, and they who inhabit it imagine they have power over it. But our behest cometh unto it by night or by day, and we make it as if it had been mown, as though it had not teemed with fertility only yesterday. Thus do we make our signs clear unto those who consider. And God inviteth unto the abodes of peace, and guideth whom he pleases into the right way. Footnote. Baidawi explains the expression whom he pleaseth as those who repent. End of footnote. For those who do good is excellent reward and superabundant addition to it. Neither blackness nor shame shall cover their faces. These are the inhabitants of paradise. Therein do they abide forever. But those who have wrought evil shall receive the reward of evil equal thereunto. Footnote. Observe, the reward of virtue will not be confined to an exact measure of man's works. It will far exceed his deserts. But the recompense of evil will be strictly proportioned to what one has done. End of footnote. And shame shall cover them, for there will be none to protect them against God, as though their faces were covered with a piece of the night of profound darkness. End quote. Then again, what can be purer in its aspirations than the following? who fulfill the covenant of God, and break not their compact, and who join together what God hath bidden to be joined, and who fear their Lord, and dread an ill reckoning, and who, from a sincere desire to please their Lord, are constant amid trials. Footnote: this may also be translated as from a desire to see the face, glory, of their Lord. End of footnote. And observe prayers and give alms in secret and openly out of what we have bestowed on them, and turn aside evil with good. For them there is the recompense of that abode, gardens of eternal habitation, into which they shall enter, together with such as shall have acted rightly from among their fathers, their wives, and their posterity. And the angel shall go in unto them by every portal, saying, Peace be with you, because you have endured with patience. Excellent is the reward in that abode. End quote. Enough has been said to show the utter falsehood of the theory that Muhammad's pictures of future life were all sensuous. We will conclude this chapter with the following passage from the Quran to show the depth of spirituality in Islam and the purity of the hopes and aspirations on which it bases its rule of life. O thou soul which art at rest, return unto thy Lord, pleased and pleasing him. Enter thou among my servants, and enter thou my garden of felicity. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 4, The Church Militant of Islam. La ikraha fid din. Let there be no compulsion in religion. Inna alladhina amanu walladhina hadu wassabi'una wan nasara من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر وعمل صالحا فلا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون. Verily, those who believe, the Muslims, and those who are Jews, Christians, or Sabaeans, whoever hath faith in God and the last day, future existence, and worketh that which is right and good, for them shall be the reward with their Lord. There will come no fear on them, neither shall they be grieved. The extraordinary rapidity with which the religion of the Arabian prophet spread over the surface of the globe is one of the most wonderful phenomena in the history of religions. For centuries, Christianity had hidden itself in byways and corners. Not until it had largely absorbed and assimilated paganism, not until a half-pagan monarch had come to its assistance with edicts and orders, was it able to rear its head among the creeds of the world. Islam, within 30 years of the death of its teacher, found its way into the hearts of millions of people. And before a century was well over, the voice of the recluse of Hira had rolled across 3 continents. The legions of the Caesars and Khosrows, who endeavored to stop the onrush of the new democracy preached in Arabia, were shattered to pieces by the children of the desert. Its remarkable success and marvelous effect upon the minds of men have given rise to the charge that, as a religion of the sword, Islam was propagated by the sword and upheld by the sword. We propose, therefore, carefully to examine the circumstances and facts connected with the rise of Islam, to see whether there is any truth in the statement. At the time of the Prophet's advent into Medina, the 2 tribes of Aus and Khazraj, who had been engaged in deadly conflict for years, had just ended their strife by a hollow peace. there was every prospect of the war breaking out again with fiercer animosity. The Jews who, after the onslaught of Jabalah, had accepted the clientage of the Medinite Arabs, were fast recovering their strength and were openly threatening their pagan compatriots with the vengeance of the Messiah, whose appearance was hourly expected. The surrounding tribes, among whom the influence of the Quraysh was supreme, were arrayed in all their desert ferocity against Medina. The moment Muhammad appeared among the Medinites, the elements of danger which threatened the new religion became apparent. The Meccan disciples who had braved death and now faced destitution and exile for their master and the light which he had brought to their hearts were few and weak. His Medinites' followers were not many. They were divided amongst themselves, actuated by tribal jealousies. An important faction, headed by an influential chieftain, an aspirant to the throne of Medina, worked in the city on the side of the heathens. The Jews, compact and united, jealously and relentlessly, with poison and with treachery, opposed him in every direction. But the heart, which did not fail when the Quraysh threatened him with death, was not daunted when the existence of others depended on him. He at once set himself to the task of organizing into a social entity the varied elements which had gathered round him as a minister of God. He substituted referees for the old tribal vendetta. He abolished the distinction of Aus and Khazraj. He comprehended the Jews and Christians in his little commonwealth, and planted germs of cordial relations among all believers. He proclaimed that a Jew, Sabaean, or Christian, whoever believed in God and future life and acted righteously, quote, "on him shall come no fear," end quote. To a people wedded to the worst type of heathenism, to a race with whom the shedding of blood was a second nature, he taught purity and truth, self-restraint, charity, and love of one's kind. "It shall be an expiation with God," he said to them, "when one shall drop his right of retaliation. He who shall mediate between men for a good purpose shall be the gainer thereby, but the mediator for evil shall reap the fruit of his doing." End quote. Whilst engaged in this divine work of humanizing his people, raising them from the abyss of degradation, purifying them from abominations, ruthless and untiring in their vengeance, they had sworn his death and the extirpation of his creed. The apostates from the faith of their fathers, as the Quraysh regarded Muhammad and his followers to be, had betaken themselves to the rival city to plant the germs of revolutionary doctrines. United Arabia must annihilate these crazy enthusiasts who had forsaken home and wealth for the sake of an unseen God, so exacting in his worship, so insistent on the common duties of love, charity, and benevolence, and purity of thought and deed. From the moment of his entry into Medina, Muhammad's destiny had become intertwined with that of his people, and of those who had invited and welcomed him into their midst. His destruction meant the destruction of the entire body of people who had gathered round the minister of God. Surrounded by enemies and traitors, the whole of Arabia responding to the call of the Quraysh, the ancient servitors of the national gods marching to their slaughter, his followers would have inevitably perished but for the swords in their hands. It was not until their enemies were upon them that it was declared, "The infidels regard not in a believer either ties of blood or covenant. When they break their oath of alliance and attack you, defend yourself." End quote. And again, "Defend yourself against your enemies, but attack them not first, God hateth the aggressor. End quote. To the Muslims, self-defense had become a question of self-preservation. They must either submit to be massacred or fight when they were attacked. They chose the latter alternative and succeeded after a long struggle in subduing their enemies. The bitter animosity of the Jews, their repeated violations of the most solemn engagements, their constant seditiousness, and their frequent endeavors to betray the Muslims to the idolaters led naturally to severe chastisement. It was essentially necessary for the safety of the weak and small community, more as a deterrent warning than as a vindictive punishment. We have no right to assume that because some of the great teachers who have from time to time appeared on earth have succumbed under the force of opposing circumstances and become martyrs, that because others have created in their brains an unrealized utopia, that because dreamers have existed and enthusiasts have suffered, Mohammed was bound to follow their example and leave the world before he had fulfilled his mission. Nor was he obliged to sacrifice himself and the entire community over which he was called to preside for the sake of carrying out what in the present time would have been called an idea. Let us compare the struggles of the Muslims in self-defense and for self-preservation with the frightful wars of the Jews and the Christians, and even of the gentle Parsis for the propagation of their respective faiths. In the case of the Jews, aggression and extirpation were sanctified by religion. They were cursed for sparing. In the case of the early Christians, the doctrine of humility and meekness preached by the prophet of Nazareth was soon forgotten in the pride of power. From the moment Christianity became a recognized force, the dominant faith of a community, it became aggressive and persecuting. Parallels have been drawn between Jesus and Muhammad by different writers. Those fully penetrated with the conviction of the Godhead of Jesus have recognized in the quote-unquote earthly means employed by the Arabian prophet for the regeneration of his people the result of quote-unquote satanic suggestions, while the non-employment of such means, perhaps from want of opportunity to use them, has been looked upon as establishing the divinity of the prophet of Nazareth. We shall furnish reasons to show that such comparisons are unfair, based as they are on what is not only false to history, but false to human nature. The circumstances attending the lives of Jesus and Muhammad were wholly different. During his short ministry, the influence of Jesus remained confined to a small body of followers, taken chiefly from the lower and uneducated ranks. He fell a victim to the passions he had evoked by his scathing denunciations of the lifeless sacerdotalism of the priestly classes, to the undying hatred of a relentless race, before his followers had become either numerous or influential enough to require practical rules for their guidance, or before they could form an organization, either for purposes of spiritual teaching or as a safeguard against the persecutions of the dominant creed. Footnote: I write according to the generally received opinion among Western scholars that Muhammad, in accordance with the traditions current in his time, believed that Jesus miraculously disappeared. There is no doubt. In spite of this so-called apocryphal Gnostic tradition being opposed to the general body of Christian traditions, there is as much historic probability on one side as the other. End of footnote. Drawn from among a people with settled laws, the observance of which was guaranteed by the suzerain power, the followers of Jesus had no occasion to constitute themselves into an organized body, nor had the teacher any need to frame rules of practical positive morality. The want was felt when the community became more extensive and the genius of a scholar, well versed in the Neoplatonic lore, destroyed the individuality and simplicity of the teachings of the master. Muhammad, like Jesus, was followed from the commencement of his career as a preacher and reformer by the hostility and opposition of his people. His followers also, in the beginning, were few and insignificant. He was also preceded by men who had shaken off the bondage of idolatry and had listened to the springs of the life within. He too preached gentleness, charity, and love. But Muhammad appeared among a nation steeped in barbarous usages, who looked upon war as the object of life, a nation far removed from the materializing, degrading influences of the Greeks and the Romans, yet likewise far from their humanizing influences. At first his enunciations evoked scorn, and then vengeful passions. His followers, however, increased in number and strength, until at last the invitation of the Medanites crowned his glorious work with success. From the moment he accepted the asylum so nobly proffered, from the moment he was called upon to become their chief magistrate, as well as their spiritual teacher, his fate became involved in theirs. From that time, the hostilities of the idolaters and their allies required an unsleeping vigilance on the part of the Muslims. A single city had to make head against the combined attacks of the multitudinous tribes of Arabia. Under these circumstances, energetic measures were often necessary to sustain the existence of the Muslim Commonwealth. When persuasion failed, pressure was required. The same instinct of self-preservation, which spoke so warmly within the bosom of the great prophet of Nazareth when he advised his disciples to look to the instruments of defense, caused the persecuted Muslims to take up arms when attacked by their relentless enemies. Gradually, by gentle kindness and energy, all the disjointed fragments of the Arabian tribes were brought together to the worship of the true God, and then peace settled upon the land. Born among a people the most fiery of the earth, then as now vehement and impulsive by nature, and possessed of passions as burning as the sun of their desert, Muhammad impressed on them habits of self-control and self-denial, such as have never before been revealed in the pages of history. At the time of Muhammad's advent, international obligations were unknown. When nations or tribes made war upon each other, the result usually was the massacre of the able-bodied, the slavery of the innocent, and plunder of the household penates. The Romans, who took 13 centuries to evolve a system of laws which was as comprehensive as it was elevated in conception, could never realize the duties of international morality or of humanity. Footnote: in justice to the Semitic races, I must say that almost all the great jurists of Rome were Semites, Phoenicians, Syrians, or Carthaginians. End of footnote. They waged war for the sole purpose of subjugating the surrounding nations. Where they succeeded, they imposed their will on the people absolutely. The sacredness of treaties was unknown. Pacts were made and broken, just as convenience dictated. The liberty of other nations was never of the slightest importance in their estimation. The introduction of Christianity made little or no change in the views entertained by its professors concerning international obligations. War was as inhuman and as exterminating as before. People were led into slavery without compunction on the part of the captors. Treaties were entered into and broken just as suited the purpose of some designing chieftain. Christianity did not profess to deal with international morality, and so left its followers groping in the dark. Modern thinkers, instead of admitting this to be a real deficiency in the Christian system, natural to the unfinished state in which it was left, have tried to justify it. A strange perversion of the human intellect. Hence, what is right in the individual comes to be considered wrong in the nation, and vice versa. Religion and morality, two convertible terms, are kept apart from the domain of law. Religion, which claims to regulate the ties of individual men, ignores the reciprocal relations of the various aggregates of humanity. Religion is thus reduced into mere sentimentalism, an object of gushing effusion or mutual laudation at debating society, albeit sometimes rising to the dignity of philosophical morality. The basis of international obligations consists in the recognition of nations as individuals, and of the fact that there is not one standard for individuals and another for nations. For as individuals compose a nation, so nations compose humanity, and the rights of nations and their obligations to each other in no wise differ from those existing between individuals. True it is that the rise of the Latin Church in the West and the necessary augmentation of the power of the bishops of Rome introduced in the Latin Christian world a certain degree of international responsibility. But this was absolutely confined to the adherents of the Church of Rome, or was occasionally extended as a favor to Greek Christianity. The rest of the world was unconditionally excluded from the benefits of such responsibility. Quote, "The name of religion served as the plea and justification of aggression upon weaker nations. It led to their spoliation and enslavement." End quote. Every act of violation was sanctified by the Church, and in case of extreme iniquity, absolution paved the criminal's way to heaven. From the first slaughters of Charlemagne, with the full sanction of the Church, to the massacre and enslavement of the unoffending races of America, there is an unbroken series of the infringement of international duties and the claims of humanity. This utter disregard of the first principles of charity led also to the persecution of those followers of Jesus who ventured to think differently from the Church. The rise of Protestantism made no difference. The wars and mutual persecutions of the several religious factions form a history in themselves. Persecution, says Hallam, is the deadly original sin of the Reformed Church, that which cools every honest man's zeal for their cause in proportion as his reading becomes more expansive. End quote. Footnote. When Calvin burned Servetus for his opinions regarding the Trinity, his act was applauded, says Lecky, by all sections of Protestants. Melanchthon, Bullinger, and Farel wrote to express their warm approbation of the crime. Beza defended it in an elaborate treatise. A study of the penal laws of England against the Catholics, dissenters, and nonconformists is enough to shock any candid mind. End of footnote. But however much the various newborn churches disagreed among themselves or from the Church of Rome regarding doctrinal and theological points, they were in perfect accord with each other in denying all community of interests and rights to nations outside the pale of Christendom. Footnote. Grotius, the founder perhaps of international law in Europe, formally accepted the Muslims from all community of rights with the European nations. End of footnote. The spirit of Islam, on the contrary, is opposed to isolation and exclusiveness. In a comparatively rude age, when the world was immersed in darkness, moral and social, Muhammad preached those principles of equality which are only half realized in other creeds, and promulgated laws which, for their expansiveness and nobility of conception, would bear comparison with the record of any faith. Islam, says an able writer, offered its religion but never enforced it, and the acceptance of that religion conferred co-equal rights with the conquering body and emancipated the vanquished states from the conditions which every conqueror since the world existed up to the period of Muhammad had invariably imposed." End quote. By the laws of Islam, liberty of conscience and freedom of worship were allowed and guaranteed to the followers of every other creed under Muslim dominion. The passage in the Quran, "Let there be no compulsion in religion," testifies to the principle of toleration and charity inculcated by Islam. Quote, "If thy Lord had pleased, verily all who are in the world would have believed together. Wilt thou then force men to believe when belief can come only from God? Adhere to those who forsake you, speak truth to your own heart, do good to every one that does ill to you." End quote. These are the precepts of a teacher who has been accused of fanaticism and intolerance. Let it be remembered that these are the utterances not of a powerless enthusiast or philosophical dreamer paralyzed by the weight of opposing forces. These are the utterances of a man in the plenitude of his power, of the head of a sufficiently strong and well-organized state, able to enforce his doctrines with the edge of his reputed sword. In religion, as in politics, individuals and sects have preached toleration and insisted upon its practice only so long as they have been powerless and feeble. The moment they have acquired strength enough to battle with the forces which they wish to supersede, tolerance gives way to persecution. With the accession of Constantine to the throne of the Caesars, Christianity was safe from molestation. But from that period commenced a system of religious persecution in its atrocity paralleled only by that of the Jews. From the very moment, says Lecky, the Church obtained civil power under Constantine, the general principle of coercion was admitted and acted on, both against the Jews, the heretics, and pagans. End quote. They were tortured with every refinement of cruelty. They were burned at a slow-consuming fire to enable them to think of the charity and humanity of the Church of Christ. Father after father wrote about the holiness of persecution. One of the greatest saints of the Church, quote, "a saint of the most tender and exquisite piety," end quote, supplied arguments for the most atrocious persecution. Except during the titanic struggles in Europe at the beginning of the 19th century, the Christian Church, purporting to derive its authority from the apostles, has never hesitated to encourage war or to give its sanction in the name of religion and, quote-unquote, the glory of Christ, to exterminating enterprises against heretics and heathens. Footnote: in the colossal and devastating struggle of the 20th century, in which all the great nations of Christendom were engaged, the ministers of religion on both sides took vehement part in fostering the warlike spirit. End of footnote. These had no claims on Christian humanity or the laws of nations, nor have the poor black races now. In the 15th century, the Pope granted a special charter by which the non-Christian world was allotted to the Portuguese and Spaniards in equal shares, with absolute power to convert the inhabitants in any way they chose. History records how liberally they construed the permission, and all the atrocious doctrines relating to the persecution and the treatment of non-Christians are unjustly based upon the words of Jesus himself. Did not the Master say, "Compel them to come in"? In the hour of his greatest triumph, when the Arabian prophet entered the old shrine of Mecca and broke down the idols, it was not in wrath or religious rage, but in pity that he said, "Truth is come, darkness departeth," announcing amnesty almost universal, commanding protection to the weak and poor, and freeing fugitive slaves. Muhammad did not merely preach toleration, he embodied it into a law. To all conquered nations he offered liberty of worship. A nominal tribute was the only compensation they were required to pay for the observance and enjoyment of their faith. Once the tax or tribute was agreed upon, every interference with their religion or the liberty of conscience was regarded as a direct contravention of the laws of Islam. Could so much be said of other creeds? Proselytism by the sword was wholly contrary to the instincts of Muhammad, and wrangling over creeds his abhorrence. Repeatedly he exclaims, "Why wrangle over that which you know not? Try to excel in good works. When you shall return to God, he will tell you about that in which you have differed." We must now return to our examination of the wars of the Prophet. We have seen that the various conflicts of the Muslims under Muhammad with the surrounding tribes were occasioned by the aggressive and unrelenting hostility of the idolaters, and were necessary for self-defense. The Battle of Mu'tah and the campaign of Tabuk, the earliest demonstrations against a foreign state, arose out of the assassination of an envoy by the Greeks. Probably we should not have heard of the promulgation of Islam by the sword had the Muslims not punished the Eastern Christians for this murder. The Battle of Mu'tah was indecisive, and the campaign of Tabuk, which was entirely defensive in its nature, being undertaken to repulse the gathering of the forces of Heraclius, left this international crime unpunished during the lifetime of the Prophet. But his successors did not forget it, and a heavy penalty was exacted. The extent of the Greek Empire brought the Muslims into a state of belligerency with the greatest portion of Christendom. Besides, the anomalous position occupied by the governors of the provinces under the waning suzerainty of the Byzantine emperors rendered it impossible for the Muslim chiefs to put an end to this condition of affairs by means of treaty stipulations with any one of them. Before one could be subdued and brought to terms, another committed some act of hostility and compelled the Muslims to punish him. Hence, the career once entered upon, they were placed in just warfare with nearly the whole of Christendom. Footnote: I do not mean to assert that the Muslims were never actuated by the spirit of aggression or by cupidity. It would be showing extreme ignorance of human nature to make such an assertion. It was hardly possible that after the unprecedented progress they had made against their enemies and assailants, and after becoming aware of the weakness of the surrounding nations, they should still retain their moderation and keep within the bounds of the law. Nor do I shut my eyes to the fact that there have been wars among the followers of Muhammad, perhaps as cruelly waged as among the Christians. But these wars have been invariably dynastic. The persecutions to which certain sects have been subjected have arisen also for the most part from the same cause. The persecution of the descendants of Muhammad, the children of Ali and Fatima, by the Umayyads, found its origin in the old hatred of the Quraysh to Muhammad and the Hashimis, as I shall show hereafter. End of footnote. Religion has often furnished to designing chieftains, among Muslims as among Christians, a pretext for the gratification of ambition. The Muslim casuists, like the Christian jurists and divines, have divided the world into two regions, the Dar al-Harb and the Dar al-Islam, the counterparts of heathendom and Christendom. An examination, however, of the principles upon which the relations of Muslim states with non-Muslim countries were based shows a far greater degree of liberality than has been evinced by Christian writers on international law. It is only in recent times, and under stress of circumstances, that non-Christian states have been admitted into the quote-unquote comity of nations. The Muslim jurists, on the other hand, differentiate between the condition of belligerency and that of peace. The expression Dar ul-Harb, literally the country of war, thus includes countries with which the Muslims are at war, whilst the states with which they are at peace are the Dar ul-Aman, the country of peace. The Harbi, the inhabitant of the Dar ul-Harb, is an alien, pure and simple. He has no right to enter Islamic states without express permission, but once he receives the Aman, or guarantee of safety, from even the poorest Muslim, he is perfectly secure from molestation for the space of 1 year. On the expiration of that period, he is bound to depart. The inhabitant of the Dar ul-Aman is a musta'min. The Aman may be forever or for a limited duration, but so long it lasts, the musta'min's treatment is regulated in strict accordance with the terms of the treaty with his country. Footnote: these Amans form the origin of the capitulations, which have proved the ruin of Turkish resources. And a footnote. The musta'mins were governed by their own laws, were exempt from taxation, and enjoyed other privileges. The spirit of aggression never breathed itself into that code which formally incorporated the law of nations with the religion, and the followers of Muhammad, in the plenitude of their power, were always ready to say to their enemies, "Cease all hostility to us, and be our allies, and we shall be faithful to you," or "Pay tribute, and we will secure and protect you in all your rights," or "Adopt our religion, and you shall enjoy every privilege we ourselves possess." The principal directions of Muhammad, on which the Muslim laws of war are founded, show the wisdom and humanity which animated the Islamic system. Quote, "And fight for the religion of God against those who fight against you. But transgress not by attacking them first, for God loveth not the transgressors. If they attack you, slay them, but if they desist, let there be no hostility except against the ungodly." End quote. In turning their arms against Persia, the Muslims were led on by circumstances. The Munzirs, a dynasty of semi-Arab kings who reigned under the shadow of the Persian monarchy, though politically hostile, were allied to the Byzantines by ties of faith and community of interests. The first conflicts of the Muslims with the Greeks naturally reacted on the Hurrites, the subjects of the Munzirs. The Hurrite territories comprehended a large tract of country from the banks of the Euphrates westward, overlapping the desert of Iraq, and almost reaching the pasturage of Ghassanid Arabs, who owned allegiance to the Byzantines. The position of Hira under the Persians was similar to that of Judea under Augustus or Tiberius. About the time of the Muslim conquest, a Persian nominee ruled this principality, but the jealousy of the Khosrows associated a Marzban or satrap with the successor of the Munzirs, whose subjects, as impatient of control then as their descendants now, engaged in predatory raids on the neighboring tribes and became involved in hostilities with the Muslims. A strong government under the guidance of a single ruler, whose power had become doubly consolidated after the suppression of the revolts of the nomads and the death of the Prophet, was little inclined to brook quietly the insults of the petty dependency of a tottering empire. A Muslim army marched upon Hira. The Marzban fled to Madain, Ctesiphon, the capital of the Persian Empire, and the Arab chief submitted almost without a struggle to the Muslims under Khalid bin Walid. The conquest of Hira brought the Muslims to the threshold of the dominions of the Khosrows. Persia had, after a long period of internecine conflict, signalized by revolting murders and atrocities, succeeded in obtaining an energetic ruler in the person of Yazdgerd. Under the directions of this sovereign, the Persian general brought an imposing force to bear on the Muslims. The great Umar, who now ruled at Medina before taking up the challenge, offered to Yazdgerd through his deputies the usual terms by which war might be avoided. These terms were the profession of Islam, which meant the reform of the political abuses that had brought the Sasanian Empire so low, the reduction of all those heavy taxes and perquisites which sucked out the lifeblood of the nation, footnote, save the tenth on landed property, and 2.5% of every man's means for the poor, the distribution of which would have been left to himself and his officers, and a footnote, and the administration of justice by the Code of Muhammad, which held all men without distinction of rank or office equal in the eye of the law. The alternative offer was the payment of tribute in return for protection. These terms were disdainfully refused by the Persian monarch, and the days of Qadisiyya followed. After the conquest of Madain, Ctesiphon, the Caliph promulgated peremptory orders that under no circumstance should the Muslims cross the Tigris towards the east, and that that river should forever form the boundary between the Persian and the Saracenic empires. Upon this basis, a peace was concluded. But Iran chafed under the loss of Mesopotamia, and the successive breaches of faith by the Persians led to Nehavend. The Khosrow's power was irretrievably shattered. Many of his nobles and the chiefs of the priesthood, whose interest it was to keep up the reign of disorder and oppression, were cut off, and he himself became a fugitive like another Darius. The nation at large hailed the Muslims as their deliverers. Footnote, Yazdgerd, like Darius, was assassinated by his own people. And a footnote. The advance of the Saracens from the Tigris to the Elburz and from the Elburz to Transoxiana was not different from that of the British in India and due to similar causes. The general conversion of the Persians to the religion of Muhammad is often taken as a proof of the intolerant character of Islam, but in the blindness of bigotry, even scholars forget the circumstances under which the Muslims entered the country. Every trace of religious life was extinct among the people. The masses were ground down by the worst of all evils, a degenerate priesthood and a licentious oligarchy. The Mazdachian and Manichaean heresies had loosened every rivet in the social fabric. Khosrow Anushirvan had only postponed for a time the general disruption of society. The consequence was that as soon as the Muslims entered the country as the precursors of law and order, a general conversion took place, and Persia became forever attached to Islam. Footnote. As a testimony to the spirit which animated the Muslims, we quote the following from Gibbon. The administration of Persia was regulated by an actual survey of the people, the cattle, and the fruits of the earth, and this monument, which attests the vigilance of the caliphs, might have instructed the philosophers of every age. And a footnote. An impartial analyst of facts will now be able to judge for himself how much truth there is in the following remark of Muir. It was essential to the permanence of Islam that its aggressive course should be continually pursued, and that its claim to an universal acceptance, or at least to a universal supremacy, should be enforced at the point of the sword. End quote. Every religion, in some stage of its career, has, from the tendencies of its professors, been aggressive. Such also has been the case with Islam. But that it ever aims at proselytism by force, or that it has been more aggressive than other religions, must be entirely denied. Islam seized the sword in self-defense and held it in self-defense, as it will ever do. But Islam never interfered with the dogmas of any moral faith, never persecuted, never established an inquisition. It never invented the rack or the stake for stifling difference of opinion, or strangling the human conscience, or exterminating heresy. No one who has a competent knowledge of history can deny that the Church of Christ, when it pretended to be most infallible, quote, shed more innocent blood than any other institution that has ever existed among mankind, end quote. Whilst the fate of the man or woman who forsook the Church, or even expressed a preference for any other creed, was no less cruel. Footnote: in the 17th century, a young man was hanged for having said, it is stated, that he did not think Mohammed was a bad man. End of footnote. In 1521, death and confiscation of property was decreed by Charles V against all heretics. Burnings and hangings and tearing out and twisting of tongues were the usual penalties of refusal to adopt the Orthodox communion. In England, after it became Protestant, the Presbyterians, through a long succession of reigns, were imprisoned, branded, mutilated, scourged, and exposed in the pillory. In Scotland, they were hunted like criminals over the mountains, their ears were torn from the roots, they were branded with hot irons, their fingers were wrenched asunder by thumbkins, the bones of their legs were shattered in the boots. Women were scourged publicly through the streets, the Catholics were tortured and hanged, Anabaptists and Arians were burnt alive. But as regards non-Christians, Catholics and Protestants, Orthodox and unorthodox, were in perfect accord. Mussulmans and Jews were beyond the pale of Christendom. In England, the Jews were tortured and hanged. In Spain, the Muslims were burnt. Marriages between Christians and Jews and Christians and quote-unquote infidels were null and void, in fact prohibited under terrible and revolting penalties. Even now, Christian America burns alive a Christian Negro marrying a Christian white woman. Such has been the effect produced by Christianity. To this day, wherever scientific thought has not infused a new soul, wherever true culture has not gained a foothold, the old spirit of exclusiveness and intolerance, the old ecclesiastical hatred of Islam, displays itself in writings, in newspaper attacks, in private conversations, in public speeches. The spirit of persecution is not dead in Christianity. It is lying dormant, ready to burst into flame at the touch of the first bigot. Let us turn from this picture to the world of Islam. Whilst Orthodox Christianity persecuted with equal ferocity the Jews and Nestorians, the descendants of the men who were supposed to have crucified its incarnate God and the men who refused to adore his mother, Islam afforded them both shelter and protection. Whilst Christian Europe was burning witches and heretics and massacring Jews and quote-unquote infidels, the Muslim sovereigns were treating their non-Muslim subjects with consideration and tolerance. They were trusted subjects of the state, counselors of the empire. Every secular office was open to them along with the Muslims. The teacher himself had declared it lawful for a Muslim to intermarry with a Christian, Hebrew, or Zoroastrian. The converse was not allowed for obvious political reasons. Muslim Turkey and Persia entrust their foreign interests to the charge of their Christian subjects. In Christendom, difference of faith has been a crime. In Islam, it is an accident. To Christians, says Urquhart, a difference of religion was indeed a ground for war, and that not merely in dark times and amongst fanatics. End quote. From the massacres in the name of religion of the Saxons, the Frisians, and other Germanic tribes by Charlemagne, from the burning to death of the thousands of innocent men and women, from the frightful slaughters of the Arians and Paulicians, the Albigenses and the Huguenots, from the horrors of the sects of Magdeburg and Rome, from the sanguinary scenes of the 30 Years' War, down to the cruel persecution of Calvinistic Scotland and Lutheran England, there is an uninterrupted chain of intolerance, bigotry, and fanaticism. Can anything be more heartrending than the wholesale extermination of the unoffending races of America in the name of Christ? It has been said that a warlike spirit was infused into medieval Christianity by aggressive Islam. The massacres of Justinian and the fearful wars of the Christian Clovis in the name of religion occurred long before the time of Muhammad. Compare again the conduct of the Christian Crusaders with that of the Muslims. Quote, when the Caliph Umar took Jerusalem, AD 637, he rode into the city by the side of the patriarch Sophronius, conversing with him on its antiquities. At the hour of prayer, he declined to perform his devotions in the Church of the Resurrection, in which he chanced to be, but prayed on the steps of the Church of Constantine. For, said he to the patriarch, had I done so, the Mussulmans in a future age might have infringed the treaty under color of imitating my example. But in the capture by the Crusaders, the brains of young children were dashed out against the walls. Infants were pitched over the battlements. Men were roasted at fires. Some were ripped up to see if they had swallowed gold. The Jews were driven into their synagogue and there burnt. A massacre of nearly 70,000 persons took place, and the Pope's legate was seen partaking in the triumph. End quote. When Saladin recaptured the city, he released all Christians, gave them money and food, and allowed them to depart with a safe conduct. Islam, quote, grasped the sword, end quote, in self-defense. Christianity grasped it in order to stifle freedom of thought and liberty of belief. With the conversion of Constantine, Christianity had become the dominant religion of the Western world. It had thenceforth nothing to fear from its enemies. But from the moment it obtained the mastery, it developed its true character of isolation and exclusiveness. Wherever Christianity prevailed, no other religion could be followed without molestation. The Muslims, on the other hand, required from the others a simple guarantee of peace and amity, tribute in return for protection, or perfect equality, the possession of equal rights. Section 23 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 5. The Status of Women in Islam. Al-Jannah تحت الأقدام الأمهات. Paradise is at the foot of the mother. In certain stages of social development, polygamy, or more properly speaking, polygyny, the union of one man with several women, is an unavoidable circumstance. The frequent tribal wars and the consequent decimation of the male population, the numerical superiority of women, combined with the absolute power possessed by the chiefs, originated the custom which, in our advanced times, is justly regarded as an unendurable evil. Among all Eastern nations of antiquity, polygamy was a recognized institution. Its practice by royalty, which everywhere bore the insignia of divinity, sanctified its observance to the people. Among the Hindus, polygamy in both its aspects prevailed from the earliest times. There was apparently, as among the ancient Medes, Babylonians, Assyrians, and Persians, no restriction as to the number of wives a man might have. A high-caste Brahmin, even in modern times, is privileged to marry as many wives as he chooses. Polygamy existed among the Israelites before the time of Moses, who continued the institution without imposing any limit and the number of marriages which a Hebrew husband might contract. In later times, the Talmud of Jerusalem restricted the number by the ability of the husband to maintain the wives properly. And although the rabbins counseled that a man should not take more than 4 wives, the Karaites differed from them and did not recognize the validity of any limitation. To the Persians, religion offered a premium on the plurality of wives. Among the Syro-Phoenician races, whom the Israelites displaced, conquered, or destroyed, polygamy was degraded into bestiality. Among the Thracians, Lydians, and the Pelasgian races settled in various parts of Europe and Western Asia, the custom of plurality of marriages prevailed to an inordinate extent and dwarfs all comparison with the practice prevailing elsewhere. Among the Athenians, the most civilized and most cultured of all the nations of antiquity, the wife was a mere chattel, marketable and transferable to others, and a subject to testamentary disposition. She was regarded in the light of an evil, indispensable for the ordering of a household and procreation of children. An Athenian was allowed to have any number of wives, and Demosthenes gloried in the possession by his people of 3 classes of women, 2 of which furnished the legal and semi-legal wives. Among the Spartans, though the men were not allowed, unless under special circumstances, to have more than 1 wife, the women could have, and almost always had, more than 1 husband. The peculiar circumstances under which the Roman state was originally constituted probably prevented the introduction of legal polygamy at the commencement of its existence. Whatever the historical truth of the rape of the Sabines, the very existence of the tradition testifies to the causes which helped to form the primitive laws of the Romans on the subject of matrimony. In the surrounding states generally, and especially among the Etruscans, plurality of marriage was a privileged custom. The contact for centuries with the other nations of Italy, the wars and conquests of ages, combined with the luxurious habits which success engendered, at last resulted in making the sanctity of marriage a mere byword amongst the Romans. Polygamy was not indeed legalized, but, quote, after the Punic triumphs, the matrons of Rome aspired to the common benefits of a free and opulent republic, and their wishes were gratified by the indulgence of fathers and lovers. End quote. Marriage soon became a simple practice of promiscuous concubinage. Concubinage, recognized by the laws of the state, acquired the force of a privileged institution. The freedom of women, the looseness of the tie which bound them to men, the frequency with which wives were changed or transferred, betoken, in fact, the prevalence of polygamy, only under a different name. In the meantime, the doctrines of primitive Christianity, preached on the shores of Galilee, began to irradiate the whole Roman world. The influence of the Essenes, which is reflected visibly in the teachings of Jesus, combined with an earnest anticipation of the kingdom of heaven, had led the prophet of Nazareth to depreciate matrimony in general, although he never interdicted or expressly forbade its practice in any shape. Polygamy flourished in a more or less pronounced form until forbidden by the laws of Justinian, but the prohibition contained in the civil law effected no change in the moral ideas of the people, and polygamy continued to be practiced until condemned by the opinion of modern society. The wives, with the exception of the one first married, labored under severe disabilities. Without rights, without any of the safeguards which the law threw around the favored first one, they were the slaves of every caprice and whim of their husbands. Their children were stigmatized as bastards, precluded from all shape of the inheritance of their father, and treated as outcasts from society. Morganatic and left-handed marriages were not confined to the aristocracy. Even the clergy, frequently forgetting their vows of celibacy, contracted more than one legal or illegal union. History proves conclusively that until very recent times, polygamy was not considered so reprehensible as it is now. St. Augustine himself seems to have observed in it no intrinsic immorality or sinfulness, and declared that polygamy was not a crime where it was the legal institution of a country. The German reformers, as Hallam points out, even so late as the 16th century, admitted the validity of a second or a third marriage contemporaneously with the first, in default of issue and other similar causes. Some scholars, while admitting that there is no intrinsic immorality in a plurality of wives, and that Jesus did not absolutely or expressly forbid the custom, hold that the present monogamous practice, in one sense general throughout Europe, arose from the ingrafting of either Germanic or Hellenic Roman notions on Christianity. Footnote: Monsieur Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire appears to hold the opinion that monogamy was engrafted upon Christianity from Hellenic and Roman sources. End of footnote. The latter view is distinctly opposed to fact and history and deserves no credit. As regards the Germans, the proof of their monogamous habits and customs rests upon the uncorroborated testimony of one or two Romans, of all men the most untrustworthy witnesses to facts, when it was to their interest to suppress them. Besides, we must remember the object with which Tacitus wrote his Manners of the Germans. It was a distinct attack upon the licentiousness of his own people, and by contrasting the laxity of the Romans with the imaginary virtues of barbarians, was intended to introduce better ideas into Rome. Again, supposing that Tacitus is right, to what cause should we ascribe the polygamous habits of the higher classes of the Germans, even up to the 19th century? Whatever may have been the custom of the Romans in early times, it is evident that in the latter days of the Republic and the commencement of the Empire, polygamy must have been accepted as an institution, or at least not regarded as illegal. Its existence is assumed and its practice recognized by the edict which interfered with its universality. How far the Praetorian edict succeeded in remedying the evil or diverting the current of public opinion appears from the rescript of the emperors Honorius and Arcadius towards the end of the 4th century, and the practice of Constantine and his son, both of whom had several wives. The Emperor Valentinian II, by an edict, allowed all the subjects of the empire, if they pleased, to marry several wives, nor does it appear from the ecclesiastical history of those times that the bishops and the heads of the Christian churches made any objection to this law. Far from it, all the succeeding emperors practiced polygamy, and the people generally were not remiss in following their example. This state of the laws continued until the time of Justinian, when the concentrated wisdom and experience of 13 centuries of progress and development in the arts of life resulted in the proclamation of the laws which have shed a factitious luster on his infamous reign. But these laws owed little to Christianity, at least directly. The greatest adviser of Justinian was an atheist and a pagan. Even the prohibition of polygamy by Justinian failed to check the tendency of the age. The law represented the advancement of thought. Its influence was confined to a few thinkers, but to the mass it was a perfectly dead letter. In the western parts of Europe, the tremendous upheaval of the barbarians, the intermingling of their moral ideas with those of the people among whom they settled tended to degrade the relations between man and wife. Some of the barbaric codes attempted to deal with polygamy, but example was stronger than precept, and the monarchs, setting the fashion of plurality of wives, were quickly imitated by the people. Even the clergy, in spite of the recommendation to perpetual celibacy held out to them by the Church, availed themselves of the custom of keeping several left-handed wives by a simple license obtained from the bishop or the head of their diocese. The greatest and most reprehensible mistake committed by Christian writers is to suppose that Muhammad either adopted or legalized polygamy. The old idea of his having introduced it, a sign only of the ignorance of those who entertained that notion, is by this time exploded, but the opinion that he adopted and legalized the custom is still maintained by the common masses, as well as by many of the learned in Christendom. No belief can be more false. Muhammad found polygamy practiced not only among his own people, but amongst the people of the neighboring countries, where it assumed some of its most degrading aspects. The laws of the Christian empire had indeed tried to correct the evil, but without avail. Polygamy continued to flourish unchecked, and the wretched women, with the exception of the first wife, selected according to priority of time, labored under severe disabilities. The corruptness of morals in Persia about the time of the Prophet was deplorable. There was no recognized law of marriage, or if any existed, it was completely ignored. In the absence of any fixed rule in the Zend-Avesta as to the number of wives a man might possess, the Persians indulged in a multitude of regular matrimonial connections besides having a number of concubines. Among the ancient Arabs and the Jews there existed, besides the system of plurality of wives, the custom of entering into conditional as well as temporary contracts of marriage. These loose notions of morality exercised a disastrous influence on the constitution of society within the peninsula. The reforms instituted by Muhammad effected a vast and marked improvement in the position of women. Both among the Jews and the non-nomadic Arabs, the condition of women was degraded in the extreme. The Hebrew maiden, even in her father's house, stood in the position of a servant. Her father could sell her if a minor. In case of his death, the sons could dispose of her at their will and pleasure. The daughter inherited nothing, except when there were no male heirs. Among the settled pagan Arabs, who were mostly influenced by the corrupt and effete civilization of the neighboring empires, a woman was considered a mere chattel. She formed an integral part of the estate of her husband or her father, and the widows of a man descended to his son or sons by right of inheritance as any other portion of his patrimony. Hence the frequent unions between stepsons and stepmothers, which, when subsequently forbidden by Islam, were branded under the name of nikah ul-maqt, shameful or odious marriages. Even polyandry was practiced by the half-Jewish, half-Sabaean tribes of Yemen. The pre-Islamite Arabs carried their aversion to women so far as to destroy by burying alive many of their female children. This fearful custom, which was most prevalent among the tribes of Quraysh and Kinda, was denounced in burning terms by Muhammad, and was prohibited under severe penalties, along with the inhuman practice which they, in common with other nations of antiquity, observed of sacrificing children to their gods. In both the empires, the Persian and the Byzantine, women occupied a very low position in the social scale. Fanatical enthusiasts, whom Christendom in later times canonized as saints, preached against them and denounced their enormities, forgetting that the evils they perceived in women were the reflections of their own jaundiced minds. It was at this time, when the social fabric was falling to pieces on all sides, when all that had hitherto kept it together was giving way, when the cry had gone forth that all the older systems had been weighed in the scale of experience and found wanting, that Muhammad introduced his reforms. The Prophet of Islam enforced as one of the essential teachings of his creed, quote, respect for women, end quote. And his followers, in their love and reverence for his celebrated daughter, proclaimed her the Lady of Paradise, Khatun al-Jinnat, as the representative of her sex. Our Lady of Light, Fatima al-Zahra, is the embodiment of all that is divine in womanhood, of all that is pure and true and holy in her sex, the noblest ideal of human conception. And she has been followed by a long succession of women who have consecrated their sex by their virtues. Who has not heard of the saintly Rabia and 1,000 others, her equals? In the laws which the Arabian prophet promulgated, he strictly prohibited the custom of conditional marriages, and though at first temporary marriages were tacitly allowed, in the 3rd year of the Hijrah, even these were forbidden. Footnote. A section of the Shias still regard temporary marriages as lawful, but with all deference to the mujtahids who have expounded that view, I cannot help considering that it was put forward to suit the taste of the times, or of the sovereigns under whom these lawyers flourished. In many of their doctrines, one cannot fail to perceive the influence of personal inclinations. End of footnote. Muhammad secured to women in his system rights which they had not before possessed. He allowed them privileges the value of which will be more fully appreciated as time advances. He placed them on a footing of perfect equality with men in the exercise of all legal powers and functions. He restrained polygamy by limiting the maximum number of contemporaneous marriages and by making absolute equity towards all obligatory on the man. It is worthy of note that the clause in the Quran which contains the permission to contract 4 contemporaneous marriages is immediately followed by a sentence which cuts down the significance of the preceding passage to its normal and legitimate dimensions. The passage runs thus: "You may marry 2, 3, or 4 wives, but not more." End quote. The subsequent lines declare, "But if you cannot deal equitably and justly with all, you shall marry only one." End quote. The extreme importance of this proviso, bearing especially in mind the meaning which is attached to the word equity, adl, in the Quranic teachings, had not been lost sight of by the great thinkers of the Muslim world. Adl signifies not merely equality of treatment in the matter of lodgment, clothing, and other domestic requisites, but also complete equity in love, affection, and esteem. As absolute justice in matters of feeling is impossible, the Quranic prescription amounted in reality to a prohibition. This view was propounded as early as the 3rd century of the Hijrah. Footnote. The Radd al-Mukhtar distinctly says, "Some doctors, the Mu'tazila, hold that adl includes equality in love and affection, but our masters differ from this view and confine it to equal treatment in the matter of nafaka, which in the language of law signifies food, clothing, and lodgment." End of footnote. In the reign of Al-Ma'mun, the first Mu'tazilite doctors taught that the developed Quranic laws inculcated monogamy, and though the cruel persecution of the mad bigot Mutawakkil prevented the general diffusion of their teachings, The conviction is gradually forcing itself on all sides, in all advanced Muslim communities, that polygamy is as much opposed to the teachings of Muhammad as it is to the general progress of civilized society and true culture. Footnote: compare the remarks on this subject of Mulvi Chirag Ali in his able work called Are Reforms Possible in Mohammedan States? And a footnote. The fact must be borne in mind that the existence of polygamy depends on circumstances. Certain times, certain conditions of society make its practice absolutely needful for the preservation of women from starvation or utter destitution. If reports and statistics speak true, the greatest proportion of the mass of immorality prevalent in the centers of civilization in the West arises from absolute destitution. Abbé Uck and Lady Duff Gordon have both remarked that in the generality of cases, sheer force of circumstances drives people to polygamy in the East. With the progress of thought, with the ever-changing conditions of this world, the necessity for polygamy disappears, and its practice is tacitly abandoned or expressly forbidden. And hence it is that in those Muslim countries where the circumstances which made its existence at first necessary are disappearing, plurality of wives has come to be regarded as an evil and as an institution opposed to the teachings of the Prophet. While in those countries where the conditions of society are different, where the means which in advanced communities enable women to help themselves are absent or wanting, polygamy must necessarily continue to exist. Perhaps the objection may be raised that as the freedom of construction leaves room for casuistical distinctions, the total extinction of polygamy will be a task of considerable difficulty. We admit the force of this objection, which deserves the serious consideration of all Muslims desirous of freeing the Islamic teaching from the blame which has hitherto been attached to them, and of moving with advancing civilization. But it must be remembered that the elasticity of laws is the greatest test of their beneficence and usefulness, and this is the merit of the Quranic provision. It is adapted alike for the acceptance of the most cultured society and the requirements of the least civilized. It ignores not the needs of progressive humanity, nor forgets that there are races and communities on the earth among whom monogamy may prove a dire evil. The task of abolishing polygamy, however, is not so difficult as is imagined. The blight that has fallen on the Muslim nations is due to the patristic doctrine, which has prohibited the exercise of individual judgment, ijtihad. The day is not far distant when an appeal to the teacher's own words will settle the question whether the Muslims will follow Muhammad or the fathers of the Church, who have misused the Master's name to satisfy their own whimsicalities, or the capricious dictates of the caliphs and sultans whose obsequious servants they were. Europe has gone through the same process herself, and instead of hurling anathemas at the Church of Muhammad, ought to watch with patience and sympathy the efforts of regenerated Islam to free itself from patristic bondage. When once the freedom from the enthrallment of old ideas is achieved, it will be easy for the jurists of each particular Muslim state to abolish by an authoritative dictum polygamy within that state. But such a consummation can only result from a general progress in the conception of facts and a proper understanding of the Prophet's teachings. Polygamy is disappearing, or will soon disappear, under the new light in which his words are being studied. As remarked already, the compatibility of Muhammad's system with every stage of progress shows their founder's wisdom. Among unadvanced communities, Polygamy, hedged by all the safeguards imposed by the Prophet, is by no means an evil to be deplored. At least it is preferable to those polyandrous customs and habits and modes of life which betoken an utter abandonment of all moral self-restraint. As culture advances, the mischiefs resulting from polygamy are better appreciated, and the meaning of the prohibition better comprehended. We are by no means prepared to say that the Mussulmans of India have benefited greatly by their intermixture with the Brahmanical races, among whom prostitution was a legalized custom. Their moral ideas have become lax. The conception of human dignity and spiritual purity has become degraded. The class of Hetairai has become as popular among them as among their non-Muslim neighbors. And yet there are signs visible which bid us hope that God's light, which lit up Arabia in the 7th century, will fall on their hearts and bring them out of the darkness in which they are now plunged. The Mu'tazila is, by conviction, a strict monogamist. In other words, a Mu'tazila marriage fulfills in every respect the requirements of an essentially monogamous marriage as a, quote, voluntary union for life of one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others, end quote. Even among the archaic sects, a large and influential body hold polygamy to be unlawful, the circumstances which rendered it permissible in primitive times having either passed away or not existing in the present day. As a matter of fact, the feeling against polygamy is becoming a strong social, if not a moral, conviction, and many extraneous circumstances, in combination with this growing feeling, are tending to root out the custom from among the Indian Mussulmans. It has been customary among all classes of the community to insert in the marriage deed a clause by which the intending husband formally renounces his supposed right to contract a second union during the continuance of the first marriage. Among the Indian Mussulmans, 95 men out of every 100 are at the present moment, either by conviction or necessity, monogamists. Among the educated classes, versed in the history of their ancestors, and able to compare it with the records of other nations, the custom is regarded with disapprobation. In Persia, only a small fraction of the population enjoy the questionable luxury of plurality of wives. Footnote, only 2% according to Colonel MacGregor, end of footnote. It is earnestly to be hoped that before long a general synod of Muslim doctors will authoritatively declare that polygamy, like slavery, is abhorrent to the laws of Islam. We now turn to the subject of Muhammad's marriages, which to many minds not cognizant of the facts, or not honest enough to appreciate them, seem to offer a fair ground of reproach against the Prophet of Islam. His Christian assailants maintain that in his own person, by frequent marriages, he assumed a privilege not granted by the laws, and that he displayed in this manner a weakness of character little compatible with the office of prophet. Truer knowledge of history and a more correct appreciation of facts, instead of proving him to be a self-indulgent libertine, would conclusively establish that the man, poor and without resource himself, when he undertook the burden of supporting the women whom he married in strict accordance with the old patriarchal institution, was undergoing a self-sacrifice of no light a character. And we believe that a thorough analysis of motives from the standpoint of humanity will demonstrate the falsehood and uncharitableness of the charges leveled at, quote-unquote, the Great Arabian. When Muhammad was only 25 years of age, in the prime of life, he married Khadija, much senior in years. For 25 years, his life with her was an uninterrupted sunshine of faithfulness and happiness. Through every contumely and outrage heaped on him by the idolaters, through every persecution, Khadija was his sole companion and helper. At the time of Khadija's death, Muhammad was in the 51st year of his age. His enemies cannot deny but are forced to admit that during the whole of this long period they find not a single flaw in his moral character. During the lifetime of Khadija, the Prophet married no other wife, notwithstanding that public opinion among his people would have allowed him to do so had he chosen. Several months after Khadija's death, and on his return, helpless and persecuted, from Taif, he married Sauda, the widow of one Sakran, who had embraced Islam and had been forced to fly into Abyssinia to escape the persecution of the idolaters. Sakran had died in exile and left his wife utterly destitute. According to the customs of the country, marriage was the only means by which the teacher could protect and help the widow of his faithful disciple. Every principle of generosity and humanity would impel Muhammad to offer her his hand. Her husband had given his life in the cause of the new religion. He had left home and country for the sake of his faith. His wife had shared his exile and now had returned to Mecca destitute. As the only means of assisting the poor woman, Muhammad, though straitened for the very means of daily subsistence, married Sauda. Abdullah, the son of Usman Abu Quhafa, known afterwards in history as Abu Bakr, was one of the most devoted followers of Muhammad. He was one of the earliest converts to the faith of the Prophet, and in his sincere, earnest, and unvarying attachment to Muhammad, he might almost be compared with Ali. Abu Bakr, as by anticipation we may well call him, had a little daughter named Aisha, and it was the desire of his life to cement the attachment which existed between himself and the Prophet, who had led him out of the darkness of skepticism by giving Muhammad his daughter in marriage. The child was only 7 years of age, but the manners of the country recognized such alliances. At the earnest solicitation of the disciple, the little maiden became the wife of the Prophet. Sometime after the arrival of the fugitives at Medina, there occurred an incident which throws considerable light on the conditions of life among the Arabs of the time. Those who know the peculiarities of the Arab character, quote, pride, pugnacity, a peculiar point of honor, and a vindictiveness of wonderful force and patience, end quote, will be able to appreciate the full bearing of the story. Even now, words often pass slightly between individuals, says Burton, which suffice to cause a blood feud among Bedouins, end quote. Umar ibn al-Khattab, who afterwards became the second caliph of Islam, had a daughter of the name of Hafsa. This good lady had lost her husband at the Battle of Badr, and being blessed with a temper as fiery as that of her father, had remained ever since without a husband. The disciples bent upon matrimony fought shy of her. It was almost a reflection on the father, and Umar, in order to get rid of the scandal, offered his daughter's hand to Abu Bakr, and upon his declining the honor, to Uthman. He also met the offer with a refusal. This was little less than a direct insult, and Umar proceeded in a towering rage to Muhammad to lay his complaint before the Prophet. The point of honor must anyhow be settled in his favor. But neither Abu Bakr nor Uthman would undertake the burden of Hafsa's temper. A dispute, ludicrous in its origin from our point of view, but sufficiently serious then to throw into commotion the small body of the faithful. In this extremity, the chief of the Muslims appeased the enraged father by marrying the daughter, and public opinion, not only approved, but was jubilant over it. Footnote. The story told by Muir, Sprenge, and Osborne, with some amount of gloating on the domestic squabble between Hafsa and Muhammad concerning Mary, the Coptic girl presented to the Prophet's household by the Negus, is absolutely false and malicious. A tradition which is repudiated by all the respectable commentators of the Quran, and which must have been invented in the time of some Umayyad or Abbasid sensualist, founded on the weakest authority, has been seized with avidity by these critics for the vilification of the Prophet. The verse in the Quran which has been supposed to refer to the story refers in truth to a wholly different circumstance. Muhammad, in his boyhood, when he tended the flocks of his uncle, had acquired a fondness for honey, which was often supplied by Zainab. Hafsa and Aisha set to work to make him give up honey, and they succeeded in inducing him to vow he would never touch it. But after he had made the vow to her, came the thought that he was making something unlawful, in which there was nothing unlawful, simply to please his wives. His conscience smote him as to his weakness, and then came the verse, O Prophet, why holdest thou that to be prohibited which God has made lawful, seeking to please thy wives? End of footnote. Hind, Salma, Habiba, and Zainab al-Masakin, mother of the poor, so called from her charity and benevolence, 3 other wives of the Prophet, had also been widows, whom the animosity of the idolaters had bereft of their natural protectors, and whom their relations were either unable or unwilling to support. Muhammad had married his devoted friend and freedman Zayd to a high-born lady of the name of Zainab, descended from 2 of the noblest families of Arabia. Proud of her birth, and perhaps also of her beauty, her marriage with a freedman rankled in her breast. Mutual aversion at last culminated in disgust. Probably this disgust on the husband's part was enhanced by the frequent repetition, in a manner which women only know how to adopt, of a few words which had fallen from the lips of Muhammad on once seeing Zainab. He had occasion to visit the house of Zayd, and upon seeing Zainab's unveiled face, had exclaimed, as a Muslim would say at the present day when admiring a beautiful picture or statue, Praise be to God, the ruler of the hearts. The words, uttered in natural admiration, were often repeated by Zainab to her husband, to show how even the Prophet praised her beauty, and naturally added to his displeasure. At last he came to the decision not to live any longer with her, and with this determination he went to the Prophet and expressed his intention of being divorced. Why, demanded Muhammad, hast thou found any fault in her? No, replied Zayd, but I can no longer live with her. The Prophet then peremptorily said, Go and guard thy wife, treat her well and fear God, for God has said, Take care of your wives and fear the Lord. But Zayd was not moved from his purpose, and in spite of the command of the Prophet, he divorced Zainab. Muhammad was grieved at the conduct of Zayd, more especially as it was he who had arranged the marriage of these 2 uncongenial spirits. After Zainab had succeeded in obtaining a divorce from Zayd, she commenced importuning Muhammad to marry her, and was not satisfied until she had won for herself the honor of being one of the wives of the Prophet. Footnote. This marriage created a sensation among the idolaters, who, whilst marrying their stepmothers and mothers-in-law, looked upon the marriage of the divorced wife of an adopted son, as Zayd at one time was regarded by Muhammad, by the adoptive father as culpable. To disabuse the people of the notion that adoption creates any such tie as real consanguinity, some verses of chapter 33 were delivered, which destroyed the pagan custom of forbidding or making sacred the person of a wife or husband, or intended wife or husband, by merely calling her mother, sister, father, or brother, much less by her or him being first allied to an adopted son or daughter. One of the greatest tests of the Prophet's purity is that Zayd never swerved from his devotion to his master. And a footnote. Another wife of Muhammad was called Juwayriyah. She was the daughter of Harith, the chief of the Bani Mustalik, and was taken prisoner by a Muslim in an expedition undertaken to repress their revolt. She had made an agreement with her captor to purchase her freedom for a stipulated sum. She petitioned Muhammad for the amount, which he immediately gave her. In recognition of this kindness, and in gratitude for her liberty, she offered her hand to Muhammad, and they were married. As soon as the Muslims heard of this alliance, they said amongst themselves, "The Bani Mustalik are now connections of the Prophet, and we must treat them as such." Each victor thereupon hastened to release the captives he had made in the expedition, and 100 families, thus regaining their liberty, blessed the marriage of Juwayriyah with Muhammad. Safiya, a Jewess, had also been taken prisoner by a Muslim in the expedition against Khaybar. Her, too, Muhammad generously liberated and elevated to the position of his wife at her request. Maimuna, whom Muhammad married at Mecca, was his kinswoman and was already above 50. Her marriage with Muhammad, besides providing for a poor relation the means of support, gained over to the cause of Islam 2 famous men, Ibn Abbas and Khalid bin Walid, the leader of the Quraysh cavalry in the disastrous Battle of Uhud, and in later times the conqueror of the Greeks. Such was the nature of the marriages of Muhammad. Some of them may possibly have arisen from a desire for male offspring, for he was not a god and may have felt the natural wish to leave sons behind him. He may have wished also to escape from the nickname which the bitterness of his enemies attached to him. Footnote. With savage bitterness, the enemies of the Prophet applied to him the nickname of El-Abtar on the death of his last son. This word literally means one whose tail has been cut off. Among the ancient Arabs, as among the Hindus, a male issue was regarded as the continuation of the blessings of the gods, and the man who left no male issue behind was looked upon as peculiarly unfortunate. Hence the bitter word applied to the Prophet. Hence also the idolatrous Arabs used to bury alive their female offspring, which Muhammad denounced and reprehended in burning terms. And a footnote. But taking the facts as they stand, we see that even these marriages tended in their results to unite the warring tribes and bring them into some degree of harmony. The practice of tha'ar, vendetta, prevailed among the heathen Arabs. Blood feuds decimated tribes. There was not a family without its blood feud, in which the men were frequently murdered and the women and children reduced to slavery. Moses had found the practice of tha'ar existing among his people, as it exists among all people in a certain stage of development, but failing to abolish it, had legalized it by the institution of sanctuaries. Muhammad, with a deeper conception of the remedies to be applied, connected various rival families and powerful tribes to each other and to himself by marriage ties. Towards the close of his mission, standing on the Mount of Arafat, he proclaimed that from that time all blood feuds should cease. the malevolence of unfair and uncandid enemies has distorted the motives which, under the sanction of the great patriarchs of ancient times, led Muhammad to have a plurality of wives, and so provide helpless or widowed women with subsistence in the lack of all other means. By taking them into his family, Muhammad provided for them in the only way which the circumstances of the age and the people rendered possible. People in the West are apt to regard polygamy as intrinsically evil, and its practice not only illegal, but the result of licentiousness and immorality. They forget that all such institutions are the offspring of the circumstances and necessities of the times. They forget that the great patriarchs of the Hebraic race, who are regarded by the followers of all Semitic creeds as exemplars of moral grandeur, practiced polygamy to an extent which, in our modern ideas, seems the culmination of legalized immorality. We cannot perhaps allow their practice or conduct to pass unquestioned, in spite of the sanctity which time-honored legend has cast around them. But in the case of the Prophet of Arabia, it is essential we should bear in mind the historic value and significance of the acts. Probably it will be said that no necessity should have induced the Prophet either to practice or to allow such an evil custom as polygamy, and that he ought to have forbidden it absolutely, Jesus having overlooked it. But this custom, like many others, is not absolutely evil. Evil is a relative term. An act or usage may be primarily quite in accordance with the moral conception of societies and individuals, but progress of ideas and changes in the condition of a people may make it evil in its tendency, and in the process of time it may be made by the state illegal. That ideas are progressive is a truism, but that usages and customs depend on the progress of ideas and are good or evil according to circumstances, or as they are or are not in accordance with conscience, quote-unquote, the spirit of the time, is a fact much ignored by superficial thinkers. One of the most remarkable features in the history of early Christianity is its depreciation of marriage. Matrimony was regarded as a condition of inferiority, and the birth of children an evil. Monasticism had withdrawn from the world the most vigorous minds. The lay clergy were either not allowed to marry or to marry but once. This morbid feature was partly due to the example of the Master, and partly the resultant of a variety of circumstances which pressed upon the early Christian organization. The Nazarene prophet's intimate connection with the Essene ascetics, his vivid anticipation of the immediate advent of a kingdom of God where all social relations would be at an end, and the early cessation of his ministry, all explain his depreciation of matrimony, and we may add perhaps his never entering the married state. His association with the Baptist, himself an Essene, throws light upon the history of a short but most pathetic life. The strong and inexplicable antipathy of Paul towards the female sex, joined to the words of the Master, strengthened in the Church the Essenic conception that the union of man and woman in the holiest of ties was an act of sinfulness, an evil to be avoided as far as possible. Marriage was regarded as having for its sole object the procreation of children and the gratification of quote-unquote man's carnal lusts, and the marriage services of most of the Christian churches bear to this day the impress of this primitive notion. It was under these influences the idea engrafted itself upon Christianity, which still retains its hold were not displaced by humanitarian science, that a person who has never married is a far superior being to one who has contaminated himself by marriage. The ash-covered yogis of India, the matted-locked ascetics of the East generally, the priests of Buddha, were celibates. According to them, knowledge was unattainable without sundering all the loving ties of home and family, and infinity impossible of realization without leading a life of singleness. Celibacy passed into Christianity through many hands from Eastern Gnosticism and asceticism. The quote-unquote sinlessness of Jesus has been regarded by some as a proof of his divinity, by others as an indication of his immeasurable superiority over the rest of the teachers of the world. To our mind, the comparison or contrast which is so falsely instituted between Jesus and Muhammad appears wholly misconceived and founded upon a wrong estimate of moral ideals. If never marrying constitutes a man an ideal being, then all the ascetics, the hermits, and dervishes are perfect. A perfect life would then imply a total abandonment of all domestic relations. Surely this view would be a perversion of nature and end in disastrous consequences to humanity. But if it be not so, then why this disparagement of the prophet who fulfilled the work of Jesus? Is it because he married more wives than one? We have shown what these marriages meant. We have at least endeavored to show that in those very deeds which have been used to calumniate him, he was undergoing a sacrifice. But let us look for a moment at his marriages from an abstract point of view. Why did Moses marry more than one wife? Was he a moral or a sensual man for doing so? Why did David, quote, the man after God's heart, quote, indulge in unlimited polygamy? The answer is plain. Each age has its own standard. What is suited for one time is not suited for the other, and we must not judge of the past by the standard of the present. Our ideals do not lose their greatness or their sublimity by having acted truthfully and honestly up to the standard of their age. Would we be justified in calling Jesus a vain, ambitious, unpractical dreamer, or Moses and David sanguinary sensualists, because the mind of one was filled with vague imaginings of expected sovereignty, and the lives of the others were so objectionable from the 20th century point of view? In both cases we would be entirely wrong. The aspirations of the one, the achievements of the others, were all historical facts, in accord with their times. It is the truest mark of the prophet that in his most exalted mood he does not lose sight of the living in his anticipation of the yet unborn. In his person, he represents the growth and development of humanity. Neither Jesus nor Muhammad could at once efface existing society or obliterate all national and political institutions. Like Jesus, Muhammad contented himself, except where ordinances were necessary, to meet the requirements of the moment, quote, with planting principles in the hearts of his followers which would, when time was ripe for it, work out their abolition. As regards the statement that Muhammad assumed to himself a privilege which he denied to his followers, only thus much need be said, that it is founded on a misconception resulting from ignorance. The limitation on polygamy was enunciated at Medina some years after the exile, and the provision regarding himself, instead of being a privilege assumed by a libertine, was a burden consciously imposed on a self-conscious, self-examining soul. All his marriages were contracted before the revelation came restricting polygamy, and with that came the other which took away from him all privileges, whilst his followers were free, subject to the conditions imposed by the law, to marry to the limit of 4, and by the use of the power of divorce, which, in spite of the Prophet's denunciations, they still exercised, could enter into fresh alliances. He could neither put away any of his wives whose support he had undertaken, nor could he marry any other. Was this the assumption of a quote-unquote privilege, or was it not a humane provision for those already allied to him, and to himself a revelation of perfect self-abnegation in his prophetic task? End of section 23. Section 24 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 5, The Status of Women in Islam, continued. The subject of divorce has proved a fruitful source of misconception and controversy, but there can be no question that the Quranic laws concerning the treatment of women in divorce are of, quote, better humanity and regard for justice than those of any other scripture, end quote. Among all the nations of antiquity, the power of divorce has been regarded as a necessary corollary to the law of marriage, but this right, with a few exceptions, was exclusively reserved for the benefit of the stronger sex. The wife was under no circumstance entitled to claim a divorce. The progress of civilization and the advancement of ideas led to a partial amelioration in the condition of women. They too acquired a qualified right of divorce, which they were never backward in exercising freely until the facility with which marriages were contracted and dissolved under the Roman emperors passed into a byword. Under the ancient Hebraic law, a husband could divorce his wife for any cause which made her disagreeable to him, and there were few or no checks to an arbitrary and capricious use of his power. Women were not allowed to demand a divorce from their husbands for any reason whatsoever. In later times, the Shemaites, to some extent, modified the custom of divorce by imposing certain restrictions on its exercise, but the school of Hillel upheld the law in its primitive strictness. At the time of the Prophet's appearance, the Hillelite doctrines were chiefly in force among the Jewish tribes of Arabia, and repudiations by the husbands were as common among them as among the pagan Arabs. Among the Athenians, the husband's right to repudiate the wife was as unrestricted as among the ancient Israelites. Among the Romans, the legality of the practice of divorce was recognized from the earliest times. The laws of the 12 Tables admitted divorce, and if the Romans, as is stated by their admirers, did not take advantage of this law until 500 years after the foundation of their city, it was not because they were more exemplary than other nations, but because the husband possessed the power of summarily putting his wife to death for acts like poisoning, drinking, and the substitution of a spurious child. But the wife had no right to sue for a divorce, and if she solicited separation, her temerity made her liable to punishment. But in the later Republic, the frequency of divorce was at once the sign, the cause, and the consequence of the rapid depravation of morals. We have selected the two most prominent nations of antiquity whose modes of thought have acted powerfully on modern ways of thinking and modern life and manners. The laws of the Romans regarding divorce were marked by a progressive spirit, tending to the amelioration of the condition of women and to their elevation to an equality with men. This was the result of the advancement of human ideas as much as of any extraneous cause. Quote, "The ambiguous word which contains the precept of Jesus is flexible to any interpretation that the wisdom of the legislator can demand." End quote. We may well suppose that at the time Jesus uttered the words, "What God has joined, let not man put asunder," he had no other idea than that of stemming the torrent of moral depravity, and he did not stop to consider the ultimate tendency of his words. The subsequent rule, which makes fornication, using the translated word, the only ground of valid divorce, shows abundantly that Jesus was alive to the emergency. Footnote: Two of the Christian Gospels make no mention of the reason for which Jesus allowed his followers, quote-unquote, to put away their wives. Mark chapter 10, verse 11, and Luke chapter 16, verse 18. If the traditions recorded by these two Gospels be considered of higher authority than those passing under the name of Matthew, then our contention is that Jesus, whilst preaching noble sentiments and inculcating high principles of morality, did not intend his words should be considered as an immutable and positive law, nor had he any other idea than that of stemming the rising tide of immorality and irreligion. Seldom thinks that by an evasive answer, Jesus wanted to avoid giving offense either to the school of Shammai or that of Hillel. Compare Gibbons's valuable note on the interpretation of the Greek word porneia, rendered fornication in the English version. End of footnote. But the quote-unquote wisdom of subsequent legislators has not confined itself to a blind adherence to a rule laid down probably to suit the requirement of an embryonic community and delivered verbally. The rule may be regarded as inculcating a noble sentiment, but that it should be considered as the typical law of divorce is sufficiently controverted by the multitudinous provisions of successive ages in Christian countries. Among the Arabs, the power of divorce possessed by the husband was unlimited. They recognized no rule of humanity or justice in the treatment of their wives. Muhammad looked upon the custom of divorce with extreme disapproval and regarded its practice as calculated to undermine the foundations of society. He repeatedly declared that nothing pleased God more than the emancipation of slaves, and nothing more displeased him than divorce. It was impossible, however, under the existing conditions of society, to abolish the custom entirely. He was to mold the mind of an uncultured and semi-barbarous community to a higher development so that in the fullness of time his spiritual lessons might blossom in the hearts of mankind. The custom was not an unmixed evil, and accordingly he allowed the exercise of the power of divorce to husbands under certain conditions. He permitted to divorced parties 3 distinct and separate periods within which they might endeavor to become reconciled and resume their conjugal relationship. But should all attempts at reconciliation prove unsuccessful, then the 3rd period in which the final separation was declared to have arrived supervened. In case of conjugal disputes, he advised settlement by means of arbiters chosen by the 2 disputants. Monsieur Sédillot, than whom no Western writer has analyzed the laws of Mohammed better, has the following passage on the subject. Divorce was permitted, but subject to formalities which allowed, and we will add recommended, a revocation of a hurried and not well-considered resolution. 3 successive declarations at a month's interval were necessary in order to make it irrevocable." End quote. The reforms of Muhammad marked a new departure in the history of Eastern legislation. He restrained the power of divorce possessed by the husbands. He gave to the women the right of obtaining a separation on reasonable grounds. And towards the end of his life, he went so far as practically to forbid its exercise by the men without the intervention of arbiters or a judge. He pronounced, quote, "talaq to be the most detestable before God of all permitted things," end quote, for it prevented conjugal happiness and interfered with the proper bringing up of children. The permission, therefore, in the Quran, though it gave a certain countenance to the old customs, has to be read with the light of the lawgiver's own enunciations. When it is borne in mind how intimately law and religion are connected in the Islamic system, it will be easy to understand the bearing of his words on the institution of divorce. Naturally, great divergence exists among the various schools regarding the exercise of the power of divorce by the husband, of his own motion and without the intervention of the judge. A large and influential body of jurists regard talaq emanating from the husband as really prohibited, except for necessity, such as the adultery of the wife. Another section, consisting chiefly of the Mu'tazilas, consider talaq as not permissible or lawful without the sanction of the Hakim ush-Shara. They hold that any such case as may justify separation and remove talaq from the category of being forbidden should be tested by an unbiased judge, and in support of their doctrine they refer to the words of the Prophet already cited, and to his direction that in case of disputes between the married parties, arbiters should be appointed for the settlement of their differences. The Hanafis, the Malikis, the Shafi'is, and the bulk of the Shias hold talaq to be permitted, though they regard the exercise of the power without any cause to be unlawful. The Radd al-Mukhtar, after stating the arguments against the proposition that talaq is unlawful, proceeds to say, "No doubt it is forbidden, but it becomes mubah, permitted, for certain outside reasons, and this is the meaning of those jurists who hold that it is really forbidden." End quote. Although the quote-unquote fathers of the church have taken up the temporary permission as the positive rule and ignored many of the principles of equity inculcated by the master, the rules laid down by the legists are far more humane and just towards women than those of the most perfect Roman law developed in the bosom of the Church. According to the legists, the wife also is entitled to demand a separation on the grounds of ill usage, want of proper maintenance, and various other causes. But unless she showed very good and solid grounds for demanding the separation, she lost her quote-unquote settlement or dowry. In every case, when the divorce originated with the husband, except in cases of open infidelity, he had to give up to her everything he settled upon her at her marriage. Footnote. Monsieur Sidiou also speaks of the condition which, according to the Sunnite doctrines, requires that in such cases of complete separation, prior to the husband and wife coming together again, the latter should marry another and be divorced anew, as a very wise measure which rendered separation more rare. Muir censures Muhammad for making such a condition necessary. He ignores that among a proud, jealous, and sensitive race like the Arabs, such a condition was one of the strongest antidotes for the evil. The very proverb he quotes ought to have shown the disgrace which was attached to the man who would make his wife go through such a quote-unquote disgusting ordeal. I am afraid in his dislike towards Muhammad, Sir W. Muir forgot that this condition was intended as a check on that other quote-unquote revolting practice rife both among the Jews and the heathen Arabs, and by example also among the Christians, of repudiating a wife on every slight occasion, at every outburst of senseless passion or caprice. This check was intended to control one of the most sensitive nations of the earth by acting on the strongest feeling of their nature, the sense of honor. Sir W. Muir also forgot that many of the Shiite doctors do not recognize the obligation or validity of the wife's being married to a third person prior to her being taken back. For my part, I believe in the correctness of the construction, namely, that the verse which says, "When ye divorce women, and the time for sending them away is come, send them away with generosity, but retain them not by constraint, so as to be unjust towards them," abrogates the preceding verse, which requires the intervention of a third person. And a footnote. The frequent admonitions in the Quran against separations, the repeated recommendation to heal quarrels by private reconciliation, show the extreme sacredness of the marriage tie in the eyes of the Arab legislator. Quote, "If a woman fear ill usage or aversion from her husband, it shall not be blamable in them." Footnote. This Arabic expression implies it will be commendable, etc. And a footnote. If they agree with mutual agreement, for reconciliation or agreement is best. Men's souls are prone to avarice. But if ye act kindly and deal piously, verily God is well acquainted with what ye do. And you will not have it at all in your power to treat your wives alike with equity, even though you fain wanted to do so. Footnote. This furnishes another argument against those Mohammedans who hold that the developed laws of Islam allow plurality of wives, it being declared that quote-unquote equity is beyond human power to observe. We must naturally infer that the legislator had in view the merging of the lower in the higher principle, and the abolition of a custom which, though necessary in some state of society, is opposed to the later development of thought and morals. And a footnote. Yet yield not to your inclinations, even so much as to leave her in suspense. And if ye agree and act piously, then verily God is forgiving and merciful. End quote. And again, in a preceding verse, it is declared, "And if ye fear a breach between them, man and wife, then send a judge chosen from his family and a judge chosen from her family. If they desire a reconciliation, God will cause them to agree. Verily, God is knowing and apprised of all." End quote. The sanctity attached to the institution of marriage in the Islamic system has either not been apprehended or sufficiently appreciated by outsiders. Marriage, says Ashbah wa Nadair, is an institution ordained for the protection of society, and in order that human beings may guard themselves from foulness and unchastity. Marriage is a sacrament, insomuch that in this world it is an act of ibadat, or worship, for it preserves mankind free from pollution. It is instituted by divine command among members of the human species. Marriage, when treated as a contract, is a permanent relationship based on mutual consent on the part of a man and a woman between whom there is no bar to a lawful union. End quote. It has been frequently said that Muhammad allowed his followers, besides the 4 legitimate wives, to take to themselves any number of female slaves. A simple statement of the regulation on this point will show at once how opposed this notion is to the true precepts of Islam. Quote, "Whoso among you hath not the means to marry a free believing woman, then let him marry such of your maidservants whom your right hands possess, and who are believers. This is allowed unto him among you who is afraid of committing sin. But if ye abstain from allying yourself with slaves, it will be better for you." End quote. On this slender basis, and perhaps on some temporary and accidental circumstances connected with the early rise of the Muslim Commonwealth, have our legists based the usage of holding jariyas, female slaves. And this, though opposed to the spirit of the Master's precepts, has given rise to some of the strongest animadversions of rival religionists. Concubinage, the union of people standing to each other in the relation of master and slave without the sanction of matrimony, existed among the Arabs, the Jews, the Christians, and all the neighboring nations. The Prophet did not in the beginning denounce the custom, but towards the end of his career he expressly forbade it. Quote, "And you are permitted to marry virtuous women who are believers, and virtuous women of those who have been given the Scriptures before you, when you have provided them their portions, living chastely with them without fornication, and not taking concubines." End quote. Compare the spirit of the first part of this commandment with the exclusiveness of Christian ecclesiasticism, which refused to recognize as valid or lawful the union of a Christian with a non-Christian. The stake frequently was the lot of the quote-unquote infidel who indulged in the temerity of marrying a Christian. Muhammad's rule was a distinct advance in humanity. The prohibition directed against Muslim women entering into marriage with non-Muslims, which has furnished a handle for attacks, was founded upon reasons of policy and the necessities of the early Commonwealth. It cannot be denied that several institutions which the Mussulmans borrowed from the pre-Islamic system, quote-unquote, the days of ignorance, and which exist simply as so many survivals of an older growth, have had the tendency to retard the advancement of Mohammedan nations. Among them, the system of the seclusion of women is one. It had been in practice among most of the nations of antiquity from the earliest times. The gynaikonitis was a familiar institution among the Athenians, and the inmates of an Athenian harem were as jealously guarded from the public gaze as the members of a Persian household then, or of an Indian household now. The gynaikonomoi, like their Oriental counterpart, were the faithful warders of female privacy, and rigorously watched over the ladies of Athens. The seclusion of women naturally gave birth to the caste of hetairai, various members of whom played such an important part in Athenian history. Were it not for the extraordinary and almost inexplicable spectacle presented by the Byzantine Empire and modern Europe and America, we should have said that in every society, at all advanced in the arts of civilized life, the growth of the unhappy class of beings whose existence is alike a reproach to humanity and a disgrace to civilization was due to the withdrawal of women from the legitimate exercise of their ennobling, purifying, and humanizing influence over the minds of men. The human mind, when it does not perceive the pure, hankers after the impure. The Babylonians, the Etruscans, the Athenians, and the pre-Islamite Meccans furnish the best exemplification of this view in ancient times. The enormity of the social canker eating into the heart and poisoning the life-blood of nations in modern times is due, however, to the spread of a godless materialism covered with a thin veneer of religion, be it Christianity, be it Mohammedanism, or any other form of creed. Muhammad had, in early life, observed with pain and sorrow the depravity prevailing among the Meccans, and he took the most effective step suited to the age and the people to stamp out the evil. By his severe laws at first, to use the expressive language of Mr. Bosworth Smith, and by the strong moral sentiment aroused by these laws afterwards, he has succeeded, down to this very day, to a greater extent than has ever been the case elsewhere, in freeing all Mohammedan countries, where they are not overgrown by foreign excrescencies, from those professional outcasts who live by their own misery and by their existence as a recognized class are a standing reproach to every member of the society of which they form a part." End quote. The system of female seclusion undoubtedly possesses many advantages in the social well-being of unsettled and uncultured communities, and even in countries where the diversity of culture and moral conceptions is great, a modified form of seclusion is not absolutely to be deprecated. It prevails at the present moment in forms more or less strict among nations far removed from Muslim influences, to which is ascribed the existence of the custom in India and other Oriental countries. In Korea, female seclusion is carried to the height of absurdity. In China and among the Spanish colonies of South America, which are not within the immediate ambit of the European social code, the purdah is still observed. The Prophet of Islam found it existing among the Persians and other Oriental communities. He perceived its advantages, and it is possible that, in view of the widespread laxity of morals among all classes of people, he recommended to the womanfolk the observance of privacy. But to suppose that he ever intended his recommendation should assume its present inelastic form, or that he ever allowed or enjoined the seclusion of women, is wholly opposed to the spirit of his reforms. The Quran itself affords no warrant for holding that the seclusion of women is a part of the new gospel. Quote, "O Prophet, speak to thy wives and to thy daughters, and to the wives of the faithful, that they let their wrappers fall low. Thus will they more easily be known, and they will not be affronted. God is indulgent, merciful. And speak to the believing women, that they refrain their looks and observe continence, and that they display not their ornaments except those which are external, and that they draw their kerchiefs over their bosoms." End quote. Directions easy to understand in the midst of the social and moral chaos from which he was endeavoring, under God's guidance, to evolve order, wives and beneficent injunctions having for their object the promotion of decency among women, the improvement of their dress and demeanor, and their protection from insult. Footnote: Those who have traveled in Europeanized Egypt and in the Levant will understand how necessary these directions must have been in those times. Hamilton, the translator of the Hidayah, in his preliminary discourse dealing with the Book of Abominations, has the following: "A subject which involves a vast variety of frivolous matter, and must be considered chiefly in the light of a treatise upon propriety and decorum. In it is particularly exhibited the scrupulous attention paid to female modesty, and the avoidance of every act which may tend to violate it, even in thought. It is remarkable, however, that this does not amount to that absolute seclusion of women supposed by some writers. In fact, this seclusion is a result of jealousy or pride, and not any legal injunction, as appears in this and several other parts of the Hidayah. Neither is it a custom universally prevalent in Mohammedan countries." End quote. Martson, in his Travels, says, The Arab settlers in Java never observed the custom, and the Javanese Mussulman women enjoy the same amount of freedom as their Dutch sisters. End of footnote. It is a mistake, therefore, to suppose there is anything in the law which tends to the perpetuation of the custom. Considerable light is thrown on the lawgiver's recommendation for female privacy by the remarkable immunity from restraint or seclusion which the members of his family always enjoyed. Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bakr, who was married to Muhammad on Khadija's death, personally conducted the insurrectionary movement against Ali. She commanded her own troops in the famous Battle of the Camel. Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet, often took part in the discussions regarding the succession of the caliphate. The granddaughter of Muhammad, Zainab, the sister of Hussein, shielded her youthful nephew from the Umayyads after the butchery of Karbala. Her indomitable spirit awed equally the ferocious Abdullah ibn Ziyad and the pitiless Yazid. The depravity of morals which had sapped the foundations of society among the pre-Islamic Arabs, as well as among the Jews and the Christians, urgently needed some correction. The Prophet's counsel regarding the privacy of women served undoubtedly to stem the tide of immorality and to prevent the diffusion among his followers of the custom of disguised polyandry, which had evidently until then existed among the pagan Arabs. According to Van Hamme, the harem is a sanctuary. It is prohibited to strangers, not because women are considered unworthy of confidence, but on account of the sacredness with which custom and manners invest them. The degree of reverence which is accorded to women throughout Higher Asia and Europe among Mohammedan communities is a matter capable of the clearest demonstration." End quote. The idealization of womanhood is a natural characteristic of all the higher natures. But national pride and religious bigotry have given rise to two divergent theories regarding the social exaltation of women among the cultured classes in modern Christendom. The one attributes it to Mariolatry, the other to medieval chivalry, alleged to be the offspring of Teutonic institutions. Of Christianity in its relation to womankind, the less said, the better. In the early ages, when the religion of the people, high and low, the ignorant and educated, consisted only of the adoration of the Mother of Jesus, the Church of Christ had placed the sex under a ban. Father after father had written upon the enormities of women, their evil tendencies, their inconceivable malignity. Tertullian represented the general feeling in a book in which he described women as, quote, "the devil's gateway, the unsealer of the forbidden tree, the deserter of the divine law, the destroyer of God's image, man," end quote. Another authority declared with a revolting cynicism, "Among women he sought for chastity, but found none," end quote. Chrysostom, who is recognized as a saint of high merit, quote, "interpreted the general opinion of the fathers," says Lecky, "when he pronounced women to be a necessary evil, a natural temptation, a desirable calamity, a domestic peril, a deadly fascination, a painted ill." End quote. The Orthodox Church excluded women from the exercise of all religious functions excepting the lowliest. They were excluded absolutely from society. They were prohibited from appearing in public, from going to feasts or banquets. They were directed to remain in seclusion, to observe silence, to obey their husbands, and to apply themselves to weaving and spinning and cooking. If they ever went out, they were to be clothed from head to foot. Such was the position of women in Christianity when Mariolatry was recognized and practiced by all classes. In later times, and in the gloomy interval which elapsed between the overthrow of the Western Empire and the rise of modern society in Europe, a period which has been described as one of, quote, rapine, falsehood, tyranny, lust, and violence, end quote, Christianity, by introducing convents and nunneries, served in some respects to improve the lot of women. This questionable amelioration, however, was only suited for an age when the abduction of women was an everyday occurrence, and the dissoluteness of morals was such as to defy description. But the convents were not always the haunts of virtue, nor the inculcation of celibacy the surest safeguard of chastity. The Registrum Visitationem, or the Diary of the Pastoral Visits of Archbishop Rigaud, throws a peculiar light upon the state of morality and the position of the sex during the most glorious epoch of the Age of Faith. The rise of Protestantism made no difference in the social conditions or in the conception of lawyers regarding the status of women. Jesus had treated woman with humanity. His followers excluded her from justice. The other theory to which we have adverted is in vogue among the romanceurs of Europe. They have represented each historical figure in the Middle Ages to be a Bayard or a Crichton. The age of chivalry is generally supposed to extend from the beginning of the 8th to the close of the 14th century, a period, be it noted, almost synchronous with the Saracenic domination of Spain. But during this period, in spite of the halo which poetry and romance have cast around the conditions of society, women were the frequent subjects of violence. Force and fraud were the distinguishing characteristic of the golden age of Christian chivalry. Roland and Arthur were myths until the West came in contact with the civilization and culture of the East. Chivalry was not the product of the wilds of Scandinavia or of the gloomy forests of Germany. Prophecy and chivalry alike were the children of the desert. From the desert issued Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. From the desert issued Antar, Hamza, and Ali. The condition of women among the Arabs settled in the cities and villages, who had adopted the loose notions of morality prevalent among the Syrians, Persians, and Romans, was, as we have already stated, degraded in the extreme. Among some of the nomads, however, they enjoyed greater freedom and exercised much influence over the fortunes of their tribes. They were not, as among the Greeks, says Perron, the creatures of misery, end quote. They accompanied the warriors to battle and inspired them to heroism. The cavaliers rushed into the fights, singing the praises of sister, wife, or lady love. The guerdon of their loves was the highest price of their prowess. Valor and generosity were the greatest virtue of the men, and chastity that of the women. An insult offered to a woman of a tribe would set in flame the desert tribes from the end to end of the peninsula. The quote-unquote sacrilegious wars, which lasted for 40 years and were put an end to by the Prophet, had their origin in an insult offered to a young girl at one of the fairs of Ukaz. Muhammad rendered a fitful custom into a permanent creed, and embodied respect for women in his revelations. With many directions which reflect the rude and patriarchal simplicity of the age, his regulations breathe a more chivalrous spirit towards the sex than is to be found in the teachings of the older masters. Islam, like Christianity, is different with different individuals and in different ages, but on the whole, true chivalry is more intimately associated with true Islam than with any other form of positive faith or social institution. The hero of Islam, the true disciple of the founder of the Hilf al-Fudul, was as ready with lance and sword to do battle with God's enemies as to redress the wrongs of the weak and oppressed. Whether on the plains of Iraq or nearer home, the cry of distress never failed to bring the mailed knight to the succor of the helpless and suffering. His deeds translated into legends and carried from the tent to the palace have served to influence the prowess of succeeding ages. The caliph in his banqueting hall puts down the half-tasted bowl on being told that an Arab maiden carried into captivity by the Romans had cried out, "Why does not Abdul Malik come to my help?" He vows that no wine or water shall wet his lips until he has released the maiden from bondage. Forthwith he marches his troops upon the Roman caitiffs, and only when the maiden has attained her liberty is he freed from his vow. A Mogul emperor, sore pressed by relentless foes, is marching towards the frontiers when he receives the bracelet of an alien queen, the token of brotherhood and call for succor. He abandons his own necessities, retraces his steps, defeats her foes, and then resumes his march. Footnote: the Emperor Humayun, pursued by the Afghans, received on his march to Kabul the bracelet from the Jodhpur queen, and at once came to her help. I have mentioned 2 instances of Muslim chivalry, which might be multiplied by hundreds. End of footnote. Elsner calls Antar the father of chivalry. Ali was its beau ideal, an impersonation of gallantry, of bravery, of generosity, pure, gentle, and learned, quote, without fear and without reproach, end quote. He set the world the noblest example of chivalrous grandeur of character. His spirit, a pure reflection of that of the master, overshadowed the Islamic world and formed the animating genius of succeeding ages. The wars of the Crusades brought barbarian Europe into contact with the civilization of the Islamic East, and opened its eyes to the magnificence and refinement of the Muslims. But it was especially the influences of Mohammedan Andalusia on the neighboring Christian provinces which led to the introduction of chivalry into Europe. The troubadours, the trouveurs of southern France, and the Minnesingers of Germany, who sang of love and honor in war, were the immediate disciples of the romanceurs of Cordova, Granada, and Malaga. Petrarch and Boccaccio, even Tasso and Chaucer, derived their inspiration from the Islamic fountainhead. But the coarse habits and thoughts of the barbarian hordes of Europe communicated a character of grossness to pure chivalry. In the early centuries of Islam, almost until the extinction of the Saracenic Empire in the East, women continued to occupy as exalted a position as in modern society. Zubaydah, the wife of Harun, plays a conspicuous part in the history of the age, and by her virtues, as well as by her accomplishments, leaves an honored name to posterity. Humayda, the wife of Farouk, a Medinite citizen, left for many years the sole guardian of her minor son, educates him to become one of the most distinguished jurisconsults of the day. Footnote: Farouk was away for 27 years, engaged in wars in Khorasan. His son's name is Arabia Ar-Ray. End of footnote. Sukaina or Sakina, the daughter of Hussein and the granddaughter of Ali, was the most brilliant, most accomplished, and most virtuous woman of her time. La dame des dames de son temps, la plus belle, la plus gracieuse, la plus brillante de qualité, as Perron calls her. Footnote: Hussein was married to one of the daughters of Yezdiard, the last Sasanian king of Persia. End of footnote. Herself no mean scholar, she prized the converse of learned and pious people. The ladies of the Prophet's family were noted for their learning, their virtues, and their strength of character. Buran, the wife of the Caliph Mamun, al-Fazl, Mamun's sister, married to the 8th Imam of the House of Ali, al-Habib, Mamun's daughter, were all famous for their scholarship. In the 5th century of the Hijra, the Sheikha Shuhda, designated Fakhr un-Nisa, the glory of women, lectured publicly at the Cathedral Mosque of Baghdad to large audiences on literature, rhetoric, and poetry. She occupies in the annals of Islam a position of equality with the most distinguished ulama. What would have befallen this lady had she flourished among the fellow religionists of Saint Cyril can be judged by the fate of Hypatia. Possibly she would not have been torn to pieces by enthusiastic Christians, but she would to a certainty have been burnt as a witch. Zat ul-Hemma, corrupted into Zemma, the Lionheart, the heroine of many battles, fought side by side with the bravest knights. The improvement effected in the position of women by the Prophet of Arabia has been acknowledged by all unprejudiced writers, though it is still the fashion with bigoted controversialists to say the Islamic system lowered the status of women. No falser calumny has been leveled at the great Prophet. 19 centuries of progressive development, working with the legacy of a prior civilization under the most favorable racial and climatic conditions, have tended to place women, in most countries of Christendom, on a higher social level than men, have given birth to a code of etiquette which, at least ostensibly, recognizes the right of women to higher social respect. But what is their legal position even in the most advanced communities of Christendom? Until very recently, even in England, a married woman possessed no rights independently of her husband. If the Muslim woman does not attain in another 100 years the social position of her European sister, there will be time enough to declaim against Islam as a system and a dispensation. But the teacher, who in an age when no country, no system, no community gave any right to woman, maiden or married, mother or wife, who in a country where the birth of a daughter was considered a calamity, secured to the sex rights which are only unwillingly and under pressure being conceded to them by the civilized nations in the 20th century, deserves the gratitude of humanity. If Muhammad had done nothing more, his claim to be a benefactor of mankind would have been indisputable. Even under the laws as they stand at present in the pages of the legists, the legal position of Muslim females may be said to compare favorably with that of European women. We have dealt in another place at length with this subject. We shall do no more here than glance at the provisions of the Muslim codes relating to women. As long as she is unmarried, she remains under the parental roof, and until she attains her majority, she is to some extent under the control of the father or his representative. As soon, however, as she is of age, the law vests in her all the rights which belong to her as an independent human being. She is entitled to share in the inheritance of her parents along with her brothers, and though the proportion is different, the distinction is founded on the relative position of brother and sister. A woman who is sui juris can under no circumstances be married without her own express consent, quote, not even by the Sultan, End quote. Footnote. Centuries after the principle was laid down by the Muslim jurists, the sovereigns and chiefs of Christendom were in the habit of forcibly marrying women to their subjects. End of footnote. On her marriage, she does not lose her individuality. She does not cease to be a separate member of society. An ante-nuptial settlement by the husband in favor of the wife is a necessary condition, and on his failure to make a settlement, the law presumes one in accordance with the social position of the wife. A Muslim marriage is a civil act, needing no priest, requiring no ceremonial. The contract of marriage gives the man no power over the woman's person beyond what the law defines, and none whatever upon her goods and property. Her rights as a mother do not depend for their recognition upon the idiosyncrasies of individual judges. Her earnings, acquired by her own exertions, cannot be wasted by a prodigal husband, nor can she be ill-treated with impunity by one who is brutal. She acts, if sui juris, in all matters which relate to her and her property, in her own individual right, without the intervention of husband or father. She can sue her debtors in the open courts without the necessity of joining a next friend, or under cover of her husband's name. Section 25 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 6, Bondage, Slavery. And as to your slaves, see that ye feed them as ye feed yourselves, and clothe them as ye clothe yourselves. The Prophet. Slavery, in some of its features, has been aptly compared with polygamy. Like polygamy, it has existed among all nations, and has died away with the progress of human thought and the growth of a sense of justice among mankind. Like polygamy, it was the natural product of passion and pride so strongly marked in certain phases of the communal and individual development. But unlike polygamy, it bears from its outset the curse of inherent injustice. In the early stages, when humanity has not risen to the full appreciation of the reciprocal rights and duties of man, when laws are the mandates of one or of the few for the many, when the will of the strong is the rule of life and the guide of conduct, then the necessary inequality, social, physical, or mental, engendered by nature among the human race, invariably takes the form of slavery, and a system springs into existence which allows absolute power to the superior over the inferior. This complete subserviency of the weak to the strong has helped the latter to escape from the legendary curse laid on man, quote, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread till thou return to the ground," end quote, and allow them to employ the leisure thus acquired in congenial pursuits. The simple wish, says the author of Ancient Law, to use the bodily powers of another person as the means of ministering to one's own ease or pleasure, is doubtless the foundation of slavery, and as old as human nature. End quote. The practice of slavery is coeval with human existence. Historically, its traces are visible in every age and in every nation. Its germs were developed in a savage state of society, and it continued to flourish even when the progress of material civilization had done away with its necessity. The Jews, the Greeks, the Romans, and the ancient Germans, people whose legal and social institutions have most affected modern manners and customs, recognized and practiced both kinds of slavery, predial servitude as well as household slavery. Among the Hebrews, from the commencement of their existence as a nation, two forms of slavery were practiced. The Israelite slave, given into bondage as a punishment for crime or for payment of a debt, occupied a higher position than a slave of alien birth. The law allowed the former his liberty after 6 years of servitude, unless he refused to avail himself of his right. But for foreign slaves, whether belonging to the people whom the Israelites had reduced into absolute helletage by a merciless system of warfare, or whether acquired in treacherous forays or by purchase, were entirely excluded from the benefits of this arrangement, an arrangement made in a spirit of national partiality and characteristic isolation. The lot of these bondsmen and bondswomen was one of unmitigated hardship. Helots of the soil, or slaves of the house, hated and despised at the same time. They lived a life of perpetual drudgery in the service of pitiless masters. Christianity as a system and a creed raised no protest against slavery, enforced no rule, inculcated no principle for the mitigation of the evil. Excepting a few remarks on the disobedience of slaves and a general advice to masters to give servants their due, the teachings of Jesus, as portrayed in the Christian traditions, contained nothing expressive of disapproval of bondage. On the contrary, Christianity enjoined on the slave absolute submission to the will of his or her proprietor. It found slavery a recognized institution of the empire. It adopted the system without any endeavor to mitigate its baneful character, or to promote its gradual abolition, or to improve the status of slaves. Under the civil law, slaves were mere chattels. They remained so under the Christian domination. Slavery had flourished among the Romans from the earliest times. The slaves, whether of native or foreign birth, whether acquired by war or purchase, were regarded simply as chattels. Their masters possessed the power of life and death over them. But that gradual improvement which had raised the archaic laws of the 12 tablets to the comprehensive code of Hadrian did not fail to introduce some amelioration in the condition of the slaves. In spite, however, of the changes which the humanity or the wisdom of the emperors had effected in the old laws, the person of the slave was absolutely subject to the will of the master. Each magnate of the empire possessed thousands of slaves, who were tortured and subjected to lashings for the most trivial of faults. The introduction of the religion of Jesus into Europe affected human chattelhood only in its relation to the priesthood. A slave could become free by adopting monachism, if not claimed within 3 years. But in other respects, slavery flourished as much and in as varied shapes as under the pagan domination. The Digest, compiled under a Christian emperor, pronounced slavery a constitution of the law of nature, and the code fixed the maximum price of slaves according to the professions for which they were intended. Marriages between slaves were not legal, and between the slave and the free were prohibited under severe penalties. Footnote: one of the punishments was, if a free woman married a slave, she was to be put to death and the slave burnt alive. Compare the splendid, though apologetic chapter of Milman on the subject. End of footnote. The natural result was unrestrained concubinage, which even the clergy recognized and practiced. Such was the slavery under the most advanced system of laws known to the ancient world. These laws reflected the wisdom of 13 centuries, and towards the close of their development had engrafted upon themselves some faint offshoots of the teachings of one of the greatest moral preceptors of the world. With the establishment of the Western and Northern barbarians on the ruins of the Roman Empire, besides personal slavery, territorial servitude, scarcely known to the Romans, became general in all the newly settled countries. The various rights possessed by the lords over their vassals and serfs exhibited a revolting picture of moral depravity and degradation. Footnote: one of the miserable and disgusting privileges possessed by the lord was designated in Britain as the custom of culiage, which was afterwards commuted into a fine. This custom, as has been correctly supposed, gave rise to the law of inheritance, prevalent in some English countries, and known by the name of Borough English. End of footnote. The barbaric codes, like the Roman, regarded slavery as an ordinary condition of mankind, and if any protection was afforded to the slave, it was chiefly as the property of his master, who alone, besides the state, had the power of life and death over him. Christianity had failed utterly in abolishing slavery or alleviating its evils. The Church itself held slaves, and recognized in explicit terms the lawfulness of this baneful institution. Under its influence, the greatest civilians of Europe had upheld slavery, and have insisted upon its usefulness as preventing the increase of pauperism and theft. And it was under the same influences that the highly cultured Christians of the southern states of North America practiced the cruelest inhumanities upon the unfortunate beings whom they held as slaves, many of their own kith, and shed torrents of blood for the maintenance of the curse of slavery in their midst. The least trace of the blood of an inferior race, however imperceptible, subjected the unfortunate being to all the penalties of slavery. The white Christian could never legitimize the issue of his illicit connection with his Negro slave women. With her he could never contract a legal union. The mother of his illegitimate children and her descendants, however remote, could be sold by his legitimate white issue at any time. Christianity failed to grasp the spirit of its master's teachings in regard to the equality of man in the sight of God. Islam recognizes no distinction of race or color, black or white, citizens or soldiers, rulers or subjects. They are perfectly equal, not in theory only, but in practice. In the field or in the guest chamber, in the tent or in the palace, in the mosque or in the market, they mix without reserve and without contempt. The first muezzin of Islam, a devoted adherent and an esteemed disciple, was a Negro slave. To the white Christian, his black fellow religionist may be his equal in the kingdom of heaven, but certainly not in the kingdom of this world. In the reign of Christ, perhaps, but not in the reign of Christianity. The law may compel him, a larger humanity with torrents of blood may force him to give his black brother civic rights, but the pride of race and color acknowledges no equality, and even in the house of God a strict separation is observed. The Islamic teachings dealt a blow at the institution of slavery, which, had it not been for the deep root it had taken among the surrounding nations and the natural obliquity of the human mind, would have been completely extinguished as soon as the generation which then practiced it had passed away. It has been justly contended that, as the promulgation of the laws, precepts, and teachings of Islam extended over 20 years, it is naturally to be expected many of the pre-Islamic institutions, which were eventually abolished, were at first either tacitly permitted or expressly recognized. In one of these categories stood the usage of slavery. The evil was intertwined with the inmost relations of the people among whom Muhammad flourished. Its extinction was only to be achieved by the continued agency of wise and humane laws, and not by the sudden and entire emancipation of the existing slaves, which was morally and economically impossible. Numberless provisions, negative as well as positive, were accordingly introduced in order to promote and accomplish a gradual enfranchisement. A contrary policy would have produced an utter collapse of the infant commonwealth. The Prophet exhorted his followers repeatedly in the name of God to enfranchise slaves, quote, "than which there was not an act more acceptable to God." End quote. He ruled that for certain sins of omission, the penalty should be the manumission of slaves. He ordered that slaves should be allowed to purchase their liberty by the wages of their service, and that in case the unfortunate beings had no present means of gain and wanted to earn in some other employment enough for that purpose, they should be allowed to leave their masters on an agreement to that effect. He also provided that sums should be advanced to the slaves from the public treasury to purchase their liberty. In certain contingencies, it was provided that the slave should become enfranchised without the interference or even against the will of his master. The contract or agreement in which the least doubt was discovered was construed most favorably in the interests of the slave, and the slightest promise on the part of the master was made obligatory for the purposes of enfranchisement. He placed the duty of kindness towards the slave on the same footing with the claims of, quote, kindred and neighbors and fellow travelers and wayfarers, end quote, encouraged manumission to the freest extent, and therewith the gift of, quote, a portion of that wealth which God hath given you, end quote, and prohibited sensual uses of a master's power over the slave, with the promise of divine mercy to the wronged. To free a slave is the expiation for ignorantly slaying a believer, and for certain forms of untruth. The whole tenor of Muhammad's teachings made quote-unquote permanent chattelhood or caste impossible, and it is simply quote-unquote an abuse of words to apply the word slavery in the English sense to any status known to the legislation of Islam. The lawgiver ordained that a fugitive fleeing to the territories of Islam should at once become enfranchised, that the child of a slave woman should follow the condition of the father, while the mother should become free at his death, that the slave should be able to contract with his master for his emancipation, and that a part of the poor tax should be devoted to the ransom of those held in bondage. The masters were forbidden to exact more work than was just and proper. They were ordered never to address their male or female slaves by that degrading appellation, but by the more affectionate name of my young man or my young maid. It was enjoined that all slaves should be dressed, clothed, and fed exactly as their masters and mistresses. Above all, it was ordered that in no case should the mother be separated from her child, nor brother from brother, nor father from son, nor husband from wife, nor one relative from another. Footnote: I see no need of quoting authorities on these points, as they are admitted facts, but I may refer the curious reader to the traditions collected in the Mishkat, the Sahih of Bukhari, and the Bihar ul-Anwar. The latter contains the noblest monuments of generosity and charity practiced by the Prophet's immediate descendants. Add a footnote. In the moral rules laid down for the treatment of those then in bondage, the Arabian teacher did not prescribe the reciprocal duties of master and slave in the one-sided manner so often visible in other creeds. With a deeper and truer knowledge of human nature, he saw that it was not so needful to lay down the duties the weak owe to the strong as those the strong owe to the weak. In Islam, no discredit is attached to the status of slavery. It is an accident, and not, as in the civil law and patristic Christianity, quote-unquote, a constitution of nature. Zayd, the freedman of the Prophet, was often entrusted with the command of troops, and the noblest captains served under him without demur. And his son Osama was honored with the leadership of the expedition sent by Abu Bakr against the Greeks. Qutbuddin, the first king of Delhi, and the true founder, therefore, of the Muslim Empire in India, was a slave. The slavery which was allowed in Islam had, in fact, nothing in common with that which was in vogue in Christendom until recent times, or with American slavery until the Holy War of 1865 put an end to that curse. In Islam, the slave of today is the Grand Vizier of tomorrow. He may marry without discredit his master's daughter and become the head of the family. Slaves have ruled kingdoms and founded dynasties. The father of Mahmud of Ghazni was a slave. Can Christianity point to such records as these? Can Christianity show in the pages of history as clear, as humane an account of her treatment of slaves as this? From all that we have said, it is abundantly clear that the legislator himself looked upon the custom as temporary in its nature, and held that its extinction was sure to be achieved by the progress of ideas and change of circumstances. The Quran always speaks of slaves as, quote, those whom your right hands have acquired, end quote, indicating thus the only means of acquisition of bondsmen or bondswomen. It recognized, in fact, only one kind of slavery, the servitude of men made captives in bona fide lawful warfare, jihad al-shara'i. Among all barbarous nations, the captives are spared from a motive of selfishness alone, in order to add to the wealth of the individual captor, or of the collective nation, by their sale money or by their labor. Footnote. The ancient jurists based the right of enslaving the captive on the prior right of killing him. In this they are followed by Albertius Gentilis, Grotius, and Pufendorf. Montesquieu, indeed, was the first to deny this mythical right of killing a captive, unless in case of absolute necessity or for self-preservation. And this, the author of the Spirit of Laws, denied because of his freedom from the thraldom of the Church. End of footnote. Like other nations of antiquity, the Arab of the pre-Islamic period spared the lives of his captives for the sake of profiting by them. Muhammad found this custom existing among his people. Instead of theorizing or dealing in vague platitudes, he laid down strict rules for their guidance, enjoining that those only may be held in bond who were taken in bona fide legal war until they were ransomed, or the captive bought his or her own liberty by the wages of service. But even when these means failed, an appeal to the pious feelings of the Muslim, combined with the onerous responsibilities attached to the possession of a slave, was often enough to secure the eventual enfranchisement of the latter. Slave lifting and slave dealing, patronized by dominant Christianity, and sanctified by Judaism, were utterly reprobated and condemned. Footnote: after the massacre of Drogheda by Cromwell and the suppression of the insurrection in Ireland, the English Protestants sold the Irish, men and women, wholesale to the colonists of Virginia, Pennsylvania, and other places. The same was done after Monmouth's rebellion. End of footnote. The man who dealt in slaves was declared the outcast of humanity. Enfranchisement of slaves was pronounced to be a noble act of virtue. Footnote: according to an authentic and well-known tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq. End of footnote. It was forbidden in absolute terms to reduce Muslims to slavery. To the lasting disgrace of a large number of professed Muslims, it must be said, however, that whilst observing or trying to observe the latter, they have utterly ignored the spirit of the teacher's precepts and allowed slavery to flourish in direct contravention of the injunction of the Prophet by purchase and other means. The possession of a slave by the Quranic laws was conditional on a bona fide struggle in self-defense against unbelieving and idolatrous aggressors, and its permission was a guarantee for the safety and preservation of the captives. The cessation of the state of war in which the Muslim community was at first involved, from the animosity of the surrounding tribes and nations, would have brought about the extinction of slavery by a natural process, the stoppage of future acquisition, and the enfranchisement of those in bondage. However, whether from contact with the demoralized nations of the East and the West, and the wild races of the North, or from the fact that the baneful institution was deeply rooted among all classes of society, many Muslims, like the Christians and the Jews, recognize slavery, and to some extent do so even now. But the wild Turkoman, or the African Arab, who glories in slave-lifting, is no more a representative of Islam than is the barbarous Guacho, who revels on the savage prairies of South America, of Christianity. Footnote: in order not to break the letter of his Prophet's commandments, the Turkoman, himself a violent Sunni, forced his captive, whether a Sunni or Shia, to acknowledge himself a heretic, and the African Arab calls his murderous razzias on the pagan Negroes jihads. Mr. Joseph Thomson, the well-known African traveler, in a letter to the London Times on the 14th of November 1887, thus writes on the subject of slavery in East Africa: I unhesitatingly affirm, and I speak from a wider experience of Eastern Central Africa than any of your correspondents possess, that if the slave trade thrives, it is because Islam has not been introduced in these regions, and for the strongest of all reasons, that the spread of Mohammedanism would have meant the concomitant suppression of the slave trade. End quote. His account of, quote, the peaceful and unassuming agencies, end quote, by which Islam has been spread in Western Africa and Central Sudan, deserves the attention of every reader. Here, he says, we have Islam as a living, active force, full of the fire and energy of its early days, proselytizing, too, with much of the marvelous success which characterized its early days. End of footnote. Like polygamy, the institution of slavery, prevalent universally among mankind at some stage or other of their growth, has, at least among the nations which claim to be civilized, outlived the necessities which induced its practice, and must sooner or later become extinct. It will be seen, therefore, that Islam did not quote-unquote consecrate slavery, as has been maliciously affirmed, but provided in every way for its abolition and extinction by circumscribing the means of possession within the narrowest limits. Islam did not deal capriciously with this important question. Whilst proclaiming in the most emphatic terms the natural equality of human beings, it did not, regardless of consequences, enfranchise the men and women already in bondage, which would have only been productive of evil in a world not then ripe for that consummation of human liberty, moral and intellectual. The mutilation of the human body was also explicitly forbidden by Muhammad, and the institution which flourished both in the Persian and the Byzantine empires was denounced in severe terms. Slavery by purchase was unknown during the reigns of the first four caliphs. There is at least no authentic record of any slave having been acquired by purchase during their tenure of the office. But with the accession of the usurping house of Umayyah, a change came over the spirit of Islam. Muawiyah was the first Muslim sovereign who introduced into the Muslim world the practice of acquiring slaves by purchase. He was also the first to adopt the Byzantine custom of guarding his women by eunuchs. During the reigns of the early Abbasids, the Shia Imam Jafar as-Sadiq preached against slavery. The time has now arrived when humanity at large should raise its voice against the practice of servitude, in whatever shape or under whatever denomination it may be disguised. The Muslims especially, for the honor of their great prophet, should try to efface that dark page from their history, a page which would have never been written but for their contravention of the spirit of his laws, however bright it may appear by the side of the ghastly scrolls on which the deeds of the professors of the rival creeds are recorded. The days come when the voice which proclaimed liberty, equality, and universal brotherhood among all mankind should be heard with the fresh vigor acquired from the spiritual existence and spiritual pervasion of 14 centuries. It remains for the Muslims to show the falseness of the aspersions cast on the memory of the great and noble prophet, by proclaiming in explicit terms that slavery is reprobated by their faith and discountenanced by their code. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 7, The Political Spirit of Islam. The blood of the Dhimmi is like the blood of the Muslim, Ali. Hitherto we have considered the teachings of the Arabian prophet solely from one point of view, as furnishing the rule of human conduct and supplying the guide of man's duty to his Creator and to his fellow creatures. We now propose to examine the influence of Islam on collective humanity, on nations, and not merely on the individual, in short, on the destiny of mankind in the aggregate. 7 centuries had passed since the Master of Nazareth had come with his message of the kingdom of heaven to the poor and the lowly. A beautiful life was ended before the ministry had barely commenced, and now unutterable desolation brooded over the empires and kingdoms of the earth, and God's children, sunk in misery, were anxiously waiting for the promised deliverance which was so long in coming. In the West, as in the East, the condition of the masses was so miserable as to defy description. They possessed no civil rights or political privileges. These were the monopoly of the rich and the powerful, or of the sacerdotal classes. The law was not the same for the weak and the strong, the rich and the poor, the great and the lowly. In Sassanid Persia, the priests and the landed proprietors, the Deccans, enjoyed all power and influence, and the wealth of the country was centered in their hands. The peasantry and the poorer classes generally were ground to the earth under a lawless despotism. In the Byzantine Empire, the clergy and the great magnates, courtesans, and other nameless ministrants to the vices of Caesar and proconsul were the happy possessors of wealth, influence, and power. The people grovelled in most abject misery. In the barbaric kingdoms, in fact, wherever feudalism had established itself, by far the largest proportion of the population were either serfs or slaves. Villeinage or serfdom was the ordinary status of the peasantry. At first there was little distinction between predial and domestic slavery. Both classes of slaves with their families and their goods and chattels belonged to the lord of the soil, who could deal with them at his own free will and pleasure. Footnote: the Church retained its slaves longest. Sir Thomas Smith, in his Commonwealth, speaks bitterly of the hypocrisy of the clergy. End of footnote. In later times, the serfs or villeins were either annexed to the manor and were bought and sold with the land to which they belonged, or were annexed to the person of the lord and were transferable from one owner to another. They could not leave their lord without his permission, and if they ran away or were purloined from him, might be claimed and recovered by action, like beasts or other chattels. They held indeed small portions of land by way of sustaining themselves and their families, but it was at the mere will of the Lord, who might dispossess them whenever he pleased. A villain could acquire no property, either in land or goods, but if he purchased either, the Lord might enter upon them, oust the villain, and seize them to his own use. An iron collar round the neck was the badge of both predial servitude and domestic slavery. The slaves were driven from place to place in gangs, fed like swine, and housed worse than swine, with fettered feet and manacled hands, linked together in a single chain which led from collar to collar. The trader in human flesh rode with a heavy knotted lash in his hands, with which he, quote-unquote, encouraged the weary and flagging. This whip, when it struck, and that was frequently, cut the flesh out of the body. Men, women, and children were thus dragged about the country with rags on their body, their ankles ulcerated, their naked feet torn. If any of the wretches flagged and fell, they were laid on the ground and lashed until the skin was flayed and they were nearly dead. The horrors of the Middle Passage, the sufferings of the poor Negroes in the southern states of the North America before the War of Emancipation, the cruelties practiced by the Sudanese slave lifters, give us some conception of the terrible sufferings of the slaves under Christian domination at the time when Islam was first promulgated and until the close of the 15th century. Footnote: in the Parliamentary War, both sides sold their opponents as slaves to the colonists. After the suppression of the Duke of Monmouth's rebellion, all his followers were sold into slavery. The treatment of the slaves in the colonies at the hands of quote-unquote the Pilgrim Fathers and their descendants will not bear description. End of footnote. And even after the lapse of almost 2,000 years of Christ's reign, we still find Christians lashing to death helpless women, imprisoned for real or imaginary political offenses by one of the most powerful empires of the civilized world. Footnote. This was written before the fall of the Romanovs. End of footnote. The condition of the so-called freemen was nowise better than that of the ordinary serfs. If they wanted to part with their lands, they must pay a fine to the lord of the manor. If they wanted to buy any, they must likewise pay a fine. They could not take by succession any property until they had paid a heavy duty. They could not grind their corn or make their bread without paying a share to the lord. They could not harvest their crops before the church had first appropriated its tenth, the king his 20th, the courtiers their smaller shares. They could not leave their homes without the leave of the Lord, and they were bound at all times to render him gratuitous services. If the Lord's son or daughter married, they must cheerfully pay their contributions. But when the freeman's daughter married, she must first submit to an infamous outrage, and not even the bishop, the servant of Christ, when he happened to be the lord of the manor, would waive the atrocious privilege of barbarism. Death even had no solace for these poor victims of barbarism. Living, they were subject to the inhumanities of man. Dead, they were doomed to eternal perdition. For a felo de se was the unholiest of criminals. There was no room for his poor body in consecrated ground. He could only be smuggled away in the dead of the night and buried in some unhallowed spot with a stake through his body as a warning to others. Such was the terrible misery which hung over the people. But the baron in his hall, the bishop in his palace, the priest in his cloister, little recked they of the sufferings of the masses. The clouds of night had gathered over the fairest portion of Europe and Africa. Everywhere the will of the strongest was the measure of law and right. The church afforded no help to the downtrodden and oppressed. Its teachings were opposed to the enfranchisement of the human race from the rule of brute force. The quote-unquote early fathers had condemned resistance to the constituted authorities as a deadly sin. No tyranny, no oppression, no outrages upon humanity were held to justify subjects in forcibly protecting themselves against the injustice of their rulers. The servants of Jesus had made common cause with those whom he had denounced, the rich and powerful tyrant. They had associated themselves with feudalism and enjoyed all its privileges as lords of the soil, barons, and princes. The non-Christians, Jews, heretics, and pagans, enjoyed under Christian domination a fitful existence. It was a matter of chance whether they would be massacred or reduced to slavery. Rights they had none, enough if they were suffered to exist. If a Christian contracted an illicit union with a non-Christian, a lawful union was out of the question. He was burnt to death. The Jews might not eat or drink or sit at the same table with the Christians, nor dress like them. Their children were liable to be torn from their arms, their goods plundered at the will of the baron or bishop, or a frenzied populace. And this state of things lasted until the close of the 17th century. Not until the recluse of Hira sounded the note of freedom, not until he proclaimed the practical equality of mankind, not until he abolished every privilege of caste and emancipated labor, did the chains which had held in bond the nations of the earth fall to pieces. He came with the same message which had been brought by his precursors, and he fulfilled it. The essence of the political character of Islam is to be found in the charter which was granted to the Jews by the Prophet after his arrival at Medina, and the notable message sent to the Christians of Najran and the neighboring territories after Islam had fully established itself in the peninsula. This latter document has, for the most part, furnished the guiding principle to all Muslim rulers in their mode of dealing with their non-Muslim subjects, and if they have departed from it in any instance, the cause is to be found in the character of the particular sovereign. If we separate the political necessity, which has often spoken and acted in the name of religion, no faith is more tolerant than Islam to the followers of other creeds. Quote-unquote reasons of state have led a sovereign here and there to display a certain degree of intolerance or to insist upon a certain uniformity of faith, but the system itself has ever maintained the most complete tolerance. Christians and Jews, as a rule, have never been molested in the exercise of their religion or constrained to change their faith. If they are required to pay a special tax, it is in lieu of military service, and it is but right that those who enjoy the protection of the state should contribute in some shape to the public burdens. Towards the idolaters there was greater strictness in theory, but in practice the law was equally liberal. If at any time they were treated with harshness, the cause is to be found in the passions of the ruler or the population. The religious element was used only as a pretext. In support of the time-worn thesis that the non-Muslim subjects of Islamic states labor under severe disabilities, reference is made not only to the narrow views of the later canonists and lawyers of Islam, but also to certain verses of the Quran, in order to show that the Prophet did not view non-Muslims with favor and did not encourage friendly relations between them and his followers. Footnote: in the Islamic system, the non-Muslim subjects of Muslim states are called Ahl al-Dhimma or Dhimmis, i.e., quote, people living under guarantees, end quote, end of footnote. In dealing with this subject, we must not forget the stress and strain of the life and death struggle in which Islam was involved when those verses were promulgated, and the treacherous means that were often employed by the heathens, as well as the Jews and the Christians, to corrupt and seduce the Muslims from the new faith. At such a time, it was incumbent on the teacher to warn his followers against the wiles and insidious designs of hostile creeds, and no student of comparative history can blame him for trying to safeguard his little commonwealth against the treachery of enemies and aliens. But when we come to look at his general treatment of non-Muslim subjects, we find it marked by a large-hearted tolerance and sympathy. Has any conquering race or faith given to its subject nationalities a better guarantee than is to be found in the following words of the Prophet? To the Christians of Najran and the neighboring territories, the security of God and the pledge of his Prophet are extended for their lives, their religion, and their property, to the present as well as the absent and others besides. There shall be no interference with the practice of their faith or their observances, nor any change in their rights or privileges. No bishop shall be removed from his bishopric, nor any monk from his monastery, nor any priest from his priesthood, and they shall continue to enjoy everything great and small as heretofore. No image or cross shall be destroyed. They shall not oppress or be oppressed. They shall not practice the rites of blood vengeance as in the days of ignorance. No tithe shall be levied from them, nor shall they be required to furnish provisions for the troops. Footnote, i.e., nor shall troops be quartered on them, and a footnote. End quote. After the subjugation of Hira, and as soon as the people had taken the oath of allegiance, Khalid bin Walid issued a proclamation by which he guaranteed the lives, liberty, and property of the Christians, and declared that, quote, they shall not be prevented from beating their nakus, footnote, a piece of wood used in Eastern Christian churches in place of a bell, and a footnote, and taking out their crosses on occasions of festivals, end quote. And this declaration, says Imam Abu Yusuf, quote, was approved of and sanctioned by the Caliph, footnote, Abu Bakr, and a footnote, and his council, footnote, consisting of Umar, Uthman, and Ali, and the other leading companions of the Prophet, and a footnote. End quote. The non-Muslim subjects were not precluded from building new churches or temples. Only in places exclusively inhabited by Muslims a rule of this kind existed in theory. No new church or temple, said Abdullah bin Abbas, a cousin of the Prophet and a jurist of recognized authority, can be erected in a town solely inhabited by Muslims. But in other places where there are already dhimmis inhabiting from before, we must abide by our contract with them. End quote. In practice, however, the prohibition was totally disregarded. In the reign of Ma'mun, we hear of 11,000 Christian churches, besides hundreds of synagogues and fire temples within the empire. This enlightened monarch, who has been represented as quote-unquote a bitter enemy of the Christians, included in his council the representatives of all the communities under his sway, Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sabaeans, and Zoroastrians, whilst the rights and privileges of the Christian hierarchy were carefully regulated and guaranteed. It is a notable fact, with few parallels even in modern history, that after the conquest of Egypt, the Caliph Umar scrupulously preserved intact the property dedicated to the Christian churches, and continued the allowances made by the former government for the support of the priests. The best testimony to the toleration of the early Muslim government is furnished by the Christians themselves. In the reign of Uthman, the third caliph, the Christian patriarch of Merv addressed the bishop of Fars, named Simeon, in the following terms: the Arabs who have been given by God the kingdom of the earth do not attack the Christian faith. On the contrary, they help us in our religion. They respect our God and our saints, and bestow gifts on our churches and monasteries. End quote. In order to avoid the least semblance of high-handedness, no Muslim was allowed to acquire the land of a dhimmi even by purchase. Quote, neither the Imam nor the Sultan could dispossess a dhimmi of his property. End quote. The Muslims and the dhimmis were absolutely equal in the eye of the law. Their blood, says Ali the Caliph, was like our blood. End quote. Many modern governments, not excepting some of the most civilized, may take the Muslim administration for their model. In the punishment of crimes, there was no difference between the rulers and the ruled. Islam's law is that if a dhimmi is killed by a Muslim, the latter is liable to the same penalty as in the reverse case. Footnote, Zaili'i, in his Takhrij ul-Hidayah, mentions a case which occurred in the Caliphate of Umar. A Muslim of the name of Bakr bin Wa'il killed a Christian named Hayrut. The Caliph ordered that, quote, the killer should be surrendered to the heirs of the killed, end quote. The culprit was made over to Hunayn, Hayrut's heir, who put him to death. A similar case is reported in the reign of Umar bin Abdulaziz. And a footnote. In their anxiety for the welfare of the non-Muslim subjects, the caliphs of Baghdad, like their rivals of Cordova, created a special department charged with the protection of the dhimmis and the safeguarding of their interests. The head of this department was called in Baghdad Katib ul-Jihbazi, in Spain Katib ul-Dhimam. Mutawakkil, who razed to the ground the mausoleum of the martyr Hussein and forbade pilgrimages to the consecrated spot, excluded non-Muslims as he excluded the Muslim rationalists from the employment of the state and subjected them to many disabilities. In the later works of law, written whilst the great struggle was proceeding between Islam and Christendom, on one side for life, on the other for brute mastery, there occur no doubt passages which give color to the allegation that in Islam dhimmis are subject to humiliation. But no warrant for this statement will be found in the rules inculcated by the teacher or his immediate disciples or successors. It must be added, however, that the bigoted views of the later canonists were never carried into practice, and the toleration and generosity with which the non-Muslims were treated are evidenced by the fact that dhimmis could be nominated as executors to the wills of Muslims, that they often filled the office of rectors of Muslim universities and educational institutions, and of curators of Muslim endowments, so long as they did not perform any religious functions. And when a non-Muslim of worth and merit died, the Muslims attended his funeral in a body. In the beginning, military commands, for obvious reasons, were not entrusted to non-Muslims, but all other posts of emolument and trust were open to them equally with Muslims. This equality was not merely theoretical, for from the 1st century of the Hijrah we find important offices of state held by Christians, Jews, and Magians. The Abbasids, with rare exceptions, recognized no distinction among their subjects on the score of religion, and the dynasties that succeeded them in power scrupulously followed their example. If the treatment of non-Muslims in Islamic countries is compared with that of non-Christians under European governments, it would be found that the balance of humanity and generosity, generally speaking, inclines in favor of Islam. Under the Mughal emperors of Delhi, Hindus commanded armies, administered provinces, and sat in the councils of the sovereign. Even at the present time, can it be said that in no European empire ruling over mixed nationalities and faiths is any distinction made of creed, color, or race? That which Islam had almost exclusively in view was to inculcate among mankind the principle of divine unity and human equality preached by the Prophet. So long as this central doctrine of the unity of God and the message of the Prophet is recognized and accepted, Islam allows the widest latitude to the human conscience. Consequently, wherever the Muslim missionary soldier made his appearance, he was hailed by the downtrodden masses and the persecuted heretics as the harbinger of freedom and emancipation from a galling bondage. Islam brought to them practical equality in the eye of the law and fixity of taxation. The Battle of Qadisiyah, which threw Persia into the hands of the Muslims, was the signal of deliverance to the bulk of the Persians, as the battles of Yarmouk and Ajnadin were to the Syrians, the Greeks, and the Egyptians. The Jews, whom the Zoroastrians had massacred from time to time, the Christians, whom they hunted from place to place, breathed freely under the authority of the Prophet, the watchword of whose faith was the brotherhood of man. The people everywhere received the Muslims as their liberators. Wherever any resistance was offered, it was by the priesthood and the aristocracy. The masses and the working classes in general, who were under the ban of Zoroastrianism, ranged themselves with the conquerors. A simple confession of an everlasting truth placed them on the same footing as their Muslim emancipators. The feudal chiefs of the tribes and villages retained all their privileges, honors, and local influence. More than we believe, says Gobineau, for the oppressions and persecutions of the Mussulmans have been greatly exaggerated. The conquest of Africa in Spain was attended with the same result. The Arians, the Pelagians, and other heretics, hitherto the victims of orthodox fury and hatred, the people at large, who had been terribly oppressed by a lawless soldiery, and still more the lawless priesthood, found peace and security under Islam. By an irony of fate, which almost induces a belief in the nemesis of the ancients, the Jews, whose animosity towards the Prophet very nearly wrought the destruction of the Islamic Commonwealth, found in the Muslims their best protectors. Quote, insulted, plundered, hated, and despised by all Christian nations, they found that refuge in Islam, that protection from inhumanity, which was ruthlessly denied to them in Christendom. Islam gave to the people a code which, however archaic in its simplicity, was capable of the greatest development in accordance with the progress of material civilization. It conferred on the state a flexible constitution based on a just appreciation of human rights and human duty. It limited taxation. It made men equal in the eye of the law. It consecrated the principles of self-government. It established a control over the sovereign power by rendering the executive authority subordinate to the law, a law based upon religious sanction and moral obligation. The excellence and effectiveness of each of these principles, says Urquhart, each capable of immortalizing its founder, gave value to the rest, and all combined endowed the system which they formed with a force and energy exceeding those of any other political system. Within the lifetime of a man, though in the hands of a population wild, ignorant, and insignificant, it spread over a greater extent than the dominions of Rome. While it retained its primitive character, it was irresistible. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 7, The Political Spirit of Islam, continued. The short government of Abu Bakr was too fully occupied with the labor of pacifying the desert tribes to afford time for any systematic regulation of the provinces. But with the reign of Umar, a truly great man, commenced that sleepless care for the welfare of the subject nations which characterized the early Muslim governments. An examination of the political condition of the Muslims under the early caliphs brings into view a popular government administered by an elective chief with limited powers. The prerogatives of the head of the state were confined to administrative and executive matters, such as the regulation of the police, control of the army, transaction of foreign affairs, disbursement of the finances, etc. But he could never act in contravention of the recognized law. The tribunals were not dependent on the government. Their decisions were supreme. and the early caliphs could not assume the power of pardoning those whom the regular tribunals had condemned. The law was the same for the poor as for the rich, for the man in power as for the laborer in the field. As time advances, the stringency of the system is relaxed, but the form is always maintained. Even the usurpers who, without right, by treachery and murder, seized the reins of the government, and who in their persons represented the pagan oligarchy which had been displaced by the teachings of Islam, observed more or less the outward semblance of law-abiding executive heads of a representative government. And the rulers of later dynasties, when they overstepped the bounds, often unlimited, of arbitrary power, were restrained by the sentence of the general body of jurisconsults, which, in all Mussulman states, served as a constitutional check on the sovereign. In the early times, however, the quote-unquote companions of the master formed, as it were, an effective council of state. The consideration attached to the title of companion of the Prophet was as great in the camp as in the city. The powerful influence which they possessed increased with the conquest of the Muslims. The quality of ashab carried with it a character of sanctity and nobleness. When a person bearing this title was in an action, the crowd flocked to his side and followed his lead. In the first degree were those who had accompanied the Prophet from Mecca, the exiles and the Ansar who had received him with devotion and who had battled in defense of the faith at Badr and Uhud, those who were charged with any work by him, and those who had talked with him, seen him, or heard him. In the last rank came those who had served under any of the Sahaba, and thus came indirectly within the magic influence of the master. An incident which occurred during the Caliphate of Umar shows the absolute equality of all men in Islam. Jabala, king of the Hassanites, having embraced the faith, had proceeded to Medina to pay his homage to the commander of the faithful. He had entered the city with great pomp and ceremony, and been received with much consideration. Whilst performing the tawaf, or circumambulation of the Kaaba, a humble pilgrim, engaged in the same sacred duties, accidentally dropped a piece of his pilgrim's dress over the royal shoulders. Jabala turned round furiously and struck him a blow which knocked out the poor man's teeth. The rest of this episode must be told in the memorable words of Umar himself to Abu Ubaidah, commanding the Muslim troops in Syria. "The poor man came to me," writes the Caliph, "and prayed for redress. I sent for Jabala, and when he came before me, I asked him why he had so ill-treated a brother Muslim. He answered that the man had insulted him, and that were it not for the sanctity of the place, he would have killed him on the spot. I answered that his words added to the gravity of his offense, and that unless he obtained the pardon of the injured man, he would have to submit to the usual penalty of the law. Jabala replied, 'I am king, and the other is only a common man. King or no king, both of you are Mussulmans, and both of you are equal in the eye of the law.' He asked that the penalty might be delayed until the next day, and on the consent of the injured I accorded the delay. In the night Jabala escaped, and has now joined the Christian dog." Footnote: such was the designation usually given to the Byzantine emperors by the early Muslims. End of footnote. "But God will grant thee victory over him and the like of them." End quote. This letter was read by Abu Ubaidah at the head of his troops. These communications appear to have been frequent under the early caliphate. No person in the camp or in the city was a stranger to public affairs. Every Friday, after divine service, the commander of the faithful mentioned to the assembly the important nominations and events of the day. The prefects in their provinces followed the example. No one was excluded from these general assemblies of the public. It was the reign of democracy in its best form. The pontiff of Islam, the commander of the faithful, was not hedged round by any divinity. He was responsible for the administration of the state to his subjects. The stern devotion of the early caliphs to the well-being of the people and the austere simplicity of their lives were in strict accordance with the example of the Master. They preached and prayed in the mosque like the Prophet, received in their homes the poor and oppressed, and failed not to give a hearing to the meanest. Without cortege, without pomp or ceremony, they ruled the hearts of men by the force of their character. Umar traveled to Syria to receive the capitulation of Jerusalem, accompanied by a single slave. Abu Bakr, on his deathbed, left only a suit of clothes, a camel, and a slave to his heir. Every Friday, Ali distributed his own allowance from the public treasury among the distressed and suffering, and set an example to the people by his respect for the ordinary tribunals. Whilst the republic lasted, none of the caliphs could alter or act contrary to the judgment of the constituted courts of justice. Footnote: the first sentence of a court of justice which was not carried into execution was under Muawiyah, who pardoned a man found guilty by the judge upon the criminal reciting a poem in praise of the usurper. End of footnote. Naturally, it is difficult for a new government, introduced by force of arms, to conciliate the affection of the people at once. But the early Saracens offered to the conquered nations motives for the greatest confidence and attachment. Headed by chiefs of the moderation and gentleness of Abu Ubaidah, who tempered and held in check the ferocity of soldiers like Khalid, they maintained intact the civil rights of their subjects. They accorded to all the conquered nations the completest religious toleration. Their conduct might furnish to many of the civilized governments of modern times the noblest example of civil and religious liberty. They did not lash women to death. They did not condemn innocent females to Siberian mines and the outrages of their guards. They had the sagacity not to interfere with any beneficent civil institution existing in the conquered countries which did not militate with their religion. The measures taken by Umar to secure the agricultural prosperity of the people evince an ever-present solicitude to promote their well-being and interests. Taxation of land was fixed upon an equitable and moderate basis. Aqueducts and canals were ordered to be made in every part of the empire. The feudal burdens, which had afflicted the cultivators of the soil, were absolutely withdrawn, and the peasantry were emancipated from the bondage of centuries. The death of this remarkable man at the hands of an assassin was an undoubted loss to the government. His character, stern and yet just, his practical common sense and knowledge of men, had eminently fitted him to repress and hold in check the ambitious designs of the children of Umayyah. On his deathbed, Umar entrusted to 6 electors the task of nominating a successor to the office. The caliphate was offered to the son of Abu Talib, but Umayyad intrigue had annexed to the proposal a condition which they knew Ali would not accept. He was required to govern not only in accordance with the laws and precedents of the Prophet, but also with those established by his two predecessors. With characteristic independence, Ali refused to allow his judgment to be so fettered. The caliphate was then offered, as it was expected by the Umayyads, to their kinsman Uthman. The accession of this venerable chief to the vicegerency of the Prophet proved in the sequel an unqualified disaster to the Commonwealth of Islam. He was a member of that family which had always borne a deep-rooted animosity towards the children of Hashim. They had persecuted the teacher with rancorous hatred and had driven him from his home. They had struggled hard to crush the faith in its infancy and had battled against it to the last. Strongly united among themselves and exercising great influence among all the tribes of Mudar, of which they were the preeminent members, the Umayyads had watched with ill-concealed jealousy the old power and prestige slip away from their hands. After the fall of Mecca, they had accepted the inevitable, but never forgave the house of Hashim or Islam for the ruin which the son of Abdullah had wrought to them. Whilst the Prophet lived, his commanding personality overawed all these traitors. Many of them had made a nominal profession of faith from self-interest and a greed to secure a part of the worldly goods which the success of the Muslims brought to the Islamic Commonwealth. But they never ceased to hate the democracy proclaimed by Muhammad. Libertines and profligates, unscrupulous and cruel, pagans at heart, they chafed at a religion of equal rights, a religion which exacted strict observance of moral duties and personal chastity. They set themselves from the commencement to undermine the government to which they had sworn allegiance, and to destroy the man upon whom the Republic depended. The first two successors of the Prophet had kept their ambition within bounds, and repressed their intrigues and treacherous designs. With the election of Uthman, they flocked to Medina like vultures scenting the prey. His accession was the signal for that outburst of hatred, that pent-up profligacy on the part of the Umayyads, which convulsed the Islamic world to its innermost core and destroyed its noblest and most precious lives. Under Uthman, there was a complete reversal of the policy and administration of his two predecessors, whose decisions he had engaged to follow. All the old governors and commanders, taken from among the immediate disciples of the Prophet and his companions, were displaced. Merit and faithful service were wholly disregarded. All offices of trust and emolument were seized by the Umayyads. The governorships of the provinces were bestowed on men who had proved themselves most inimical to Islam, and the treasury was emptied in their favor. We shall have to describe the subsequent events in some detail when dealing with the divisions of the Church of Muhammad. Suffice it for us to say that the corruptness of the administration, the total disregard of all precedent, the gross favoritism displayed by the old caliph towards his kinsman, and his refusal to listen to any complaint, gave rise to serious disaffection among the old companions of the Prophet and the general body of the Muslims, ending in revolt in which Uthman lost his life. On Uthman's tragical death, Ali was elected to the vacant caliphate by the consensus of the people. The rebellions which followed are matters of history. Had Ali been allowed to reign in peace, says Oelsner, his virtues, his firmness, and his ascendancy of character would have perpetuated the old republic and its simple manners. The dagger of an assassin destroyed the hope of Islam. With him, says Major Osborne, perished the truest-hearted and best Muslim of whom Mohammedan history had preserved the remembrance." End quote. 7 centuries before, this wonderful man would have been apotheosized. 13 centuries later, his genius and talents, his virtues and his valor would have extorted the admiration of the civilized world. As a ruler, he came before his time. He was almost unfitted by his uncompromising love of truth, his gentleness, and his merciful nature to cope with the Umayyads' treachery and falsehood. With the establishment of an autocracy under Muawiyah, the political spirit of Islam underwent a great change. The sovereigns were no more the heads of a commonwealth elected by the suffrage of the people and governing solely for the welfare of their subjects and the glory of the faith. From the time of Muawiyah, the reigning caliph nominated his successor, and the oath of fealty taken by the people in his presence, or that of his proxy, confirmed his nomination. This system combined the vices of democracy and despotism without the advantages of either. Under the Republic, not only were the caliphs assisted by a council of the companions of the Prophet, but the provincial governors had similar advisory bodies. During the Umayyad rule, the government was a pure autocracy, tempered by the freedom of speech possessed by the desert Arabs and the learned or holy, which enabled them, often by a phrase of verse from the Quran or from the poets, to change the mood of the sovereign. Under the first 5 caliphs of the Abbasid dynasty also, the government continued to be more or less autocratic, although the departmental ministers and prominent members of the family formed a body of unauthorized counselors. A regular council composed of the leading representatives of communities owing allegiance to the caliph was for the first time established in the reign of Ma'mun the Great. The Buyids, the Samanids, the Seljukids, and the Ayyubids all had their councils in which the people were more or less represented. But absolutism in the hands of the early Abbasids helped in the intellectual development and material prosperity of the Islamic nations. In the vigor of their rule and the firmness with which they held the reins of government, they may be compared with the Tudors of England. The political and administrative machinery of the Abbasid Caliphate, which was afterwards adopted by the succeeding dynasties, owes its origin to the genius of Mansur, the founder of Baghdad. In its effective distribution of work and its control of details, it ranks with the most perfectly organized systems of modern times. At the very commencement of their rule, which lasted for several centuries, they established a chamber of finance and a chancellery of state, the first being charged with the duty of receiving the taxes and disbursing the expenses of the empire, the second with the duty of impressing a character of authenticity on the mandates of the sovereigns. Later, for the better subdivision of work, other departments of state, called diwans, were created, of which the following are the principal: the Diwan ul-Kharaj, Central Office of Taxes, or Department of Finance; the Diwan ul-Di'a, Office of the Crown Property; the Diwan ul-Dhimam, Audit or Accounts Office; the Diwan ul-Jund, War Office; the Diwan ul-Mawali wal-Ghilman, Office for the Protection of Clients and Slaves, where a register was kept of the freedmen and slaves of the caliph, and arrangements made for their maintenance; the Diwan ul-Barid, the Post Office; Diwan ul-Zimam an-Nafaqat, Household Expense Office; the Diwan ul-Rasail, Board of Correspondence or Chancery Office; the Diwan ul-Tuqiyya, Board of Requests; the Diwan ul-Nadhr fil Madalim, Board for the Inspection of Grievances, the Diwan ul-Ahdath wa Shurta, Militia and Police Office, and the Diwan ul-Ata, the Nation Office, analogous to the Paymaster General's Department, charged with the payment of the regular troops. The protection of the interests of non-Muslims was entrusted to a special office, the head of which was called the Katib ul-Jahbazi. Each government office was presided over by a director who was designated the Ra'is or Sadr, and the practical work of control and supervision was carried on by inspectors called Mushrifs or Nadirs. To this organization, the Abbasid caliphs added the appointment of an officer with the designation of Hajib, who introduced the foreign ambassadors and who also formed a court of appeal from the decrees of the Qadis. They instituted the office of Vizier or Prime Minister, whose duty it was to submit for the consideration of the sovereign the various matters requiring his decision. They gave regularity to the provincial administration and fixed definitely the contributions due from the provinces. They constructed caravanserais, built cisterns and aqueducts along the road from Baghdad to Mecca, planted trees along the route, and everywhere founded wayside resting places for the travelers and pilgrims. They made a route between Mecca and Medina, and laid relays of horses and camels between Hijaz and Yemen to facilitate communication between these two provinces. They established couriers in every city for the dispatch of the post. They formed a central office in the metropolis for the custody and preservation of the archives of the empire, and created an efficient police in every part of their dominions. They formed a syndicate of merchants, charged with the supervision of commercial transactions, the decision of disputes between mercantile men, and the duty of suppressing fraud. Not only did each center of commerce possess its corporation of merchants, but most cities of importance had their town councils. They created the office of Muhtasib, or intendant of the market, who went round daily to examine the weights and measures of the tradespeople. They fostered self-government and protected and encouraged municipal institutions. Agriculture was promoted by advances to the peasantry, and periodical reports were required from the provincial officers respecting the prosperity of the people and the state of the country. Many of them, in the midst of their pomp and circumstance, tried to maintain a semblance of republican virtue. Books written by them, baskets woven by them, used to be sold in the market, and the proceeds were supposed to supply the personal expenses of the caliphs. Their zeal to promote the well-being of their subjects may perhaps be taken into the great account against their cruelties towards the Alites. Under Ma'mun and his two immediate successors, the Abbasid Empire attained the zenith of prosperity. Spain furnishes one of the most instructive examples of the political character of Islam and its adaptability to all forms and conditions of society. This country had suffered frightfully under the barbarian hordes which had swept over the land, destroying and leveling every institution they found existing. The kingdoms they had formed over the ruins of the Roman administration had effaced the germs of political development. Their subjects were weighted down with feudal burdens and all the terrible consequences flowing therefrom. Vast areas were completely denuded of population. The introduction of the Islamic code enfranchised the people as well as the land from feudal bondage. The desert became fruitful, thriving cities sprang into existence on all sides, and order took place of anarchy. Immediately on their arrival on the soil of Spain, the Saracens published an edict assuring to the subject races, without any difference of race or creed, the most ample liberty. Suevi, Goth, Vandal, Roman, and Jew were all placed on an equal footing with the Muslim. They guaranteed to both Christian and Jew the full exercise of their religions, the free use of their places of worship, and perfect security of person and property. They even allowed them to be governed within prescribed limits by their own laws, to fill all civil offices and serve in the army. Their women were invited to intermarry with the conquerors. Does not this conduct of the Arabs in Spain offer an astonishing contrast to that of many European nations, even in modern times, in their treatment of conquered nationalities? Whilst to compare the Arab rule with that of the Normans in England or of the Christians in Syria during the Crusades would be an insult to common sense and humanity. The fidelity of the Arabs in maintaining their promises, the equal-handed justice which they administered to all classes without distinction of any kind, secured them the confidence of the people. And not only in these particulars, but also in generosity of mind and in amenity of manner, and in the hospitality of their customs, the Arabians were distinguished above all other people of those times. The Jews had, owing to the influence of the Christian priesthood, suffered bitterly under the barbarians, and they profited most by the change of government. Spanish ladies of the highest rank, among them the sister of Pelagius and the daughter of Roderick, contracted marriages with quote-unquote the infidels, as the Orthodox Jean Mariana called the Muslims. They enjoyed all the rights and privileges which their rank gave them with full liberty of conscience. The Muslims invited all the landed proprietors whom the violence of Roderick had driven into the mountains to abandon their retreats. Unhappily, the depopulation was so great that this measure had no effect in supplying inhabitants to the soil. They accordingly held forth the most generous advantages to foreign cultivators who wished to establish themselves in the peninsula. These offers brought large and industrious colonies from Africa and Asia. 50,000 Jews at one time, accompanied by their women and children, settled in Andalusia. For 7 centuries the Muslims held Spain, and the beneficence of their rule, in spite of the intestine quarrels and dynastic disputes, is testified to and acknowledged even by their enemies. The high culture attained by the Spanish Arabs has been sometimes considered as due principally to frequent marriages between Muslims and Christians. This circumstance undoubtedly exercised a great influence on the development of the Spanish Muslims and the growth of that wonderful civilization to which modern Europe owes so much of its advance in the arts of peace. What happened in Spain happened also in other places. Wherever the Muslims entered, a change came over the countries. Order took the place of lawlessness, and peace and plenty smiled on the land. As war was not the privileged profession of one caste, so labor was not the mark of degradation to another. The pursuit of agriculture was as popular with all classes as the pursuit of arms. The importance which Islam attaches to the duties of sovereigns towards their subjects, and the manner in which it promotes the freedom and equality of the people and protects them against the oppression of their rulers, is shown in a remarkable work on the reciprocal rights of sovereigns and subjects by Safiuddin Muhammad bin Ali bin Taba, commonly known as Ibn Otiktaka. The book was composed in 701 AH, 1301 to 2, and is dedicated to Fakhruddin Isa bin Ibrahim, Emir of Mosul. The first part deals with the duties of sovereigns to their subjects and the rules for the administration of public affairs and political economy. The author describes the qualities essential for a sovereign: wisdom, justice, knowledge of the wants and wishes of his people, and the fear of God, and adds emphatically that this latter quality is the root of all good and the key to all blessings. Quote, "For when the king is conscious of the presence of God, his servants will enjoy the blessings of peace and security." End quote. وهذه الخصلة هي أصل كل خير ومفتاح كل بركة. إن الملك من يخاف الله أمنه عباد الله. The sovereign must also possess the quality of mercy, al-af min al-dhunub, and, quote, "This is the greatest of all good qualities." End quote. He must have an ever-present desire to benefit his subjects and consult with them on their wants. For the Prophet consulted always with his companions, and God hath said, "Consult with them on every affair." End quote. In the administration of public affairs, it is the sovereign's duty to superintend the public income, guard the lives and property of his subjects, maintain peace, check the evildoer, prevent injuries. He must always keep his word, and then, adds the author significantly, the duty of the subject is obedience, but no subject is bound to obey a tyrant. End quote. Ibn Rushd, the great Averroes, says, "The tyrant is he who governs for himself and not for his people." End quote. The laws of the Muslims, based on equitable principles and remarkable for their simplicity and precision, did not demand an obedience either difficult to render or incompatible with the intelligence of mankind. The countries where the Muslims established themselves remained exempt from the disastrous consequences of the feudal system and the feudal code. Footnote: in Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily, and Lower Italy, the feudal system was introduced after the expulsion of the Arabs. And a footnote. Quote, "Admitting no privilege, no caste, their legislation produced two grand results: that of freeing the soil from factitious burdens imposed by barbarian laws, and of assuring to individuals perfect equality of rights." End quote. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. Chapter 8. The Political Divisions and Schisms of Islam. جنگ 72 ملت همه را عذر بنه، چون ندیدند حقیقت ره افسانه زدند. The disputes of the 72 sects, put them all aside. As they did not see the truth, they took the path of fiction. Hafiz. To every philosophical student of the history of religion, the heading of this chapter must cause surprise, if not pain. To every Islamist devoted to the founder of his faith, it must cause sorrow and shame. Alas, that the religion of humanity and universal brotherhood should not have escaped the curse of internecine strife and discord, that the faith which was to bring peace and rest to the distracted world should itself be torn to pieces by angry passions and the lust of power. The evils which we deplored in Christianity arose from the incompleteness of the system and its incompatibility with human needs. In Islam, the evils that we shall have to describe arose from the greed of earthly advancement and the revolutionary instincts of individuals and classes impatient of moral law and order. Nothing evinces so clearly the extraordinary genius of the Arabian teacher, his wonderful personality, and the impressiveness of his call to religious unity and universal citizenship as the world movement of which he was the cause, and which, in spite of internal dynastic wars, carried his people on a tidal wave of conquest from one end of the globe to the other. Arabia, hitherto the home of warring tribes and clans, each with its blood feud of centuries, was suddenly animated with a common purpose. Until now, the wars of the Arabs and their alliances, their virtues and their vices, their love of independence and their clannish feeling, had alike prevented community of action. Suddenly, a nation of shepherds is turned into a nation of kings, a race of semi-nomads transformed into masters of, quote-unquote, a world faith and law. With unexampled energy and self-mastering devotion, the congeries of wandering clans planted between 3 continents take up the banner of the faith and bear it aloft to every quarter of the earth. Quote, "You have been elected to carry to all mankind the message of mercy, the announcement of divine unity," is the call addressed to them, and they respond to it with a determination which acknowledges no obstacle. The intensity of conviction which alone could carry them through the barriers of hostile creeds and races explains the mystery of their revolution. Truth is eternal. Muhammad's message was not new. It had been delivered before, but had not reached the heart of man. His voice quickened the dead into life, revived the dying, and made the pulse of humanity beat with the accumulated force of ages. The exodus of the Saracens under this mighty impulse, its magnitude and its far-reaching effects, form the most marvelous phenomenon of modern times. They issued from their desert fastness as the preceptors of humanity. Within 30 years, the term prophesied for the true caliphate. They were knocking at the gate of every nation, from the Hindu Kush to the shores of the Atlantic, to deliver their message. In the short space of time which elapsed from the death of the prophet to the subversion of the Republic, they built up an empire which, in its vastness, exceeded that achieved by the Romans after 13 centuries of continuous expansion. Turn over the pages of Ibn al-Athir, Tabari, or Abdul Fida. You will find a continuous record of the wave rolling onwards, fertilizing every soil over which it passes, assimilating in its way all that is good. The same causes, however, which until the advent of the Prophet had prevented the growth of the Arabs into a nation, the same tribal jealousies, the same division of clan and clan, the marks of which are still visible throughout the Muslim world, led eventually not only to the ruin of the Republic, but also to the downfall of the Saracenic Empire. Quote, "Had the followers of Muhammad marched on the lines of the Master and adopted the character of the early caliphs," says Darson, "their empire would have been still more vast and more durable than that of the Romans." End quote. But the greed of the Umayyad, the unruliness of the Arab, and his spirit of individualism, which showed itself even when arrayed against a common foe, caused the overthrow of the stupendous fabric which the heroism and devotion of the early Muslims had raised. Owing to this, they lost Tours. even whilst victory was within their grasp. They were driven out of Spain because they could not forget the old jealousies of the desert and make common cause against the enemy. But though the Republic fell, and the imperial scepter passed from the hands of the Saracens, the faith lived. It was the outcome of ages of evolution. It represented the latest phase in the religious development of man. It did not depend for its existence or its growth on the life of empires or men. And as it spread and fructified, each race and each age profited by its teachings according to their own spiritual necessities and intellectual comprehension. The Church of Muhammad, like the Church of Christ, has been rent by intestine divisions and strifes. Difference of opinion on abstract subjects about which there cannot be any certitude in a finite existence has always given rise to greater bitterness and a fiercer hostility than ordinary differences on matters within the range of human cognition. The disputes respecting the nature of Christ deluged the earth with the blood of millions. The question of free will in man caused, if not the same amount of bloodshed, equal trouble in Islam. The claim to infallibility on the part of the Pontiffs of Rome convulsed Christendom to its core. The infallibility of the people and of the fathers became in Islam the instrument for the destruction of precious lives. Most of the divisions in the Church of Muhammad owe their origin primarily to political and dynastic causes, to the old tribal quarrels and the strong feeling of jealousy which animated the other Qurayshites against the family of Hashim. It is generally supposed that the Prophet had not expressly designated anyone as his successor in the spiritual and temporal government of Islam, but this notion is founded on a mistaken apprehension of facts, for there is abundant evidence that many a time the Prophet had indicated Ali for the vicegerency. Notably, on the occasion of the return journey from the performance of the quote-unquote farewell pilgrimage, during a halt at a place called Khum, he had convoked an assembly of the people accompanying him, and used words which could leave little doubt as to his intention regarding a successor. Ali, said he, is to me what Aaron was to Moses. Almighty God, be a friend to his friends and a foe to his foes. Help those who help him, and frustrate the hopes of those who betray him. End quote. On the other hand, the nomination of Abu Bakr to lead prayers during the Prophet's illness might point to a different choice. The question came up for discussion and settlement on his decease, when it became necessary to elect a leader for Islam. The Hashemites maintained that the office had devolved by appointment as well as by succession upon Ali. The other Qurayshites insisted upon proceeding by election. Whilst the kinsmen of Muhammad were engaged in his obsequies, Abu Bakr was elected to the caliphate by the votes of the Quraysh and some of the Medinite Ansar. The urgency of an immediate selection for the headship of the state might explain the haste. With his usual magnanimity and devotion to the faith, scrupulously anxious to avoid the least discord among the disciples of the Master, Ali at once gave his adhesion to Abu Bakr. 3 times was he set aside, and on every occasion he accepted the choice of the electors without demur. He himself had never stood forth as a candidate for the suffrages of the electors, and whatever might have been the feeling of his partisans, he had never refrained from giving to the first 2 caliphs his help and advice in the governance of the Commonwealth. And they, on their side, had always deferred to his counsel and his exposition of the master's teachings. We have already referred to the circumstances connected with the elevation of Uthman to the caliphate. We will here trace the events which followed upon his accession to elucidate the history of the deplorable schism which has for so long divided the Muslim world into two sects. Uthman possessed neither the shrewdness of Abu Bakr nor the intellectual vigor or the moral fiber of Umar. His amiability and easy good nature made him a pliable tool in the hands of his kinsfolk. The venerable caliph, surrounded by his hungry kinsmen, the provinces crying for redress, and the general body of Muslims sullenly watching the proceedings of the head of the state, form an instructive though sad picture of the times. The character of the deluded pontiff has been graphically portrayed by Dozy. Quote, "The personality of Uthman did not justify his election to the caliphate. It is true he was rich and generous, had assisted Muhammad and the religion by pecuniary sacrifices, and that he prayed and fasted often, and was a man of amiable and soft manners. He was, however, not a man of spirit, and was greatly enfeebled by old age. His timidity was such that when placed on the pulpit he knew not how to commence his sermon. Unhappily for this old man, he possessed an inordinate fondness for his kinsmen, who formed the Meccan aristocracy, and who for 20 years had insulted, persecuted, and fought against Muhammad. Soon they dominated over him completely. His uncle Hisham, and especially Hisham's son Marwan, in reality governed the country, only allowing the title of caliph to Uthman, and the responsibility of the most compromising measures, of which he was often wholly ignorant. The orthodoxy of these two men, especially of the father, was strongly suspected. Hisham had been converted only when Mecca was taken. Having betrayed state secrets, he had been disgraced and exiled. Abu Bakr and Umar had maintained the order passed by the Prophet. Uthman, on the contrary, not only recalled him from his exile, but gave him on his arrival 100,000 pieces of silver from the public treasury and a piece of land belonging to the state. He made Marwan his secretary and vizier, and married him to one of his daughters, and enriched him with the spoils of Africa." He confirmed Muawiyah, the son of Abu Sufyan and Hind, who had fought against Muhammad with such ferocity at Uhud, in the governorship of Syria, and his foster brother Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Surra to the satrapy of Egypt. This Abdullah was at one time a secretary to the Prophet, and when the Master dictated his revelations, he used to change the words and quote-unquote denaturalize their meaning. His sacrilege being discovered, he had fled and had relapsed into idolatry. Walid, a uterine brother of the old caliph, was made governor of Kufa. His father had often ill-treated Muhammad, and once nearly strangled him. An abandoned debauchee, a profligate drunkard, his life was a scandal to the Muslims. He appeared in the mosque at the time of morning prayers, helpless from intoxication, falling prostrate on the ground as he attempted to perform the duties of an imam or leader of prayer. And when the bystanders hurried up to assist him to his feet, shocked them by demanding more wine, in a husky and stammering voice. These were the men whom the Caliph favored. They fastened upon the provinces like famished leeches, heaping up wealth by means of pitiless extortion. Complaints poured into Medina from all parts of the empire, but the complaints were invariably dismissed with abuses and hard words. A deputation consisting of 12,000 men, headed by Muhammad, the son of the Caliph Abu Bakr, came to the capital to lay before Uthman the grievances of the people and to seek redress. Sore pressed at their demands for justice, he had recourse to the intervention of the son-in-law of the Prophet, whose advice he had hitherto persistently refused to heed. Ali persuaded the deputation to depart to their homes by giving them a pledge that their complaints should be redressed. On their way back, and hardly at a day's journey from Medina, they intercepted a letter written by Uthman's secretary, which bore the Caliph's own seal, containing a mandate to the unscrupulous Muawiyah to massacre them in a body. Enraged at this treachery, they returned to Medina, entered the old Caliph's house, and killed him. His death furnished to the Umayyads what they were long thirsting for, a plea for a revolt against Islam, against its democracy, its equal rights, and its stern rules of morality. It furnished to the Meccans and their allies an excuse for organizing a conspiracy against Medinite dominance, which they hated so bitterly. Ali had tried hard to save Uthman, at first by wise counsels not to abandon himself absolutely into the hands of his unprincipled kinsman, and at the last crisis by placing himself before the infuriated soldiery and asking for consideration for the venerable though misguided pontiff. He had nearly sacrificed his own sons in his endeavors to protect Uthman. On Uthman's death, he was raised to the caliphate by the unanimous voice of the people. Since the death of the Prophet, Ali, though he had never failed to attend to the councils of state, had always maintained a dignified reserve and a noble independence of character. In his retirement, he had chiefly devoted himself to study and the peaceable occupations of domestic life. Called to the helm of the state, he received the oath of fealty with his usual simplicity, declaring his readiness to resign the office to anyone more worthy. Had, says Cedillo, the principle of hereditary succession in favor of Ali been recognized at the outset, it would have prevented the rise of those disastrous pretensions which engulfed Islam in the blood of Muslims. The husband of Fatima united in his person the right of succession as the lawful heir to the Prophet, as well as the right by election. It might have been thought that all would submit themselves before his glory, so pure and so grand, but it was not to be. Zubair and Talha, who had hoped that the choice of the people might fall on either of them for the caliphate, balked in their ambitious designs, and, smarting under the refusal of the new caliph to bestow on them the governorship of Basra and Kufa, were the first to raise the standard of revolt. They were assisted by Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bakr, who had taken a decisive part in the former elections. This lady had always borne an inveterate dislike towards the son-in-law of Khadija, and now this feeling had grown into positive hatred. She was the life and soul of the insurrection, and herself accompanied the insurgent troops to the field riding a camel. The Caliph, with his characteristic aversion to bloodshed, sent his cousin Abdullah bin Abbas to adjure the insurgents by every obligation of the faith to abandon the arbitrament of war. But to no avail. Zubair and Talha gave battle at a place called Khuraiba and were defeated and killed. Footnote: the battle is called the Battle of the Camel, from Aisha's presence in a litter on a camel. The place where the fight actually took place and where these men were killed is called Wadi Sabah, Valley of the Lion. End of footnote. Aisha was taken prisoner. She was treated with courtesy and consideration, and escorted with every mark of respect to Medina. Hardly had this rebellion been suppressed when Ali learnt of the insurrection of Muawiyah in Syria. The son of Abu Sufyan, like most of his kinsmen, whom Uthman had appointed to the governorships of the provinces, had, with the gold lavished upon him by the late pontiff and the wealth of Syria, collected round him a large band of mercenaries. Ali had been advised by several of his counselors to defer the dismissal of the corrupt governors appointed by the late Caliph until he himself was secure against all enemies. Quote, "The Bayar of Islam, the hero without fear and without reproach." End quote. Footnote: these are the designations given to Ali by Major Osborne. End of footnote. Refused to be guilty of any duplicity or compromise with injustice. The fiat went forth, removing from their offices all the men whom Uthman had placed in power, and who had so grossly betrayed the public trust. Muawiyah at once raised the standard of revolt. Defeated in several consecutive battles on the plains of Siffin, on the last day, when his troops were flying like chaff before the irresistible charge of Malik al-Ashtar, he bethought himself of a ruse to save his men from impending destruction. He made some of his soldiers tie copies of the Quran to their spears and advanced towards the Muslims, shouting, "Let the blood of the faithful cease to flow. If the Syrian army be destroyed, who will defend the frontiers against the Greeks? If the army of Iraq be destroyed, who will defend the frontiers against the Turks and Persians? Let the book of God decide between us." The Caliph, who knew well the character of the arch-rebel and his fellow conspirator, Amr, the son of Al-As, saw through the artifice and tried to open the eyes of his people to the treachery, but a large body of his troops refused to fight further, and demanded that the dispute should be referred to arbitration. In answer to the Caliph's assurances that the son of Abu Sufyan was only using the Quran as a device for delivering himself from the jaws of death, these refractory spirits threatened open defection. Malik al-Ashtar was recalled, the battle was stopped, and the fruits of a victory already won were irretrievably lost. An arbitration was arranged. The bigots who had compelled Ali to sheathe the sword at the moment of victory forced upon him, against his own judgment and wishes, Abu Musa al-Ash'ari as the representative of the House of Muhammad. This man, who was also secretly hostile to Ali, was altogether unfitted by his vanity and religious conceit and a somewhat simple nature to cope with the astute and unscrupulous Amr, the son of Al-As, who acted as the representative of Muawiyah, and he soon fell into the trap laid for him by the latter. Amr led Abu Musa to believe that the removal of both Ali and Muawiyah, of the one from the caliphate and the other from the governorship of Syria, and the nomination of another person to the headship of Islam was necessary to the well-being of the Muslims. The trick succeeded. Abu Musa ascended the pulpit and solemnly announced the deposition of Ali. After making this announcement, he descended, aglow with the sensation of having performed a virtuous deed. And then Amr smilingly ascended the pulpit vacated by Abu Musa, the representative of Ali, and pronounced that he accepted the deposition of Ali and appointed Muawiyah in his place. Poor Abu Musa was thunderstruck, but the treachery was too patent, and the Fatimids refused to accept the decision as valid. Footnote: those very men who had forced upon the Caliph the arbitration afterwards repudiated it, and rose in rebellion against him for consenting to their demand for arbitration. They were the original Khawarij insurgents, who became afterwards an enormous source of evil to Islam. End of footnote. This happened at Dumat ul-Jandal. The treachery of the Umayyads exasperated the Fatimids, and both parties separated, vowing undying hatred towards each other. Ali was shortly after assassinated whilst engaged in prayer in a mosque at Kufa. Footnote: with the chivalrous generosity which distinguished him, the Caliph Ali, even in his war against his treacherous foe, always ordered his troops to await the enemy's attack, to spare the fugitive, and respect the captive, and never to insult the women. With his dying breath, he commanded his sons to see that the murderer was killed with one stroke of the sword, and that no unnecessary pain might be inflicted on him. End of footnote. His assassination enabled the son of Abu Sufyan to consolidate his power both in Syria and Hijaz. On the death of Ali, Hassan, his eldest son, was raised to the caliphate. Fond of ease and quiet, he hastened to make peace with the enemy of his house and retired into private life. But the Umayyads' animosity pursued him even there, and before many months were over, he was poisoned to death. The star of Hind's son was now in the ascendant, and Abu Sufyan's ambition to become the king of Mecca was fulfilled on a grander scale by Muawiyah. Thus was the son of the two most implacable foes of the Prophet, by the strangest freak of fortune recorded in history, seated on the throne of the caliphs. Lest it be considered our estimate of Muawiyah's character is actuated by prejudice, we give the words of a historian who cannot be accused of bias in favor of either side. Astute, unscrupulous, and pitiless, says Osborne, the first Caliph of the Umayyads shrank from no crime necessary to secure his position. Murder was his accustomed mode of removing a formidable opponent. The grandson of the Prophet he caused to be poisoned. Malik al-Ashtar, the heroic lieutenant of Ali, was destroyed in a like way. To secure the succession of his son Yazid, Muawiyah hesitated not to break the word he had pledged to Hussein, the surviving son of Ali. And yet this cool, calculating, thoroughly atheistic Arab ruled over the regions of Islam, and the scepter remained among his descendants for the space of nearly 120 years. The explanation of this anomaly is to be found in two circumstances, to which I have more than once adverted. The one is that the truly devout and earnest Mohammedan conceived that he manifested his religion most effectually by withdrawing himself from the affairs of the world. The other is the tribal spirit of the Arabs. Conquerors of Asia, of northern Africa, of Spain, the Arabs never rose to the level of their position. Greatness had been thrust upon them, but in the midst of their grandeur they retained in all their previous force and intensity the passions, the rivalries, the petty jealousies of the desert. They merely fought again on a wider field, quote, the battles of the Arabs before Islam, end quote. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. With the rise of Muawiyah, the oligarchical rule of the heathen times displaced the democratic rule of Islam. Paganism, with all its attendant depravity, revived, and vice and immorality followed everywhere in the wake of Umayyad governors and the Syrian soldiery. Hijaz and Iraq groaned under the usurper's rule, but his hold on the throat of Islam was too strong to be shaken off with impunity. The wealth which he pitilessly extracted from his subjects he lavished on his mercenaries, who in return helped him to repress all murmurings. Before his death, he convened the chief officers of his army and made them take the oath of fealty to his son Yazid, whom he had designated as his successor to the throne. This was Yazid's title to the caliphate. On Muawiyah's death, the Damitian of the house of Umayyah ascended the throne founded by his father on fraud and treachery. As cruel and treacherous as Muawiyah, he did not, like his father, possess the capacity to clothe his cruelties in the guise of policy. His depraved nature knew no pity or justice. He killed and tortured for the pleasure he derived from human suffering. Addicted to the grossest of vices, his boon companions were the most abandoned of both sexes. Such was the Caliph, the commander of the faithful. Hussein, the second son of Ali, had inherited his father's chivalric nature and virtues. He had served with honor against the Christians in the siege of Constantinople. He united in his person the right of descent from Ali with the holy character of grandson of the Apostle. In the terms of peace signed between Muawiyah and Hassan, his right to the caliphate had been expressly reserved. Hussein had never deigned to acknowledge the title of the tyrant of Damascus, whose vices he despised, and whose character he regarded with abhorrence. And when the Muslims of Kufa besought his help to release them from the curse of the Umayyads' rule, he felt it his duty to respond to the Iraqians' appeal for deliverance. The assurances he received that all Iraq was ready to spring to its feet to hurl the despot from his throne the moment he appeared on the scene, decided him to start for Kufa with his family. He traversed the desert of Arabia unmolested, accompanied by his brother Abbas, a few devoted followers, and a timorous retinue of women and children. But as he approached the confines of Iraq, he was alarmed by the solitary and hostile face of the country, and suspecting treachery, the Umayyads' weapon, he encamped his small band at a place called Karbala, near the western bank of the Euphrates. No event in history surpasses in pathos the scenes enacted on this spot. Hussein's apprehensions of betrayal proved to be only too true. He was overtaken by an Umayyad army under the brutal and ferocious Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad. For days their tents were surrounded, and as the cowardly hounds dared not come within the reach of the sword of Ali's son, they cut the victims off from the waters of the Tigris. The sufferings of the poor band of martyrs were terrible. In a conference with the chief of the enemy, Hussein proposed the option of 3 honorable conditions: that he should be allowed to return to Medina, or be stationed on a frontier garrison against the Turks, or safely conducted to the presence of Yazid. Footnote. The author of the Raudatus Safa, after stating the above, adds that an attendant of Hussein, who by chance escaped the butchery of Karbala, denied that his master, so far as she was aware, ever made any such proposal to the Umayyad leader. It is possible, however, that such denial was made in order to show that Hussein did not lower himself by proposing terms to the enemy. To my mind, however, it detracts in no way from the grandeur of Hussein's character that he proposed terms to the Umayyads. End of footnote. But the commands of the Umayyad tyrant were stern and inexorable, that no mercy should be shown to Hussein or his party, and that they must be brought as criminals before the quote-unquote caliph to be dealt with according to the Umayyad sense of justice. As a last resource, Hussein besought these monsters not to war upon the helpless women and children, but to kill him and be done with it. But they knew no pity. He pressed his friends to consult their safety by a timely flight. They unanimously refused to desert or survive their beloved master. One of the enemy's chiefs, struck with horror at the sacrilege of warring against the grandson of the Prophet, deserted with 30 followers, quote, to claim the partnership of inevitable death, end quote. In every single combat and close fight, the valor of the Fatimids was invincible. But the enemy's archers picked them off from a safe distance. One by one the defenders fell, until at last there remained but the grandson of the Prophet. Wounded and dying, he dragged himself to the riverside for a last drink. They turned him off with arrows from there. And as he re-entered his tent, he took his infant child in his arms. Him they transfixed with a dart. The stricken father bowed his head to heaven. Able no more to stand up against his pitiless foes, alone and weary, he seated himself at the door of his tent. One of the women handed him a cup of water to assuage his burning thirst. As he raised it to his lips, he was pierced in the mouth with a dart, and his son and nephew were killed in his arms. He lifted his hands to heaven. They were full of blood, and he uttered a funeral prayer for the living and the dead. Raising himself for one desperate charge, he threw himself among the Umayyads, who fell back on every side. But faint with loss of blood, he soon sank to the ground. And then the murderous crew rushed upon the dying hero. They cut off his head, trampled on his body, and subjected it to every ignominy in the old spirit of Hind. They carried the martyr's head to the castle of Kufa, and the inhuman Ubaydullah struck it on the mouth with a cane. "Alas!" exclaimed an aged Mussulman, "on these lips have I seen the lips of the Apostle of God." In a distant age and climate, says Gibbon, the tragic scene of the death of Hussein will awaken the sympathy of the coldest reader. End quote. It will now be easy to understand, if not to sympathize with, the frenzy of sorrow and indignation to which the adherents of Ali and his children give vent on the recurrence of the anniversary of Hussein's martyrdom. Thus fell one of the noblest spirits of the age, and with him perished all the male members of his family, old and young, with the solitary exception of a sickly child, whom Hussein's sister Zainab, Zenobia, saved from the general massacre. He too bore the name of Ali, and in afterlife received the noble designation of Zain ul-Abidin, the ornament of the pious. He was the son of Hussein by the daughter of Yazdjerd, the last Sassanid king of Persia, and in him was perpetuated the house of Muhammad. He represented also in his mother's right the claims of the Sassanians to the throne of Iran. The tragical fate of Hussein and his children sent a thrill of horror through Islam, and the revulsion of feeling which it caused proved eventually the salvation of the faith. It arrested the current of depravity which flowed from the Umayyad court of Damascus. It made the bulk of Muslims think of what the Master had done and of the injuries which the children of his enemies were inflicting on Islam. For 100 years, however, the Umayyads ruled with the free help of the sword and poison. They sacked Medina and drove the children of the helpers into exile in faraway lands. The city which had sheltered the Prophet from the persecution of the idolaters, and which he loved so dearly, the hallowed ground he had trod in life, and every inch of which was sanctified by his holy work and ministry, was foully desecrated. And the people who had stood by him in the hour of his need and helped him to build up the arch of the faith were subjected to the most terrible and revolting atrocities, which find a parallel only in those committed by the soldiers of the Constable of France and the equally ferocious Lutherans of George Frundsberg at the sack of Rome. The men were massacred, the women outraged, the children reduced into slavery. The public mosque was turned into a stable, the shrines demolished for the sake of their ornaments. During the whole period of Umayyad domination, the holy city remained a haunt of wild beasts. Footnote: Abdul Malik ibn Marwan went so far as to issue an edict forbidding pilgrims to visit the sepulchre of the Prophet at Medina. End of footnote. The paganism of Mecca was once more triumphant, and its reaction, says Dozy, against Islam was cruel, terrible, and revolting. End quote. The Meccans and the Umayyads thus repaid the clemency and forbearance shown to them in the hour of Islam's triumph. The Umayyads produced many notable men eminent for piety and virtue, chief amongst them Umar bin Abdul Aziz, the Marcus Aurelius of the Arabs, a virtuous sovereign, a good ruler, and a God-fearing Muslim, who modeled his life after his great namesake, the second caliph. For the rest, they were unabashed pagans, and reveled in the disregard of the rules and discipline of the religion they professed. But for the Umayyads, the difference between the followers of the Ahlul Bayt, the upholders of Ali's right to the apostolical succession, and those who maintained the right of the people to elect their own spiritual as well as temporal chiefs, would have never grown into a schism. It would have ended in a compromise or coalition after the accession of Ali to the caliphate. The violence and treachery of the children of Umayyah rendered this impossible. They had waded to the throne through manifold crimes and oceans of blood. It was necessary for them to impart a semblance of validity to their tenure of the office of caliph. They claimed to have the title of Amir al-Mu'minin by right of election by their own mercenaries and pagan partisans. After the sack of Medina and the destruction and dispersion of the family of Muhammad and the Muhajirin and Ansar, It was easy to draw precedents from the early caliphate, and when that failed, to manufacture traditions. Nor was it difficult to appropriate a title which might have been assumed, but was not, by those who supported the right of the universality of the people to elect their chiefs. The giants who had built up the republic were dead or destroyed. Their children were fugitives or slaves. Who was to question the validity of the title so adroitly usurped? The Umayyad policy was pursued by the dynasty which took its place. The same fierce jealousy with which the Bani Umayyah had pursued or persecuted the Bani Fatima characterized the conduct of the Bani Abbas towards the descendants of Muhammad. They had no claim to the caliphate themselves. They made the affection of the people for the children of Fatima the means for their own elevation, and when they had attained the desired end, they rewarded the Fatimids with bitter persecution. Their title also was founded on quasi-election, and naturally they hunted, like the Umayyads, all who questioned the legality of their claim, or who upheld in explicit terms the doctrine of the devolution of the imamate by succession in line of Muhammad. Every difference of opinion was strictly suppressed, and the jurists of the time were punished if they ventured to express opinions which did not find favor with the sovereigns. Footnote: Imam Malik ibn Anas, the third pillar of the Sunni Church, was publicly punished for an offense of this nature. End of footnote. If we did not keep in view the circumstances which led to the sudden and unexpected rise of the Abbasids, it would be apt to regard it as phenomenal. The terrible cruelties inflicted by the Umayyads on the children of Fatima, and the sublime patience with which they had borne their sufferings and their wrongs, had given rise to a universal feeling of horror against the tyrants, and had invested the objects of persecution, in the eyes of their followers and disciples, with a superhuman halo. Persecution, however fierce, has always failed to achieve its end. Instead of stamping out the faith or devotion of a sect or community, it has diverted it into new channels and imparted to it greater vitality. In Islam, as in Christianity, the dangers of the battlefield and the pains of persecution have, quote, clothed with more than earthly splendor the objects for whom they were endured, end quote. And the children of Fatima, saints who had submitted to the injustice of man and devoted themselves to intellectual pursuits and the practice of religion, without arms, without treasure, and without subjects, ruled more firmly over the hearts of their followers and enjoyed the veneration of the people to a greater degree than the caliph in his palace, the master of legions. The cup of Umayyad iniquity was full to overflowing, and men were crying aloud in the anguish of their hearts, O Lord, how long? On every side there was an eager and passionate longing engendered by the vices and misrule of the pseudo-caliphs that the house of Muhammad might be restored to its rights. They looked wistfully to the imams to give the sign, but these saints had retired from the world. Their domain was no more of this earth. Successive avengers of their wrongs had risen in arms. Footnote: Sulaiman ibn Surad, ibn Mukhtar, and Yazid ibn Muhallib, end of footnote, and gone down before the serried ranks of their Syrian enemies. The people waited for authority from the divinely appointed leaders of the faithful, but they condemned the use of force. What was to be done? Several scions of the house who had risen against the Bani Umayyah, contrary to the counsel and without the sanction of the heads of the family, had sacrificed themselves to their ambition or their religious zeal. It was at this juncture, at this moment of unrest, when the Muslims were longing for a sign from the house of Muhammad, that the Bani Abbas appeared on the scene. End of section 29.